a lowly underachiever at the bottom of the sect. Activating the Sword Immortal System, I have been reborn to my younger years. Utilizing the Sword Immortal System, I win a lottery that grants me an extraordinary cultivation talent 100 million times greater. As long as I have romantic fortune, I can upgrade infinitely, becoming a legendary Sword Immortal, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Chapter 1. Restarting Life. At Xintianzong, in the Zhenwu Pavilion, an elder in a gray robe stands atop a high platform, imparting teachings to thousands of disciples below, each one listening intently with solemn expressions. Last time we discussed the willow leaf sword technique. The willow leaf sword technique emphasizes the essence of the sword rather than the moves themselves. When one acts according to their heart's desire, mastery will be achieved. Meanwhile, a rather fair-skinned disciple gazes around in confusion, a storm of thoughts surging within him. Am I truly reborn? Lin Zan finds it hard to believe. Ding! Sword Immortal System binding successful. A voice echoes in his mind. Current sign-in available. Would you like to sign in? Signing in has a certain probability of granting techniques, sword arts, treasures, and so forth. The number of sign-ins can accumulate, and after reaching a certain count, high-tier treasures are guaranteed. Sign in. Lin Zan silently recites, unafraid of the system's emergence. After all, if rebirth is possible, then anything else seems plausible. Ding! Sign in successful. You have gained the Celestial Grade Technique, Xin Tiangong. Celestial Grade Technique? Upon seeing those 4 characters, Lin Zan's eyes instantly gleam. In the realm of cultivation on Tianshuan Dalu, techniques are graded as mortal, yellow, profound, earth, heaven, celestial, and saint. Although celestial grade is not the highest tier, it is certainly formidable. Even within Xin Tianzong, the most powerful techniques are merely of the heaven grade. Lin Zan opens the system, but he quickly becomes dumbfounded. For at the Xin Tiangong section, there's a progress bar. The host can use their romantic fortune to upgrade this technique. Romantic fortune. Engage in conversations with beautiful women or complete tasks randomly assigned by the system, as well as sign-ins and so forth, to gain romantic fortune. This fortune can be utilized for cultivating techniques, exchanging for items in the shop, and even for refining various magical artifacts and concocting elixirs. This romantic fortune appears to possess formidable capabilities, almost serving as the universal currency of the Sword Immortal System. To acquire it, one must engage more with the senior and junior sisters. Where can I obtain romantic fortune? Lin Zan initially thinks of his crush, senior sister Zhu Xinwan. However, even with his rebirth, he still feels an innate inferiority when facing senior sister Zhu Xinwan, making him hesitant to approach her. So who should he seek instead? Just as Lin Zan is caught in indecision, a beautiful figure suddenly appears nearby. It's junior sister Jiangli. Lin Zan chuckles. Junior sister, you seem a bit unusual today. Upon hearing this, not only does Jiangli freeze in surprise, but the surrounding senior brothers and sisters are also taken aback. Junior sister Jiangli has always been cherished by everyone. So how could she be considered unusual? Unusual? Jiangli touches her face, tousles her hair, and takes out a copper mirror to examine herself from various angles, perplexed as she asks, is there something on my face? Or is something wrong? Lin Zan blinks, smiles gently, and replies, you look particularly beautiful today. Ah, Lin Xixiang, you're being annoying. The unexpected compliment catches Jiangli off guard, causing her face to turn crimson as she lowers her head. Ding! Romantic fortune won. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Zan knows he is onto something. Whoever can cultivate with junior sister must be the happiest man in the world. Lin Xixiang, please stop. Jiangli's face is flushed, overwhelmed with shyness. No, I must continue. Ding! Romantic fortune won. Ding! Romantic fortune won. Lin Zan incessantly teased, causing his junior sister's face to redden to the point of nearly bleeding. The system notification arrived, and Lin Zan felt exhilarated. Senior brother Lin, you are so annoying. I shall not speak to you any longer, Jiangli exclaimed, cupping her face as she fled. Lin Zan could not let her escape so easily. He rose to pursue her, intent on increasing his peach blossom value, when suddenly he felt a large hand, akin to a fan, rest upon his shoulder, the immense force nearly causing his entire body to sink. Lin Zan quickly glanced back. It was his senior brother, Su Keshuang. Damn it, you useless Lin. Were you enjoying yourself just now? Su Keshuang snarled, his face contorted in rage. The quivering flesh on his body betrayed his fury. Everyone in the outer sect knew about his pursuit of Jiangli. While he dared not speak against a direct disciple, a mere waste like Lin Zan had the audacity to flirt. He would not let it go unpunished. Oh no, this was a hasty move. Lin Zan lamented. His junior sister was adored by everyone in Xianxia for her innocent vivacity, yet he had dared to flirt with her in plain sight. Beat him, Su Kashuang commanded with a wave of his hand, prompting his followers to eagerly step forward. This might not be wise. Lin Zan retreated, though he felt no fear. A dignified sword king with a rebirth system, equipped with celestial-level techniques, should not be troubled by a few brats. His retreat aimed to find a secluded spot to handle matters discreetly. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out. "Stop!" A young woman in a purple garment approached, strikingly beautiful despite her mere 17 or 18 years. It was Lin Zan's childhood crush, his senior sister, Zhu Xinwan. Back then, Lin Zan was merely an outer disciple, and his conversations with Zhu Xinwan were few and far between. Upon achieving success in his cultivation, he learned that she had become a furnace for the demon sect's Xianxia, enduring public humiliation leading her to take her own life. Though Lin Zan later avenged her, it remained a regret that haunted him throughout his life. "So it is you, senior sister Zhu," Su Kashuang remarked with a glint of greed in his eyes, sneering. "I admit my strength is inferior to yours, but concerning Lin the Waste, I advise you to mind your own business. You may intervene this time, but you cannot do so next time." A sinister smile crept across Su Kashuang's face as he recalled something. "If memory serves, tomorrow is the day of your life and death battle against the demon sect's son, Xianxia. My affairs are no concern of yours, but I will not permit you to bully my junior disciples," Zhu Xinwan declared firmly. Indeed, she was troubled by this very issue. Xianxia of the demon sect was reputed to possess the prowess of the Golden Core realm, making her no match for him. This battle was fraught with peril. "So, this is the day I return to," Lin Zan thought, a twinge of realization striking him. Xianxia, in his prime, would never have been worthy to carry his shoes, yet in his current reborn state, he possessed nothing, except for the Sword Immortal System. Peach Blossom Value. The thought of the Sword Immortal System reminded Lin Zan of the Peach Blossom Value. With sufficient amounts, he could dramatically enhance his strength in a short time. Senior sister. Recalling the moment he learned of Zhu Xinwan's fate in his previous life, Lin Zan's mind heated with urgency. He grasped her hand, saying, "Senior sister, let us not concern ourselves with these wastes. Come with me to the back mountain." Chapter 2. The Madness of Peach Blossom Fortune. At the back mountain of the Xintian sect, 3 peaks stand, one named Chuyang Peak, where one can witness the resplendent sunrise atop its heights. Another called Wanxia Peak, where the evening glow casts a magnificent hue, and the last, Luoyun Peak, reserved for cultivation. Lin Zan and Zhu Xinwan arrived at Chuyang Peak. At this moment, the sun was ascending, bathing the entire peak in a brilliant light. The two walked silently amidst the mountains, neither speaking. Lin Zan was unsure how to begin, while Zhu Xinwan was lost in her thoughts. "Senior sister." After a moment, Lin Zan broke the silence. "There is something I have long wished to tell you, but I have lacked the courage." Zhu Xinwan looked at him in surprise. Lin Zan continued, "In the sect, I have often been bullied, yet you're the only one who has ever come to my aid. You're like the moon in the night sky, illuminating my life. Senior sister, I like you." Summoning all his courage, Lin Zan confessed, "My greatest wish is to be a steadfast star, ever by your side." A flicker of surprise crossed Zhu Xinwan's eyes, but quickly dimmed. She did not respond directly, instead saying, "Tomorrow, I must face Xianxia of the demon sect in a life-and-death battle. I have no certainty of victory." Her gaze was heavy with sorrow. For Lin Zan, a disciple often tormented, she felt primarily pity and had not considered matters of the heart. In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. Taking a deep breath, she shook her head to dispel those thoughts and looked at Lin Zan. "However, before I go, I can fulfill a small wish of yours." Not knowing if she would return, she wished to grant Lin Zan a final moment of beauty. "Senior sister?" Lin Zan found himself enveloped in Zhu Xinwan's embrace. Feeling her softness, his hand almost instinctively reaching towards her waist. Ding! Peach Blossom Fortune 10. Peach Blossom Fortune 10. Peach Blossom Fortune. The system began to flood the screen. Lin Zan silently chanted, "May the Peach Blossom Fortune be wild." Only with sufficient fortune could he grow stronger and help his senior sister evade this calamity. Time passed, and Zhu Xinwan gently pushed Lin Zan away, a smile gracing her face. "All right, I must return to prepare for tomorrow's decisive battle." With that, she smiled brightly and departed. "Senior sister, you will surely win." Zhu Xinwan paused briefly before walking away without looking back. Win? Once outside the back mountain, Zhu Xinwan let out a bitter laugh. Her opponent was a late-stage Golden Core expert, while she was merely at the integration stage, a vast disparity in realms. How could she possibly win? Zhu Xinhuan was acutely aware that unless a miracle occurred, victory was impossible. And should she fail, death would be inevitable. If she wished to survive, she would have to become a vessel for her opponent. In such a case, her celestial destiny would be severed. After Zhu Xinhuan departed, Lin Zan eagerly inquired of the system. System, how much peach blossom luck do I currently possess, and to what level can my strength be enhanced? The host currently possesses 320 points of peach blossom luck, which can elevate your strength to the early stage of golden core, as well as enhance your innate abilities to the early stage of golden core. Would you like to proceed? The early stage of golden core. Zhang Tiansheng is at the late stage of golden core, equipped with numerous treasures. Even if Lin Zan manages to break through experience, achieving victory would be exceedingly challenging. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Zan asked, what is the requirement for a breakthrough to the early stage of nascent soul? 1,000 points. Lin Zan promptly abandoned this notion. It was inconceivable that he could amass such a quantity of peach blossom luck in a short span of time. What to do? There's an alternative method for the host to attain the battle prowess of the early stage of nascent soul, which is to rent cultivation. Cultivation can be rented? Lin Zan was astounded, inquiring, how does one go about renting? By expending some peach blossom luck, you can temporarily possess the strength of the early stage of nascent soul. Upon the expiration of this period, your power will revert to its original level. The next day, Zhang Tianxing set off from the demon sect, brimming with confidence. Zhu Xinhuan, I am coming for you. A fleeting desire glinted in Zhang Tianxing's eyes. He was determined to win this battle, convinced that victory would come effortlessly. Moreover, he had no intention of harming Zhu Xinhuan. Such a beautiful girl would be a pity to kill. Wouldn't it be delightful to enjoy her as a furnace? Relishing her body? Suddenly, as he approached within 10 miles of the Xianxia sect, a cloaked figure in black blocked his path. Observing the demeanor, Zhang Tiansheng realized the individual was targeting him. However, being confident in his formidable strength, he remained unafraid. Dare to obstruct my path? Here is your chance. Kneel and beg for mercy, calling me grandfather, and I may consider sparing you. Obstruct your path? I'm afraid not. I am merely here waiting for you. Let us test my strength, replied the figure, raising a fist with resolute intent. This punch was executed with utmost straightforwardness. It instilled in Zhang Tiansheng an overwhelming sense of inevitability. Before it even neared him, a torrent of air surged forth, nearly propelling him backward. Startled, Zhang Tiansheng hastily gathered all his strength at the late stage of golden core, attempting to block with both fists. However, with a resounding boom, Zhang Tiansheng was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of black blood. In shock, Zhang Tiansheng looked up. Who are you, and why do you obstruct my path? I. The cloaked figure, hands clasped behind his back, looked down upon Zhang Tiansheng and replied nonchalantly, let us not concern ourselves with my identity for now. Let us continue practicing and have some fun. The cloaked figure was none other than Lin Zan. Renting the strength of the nascent soul stage required 1,000 points of peach blossom luck, which could be directly exchanged for cultivation, akin to a direct transition to golden core. The thought of this made Lin Zan's heart ache. If he let this fellow go easily, he would surely be restless that night. You are forcing my hand. Zhang Tianxing's gaze flickered with ferocity, secretly hoping he had brought sufficient treasures. Half an hour later, do not pretend to be lifeless. Rise swiftly. Lin Zan kicked Zhang Tiansheng, who lay on the ground like a defeated dog. With a cultivation level far superior to his own, the outcome of their duel was evidently predetermined. I concede, but perhaps you are unaware that I am the young master of the demon sect. Zhang Tianxing admitted, his fear palpable, despite having exhausted all his techniques. Even his trump card had been effortlessly thwarted by his opponent's mere fingertip. The disparity in their strengths rendered further confrontation futile. Yet he felt no fear. Although his adversary was formidable, there was a stark contrast to his father's prowess. I bear you no ill will, Lin Zan whispered into Zhang Tianxing's ear. But there are certain matters I wish to convey. The individual you are about to duel is my beloved. Initially, I contemplated severely injuring you and dragging you to the arena, but upon reflection, such an act would be rather uncouth. Chapter 3. A cultivation talent 100 million times greater. Can you believe it? An hour later, Lin Zan's hand bore some swelling as he sat in a corner beneath the arena, contentedly gazing at his betting ticket. The fierce battle had already attracted considerable attention, drawing disciples from various sects such as the Divine Heaven sect, the Profound Heaven sect, and the Bloodthirsty sect who eagerly set up betting tables. Naturally, Lin Zan wagered on his senior sister, Zhu Xinhuan, to triumph. In the arena, the stunningly beautiful Zhu Xinhuan appeared pale, holding a slender sword and awaiting her opponent in silence, while Su Keshuang wore a sinister expression as he anticipated Zhang Tianxing's arrival, eager for a spectacle that might even culminate in the public humiliation of Zhu Xinhuan. At that moment, a gasp rippled through the crowd. Black sword energy, Zhang Tianxing had arrived. The aura emanating from him caused even those watching from a distance to feel weak at the knees. It was utterly terrifying. It was over. Zhu Xinhuan understood that Zhang Tianxing was at the late golden core stage and deemed him beyond her capabilities. However, now it seemed she might not even qualify to draw her sword against him. The brilliance of his swordplay left her devoid of the courage to strike. Could she resign herself to being a mere vessel? If he chose to treat her kindly, perhaps she could accept her fate. But Zhang Tianxing had openly declared his intent to strip her of her garments on the arena that very day. As despair gripped her, Zhang Tianxing approached the arena. Yet, as the brilliance of his aura dissipated, the spectators noted something peculiar. Zhang Tianxing appeared battered and bruised, as though he had been mercilessly pummeled. Even the less powerful disciples sensed his weakness. What had transpired? Zhu Xinhuan was taken aback, internally questioning the situation. Brother Zhang, we have all placed our bets on your victory. You must cherish our senior sister Zhu. She has never bestowed affection upon another man. Su Keshuang sneered, relishing the moment. Enough. Zhang Tianxing, who had originally intended to publicly rend Zhu Xinhuan's garments and humiliate her, now found himself reconsidering his approach. Brother Zhang, I look forward to your guidance. Zhu Xinhuan steeled herself as she stepped forward. Zhu Xinhuan, your demise is inevitable. Su Keshuang's greedy smile widened as he beheld her curvaceous figure. Then let us see who guides whom, Zhang Tianxing declared, the words barely escaping his lips. Have you not been sufficiently beaten? Despite your guidance, should you be capable of defeating me, my senior sister will still leave this place alive, and I shall serve you as a grandson. Lin Zan remarked with a smile that bordered on mockery. How audacious! I have staked my entire fortune on my senior sister Zhu. Do you dare to oppose me? Zhang Tianxing, poised to strike, suddenly froze. That voice was hauntingly familiar. As he turned to gaze at the young disciple outside the arena, he was taken aback. Though obscured by a black cloth, the figure and voice were unforgettable, especially since the lingering aura of his martial arts still clung to the opponent. Junior brother Lin, your good intentions are appreciated, Zhu Xinhuan said with a wry smile, realizing that Zhang Tianxing would not relent simply due to her words. In fact, it could even implicate her further. Yet in the next moment, I concede, Zhang Tianxing declared without hesitation. At that instant, the entire martial arts arena fell into a profound silence. Su Keshuang's lips twitched in disbelief as he remarked, Brother Zhang, you truly jest. He is the master of the estate. If Zhang Tianxing concedes, even his life would not suffice to repay the debt. You cur, did you not hear my concession? Zhang Tianxing retorted, swiftly drawing his sword and sending Su Keshuang flying. Zhu Xinhuan was utterly astonished. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Zan immediately grasped the outcome. Soon after, reluctant individuals from the gambling house delivered his winnings, the colorful lotus. Cradling the colorful lotus in his hands, Lin Zan was enamored, yet he refrained from examining it immediately, for he was preoccupied with safeguarding his senior sister from Zhang Tianxing and had yet to sign in. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. The host has received a divine level reward, 100 million-fold cultivation talent. What? Lin Zan could scarcely believe his ears. The system had just notified him of a divine level reward, 100 million-fold cultivation talent? He swallowed hard. System, is this true? To the host, it is indeed true. It is real. In that moment, Lin Zan felt an overwhelming urge to laugh towards the heavens. 100 million-fold cultivation talent. How terrifying. There are 400 seconds in a day, and with 1 year calculated at 365 days, that amounts to just over 30 million seconds in a year. This implies that for every second he cultivates, it equates to 3 years of effort for others. Thus, if he cultivates for a single day, it is equivalent to over 200,000 years of cultivation for someone else. What an astounding enhancement. Even a mere pig could ascend to the status of an immortal emperor in over 200,000 years, right? As for the general cultivation methods, such as those of the Xianxia sect, on average, individuals require 3 to 5 years to master them, merely differing in depth and simplicity of understanding. This means that he would need just a second to master the Xianxia sect techniques. It is utterly monstrous. However, I relish it. System. Let us begin with the cultivation of the primordial art. Lin Zan chose not to pursue the Xianxia sect techniques any longer, but instead contemplated the celestial level technique he obtained from the system, the primordial art. According to the system, mastering the primordial art to perfection would undoubtedly differ from ordinary techniques. Thus, he decided to give it a try. The system's notification, insufficient romantic fortune, cultivation failed, undoubtedly doused Lin Zan's enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. He asked in disbelief, "Does this also require romantic fortune?" The system replied matter-of-factly, indeed. Nearly every cultivation method can be mastered within a relatively short period through extraordinary cultivation talent, but it will consume varying amounts of romantic fortune. Lin Zan's heart sank. What a predicament! Must everything require romantic fortune? How was he to proceed? Did he have to seek out the junior sister again? Or perhaps approach the senior sister? Zhu Xinwan. He entertained the thought, though he remained uncertain about his potential success this time. Just then, the system unexpectedly issued a task. Night Raid on Qingfeng Pavilion. Task reward, 1,000 romantic fortune. Initially elated, Lin Zan's expression quickly soured. The Qingfeng Pavilion was no ordinary place. It was home to a senior sister named Xianxia, who was undeniably beautiful but exuded an icy demeanor. She was cold and distant, rejecting anyone who approached her as if they were miles away, resembling an unmelting iceberg. There had been a self-assured senior brother who once pursued her, but after a mere confession, he found his legs broken. Another brother, believing his lightness of foot to be impressive, attempted to spy on her, only to suffer the loss of 3 legs, with no recourse for explanation. Since then, everyone understood that the icy senior sister Xianxia was to be admired from afar, and over time, a sense of trepidation developed around the Qingfeng Pavilion, deterring anyone from approaching. Now, the system was sending him there for a task. Lin Zan felt a shiver of apprehension. Should he go or not? Suddenly, a thought struck him. The task's reward was 1,000 romantic fortune, and when he had previously inquired about the amount needed to elevate his cultivation to the nascent soul stage, the system had responded with the same figure of 1,000. Therefore, if he completed the task, he would immediately acquire the nascent soul cultivation through the system. Moreover, the icy senior sister Xianxia was reportedly only marginally superior to senior sister Zhu Xinwan, on the brink of entering the golden core stage. It appeared feasible. To ensure his understanding, Lin Zan sought confirmation from the system. You previously stated that my cultivation breakthrough to the nascent soul stage requires 1,000 romantic fortune, correct? Affirmative. This breakthrough will not have a time delay, will it? As long as the romantic fortune is sufficient, the breakthrough will occur immediately? Correct. With that clarification, there was nothing more to deliberate. He resolved to proceed. Since the task required a night raid, he knew he must complete it under the cover of darkness. After a brief wait, once night fell, he donned the black attire and face veil he had prepared earlier and stealthily approached Qingfeng Pavilion. Wasn't this a night raid on Qingfeng Pavilion? Having ventured deep into the Qingfeng Pavilion, Lin Zan found himself perplexed by the absence of any indication that he had completed his mission. Upon entering the pavilion, he discovered that the task remained unfulfilled, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him, compelling him to press onward. Yet, he had reached the innermost sanctum. Directly ahead lay the boudoir of Xianxia. Was it truly necessary for him to cast a glance at her chamber to fulfill the objective? Resolute, Lin Zan approached the illuminated window. What he beheld left him utterly stunned. Through the narrow crevice of the window, he glimpsed the enchanting silhouette of Xianxia, completely unclad, luxuriating in a bath. This revelation was utterly scandalous. As a tingling sensation crept into his nose, he instinctively reached to scratch it, only to suddenly sense something amiss. On Xianxia's back, he discerned a distinctive plum blossom birthmark. It was her. An electrifying shock coursed through Lin Zan's mind as he recalled a pivotal event. Shortly after his senior sister's incident in a previous life, a traitor had emerged within the Xianxia sect. Eyewitness accounts later revealed that this traitor bore the same plum blossom birthmark. The implications were staggering. Xianxia was indeed the traitor of yore. Chapter 4. The traitor is he. Lin Zan was taken aback, never anticipating that a mere system task would unveil such a profound secret. Moreover, the traitor had inflicted severe misfortune upon the Xianxia sect. Initially, she had pilfered a crucial artifact used for array formation and subsequently provided the sect's array diagrams to outsiders. collaborating with them to obliterate the protective formation. As a result, the sect faced a catastrophic assault, leading to the untimely demise of numerous masters. It was from that moment that the Xianxia sect began its decline. As one of its disciples, Lin Zan found himself relentlessly pursued. Ultimately, he faced near death, cornered by those who hunted him down. It was only through the intervention of the Sword Immortal System that he was granted a second chance at life. So it was you. Lin Zan's eyes ignited with fury. When the Xianxia sect was ambushed, even the grave of his senior sister, Zhu Xinwan, had been ravaged, leaving him to flee in despair. Naturally, he harbored no fondness for Xianxia. In an instant, everything fell into place. No wonder Xianxia exuded an air of chilling coldness. It was likely a facade to conceal her dark secret from prying eyes. Creak. At that moment, overwhelmed by rage, Lin Zan accidentally brushed against the window, producing a faint sound. This was disastrous. The moment the noise escaped, he sensed the impending danger and fled. Who goes there? Indeed, a wary voice emanated from within. Xianxia had taken notice. With no courage to respond, Lin Zan dashed away without a backward glance. Ding. Mission accomplished. You have received 1,000 fortune points. At that critical juncture, the system provided an unexpected notification, bringing a sense of relief to Lin Zan's heart. As he sprinted away in a frenzy, he communicated with the system in his mind. System, hurry, elevate my cultivation to the nascent soul stage. Ding. Breakthrough successful. Host has reached the nascent soul stage. Indeed, the results were instantaneous. Moments after the system's announcement, Lin Zan felt an explosive surge of true essence emanating from his dantian. In an instant, a tiny figure, identical to himself, materialized, a manifestation of his nascent soul. Moreover, this newfound power was far more profound and rooted than the borrowed strength he had previously wielded. This was indeed the nascent soul stage. Lin Zan's heart soared with exhilaration. This trip to the Qingfeng Pavilion had proven immensely worthwhile, a veritable windfall. Perverse scoundrel, where do you think you're going? At that moment, Xianxia had caught up. However, to Lin Zan, her pace seemed unbearably slow. Did she dare pursue him? A glint of icy determination flashed in Lin Zan's eyes. Although Xianxia was beautiful, revered as the ice goddess by many, she was also the mastermind behind the sect's troubles. Without hesitation, Lin Zan turned to face her. So it was you. Xianxia's expression darkened with murderous intent upon seeing Lin Zan. How dare you spy on me while bathing? You shall die. With that, she lunged at him, sword in hand. Xianxia, armed with both evidence and newfound strength, Lin Zan shouted with conviction, remove your disguise. Do not think I am unaware of your attempts to conceal your betrayal of the sect. Upon hearing this, Xianxia's face paled. Had her schemes been exposed? A chilling light flickered across her stunning visage. In her mind, Lin Zan was already a dead man, and her sword surged forward with renewed ferocity. Comme fort. Lin Zan, now at the nascent soul stage, effortlessly pinched her attacking sword between two fingers, rendering her powerless. Xianxia struggled to withdraw her weapon, but it was immovable. The disparity in their strengths too vast to bridge. She sensed it too, astonishment flickering across her face. So strong? A cold laugh escaped Lin Zan's lips, his silence speaking volumes. He then sealed Xianxia's powers and reached out with his right hand towards her face, not out of any ill intention, but merely because he thought, as a stunning beauty, she might bring him some luck in romantic endeavors, akin to senior sister Zhu Xinwan. Xianxia, humiliated to the core, made a resolute decision. She bit down on her tongue, invoking a secret technique. With a flash, a beam of blood soared into the sky, only to vanish swiftly. Lin Zan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that she could unleash secret arts even after being restrained. Yet he dismissed the thought, suspecting that she was merely summoning a more formidable ally from behind. Indeed, within moments, a figure appeared, coldly inquiring, "What summons you?" "My lord, save me." Upon sighting the newcomer, Xianxia immediately cried out for help. "My lord?" Upon hearing these two words, Lin Zan's eyes narrowed slightly. It appeared that the individual before him was affiliated with the forces that Xianxia conspired with against the Divine Heaven sect. Truly, it was as if he had traversed a realm of iron and blood only to find what he sought without any effort at all. Yet, to his astonishment, the once cold and haughty figure nearly lost his footing upon casting a glance at Lin Zan. "Fellow, you seem remarkably familiar," Lin Zan's voice echoed. The esteemed gentleman, however, began to retreat incessantly, displaying a demeanor akin to one ready to flee, which filled Xianxia with trepidation. The gentleman possessed formidable power, yet it seemed he was afraid of Lin Zan, the so-called waste. You must be mistaken, Xianxia. You two have misidentified me. I'm simply passing by, and should you desire a skirmish, I shall not intrude, he declared. Lin Zan's primary objective for visiting the Divine Heaven sect today was twofold. First, to claim Zhu Xinwan as his furnace for future cultivation of demonic arts. Second, to discuss matters of progress with Xianxia. However, he never anticipated that, upon his arrival, he would be ambushed by an unfamiliar young master, who swiftly incapacitated him with a single strike and insisted that he could not triumph over Zhu Xinwan, thus rendering his first objective futile. To compound his misfortune, upon receiving Xianxia's secret summons, intending to inquire about the situation, he inadvertently encountered this individual once more. Could one remain calm under such circumstances? I am the esteemed one, he asserted. I am Xianxia. She attempted to rush forward, yet in the blink of an eye, the shadow vanished, transforming into a fleeting light that darted towards the horizon. Lin Zan gazed at the retreating figure, frowning. It felt hauntingly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Since he could not recall, Lin Zan chose to dismiss the thought and regarded Xianxia with a half-smile. Your ally has fled, leaving you behind to engage in a skirmish with me. How do you propose I handle this predicament? Upon witnessing Zhang Tianxing's flight, Xianxia instantly realized that he must be acquainted with Lin Zan and was aware that he was no match for him. The mere thought of her potential fate drained the color from her face. Chapter 5. In a Dilemma. After a moment, noticing Lin Zan's stillness, Xianxia opened her eyes to gaze at him. Will you kill me swiftly or torture me? Could you not grant me a quick end? Feeling lonely? Are you now pleading with me? Lin Zan replied with a mocking tone. In response, Xianxia let out a cold laugh, drawing forth the half-broken sword from her waist, which Lin Zan had previously snapped, and lunged towards him. As anticipated, Lin Zan effortlessly pinched the sword between his fingers and drew it into his possession. A smirk gracing his lips, he then raised his gaze, locking eyes with her, as the sword embedded itself into the great stone behind him. Lin Zan blew a breath through his fingers, regarding Xianxia with a bemused expression. Your strength is but this. Your punches against me merely tickle. In 10 years, you might be able to contend with my current self. As he spoke, Lin Zan gracefully moved behind Xianxia, leaning in to whisper warm breath against her ear. Regardless, since the younger sister is destined to betray the sect, it will be better for her to seek refuge with me. Lin Zan licked his lips, leering at Xianxia's flawless back, his fingers deftly climbing to her waist, and he forcefully pulled her into his embrace. I shall not make it difficult for you. Tell me why you wish to betray the sect. If your words ring true, I may let you go, but know that I have gathered ample information to verify every statement you make. You must understand the gravity of your situation. If you remain obstinate, I regret to inform you that your life is in my hands, as insignificant as an ant, ready to be crushed at any moment. Although Lin Zan spoke with bravado, the thought of actually killing such an exquisite beauty was not something he could bear. You are delusional. No matter what, I will never speak a word. You might as well kill me, for you shall gain nothing from me. You, such a pure and beautiful maiden. Even if I do not regard you as a vessel for alchemical purposes, I would wish to engage in a dual cultivation with you, to relish the experience. To think you could be so easily disposed of is quite naive. With that, Lin Zan moved directly in front of the icy beauty, seated himself, and lifted his chin, scrutinizing her immaculate face. What a pity, you are a traitor to the sect. Feeling Lin Zan's approach as an affront, Xianxia drew a sharp dagger from her waist and lunged towards his abdomen. Why? Oh, beautiful one, do you cloak yourself like a hedgehog? In the face of absolute power, such defenses are meaningless. Lin Zan understood that he could not afford to lower his guard against this striking woman. He watched her every move intently. As soon as the dagger was drawn, he swiftly seized it from her grasp. I'm quite curious. What is it about your master that makes you so devoted? Alas, he seemingly cares little for your well-being. It appears his own life holds greater value, and you are merely a pawn, ready to be sacrificed at any moment. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Will you speak, or will you not? I reiterate, no matter what you do, I will not divulge anything. Kill me. Upon hearing this, Lin Zan found himself in a quandary. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to act, delivering a swift blow to the nape of Xianxia's neck, rendering her unconscious. He then settled into a meditative posture, aligning his hands in a gesture of blood and sweat, preparing for an exchange of spiritual energy, commencing their dual cultivation. However, in a short span, Lin Zan realized that his fortune and romance showed no signs of improvement. Confusion enveloped his mind. After a mere embrace with senior sister Zhu Xinwan, his peach blossom luck had surged by 320 points. Surely this dual cultivation would surpass that threshold. Warning: if the host continues with this behavior, their cultivation will plummet to the qi refinement stage. Upon hearing these words, Lin Zan immediately shivered and halted his actions, only to discover that his peach blossom value had plummeted to a staggering -20. This was utterly ridiculous. What on earth was happening? Wasn't this dual cultivation supposed to rapidly enhance one's peach blossom value? Dual cultivation increases peach blossom value only when the relationship between the dual cultivation partners and the host reaches a level of intimacy. If the host forces dual cultivation, they will lose peach blossom value. After hearing these two stipulations, Lin Zan felt a profound sense of helplessness. He had initially aimed to significantly boost his peach blossom value, yet now it had turned negative, a true case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. At this moment, the individual before Lin Zan served a singular purpose: to become the focal point of his cultivation. However, recalling memories from his past life, particularly the torment his senior sister had suffered at the hands of that Zhang Tiansheng, sent a chill down his spine. He swiftly discarded that thought from his mind. Just as Lin Zan was lost in contemplation, Xianxia abruptly awakened. Noticing Lin Zan so close beside her, a surge of unpleasant thoughts filled her mind, and she forcefully pushed him away, shouting, "You scoundrel, what have you done? I will kill you." Before Lin Zan could even comprehend the situation, he was thrust out. Observing Xianxia's tear-streaked face, which prompted him to retort, "I haven't done anything. If you don't believe me, I can swear it." Yet, Xianxia appeared unwilling to hear any explanation. She picked up the dagger Lin Zan had discarded and lunged at him once more. In that moment, feeling guilty, Lin Zan dared not retaliate and spent half an hour dodging her attacks. Eventually, he could no longer endure and seized the dagger from her grasp. "Have you no end to this? I've told you already, I haven't done anything. It's been so long. Shouldn't you have vented your anger by now? Do you really expect me to believe that you've done nothing? You are a complete pervert. I must kill you. I have to kill you." Lin Zan, upon hearing this accusation, felt even more exasperated but remained at a loss for how to confront this relentless individual. After what felt like an eternity, Xianxia seemed to tire and ceased her assault. "All right, your anger should have subsided by now. Let me explain once more. I truly did nothing. I shall take my leave. But let me remind you, if you act as a spy again, I will ensure your demise will be excruciating." With that, Lin Zan decided to disregard the icy beauty and prepare to return to his dwelling. Meanwhile, Xianxia remained seated, her fury not yet quenched. Tears lingering at the corners of her eyes, her gaze filled with murderous intent. She was determined, no matter what, to eliminate Lin Zan. "Please elevate your peach blossom value to a positive number within 24 hours, or your cultivation will vanish, rendering you an ordinary person." Upon hearing these words, Lin Zan felt his drowsiness dissipate, fully aware of the perilous nature of the situation. After much contemplation, he resolved to seek assistance from his junior sister, Jiang Li. However, as he sat up, he recalled that the night had already fallen. Venturing out now would be futile. Reluctantly, he reclined once more, tossing and turning before succumbing to sleep. As the sun ascended high in the sky, Lin Zan was roused by the cacophony outside. He flung open the door, only to find a group, led by Su Keshuang, gathered at the entrance of his cave dwelling. "If you have no business here, begone and do not disturb my cultivation," he declared. "You Lin Waste, dare to command us to leave? You truly consider yourself significant, do you? Su Kesung Vito An Vili. Today marks your demise." Senior sister Zhang Xuahan from the inner sect has proclaimed that whoever slays you shall be rewarded with her companionship in dual cultivation. It appears this opportunity belongs to me. Upon hearing this, Lin Zan unleashed his first-tier nascent soul power and struck Su Keshuang with a single palm, exerting no restraint. Su Keshuang was sent flying. "If any of you believe your strength sufficient, feel free to seek me out for a confrontation. But be sure to gauge the cost of such an endeavor. Do you truly possess the power to contend with me?" As these words echoed, a chorus of gasps erupted among the onlookers. "Su Kesung, Vising Akwa Dili," realized with humiliation that he had lost control. Yet, as the others felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Lin Zan, they understood that they were no match for him and retreated in dismay. What a disturbance to my tranquility. With that, Lin Zan found himself devoid of any inclination for rest. He exited his cave and made his way to the training grounds, where he spotted his junior sister. Remembering his task, he approached her. "Junior sister, it has been a while. You have grown even more beautiful," he exclaimed with a cheerful grin. Ding! Peach Blossom Luck 10. Jiang Li's face flushed at his compliment, but after a moment, she appeared to recall something urgent and exclaimed, "Brother Lin, what are you doing here? You must leave at once. I've heard that intersect sister wants to kill you." Lin Zan's brow furrowed at this news. He had spared Xianxia, only to face such retribution. "I speak the truth, Brother Lin. You must hurry. If you do not depart, I might be able to dissuade the outer sect members. But if the inner disciples arrive, I truly cannot assist you." She paused, then added, "By the way, I was deeply asleep this morning. What exactly transpired? Please tell me. I am somewhat uncertain, as I have merely heard it from others. Early this morning, Zhang Xuan came out and claimed that you humiliated him last night. He even stated that whoever kills you would be his companion in cultivation." Upon hearing this, Lin Zan directly responded, "So, little junior sister, would you care to cultivate with me?" Ding! Peach Blossom Luck 10. Senior brother, is this really the time for such frivolities? You should depart quickly. If you delay any longer, it will truly be too late." The little junior sister replied, her cheeks flushed. Ding! Host mission accomplished. Cultivation level remains at the first stage of the nascent soul. As the system's voice concluded, a group of foul-mouthed men clad in blue arrived at the training ground. Upon spotting Su Keshuang, they beckoned him over. Like a submissive dog, Su Keshuang approached them and inquired, "What orders do you have, esteemed leaders?" The outer disciples of the Xianxia sect dressed in green training attire, while the inner disciples donned superior blue garments. Enough with the idle chatter. I have heard there is a fellow named Lin Zan here. Where might he be? We have come specifically for him. Upon hearing this, Su Keshuang realized the situation and remembered the recent lesson he had received. He pointed towards Lin Zan and said, "That's the one. He is quite audacious. But be careful, senior brother, for his strength is formidable. You made me laugh. I don't even regard Zhang Tianxiang, so why should I fear him?" With that, the man strode menacingly towards Lin Zan and inquired, "Are you Lin Zan? What is the matter?" Seeing the man's demeanor, Lin Zan immediately understood their intentions and replied dismissively, "From the way you speak, you must be Lin Zan, correct? Speak plainly." Finding the man's hesitation irritating, Lin Zan urged him to be direct. The man, taken aback by the outer disciples' blatant disrespect, widened his eyes in disbelief and attempted to slap Lin Zan. However, Lin Zan swiftly seized his wrist, lifted him effortlessly, and hurled him towards his companions, knocking them all unconscious. "Inform Xianxia, the traitor, that if she wishes to discuss matters, she must come to me personally. You flies are unworthy." As night fell, someone remarked, "What is this? I see you packing your belongings. Are you planning to leave? Could it be that even you, the traitor, have moments of fear? Quite clever of you to choose the cover of night for your departure. However, I distinctly recall that I did not permit you to depart from this place." Has a traitor once again sought to convey some message? Upon seeing Lin Zan, Zhang Xuan was immediately engulfed in fear, her eyes glistening with tears. Lin Zan, witnessing this scene, found himself at a loss for words, just as he was about to offer words of comfort. That venomous woman unexpectedly drew a dagger and lunged at him once more. Lin Zan effortlessly deflected her attack, gazing at the woman with a fierce intensity. Memories of his past life flooding back, his sect's downfall, his desperate flight, and the torment he endured as his world was used as a furnace. Overcome with rage, he unsheathed his sword and fatally struck Xianxia. Chapter 7. 2 Lives. Staring at the lifeless form of Xianxia on the ground, Lin Zan felt a chill wash over him. He was bewildered as to why he had abruptly acted with such lethal intent. Moments later, as he regained his composure, Lin Zan hastily tidied the scene and left in a daze. Detecting fluctuations in host's emotional state, system paused. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Zan paid it no mind, still grappling with the inexplicable impulse that had overtaken him. In his 2 lifetimes, he had always maintained a calm disposition. Yet yesterday, he had acted without a moment's thought. Colorful lotus, lend me your essence, grant me my aspirations." Zhu Xinwan incessantly murmured, diligently exploring the usage of the colorful lotus over the past few days. Although there had been countless experiences shared by predecessors, the application varied for each individual. Finally, as the morning light streamed into Xianxia's dwelling, the colorful lotus exhibited a peculiar response. Its petals began to fall one by one, transforming into the purest spiritual energy that permeated her being. At last, all 18 petals had been absorbed, and the flower's calyx shifted from green to a dusty brown ash. As this transformation concluded, Xianxia did not cease her cultivation. Rather, she continued to circulate the newly absorbed spiritual energy through several cycles. Suddenly, a vortex of spiritual energy materialized within her abode, lifting Xianxia into the air, which she gradually absorbed. An hour later, with a burst of azure light, Xianxia's cultivation remarkably ascended to the first stage of the golden core. How splendid! A substantial leap in advancement. Typically composed and unperturbed, Xianxia felt a surge of excitement within her, for reaching the golden core stage was a prerequisite for entering the inner sect. Without attaining this level of power, one could not gain entry to the inner circle, even with the endorsement of an elder. 3 days had passed. It was time to venture outside and enjoy the fresh air in high spirits. Xianxia basked in the sunlight, streaming in, eager to experience the world beyond her dwelling. Moreover, there was another significant reason: a little junior disciple who had inadvertently brought her good fortune before the competition. Though his strength was modest, unbeknownst to her, a seed of affection had already taken root in her heart. "What are you clandestinely up to over there?" As Xianxia stepped out of her dwelling and arrived at the training grounds, she noticed a few individuals casting furtive glances in her direction. She had always detested such attention, and with a furrowed brow, she inquired, "What is it?" "Nothing, senior sister," they replied hastily, preparing to depart. Xianxia swiftly intercepted one of the slower individuals, her irritation palpable. "What is going on? What do you mean by pointing and whispering?" Senior sister, since you have asked, I shall divulge," the person responded, realizing that their escape routes were blocked by her presence. "Last night, senior sister Xianxia from the inner sect was murdered, stabbed through the heart by a sword." Upon hearing this, Xianxia was further perplexed and questioned. "What does this have to do with me? Do you think I am responsible? I haven't even left my quarters these past few days. Besides, given my strength, do you truly believe I could have bested her?" No, senior sister, that's not what I meant. It's just that everyone is saying it was that fellow named Linzon who did it. We were just contemplating whether you might assist him, considering your past camaraderie with her." "What? What did you say? Surely I misheard. Do you mean to imply Linzon could have defeated her?" "That woman is a master at the first stage of the golden core. I'm not entirely certain about the details, but it is widely believed he is involved. The sect's law enforcement team will likely arrive soon. From my perspective, it would be wise for you not to get involved." With that, the individual departed, leaving Xianxia to glance after them without making an effort to detain them. She proceeded directly to Linzon's dwelling. Pushing the door open, she discovered Linzon still reclining in bed. She approached him, exclaiming, "How can you still be sleeping at a time like this? Don't you realize you are in grave danger?" Startled by her voice, Linzon jolted upright. "Senior sister, you have come." Observing the facade he was attempting to maintain, Xianxia could not suppress a wave of sympathy. "What on earth transpired? Is Xianxia's death connected to you?" Feeling her genuine concern, Linzon found solace in her presence. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Senior sister, can I trust you? If you do not believe in me, then there is truly no one else in the sect who can assist you." "Very well, senior sister, I shall confide in you alone." Moments later, Linzon recounted the events of the previous night in their entirety. "You must be jesting. With your capabilities, how could you have infiltrated that individual's domain? This is utterly absurd." In response, Linzon conjured a sphere of spiritual energy in his palm, the density of which was remarkable, even reaching the third stage of the nascent soul. "Do you possess some hidden miracle? How did you achieve such a breakthrough in just 3 days?" "Senior sister, did you not also ascend a major realm in 3 days? What is so peculiar about that?" Linzon spoke calmly. Ding! Peach Blossom Luck 50. A prompt appeared. Xianxia's intimacy level has reached favor. Double dates are now available. However, Linzon felt no joy. Instead, he perceived his Sword Immortal System as a burden, a sentiment that arose from the realization that none of this would transpire without the system. "Is it true that senior sister Xianxia's death was indeed your doing?" "Yes." "Senior sister, do you trust me?" "Trust." Xianxia felt an inexplicable sense of reliance towards this young junior brother before her. "Then I shall reveal to you that I have lived 2 lives. Zhang Xuahan was a traitor. It was because of her that the Xianxia sect was destroyed by the demon sect last time, and in my previous life, you did not triumph in that competition. So, you aided me? Zhu Xinwan's heart suddenly cleared. She had long pondered the peculiar victory over Zhang Tiansheng, and now everything was elucidated. I believe you. Since you have punished the wicked, you are in the right. Had it not been for you, I might have perished, and this sect could have been annihilated. Therefore, what you have done is commendable. Why do you still appear so despondent? Sigh. Senior sister, you think too simply. Only you can believe me. If I speak out, no one will trust my words. Then seek evidence. If she is indeed a traitor, proof will surely exist. I will handle the enforcement team that arrives shortly. You maintain your strength at the 4th stage of Foundation establishment and do not concern yourself with anything else. Chapter 8. The Secret of Elder Qi. Who is it outside, making such a racket? Zhu Xinwan opened the wooden door of her cave dwelling and addressed the people outside. I thought it was someone important. It turns out to be the outer sect's senior sister. It seems you have broken through after acquiring the Rainbow Lotus. However, you will not obstruct our enforcement team's duties today, will you? If you lot are conducting yourselves properly, I naturally will not interfere. But how am I to know whether you are not simply acting as lackeys for someone? Senior sister, your words are unjust. We are affiliated with the sect. What do you mean by lackeys? Zhang Li, the captain of the enforcement team, disdainfully raised an eyebrow. Zhu Xinwan let out a cold snort, glaring at the arrogant group before her. You know exactly what I mean. Your eagerness to apprehend Lin Zan stems from your desire to keep this matter from escalating. You have always behaved this way, never resolving issues, but rather targeting those who create them. Zhu Xinwan, you meddle too much in matters that do not concern you. We are acting on behalf of the sect. What is it to you? Brothers, seize that waste. Zhang Li Sudan Likumanda. As soon as the words left his mouth, the enforcement disciples surrounded the entrance of the cave dwelling. Arrest me? First, provide a reason. Lin Zan, having listened for some time, felt a pang of compassion and, disregarding Zhu Xinwan's advice, stepped outside. Reason? Very well. Let me clarify your demise. Zhang Li raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a disdainful smirk as he spoke. Yesterday, the body of Zhang Xuahan was discovered, and prior to her demise, she had only conflicted with you. Thus, it is inconceivable that anyone else could be responsible for this matter. Do you still harbor any doubts? Oh, Lin Zan deliberately elongated the word, feigning enlightenment. So that's how it is. May I inquire, who exactly is Zhang Xuan? What is her level of cultivation? Stop playing coy. Surely you know what you've done. Zhang Xuan, an inner disciple, has reached the 3rd stage of integration. Do you comprehend? It could not possibly have been me, Lin Zan retorted, for I am merely at the 4th stage of Foundation establishment, which is nearly a full tier below her. I could never be her match. Having obtained the information he desired, Lin Zan immediately donned an expression of innocence. Spare me your ramblings. Even so, you cannot absolve yourself of complicity. Brothers, take this brat away. Are you implying that you are forcing my hand? Lin Zan shot a glare at Zhang Li. If that is the case, I shall not hold back. In the heat of the moment, Lin Zan drew his sword and lunged at Zhang Li. Yet, remembering Zhu Xinwan's admonition, he refrained from revealing his true prowess. Zhang Li, sensing the feeble aura behind the attack, effortlessly parried it. However, as he prepared to counter, a surge of sword energy struck his arm, leaving it drenched in blood. I must say, your enforcement team is losing its sense of decorum. Is it now the case that one can be apprehended without evidence? In my view, this young man could not possibly be the assailant. His strength is far too inadequate to contend with Zhang Xuan. It would be wise for you to return and investigate the matter thoroughly. Once you ascertain the truth, you may seek him out for trouble, as he remains here and poses no threat. However, should you wrongfully accuse him, I assure you, I shall not stand idly by. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Li clutched his bloodied arm, too intimidated to utter another word, fully aware of the speaker's formidable background and strength. He merely nodded and summoned the enforcement team to depart. Lin Zan recognized the voice. The one aiding him was none other than Ling Jian, one of the 10 core disciples of the Xianxia sect. I am well aware of the situation regarding Zhang Xuan. I have been investigating her for quite some time. Even if you choose not to act, I will. Now that you have reached the Yuan Ying level of strength, there is no need for further concealment. With your current prowess, you could easily rank among the 10 core disciples. As he spoke, Ling Jian approached Lin Zan and patted him on the shoulder. I am grateful for your assistance, senior brother Ling. I owe you one. Enough of this. There is no need for such formalities. My assistance is predicated on 2 reasons. The first, I've already stated. The second is merely to repay a favor to junior sister Zhu. The subsequent matters are for you to handle as you see fit. I have more pressing concerns. If they come to trouble you again, I fear I shall lack the energy to assist you. Upon uttering these words, Ling Jian quietly departed. I was nearly frightened to death. Fortunately, he arrived. I find merit in his words. If you are indeed a core disciple now, even if you were to eliminate that individual, the sect would not take action against you. Zhu Xinhuan pondered for a moment before continuing. I shall become a core disciple, albeit not at this moment. Senior sister, this evening I intend to investigate the evidence regarding Xianxia's treachery to clear my name. Are you going alone? I shall accompany you. No need, senior sister. Should you assist me further, I would owe you too much, and such matters are best undertaken alone. As night fell, Lin Zan donned dark attire and stealthily infiltrated Zhang Xiaohan's residence, which was now heavily monitored. Typically, when disciples of the sect suffer casualties, it would not attract such attention. Evidently, Zhang Xiaohan harbors a significant secret that Lin Zan must uncover. After a brief moment, Lin Zan suppressed his aura to an imperceptible level and quietly slipped through the window into Zhang Xiaohan's abode. Observing the guards outside, who appeared drowsy, Lin Zan commenced his search with renewed assurance. An hour later, Lin Zan had thoroughly searched the entire house, but discovered nothing. Just as he was about to abandon his endeavor, he suddenly heard voices approaching from outside. He swiftly concealed himself beneath the bed. What's the matter? You've searched for so long and found nothing. What purpose do you serve? One voice exclaimed. This object must be located. Seal off this area, and permit no one to enter. Elder Qi, isn't this commotion a bit excessive? If the sect master notices, we'll be in trouble, replied the reprimanded individual. I can explain this matter regardless, but we must not allow news of collusion to leak. Chapter 9. The Mystery of the Xintian Sect. Lin Zan was taken aback by the conversation he overheard, as he had not anticipated such a turn of events. The elder of the Xintian sect was evidently in league with the forces of the demon sect. Moments later, the two individuals, having found nothing, finally departed. Yet the number of guards outside had doubled, as if they intended to thoroughly dismantle the place. Just as Lin Zan prepared to emerge from beneath the bed, his foot inadvertently triggered a mechanism, revealing a hidden passage beneath the bed. The entrance made a loud noise, and Lin Zan had to squeeze himself inside. Upon entering the chamber, he discovered it to be utterly barren, save for a singular Zeton box. Unable to quell his curiosity, he pried it open, only to find it filled with letters. Lin Zan promptly closed the hidden door and began to peruse the contents within this secluded space. To his astonishment, the letters contained detailed accounts of all transactions between the Xintian sect and the demon sect. After hastily skimming through the correspondence, he gathered all the letters into his spatial pouch and quietly reopened the hidden door, returning to his previous position beneath the bed. Ensuring the surroundings were clear of any witnesses, he made his exit without drawing a single gaze. At midnight, Lin Zan arrived at Zhu Xinhuan's cave dwelling. Who goes there? Sensing an unfamiliar presence intruding upon her sanctum, her instincts heightened, and she drew her sword, demanding an explanation. Senior sister, don't misunderstand, it's me. Lin Zan blurted out, hastily covering her mouth to prevent her from crying out. After a brief struggle, Zhu Xinhuan recognized him and relaxed, allowing Lin Zan to lower his hand. You nearly scared me to death, senior sister. Ding. Detection of host's unwavering focus. System restoration initiated. Upon hearing this, Lin Zan's joy was palpable, prompting Zhu Xinhuan to inquire, what has you so elated? Have you encountered some fortuitous event? Not exactly. I have discovered the means to clear my name. Look at these letters. I found them all at Zhang Xiaohan's residence. They not only detail his treachery, but also include transaction records involving the elders and the demon sect. However, Zhu Xinhuan's expression shifted from intrigue to concern as she furrowed her brows. While this may seem fortuitous for you, remember that fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Should you expose these letters, you will undoubtedly become a target within the sect. The elders will surely band together against you, accusing you of framing them. In such a case, the validity of these letters would be rendered moot, and they would not let you escape unscathed. Lin Zan responded with unwavering determination. That is no longer my concern. I shall present these letters directly to the sect leader. Whatever reaction ensues is his responsibility, not mine. How can this not concern you? This is a matter of your very life. Zhu Xinhuan exclaimed, her anxiety evident. Rest assured, I have everything under control. There will be no issues. Just leave it all to me. Lin Zan reassured her confidently. Upon hearing these words, Lin Zan waved his hand dismissively, showing little concern for the trials that lay ahead. His sole focus was to clear the injustice cast upon him. After uttering this statement, he departed from his senior sister's cave abode, not intending to return to his own chamber, but rather to proceed toward the location of the sect leader. Who are you? Coming here at such an hour to the sect leader's office? As merely an outer disciple, this is no place for you. Leave immediately, or I shall summon the enforcement hall to expel you. The guard barked. I have come specifically to seek an audience with the sect leader. Take me to him. Lin Zan retorted boldly. Do you even realize your own standing? Do you expect me to summon deities for you? I shall reiterate for the final time. Depart from here. This is not your domain. In that case, I must regretfully insist, Lin Zan declared, and in an instant he launched a punch at the arrogant guard before him, sending him soaring into the air. The prowess of Lin Zan, a 9th-level golden core cultivator, proved overwhelming. As the guard plummeted back to the ground, Lin Zan caught him effortlessly and stated, Now, take me to see the sect leader at once. If this matter is delayed, even your life will not suffice to cover the consequences. Do you require another demonstration of my strength? Are you a core disciple of this sect? Why are you dressed as an outer disciple? This should not be the case. Who exactly are you? If you do not disclose your identity, I regret to inform you that I cannot allow you entry. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is the critical information I possess. Take me to the sect leader without delay. I am but an ordinary outer disciple, albeit one with considerable talent. I have yet to have the opportunity to challenge for core disciple status. Lin Zan urged, his tone firm. Stop wasting my time. Hurry and take me to the sect leader. Do you understand? He added, staring intently at the stern figure before him. The guard, furrowing his brow, pondered for a moment before finally conceding, Very well, since you insist, I shall escort you inside. However, you must agree to one condition. I must bind your hands, as I am uncertain of your true capabilities. Should you harm the sect leader, I would find myself in grave trouble. Why are you still here idling? Hurry up, Lin Zan exclaimed impatiently, extending his hands. The guard promptly bound Lin Zan's wrists with golden silk ropes. Noticing Lin Zan's lack of resistance, the guard led him into the main hall of the sect. At that moment, the sect leader was engaged in administrative matters within a side chamber, and the spirit sword that had previously rescued Lin Zan was also present. The sect leader has an outer disciple in urgent need of his attention, the guard announced, to which the sect leader responded with immediate displeasure. A mere outer disciple? You handle this. Upon hearing these words, Ling Jian immediately responded with utmost respect. Understood, master. Rest assured, I shall resolve his issues without causing you any trouble. Chapter 10, The Pawn. Upon seeing Lin Zan clad in green, Ling Jian exclaimed in astonishment. What brings you here, young man? Have you uncovered some leads? Senior Lin, you are indeed correct. I just visited Xianxia's residence and discovered a hidden passage. Within it, I unearthed letters. These documents are all evidence of his treachery. At this revelation, Ling Jian was instantly elated. He and his master, the sect leader Xianxia, have been searching for evidence these past few days, and to think it was an outer disciple who had found it. Hurry, come inside. Ling Jian, disregarding his own status, grasped Lin Zan's hand and ushered him into the sect leader's office. Did you not say you would handle this matter? Why had you brought him in? The sect leader frowned upon seeing Lin Zan in green attire, clearly viewing him as a lowly servant of the Xianxia sect. Master, I had no choice but to bring him in. He has found the evidence we have been longing for. Upon hearing this, the sect leader stood up, visibly excited. What did you say? Evidence? Where is it? Lin Zan promptly retrieved the letters from his bosom and placed them on the table. I discovered these in Xianxia's secret passage. They record all the collusion between the elders of our clan and the demonic sect. After reading through the letters, the sect leader's expression transformed into one of joy. He then addressed Lin Zan directly. Do you have any other matters to attend to here? If not, you may leave. Oh, take this and go to the inner sect to claim a robe. From this moment forth, you are an inner disciple. What do you mean by this? Am I here to receive a reward? Lin Zan could no longer contain himself and retorted. What else would you desire? I certainly have demands. Deal with these elders and restore my honor. Those clan masters are beyond your control. Leave this place at once. Ling Jian interjected. Master, this young man is simply naive. Do not hold it against him. What naivete? Who is this fellow? These letters are mere forgeries he concocted. To think he would go so far. Guards, take him away and imprison him until tomorrow's trial. The sect leader commanded. At this, Both Lin Zan and Ling Jian were taken aback. Ling Jian could not help but ask, "Master, what does this mean? He has assisted us. Enough with the nonsense. Are you disregarding Master's words? Quickly, shut him up." Upon hearing this, Ling Jian could only nod helplessly and turn to Lin Zan, saying, "I apologize. I shall restore your innocence." With that, he swiftly rendered Lin Zan unconscious, leaving him utterly bewildered as to what had transpired. "Master, I still don't understand why we must do this. Because I cannot offend so many elders for the sake of an outer disciple, granting them an opportunity to retaliate. After all, that individual has already been eliminated, hasn't he? We shall use this young man's fate to instill fear in those elders, to make them realize that this matter is settled." But before Ling Jian could finish his thought, Shun Tian interjected. "Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. He is merely an outer disciple." Ling Jian contemplated speaking further, but ultimately chose silence. The following morning, the elders were already aware of the situation. How to deal with this individual rests upon your judgment. The trial was conducted in the presence of the entire sect. All eyes fixated on the farcical scene unfolding, an outer disciple facing the scrutiny of all elders and the sect leader. Only Zhu Xinwan and Ling Jian were privy to the true nature of the events. What is happening? Don't say you're unaware. At this point, I lack the time to explain. Find an opportunity to rescue him. This is all I can do. Once the trial concluded, very well, since your opinions are aligned. 3 days hence, let the heavenly thunder strike this traitor dead. The following evening, do not speak. Once I release him, the two of you must leave together. I have no desire to shoulder any blame for you both. I can assist you no further." Shun Jian led Zhu Xinwan to the detention site, unshackled Lin Zan, and promptly administered a pill to him. Instantly, Lin Zan regained consciousness. What on earth is happening? Wasn't he this sect meant to be my salvation? Lin Zan's first words upon seeing Ling Jian were a direct inquiry. "I'm sorry. This situation has surpassed my capabilities. I can only set you free. I can manage on my own. I want to endanger senior sister." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Zan finally grasped the gravity of the situation and quietly asserted, "No, you are gravely injured. You cannot escape alone. I must accompany you." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xinwan immediately chimed in. "Ding. Fortune in love, 1,000. Congratulations to the host for achieving intimate companionship with Zhu Xinwan." Upon hearing the notification, Lin Zan was rendered speechless, realizing that he had unwittingly won the affection of his senior sister. "All right, let's depart." With that, he grasped Zhu Xinwan's hand, ready to flee. The young man, having committed such a grave error, attempted to flee. He was met with the furious voice of Elder Qi. Observing the two entwined in their escape, he charged directly at Lin Zan with unbridled ferocity. Upon sensing the imminent danger, Zhu Xinwan instinctively placed herself in front of Lin Zan, absorbing the blow intended for him. Blood erupted from her mouth, splattering onto Lin Zan's chest, and the impact rendered her unconscious. Alert! Danger detected. The host may expend 1,000 fortune points to elevate their level to the first stage of integration. Upon hearing this, Lin Zan hastily made the exchange, and in an instant, his power surged to the level of integration. He swiftly grasped Elder Qi, tightening his grip around the elder's throat before abruptly snapping it. Integration. The spirit sword could not contain its astonishment at Lin Zan's newfound strength. "My master possesses profound cultivation. You must flee before he arrives. Your current abilities are certainly no match for him." Acknowledging this with a complex nod, Lin Zan took Zhu Xinwan in his arms and fled the Xintian sect. Chapter 11. The Mysterious Old Man Days Later. "Senior sister, your injuries have yet to heal completely. Allow me to handle this. You should rest in the cave dwelling," Lin Zan proclaimed as he approached and placed food from the table beside her bed. "Having consumed the elixir you provided, my wounds have nearly mended. This minor task is hardly a burden for me. Furthermore, if I require assistance even to eat, then my recent elevation in strength would be for naught." Zhu Xinwan replied, gazing affectionately at Lin Zan. "By the way, where exactly are we? I have been here for several days and cannot discern our surroundings. Where have we arrived?" "Senior sister, I too am uncertain of our location. The urgency of our escape left no time for orientation, especially under the cover of night. In any case, this place should be safe. After all, I have evaded capture for 3 days and nights. Given my speed, it is unlikely they could have caught up with us." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xinwan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She had not anticipated that her junior brother would carry her for such an extended duration. What troubles you, senior sister? Are you unwell? Lin Zan inquired with genuine concern, noticing the redness around her eyes. It's nothing. It is just that you have borne my weight for 3 days and nights. Have you not needed a rest? I am fine, senior sister. I can endure. Once your wounds have sufficiently healed, I shall find time to recuperate. I assure you, I am well now. You should prioritize your rest. It has been several days, and no matter your strength, you cannot withstand this. Alert. Fortune points. 10. It's quite all right. I am not fatigued. Senior sister, you should rest well. Should your injuries lead to lingering complications, it could pose significant troubles ahead. Here, my presence suffices. You need not worry about the rest, for everything shall proceed smoothly. Upon hearing this, Lan Xinhuan, reluctant to see Lin Zan so fatigued, finally mustered the courage to suggest, blushing slightly, why don't we cultivate together? This way, my injuries will heal more swiftly, and you won't be as exhausted. Lin Zan, astounded by her proposal, took a moment to process her words before wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Senior sister, isn't that a bit inappropriate? He stammered. Forget it. Lan Xinhuan responded, her cheeks flushing even deeper. Lin Zan, undeterred, leaped onto the bed like a rabbit. Hey, what are you doing? Get down. Lan Xinhuan et bim in shop. Rising to her feet. Isn't it for cultivation? What are we waiting for? You can stay beneath the bed. She scolded sharply. At her words, Lin Zan wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, reluctantly descending to the floor to sit in meditation. Lan Xinhuan pressed her hands atop his, and in an instant, their energies intertwined. As the vigorous essence coursed through Lan Xinhuan's body, it swiftly reached her still injured meridians. After a night of uninterrupted healing, her wounds were completely mended. By the end of this night, Lin Zan found himself brimming with fortune. System, what is my current fortune score? Fortune value, 9990. Lin Zan was elated, astonished that a single night of joint cultivation had bestowed upon him nearly 10,000 points of fortune. Senior sister, he called, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. What is it? Lan Xinhuan, having recovered not only from her injuries but also feeling revitalized, appeared rosy, whether from shyness or the effects of her cultivation. Without a word, Lin Zan leaned in and planted a kiss on her cheek. All is well, he remarked, licking his lips with lingering delight. By the time Lan Xinhuan registered what had occurred, she saw Lin Zan's cheeky grin, and her face turned a deep crimson, prompting her to unleash a flurry of playful punches toward him. Just then, a cool voice interrupted their flirtation. What are you two doing in my abode? They looked up to find an elderly man clad in a white Taoist robe observing them. Gazing at the celestial figure before him, Lin Zan immediately spoke up. Fellow cultivator, please do not misunderstand. We do not intend to forcibly seize your abode. We merely sought refuge here a few days ago, utterly unaware that this place is owned. We shall take our leave now, as we have overstayed our welcome. With that, Lin Zan grasped Zhu Xinhuan's hand and prepared to vacate the cave dwelling. Just as they were passing by the elder, the old man's pupils suddenly contracted, and he spoke with authority. Wait a moment. Lin Zan froze in place, for he had no inkling of the elder's true nature, but instinctively sensed that the elder's strength far surpassed his own. Assuming the elder was angered, Lin Zan turned back. Stammering, Senior, we truly did not mean to intrude. I'm not referring to that matter, the elder replied. Since you two have come to my cave, it must be fate. This young lady, have you recently consumed the 5-color lotus? While Lin Zan remained bewildered, unsure of the elder's intentions, Zhu Xinhuan responded directly. Indeed, Senior. She felt there was no need for concealment, especially since the elder had already discerned the truth. However, Lin Zan could not remain passive. He stepped in front of Zhu Xinhuan and inquired, Senior, what do you mean by this? Do not misconstrue my intentions. I harbor no desire to harm or rob you. Besides, since you have already ingested it, there is nothing I can take from you. I merely wish to advise you that consuming the 5-color lotus directly is a waste of a heavenly treasure. Are you suggesting that there exists a method to maximize the effects of the 5-color lotus? Lin Zan asked with a mischievous grin. If you trust me, take this elixir. It will synergize with the effects of the 5-color lotus, preventing any further waste. Zhu Xinhuan, albeit with some skepticism, accepted the elixir and consumed it. Instantly, the spiritual energy within the cave became tumultuous, forming a vortex centered around her. An hour later, Zhu Xinhuan's strength astonishingly surged, reaching the pinnacle of the golden core stage, nearly rivaling the Yuanying level. Thank you, Senior. Upon regaining her composure, Zhu Xinhuan bowed her head reverently. It was but a trivial effort on my part. After uttering these words, both Lin Zan and Zhu Xinhuan watched as the elder vanished before their eyes. Senior? Lin Zan tentatively called out, only to find no signs of life around him. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, Sister, did you see when he left? Zhu Xinhuan shook her head, indicating she had not. Thank you, Senior. Lin Zan earnestly expressed towards the entrance of the cave. 3 days later, after several days of mutual cultivation, Zhu Xinhuan's strength broke through, matching Lin Zan's level. Now, we are of equal prowess. Impressive, I assenti it. Upon achieving a breakthrough, Zhu Xinhuan felt the immense energy coursing through her body and smiled, exclaiming, Of course, Senior Sister is the most formidable. Lin Zan, upon hearing this, grasped Zhu Xinhuan's delicate hand and replied, Come now, you only wish to take advantage of me. Zhu Xinhuan swiftly withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and said shyly, all right, let me share something serious with you. Noticing Lin Zan's inappropriate gesture approaching her again, she firmly opened his hand and stated earnestly, What is it? Lin Zan pouted in resignation. We have been out for quite some time now. We cannot spend the remainder of our lives in this cave. We must find a place to settle. Do not worry, Senior Sister. I have already contemplated this. We certainly cannot return to the Divine Heaven sect, and the Demon sect is out of the question. For now, our only option is to go to the Falling Water Gate. However, the cultivation resources at Falling Water Gate pale in comparison to the 2 major sections. If we return with our current strength, they will undoubtedly cherish us and would never consider harming us. Zhu Xinhuan remarked innocently. Senior Sister, if you think like that, you are being too naive. From the moment they made me a scapegoat, we could never return. But rest assured, one day I shall return to exact my revenge, Lin Zan declared resolutely. As night descended, a notification was received. Host S. Peach Blossom value has reached 30,000. You may now break through to the out-of-body realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zan embraced the opportunity and ascended in strength. Upon breaking through to the out-of-body realm, his physical form underwent a transformation, allowing him to project his soul at will, albeit within a radius of merely 10 meters from his body. The following morning, Zhu Xinhuan awoke, as usual, preparing to rouse Lin Zan, who lay beside her, still deep in slumber. However, upon touching his body, her expression shifted dramatically, for she sensed that Lin Zan's entire being was devoid of any vitality, resembling that of a lifeless corpse. After calling out to him twice with no response, tears streamed down her cheeks. After a night of exhilarating cultivation, Lin Zan had expanded his soul's range to 15 meters. Sensing it was time, he returned to his physical form. Seeing Zhu Xinhuan in tears, her face awash with sorrow, he instantly sat up and inquired, Senior Sister, what troubles you? Zhu Xinhuan, gazing at Lin Zan as if he were unscathed, widened her eyes and asked, What just happened? I thought you had died. Lin Zan chuckled at her words and replied, Senior Sister, look at what you're saying. How can anything happen to me? I am here to protect you at all times. What just happened? You seem to have lost your breath. Have you achieved an out-of-body experience? I've reached the first stage of soul separation. Lin Zan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. How is this possible? Just yesterday, you were at the first stage of the Yuan Ying realm, and today you've attained soul separation. Zhu Xinhuan asked incredulously. Perhaps it's due to the beauty by my side that my powers have advanced so swiftly. Lin Zan replied, mischievously taking Zhu Xinhuan's delicate hand once more. Sister, my soul separation now allows me to control my spirit within a 15-meter radius. This is the result of my cultivation overnight. Strangely, after a night of practice, I feel invigorated rather than fatigued. 15 meters. You are truly a genius. When that top core disciple at Xianxia's sect broke through to soul separation, his initial range was only 5 meters. Zhu Xinhuan remarked, astonished. How could such an insignificant being compare to me? Besides, he doesn't have a beauty like you by his side. Lin Zan continued, his gaze lingering on her, and he seized the opportunity to plant a kiss on her cheek when she was distracted. All right, sister, we had agreed to go to the Falling Water Gate today, and with my recent breakthrough, perhaps we both can become core disciples. I am certain of it, as the threshold for core disciples at Xianxia's sect is merely the Yuan Ying realm. Zhu Xinhuan responded, her cheeks still tinged with a blush from Lin Zan's earlier teasing. The Falling Water Gate. This is the place that recruits disciples, right? We, being independent cultivators, wish to become disciples here. After a day of travel, the two arrived at the Falling Water Gate, and Zhu Xinhuan directly addressed the disciple recruiter. The recruiter lazily lifted his gaze upon hearing her voice, his demeanor shifting as he beheld Zhu Xinhuan's breathtaking beauty. Yes, indeed. May I ask what kind of disciple you wish to become? Fat fool. If you keep staring at me, I'll gouge your eyes out. Lin Zan snapped, feeling discomfort from the recruit's lingering gaze. Who are you? Can't you see I'm speaking with this beauty? If you wish to apply to be a disciple, line up at the back. In an instant, Lin Zan unleashed his aura of the first stage of soul separation, causing the stout man to stagger back, fear evident in his eyes. Soul separation. If you dare to look at my woman with those lecherous eyes again, I assure you, you will see nothing in the future. Friend, please do not misunderstand. I truly meant no offense. The stout man stammered as he attempted to explain, but Lin Zan, impatient, interrupted him. There is no need for pretense. Your intentions are evident to all. Are you now prepared to assist us? We are quite occupied and cannot afford to squander time here. Chapter 13, The Sect of Slaughter. The rotund man, upon hearing this, wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, It is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but your strength is overwhelming, and I am uncertain where to direct you. If you're incapable of helping, what are you still doing here? Hurry and find someone who can. Lin Zan retorted disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at the man. The rotund man, feeling unnerved by the look, nodded and departed. What are you thinking? We are here to be disciples, and you start off by offending others. Zhu Xinhuan remarked, though inwardly she felt a sweet satisfaction. I care not. He was leering at you. You're mine, and no one else may gaze upon you. Lin Zan replied, pride evident in his tone. Moments later, a hurried figure clad in purple approached Lin Zan and Zhu Xinhuan. Esteemed guests, that outer sect disciple was merely foolish. I have disciplined him properly. Please do not be upset. Are you truly here to join the waterfall sect? The purple-clad cultivator inquired respectfully. It is of no consequence. That individual deserved a proper reprimand. However, we wish to inquire about our potential membership in the sect. Lin Zan asked, Certainly, please follow me, and I shall introduce you to the sect leader. The cultivator responded. The two nodded and followed him toward the leader's residence. The demon sect. A resounding shout echoed as Xianxia opened his eyes and emerged from the medicinal pool. Surrounding the pool were several bound women, all captured by Xianxia to serve as his cauldrons. Do not look at me with such terror. I have just achieved a breakthrough, and you are of no further use to me. What a pity. I had yet to indulge in each of you. Can we leave? One woman asked, her eyes filled with hope. Leave? Certainly. I shall escort you, he said, stepping forward and grasping her throat, greedily siphoning her essence. Moments latte. He cast aside the lifeless form of the woman and addressed the remaining captives. Who among you wishes to leave? The others averted their gazes. You may keep these as your reward, he declared, departing from the training grounds as screams echoed behind him. Ha! Lin Zan, await your demise. Xianxia thought darkly, reflecting on the wounds left by Lin Zan. Shortly thereafter, Xianxia, accompanied by his father Zhang Ba and powerful sect members, headed straight for the Divine Sky Sect. The following day, at the Divine Sky Sect, what does your demon sect intend? We have always maintained a respectful distance from one another. I have been lenient regarding past matters, but now you choose to provoke conflict? As the divine figure observed the members of the demonic sect brazenly approaching, a surge of fury welled within him. He bellowed at the intruders, Do not misconstrue my intentions. I have come to avenge my son. Not long ago, a fellow named Lin Zan from your sect inflicted injury upon him, and I am here to reclaim justice. If you possess any sense, you will swiftly surrender Lin Zan. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what will transpire next. Upon hearing these words, the divine figure felt a twinge of familiarity with the name, prompting him to inquire of his companion. The spirit sword, who is Lin Zan? He's the one who delivered us the message a few days ago. He has long since departed. The spirit sword's heart was laden with conflicting emotions, having lost all attachment to the sect following recent events. Were it not for the bond with the sect leader, he would have departed long ago. Zhang Ba, the person you seek is not within the sect at present. We intended to bring him to justice a few days back, but he has since vanished to an unknown location. Therefore, I advise you to leave. It was evident to any discerning observer that during this exchange, the divine figure was at a distinct disadvantage. You are presented with two options. Either surrender him, or I shall raise your sect to the ground and unearth that scoundrel myself. The choice rests with you. Zhang Ba had no intention of showing the divine figure any semblance of mercy, for his purpose was to obliterate the divine sect. I have already afforded you a measure of dignity, Should you persist in this manner, do not expect my courtesy to endure. Elders, to your positions, protect the sect. The divine figure finally comprehended that these individuals sought to usurp his sect. However, upon uttering these words, the elders showed no inclination to engage. Brother Shun, awaken to reality. These individuals have long been in my employ. Otherwise, what reason would I have to seek you out? Prepare to meet your demise. The demon god descends. Without granting the divine figure an opportunity to react, Xianxia unleashed a formidable strike, causing 2 pairs of ebony wings to sprout from his back. In the midst of his turmoil, the divine figure failed to notice the imminent danger lurking behind him. A venomous dagger plunged directly through his heart, its tip emerging from his body. Excellent work. I commend you. Xianxia exclaimed with a grin. What are you waiting for? Let the chaos commence. At his command, the experts of the demonic sect joined forces with several elders of the divine sect, unleashing a veritable massacre upon the disciples of the divine sect. My son, I shall refrain from intervening in your affairs. Do as your heart desires. Zhang Tiansheng remarked with a sinister expression, leading a select few confidants toward the fray. In mere moments, they had ensnared several female disciples of the divine sect. Prepare to perish. A glimmer of icy light shot toward Zhang Tiansheng. The strike of the spirit sword, had Zhang Tiansheng not evaded swiftly, could have pierced his skull in an instant. Yet, the blade merely grazed his cheek. Kill him. Feeling the sharp sting on his face, Zhang Tiansheng frantically shouted at his bodyguards. The few men were all of nascent soul strength, matching the spirit sword's prowess. Brother, we must flee, a core disciple exclaimed after intercepting a fatal blow aimed at the spirit sword. One escape is better than none. Let us go. Before he could utter another word, the man bellowed in rage. Otherwise, none of us will escape. Move. With that, he detonated the nascent soul within him, his power surging as he charged towards the adversaries before him. Witnessing this scene, the spirit sword understood that he must flee. He needed to leave a legacy for the sect. What courage! Seize him, so I may savor the pleasure of tormenting him later. I shall see if such a person can relinquish his dignity. With these words, Zhang Tiansheng produced a porcelain vial from his spatial pouch. Contained within is something truly delightful for you to enjoy. Chapter 14. The End of the Divine Heaven Sect. After a fierce struggle, the man, sensing that the spirit sword was about to escape, pressed the blade of his sword against his own neck and made a swift incision, blood gushing forth. What are you doing? Did I not instruct you to leave a few alive? Zhang Tiansheng, witnessing this, lost all amusement and glared fiercely at his bodyguards. Enough. It seems that in my moment of goodwill today, I shall spare you this time. With that, Zhang Tiansheng resumed his absurdity. After indulging for over 2 hours, Xianxia issued a command for his subordinates to cease their assaults. Enough. You disciples of the divine heaven sect, today I shall not make things difficult for you. I offer you a chance to live. Either join our ranks or face death. Upon hearing these words, the weary fighters' eyes sparkled with renewed hope. They no longer cared for dignity or reputation. Survival was paramount. Observing his fallen brothers and friends around him, they cast aside all shame and collectively dropped their weapons. You truly disappoint me. However, I shall make an exception for you outer disciples. Let me add a condition. Only those of Golden Core Stage 1 or higher may surrender. Disappointment laced Xianxia's voice as he watched everyone lay down their arms. At his proclamation, the faces of the outer disciples turned ashen, for among them, the strongest had barely reached the peak of the fusion stage. Zhang Zhongzhu, spare me. I am from a Su family, and you are well aware of our wealth. Name your price, and they shall pay it. Do not kill me. Su Ku, being of an external sect identity, was undoubtedly facing an unavoidable calamity this time. However, he resolved to fight for his life and boldly stated, money? How much could one possibly have? Upon hearing this, Xianxia of the demon sect became intrigued and inquired directly, if you were willing to spare my life. I would gladly donate 30,000 taels of gold for my family, along with 10 yuaning pills. Xianxia was taken aback upon hearing this figure, as he had never anticipated that this young man possessed such wealth. He nodded and replied, very well. If that is the case, I shall spare your life. Step over here, lest you be accidentally harmed. Xianxia gestured to a spot beside him. All of you who choose to surrender, come over here quickly. You have only 1 minute to consider. I do not have the luxury of time to waste here. Xianxia continued impatiently. As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd surged towards the designated gathering place, frantic to preserve their lives, regardless of their strength. However, the The group of elders responsible for the selection did not hesitate to eliminate those who lacked sufficient power, causing many who had rushed in to retreat in haste. Now, what shall we do with these remaining weaklings? Zhang Ba asked Zhang Tianshang, eyeing the trembling external disciples. Father, in my opinion, it would be best to let those who have just defected to us deal with them. This way, they can demonstrate their loyalty, and we can conserve our strength. Most importantly, it will help us eliminate the useless ones. If they cannot even win in such a crushing battle, then they will serve no purpose even if we keep them. Zhang Tianshang commented, toying with the skull ring in his hand as he surveyed the nameless ants below. Very well said. You truly are my son. Did you catch that, young master? Proceed with the orders. Zhang Ba called out to an elder who had previously defected from the Divine Heaven sect. Such an approach may be somewhat inappropriate. If things go awry, it could lead to dire consequences. I believe this is a scenario none of us wish to witness. The elder felt a chill run down his spine, unable to fathom how the situation could escalate to such an extent. With a swift motion, Zhang Ba unsheathed his sword and thrust it into the elder's mouth, following up with a flourish, causing the elder's head to explode, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. You have already delayed my decision. Who knows what trouble you might cause in the future? What are your thoughts on this matter? Zhang Ba addressed the other elders after this grim display. Upon witnessing this harrowing scene, the elders were utterly paralyzed with fear, scarcely daring to entertain any other thoughts, let alone speak of the previous opulence they once enjoyed. They promptly commanded the surrendered disciples to charge at those who either lacked authority or still clung to their conscience. This heart-wrenching spectacle was excruciating for Ling Jian to observe from a mountain, yet he resolutely suppressed his desire to rush forward, fully aware that doing so would be tantamount to courting death. The massacre persisted for 3 full hours, staining the grounds of the Xianxia sect with blood. After witnessing this gruesome scene, Zhang Ba pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, it now resembles a vassal sect of our demon sect. From this moment onward, you shall remain here, dedicating yourselves entirely to its development. Zhang Ba addressed his trusted confidants. Henceforth, this place shall be renamed Shadow Realm. All of you must obey the commands of anyone from the demon sect. I grant you 3 months to train the inhabitants here. Understood, sect master. The man knelt on one knee, his voice echoing as though from the depths of hell. Once the members of the demon sect departed, dark clouds loomed overhead, and soon the rain washed away the traces of blood. When the rain ceased and the sky cleared, it was as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the Xianxia sect had long since changed hands. Sect Master Zhang, may I be so bold as to inquire about your plans for us? The elders of the Xianxia sect who have faithfully followed you? Upon returning to the demon sect, Elder Qi kneels before Zhang Ba, his voice trembling with anticipation. Fortunately, you reminded me. I would have forgotten had you not spoken up. You have rendered countless services and made significant contributions to our demon sect, and I assure you, you will not be neglected. Elder Qi, upon hearing these words, was overwhelmed with excitement, a sentiment echoed by the other elders. Darkness, eliminate them. A chilling voice rang out, and in an instant, the heads of the elders fell to the ground. Chapter 15, a medley of emotions. Why? Elder Qi, witnessing the decapitated figures of his comrades behind him, asked in horror. That is an excellent question. There is no reason. It is merely for amusement. Besides, do you think our demon sect would keep around a bunch of sycophants like you? With that, Zhang Ba unleashed a sword aura, piercing Elder Qi's forehead, extinguishing his life in an instant. Sect Master, how shall we deal with these individuals? As the last of them vanished, a shadowy figure rose from the hall. Zet Petfun at Desing Zhang Ba. Do as you see fit. Handle them however you wish. At Waterfall Gate, my esteemed friends, you are now approaching the residence of our sect master. I shall escort you inside, but do exercise caution in your speech. The sect master has quite a volatile temperament. With this, the man respectfully led Lin Zan and Zhu Xinwan into the quarters of the sect master. However, to the elders' astonishment, the sect leader approached them with warmth and greeted the two, saying, "You must be anxious. Please find a place to sit. As for that fellow outside, rest assured, I have given him a thorough lesson." Upon hearing this, Lin Zan could not help but glance at the elder who had just cautioned him, and the elder could only shrug helplessly, entirely unaware of the unfolding events. I truly did not anticipate that 2 remarkably powerful young disciples would be rogue cultivators. What is the nature of your cultivation? It surpasses even my prowess in my youth, stated the leader of the Waterfall sect, Luo Shui. That said, What were your intentions in coming here to become my disciples? The Divine Heaven sect and the Demon sect are far more formidable than our sect here in the Northwest continent. Since you inquire so, I shall not conceal it from you. We escaped from the Divine Heaven sect, and as for the specifics, I hope you will not press for details. Rest assured, I bring no trouble. You too are disciples of the Divine Heaven sect? This is quite unusual. Surely, you haven't committed some grave error that led to your banishment here? Forgive my candor, but I cannot bear the wrath of the Divine Heaven sect. Luo Shui weighed the pros and cons of the situation, reluctantly stating, "You need not worry. I believe you will not cause any disturbance to the Waterfall sect. If you still doubt my word, allow me to elaborate." Lin Zan then recounted their experiences in detail to Luo Shui. So that is the case. The old fellow from the Divine Heaven sect deserves it for losing two such outstanding disciples. In that event, I will certainly accept both of you. Luo Shui proclaimed with a firm pat on his chest. How about you serve as my nominal direct disciples? Your words imply you are reluctant to keep us. If that is the case, we shall not impose any longer. Farewell. Lin Zan immediately grasped Luo Shui's intent and responded. Wait, you must have misunderstood. With your talents, it won't be long before you surpass me. If I were to keep you here, how would the other disciples view me? Thus, Luo Shui declared, you shall remain my nominal direct disciples, and that is my final concession. With an air of pride, Luo Shui regarded the two. Given this, we cannot be unreasonable. We were too impulsive. We shall stay. Zhu Xinwan agreed, aware that Luo Shui did not truly intend to dismiss them, yet recognizing their urgent need for a stable refuge. From now on, you may move freely within the sect, but do refrain from any misconduct. Although the Waterfall sect may not be a prestigious sect, our rules are still quite strict. Rest assured, the two of us shall certainly not cause any trouble, provided that we are not ensnared in it. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Zan remarked directly. Elder Song took them both to familiarize themselves with their surroundings, for they had just arrived at the Falling Water sect and were still unaware of many matters. It was imperative to impart the rules to them properly. As they conversed, a burly elder emerged forth, leading the two of them on a leisurely stroll around the sect. Do not misunderstand, for our sect leader is indeed considering the interests of the Falling Water sect. You two have escaped from the Divine Sky sect, making your identities exceedingly sensitive. What does this imply? Have I not elucidated the circumstances clearly? Surely, you do not doubt our integrity? No, if you perceive it this way, then you have truly misunderstood us. To be candid, we received word this morning that the Divine Sky sect has been renamed the Shadow sect. Elder Song conveyed subtly. What does this mean? Although the sudden change of name is somewhat jarring, how does it pertain to us? It appears that you two are indeed unaware. Very well. Since you have inquired, I shall enlighten you. The former leader of the Divine Sky sect has perished, and, barring any unforeseen events, the other elders have also met their demise. Subsequently, Elder Song divulged all the information he had gathered to the two of them. Enough. The Falling Water sect is not extensive. By now, you should have acquainted yourselves sufficiently. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask, for the sect leader has instructed us to take good care of you both. After this statement, Elder Song promptly escorted them to their dwelling and departed. At this moment, Lin Zan and Zhu Xinwan had yet to emerge from the shadow of the Divine Sky sect's downfall. They exchanged glances, contemplating for a considerable time. Lin Zan eventually shattered the silence. Sister, do you think the news Elder Song shared with us is genuine? I am uncertain, yet they have no reason to deceive us. However, how could such a vast sect change hands so swiftly? It strikes me as rather implausible. There is nothing implausible about it. If the elders were to betray the sect at a critical moment, the Divine Sky sect would undoubtedly be unable to cope, and matters would have long since reached this point. Lin Zan pondered this, recalling how he had nearly been harmed in his desperate attempt to save the sect. A wave of inexplicable indignation washing over him. Yet, as he thought of his friends within the sect, he could not help but feel a deep sense of melancholy. In a certain wilderness, one pondered, something is amiss. I distinctly saw this lad running in this direction, yet his presence has vanished completely. Could he be dead? Even if he is, we must locate the corpse. We have been expressly ordered to capture that lad with the Spirit Sword. Chapter 16. Rescuing the Spirit Sword. He carries significant treasures related to the Divine Sky sect, and if he manages to escape, we shall truly be in dire straits. You should first summon all members of our team to this location and conduct a comprehensive search within this area. We must find him. From now on, you all must keep a vigilant watch here day and night. At the slightest hint of movement, gather immediately. In such a scenario, that fellow will find it nearly impossible to escape. At this moment, the team of the demon sect, wielding the Vermilion Sand Spirit Sword, has completely surrounded the Spirit Sword sect. He is indeed trapped without hope of fleeing. 3 days later, as we have been here for quite some time, I suddenly feel an urge to visit the Divine Sky sect. Perhaps we might locate our friend. After all, if it were not for the Spirit Sword back then, we would never have managed to escape. I firmly believe his strength must ensure his safety, so let us head that way. Who knows, we might find him. In truth, I have harbored this thought for quite a while. I have many friends there, and I am unaware of their current circumstances. Moreover, I feel that many of the core disciples of the Xianxia sect are likely unharmed. Even if they cannot win, they would surely be able to flee. Sister, since you have expressed such sentiments, I feel reassured. I shall set off immediately. You need only wait for me here at the sect. After all, this is no trivial endeavor. Rest assured, I will return within 3 days. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xinwan felt a tinge of worry, but still nodded, knowing that accompanying Lin Zan would only be a burden to him. Brother, our large contingent has been searching this vicinity for quite some time. That fellow cannot possibly be absent from here. If all else fails, we should expand our search radius. It will be troublesome if he manages to escape. We are but a handful. If we extend our search area, we will encroach upon the area of the waterfall gate. We are not currently in an antagonistic relationship with them, so it is best to avoid provoking any trouble. After pondering for a moment, the leader of the demon sect continued, Brother, if we fail to capture that fellow, we will truly be in a dire situation. Let us act swiftly, if necessary. We can directly approach the waterfall gate and inquire. I refuse to believe that a mere second-rate sect can pose a threat to us. We have already merged with the Divine Sky sect, and now we are invincible in the Northwest continent. Very well, we must not cause any trouble for the sect. Continue the search, and I shall request reinforcements from above, urging them to send more personnel. In any case, if we do not make any mistakes, that individual must be in this vicinity. Meanwhile, Ling Jian had already overheard their conversation from the shadows, fully grasping their words. These individuals lacked strength compared to him, but his escape would inevitably cause some commotion. A lone tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. He awaited an opportune moment to flee. Hey, what are you doing? Do not proceed further. Ahead is where our demon sect disciples conduct their business. Upon hearing this, Lin Zan furrowed his brow, taken aback by the demon sect's audacity. They were nearing the entrance of the waterfall gate to conduct their affairs. Apologies, if I recall correctly, the area ahead is a public space. What business do you have with us? After uttering these words, Lin Zan strode forward without a glance back. The two individuals, witnessing this, swiftly intercepted him, drawing their blades and lunging at Lin Zan. How dare these imbeciles obstruct me? With that, he effortlessly maneuvered between them, continuing his advance. He harbored no fondness for the disciples of the demon sect, fully aware that they were a soulless band of scoundrels. Mission: rescue the Spirit Sword. Mission hint: the place with the most disciples of the demon sect. Mission reward: thunderous might, celestial level technique. After tidying up the remnants of the two intruders, Lin Zan had scarcely taken 2 steps when a systems task prompt resonated in his mind. Upon hearing the reward, his heart soared. He never anticipated that in pursuing his own agenda, he would also acquire a celestial level technique. With the mission prompt echoing in his mind, he made his way toward the increasingly dense throng, knowing the Spirit Sword lay nearby. Indeed, just a few steps later, a muddy hand suddenly grasped him. Glancing down, Lin Zan discovered the Spirit Sword huddled in a pit, mere meters from the cluster of demon sect disciples. Stay here, I'll handle the rest. He recalled Zhu Shi's words and mimicked them before brandishing his treasured sword and charging forth. Upon reaching the assembly of demon sect disciples, he uttered not a single word and commenced his onslaught. Moments later, those unprepared disciples had perished in droves, and even those who became aware of Lin Zan's presence were no match for him. Brother, we bear no grudges, past or present. What is the meaning of this? Your attire. Are you of the Waterfall sect? We are disciples of the demon sect. Do you dare challenge us? Upon hearing this, Lin Zan's ire ignited. Initially, he intended merely to drive them back, but now that his identity had been revealed, their fate was sealed. With renewed vigor, he swung his sword again, empowered by his innate abilities, rendering these foes akin to mere insects. 10 minutes later, he declared, Enough. You can stop hiding. I've resolved the situation. What happened to leave you in such disarray? After neutralizing all threats in the camp, He returned to the spirit sword's south hiding place and addressed it. I had no choice. With my strength, confronting them would have been quite the endeavor. If their reinforcements had arrived, it would have been too late. I carry the last remnants of the divine heaven sect, so I cannot afford to perish. The last remnants? Your words hold an air of mystery. What exactly are you referring to? Pray, show me, Lin Zan asserted, directing his gaze towards the spirit sword. The last glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, Lin Zan ceased any further discourse, and, with the spirit sword in hand, hastened towards the individuals who had fallen into the water. The two proceeded quietly, unnoticed by the remaining members of the demonic sect, oblivious to the recent battle. After a span of several minutes, Lin Zan and the spirit sword arrived at the waterfall gate, where the previously rotund figure regarded him with newfound respect, no longer daring to offend. Chapter 17. A Place of Refuge. Why have you brought me to the waterfall gate? Have you perhaps become a disciple here? The spirit sword inquired, furrowing its brow as Lin Zan strode directly inside. I am aware of your thoughts, yet we require a place to stay. Were we not to align ourselves with this location, do you believe we would have anywhere else to reside? Lin Zan retorted with a cold snort. You wish to pledge loyalty to the divine heaven sect. I shall not hinder you, as long as it is not before me. In my view, that sect has long deserved its demise. What do you mean by that? The spirit sword replied, feeling a surge of discomfort at his words. Is there any flaw in my statement? Had they heeded my counsel from the outset, the divine heaven sect would not have descended into such a plight. Though the spirit sword felt disquieted, it acknowledged that Lin Zan's assertions were rooted in truth. To survive is to grasp the chance for a reversal. Follow me. Observing the spirit sword's demeanor, Lin Zan refrained from further comments and led it back to his dwelling. Now, speak of the events that transpired after our departure. What occurred within the sect? Before the spirit sword could engage in pleasantries with Zhu Xinwan, Lin Zan coldly interjected. Upon hearing this, the spirit sword offered no further words, merely nodding as it recounted the incidents of that day. When it spoke of the sudden betrayal of the sect's disciples, Lin Zan's veins pulsed with fury. He had not anticipated that those nurtured by the divine heaven sect for so many years could so easily turn their backs. The sect's current predicament was indeed of its own making. It had rotted to its core, and even my proposed reforms would be futile. The spirit sword remained silent, understanding that Lin Zan's grievances were justified, for he alone had once sought to save the sect. What plans do you both have for the future? Surely, you cannot linger here at the waterfall gate indefinitely. After a moment of silence, the spirit sword boldly queried. We do not intend to remain here for long, and this place does not regard us as true disciples. They merely wish to use us for their own publicity. Lin Zan dismissed the matter momentarily before posing a significant question. I wish to inquire if you would be interested in collaborating with us to establish a new, genuine, and upright divine heaven sect. Locking eyes, the spirit sword nodded in affirmation, for this was indeed its purpose for survival and the singular belief that fueled its existence. Are you both truly willing? Lin Zan inquired directly. Given how the sect treated you, do you still wish to rebuild? If you were unwilling, I would not be discussing this with you. Do you agree or not? If you do, be decisive and straightforward, not like a timid person. I am indeed willing. But what should we do next? We cannot remain here indefinitely. Ling Jian responded with newfound excitement, for he felt he had found kindred spirits. However, considering our current strength, it is utterly impossible to discuss the reconstruction of the sect. We can only use the falling water sect as a stepping stone to lie in wait, until the day our strength grows sufficient to revisit the idea of rebuilding. But how long must we wait? After all, you mentioned that the falling water sect does not regard us as true disciples. Thus, they will scarcely provide us with resources. Rest assured, I will secure the resources for cultivation. Your foremost concern is to acquire a legitimate identity, Lin Zan stated, continuing. You don't mean to suggest I join the falling water sect, do you? Ling Jian replied, resisting the notion. Absolutely not. My sect has just fallen. I cannot possibly become a disciple of another sect now. In that case, you may wallow in self-pity, but you must possess a suitable identity. Regardless of the present or the future, Lin Zan retorted. The moment those words left his lips, Ling Jian fell into deep contemplation. Lin Zan was indeed correct. The sentiment he clung to was merely a form of pretentiousness. If you have made up your mind, come with us. I will give you time. We shall first practice outside. With that, Lin Zan took Zhu Xinwan's hand and led her to the training grounds outside the cave. Upon their arrival, the disciples of the falling water sect, upon seeing the two, promptly made way for them. After all, It was common knowledge that two exceptionally talented individuals had joined the sect. What does this mean? It seems you wish for us to showcase our abilities? Lin Zan observed the disciples' respectful demeanor and felt a tinge of embarrassment. He spoke kindly. These disciples fell silent, for they were entirely unaware of Lin Zan's true nature. Yet they were acutely aware of his prowess. They feared that a misplaced word might provoke the genius before them. Faced with this awkward situation, Lin Zan chose not to elaborate further. After an indeterminate period, Ling Jian emerged, his expression calm. Lin Zan exhaled in relief. This indicated his acquiescence. He approached Ling Jian and asked, "Are you certain you have thought this through? I am willing to share the same identity as you, but I wonder if the leader of the Falling Water sect will consent." Ling Jian replied, "I am not entirely certain about this matter, as our identities differ from yours. We were compelled to leave before the sect's demise, while you escaped. Thus, I cannot offer you any guarantees. If the situation is not 100% certain, would you refrain from acting?" Upon hearing this, Ling Jian nodded in agreement, and Lin Zan said nothing further, leading him directly to the residence of the Lord of the Falling Water sect. Disciple Lin Zan seeks an audience. The voice echoed, causing Ling Jian to furrow his brow, the sound reminiscent of a duck gasping underfoot. Lin Zan, however, was already accustomed to such noises, and he ushered Ling Jian inside. Upon seeing Lin Zan, the Lord approached and inquired, "Has anything occurred in these past few days?" The sect leader has no significant matters at hand. "A friend of mine has recently escaped from the Divine Heaven sect, and I wish for you to grant him an identity akin to ours," Lin Zan replied with composure. "That is a trivial matter for me, but it depends on whether his strength warrants an equivalent status," the Lord of Falling Water responded. At that moment, Ling Jian displayed his power, revealing his cultivation at the third stage of the nascent soul, 2 tiers stronger than the average. "I wonder if such strength meets your approval?" Ling Jian inquired with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 18, Man-Made Phenomena. Upon learning of Ling Jian's prowess, the Lord of Falling Water immediately changed his demeanor and addressed the two. "If you two are agreeable, I have no objections. However, the 3 of you must participate in the sect's grand competition in 3 months. Furthermore, while I do not require your spoils, all titles earned must be attributed to the Falling Water sect. Otherwise, the discussion is moot. Moreover, given my current strength, while I could teach you 3, it may lead you to stray from your paths. Thus, you must be diligent," the Lord asserted firmly. "Sect leader, we are now your direct disciples. So it is only fitting that all honors from the competition in 3 months be placed under the Falling Water sect. As for our cultivation, that is our own responsibility. Having endured our previous trials, if we allow others to push us to enhance our own strength, then we are unworthy of being called geniuses," Lin Zan eloquently stated, leaving the Lord quite satisfied, who then permitted the 2 to depart. "From this moment, this will be your dwelling, located next door to ours. As for your cultivation, take your time. After all, my training methods differ from yours, and I cannot assist you in that regard." Lin Zan indicated towards the cave adjacent to his own. "Rest assured, did you not just express that if one does not take oneself seriously, one is unworthy of the title genius? However, truth be told, in comparison to you, I hardly qualify as a genius," Ling Jian replied with a self-deprecating smile. "If there is nothing else to attend to, I shall proceed with my cultivation. Should you wish, you may accompany me." With that, Lin Zan made his way to the training grounds, followed closely by the Spirit Sword. Thunderous Might, an immortal level skill, upon mastery can summon countless bolts of heavenly lightning. Upon reading this description, Lin could hardly contain his excitement. Such a formidable area of effect attack, if truly unleashed, would undoubtedly be awe-inspiring, and he would soon be inundated with fortune. Mastery of the technique. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin commanded the system. Ding! Cultivation failed. Host lacks sufficient fortune. Currently can only cultivate to minor success. At this, Lin's expression darkened, but with no better alternatives at hand. He resigned himself to cultivating the thunderous might to its minor success state. Under the influence of a billion-fold cultivation enhancement, Lin instantly grasped the technique. Without a second thought, he executed the skill right there, and in an instant, thunder rumbled from the heavens, dark clouds enveloped the sky, and as the technique concluded, torrential rain poured down, drenching everyone in the training grounds. Rather than complaining, the onlookers were utterly captivated by the spectacle, astonished that Lin Zan had so effortlessly performed such an extraordinary technique. Yet at that moment, Lin felt no exhilaration. he realized that casting this sacrificial technique had consumed a quarter of his spiritual energy. Such a significant expenditure could only be justified in life-or-death situations. Haphazard use was simply unfeasible, at least not with his current reserves. In the demon sect, reports reached the sect leader, Xianxia, regarding the unprecedented phenomenon at the Falling Water Gate, where dozens of lightning bolts had struck the training grounds. An initial assessment suggested the emergence of a celestial treasure. Intriguing. From where did this information originate? Is it confirmed to be true? Xianxia dismissed the alluring beauty in his embrace to inquire excitedly. The news comes from our spies recently placed within the Falling Water Gate. The intel is absolutely credible. The informant, not daring to delay, replied promptly. Excellent. I recall dispatching 2 teams to search for the direct disciples of the divine heaven near Falling Water Gate, instructing them to abandon their mission and proceed there instead. I shall follow shortly. However, most of the personnel from those 2 teams have been slain by a mysterious individual, and we are currently investigating their identity. Xianxia's brows furrowed at this news, and he swiftly struck down the beauty who had been in his arms. Why was such a significant matter not reported sooner? Do you wish to incite rebellion? In response to the sect leader's inquiry, we have uncovered some clues. The individual who summoned the thunder today is likely connected to the deaths of those 2 small teams. After contemplating for a moment, Xianxia, seated upon his throne, declared, "Gather all the experts within the sect. We shall pay a visit to the Falling Water Gate and investigate thoroughly." After a brief moment, he rose swiftly, leading the members of his sect directly towards the Falling Water Gate. 3 days later, Zhang Sect Master, it is good to see you again. What brings you to my Falling Water Gate today? At this moment, the figure of Luo Shui stood majestically atop the mountain, exuding an aura of confidence as he addressed Xianxia from afar. Quit your theatrics. My people were slain near your Falling Water Gate. I now suspect your involvement. We are here to seek justice. Xianxia retorted without granting any leniency to Luo Shui. If you speak so, then it is you who lacks integrity. Your 2 squads were merely outmatched, and you now attribute the blame to us. It seems the demon sect is indeed filled with treacherous individuals. With these words, Luo Shui descended from the mountaintop, standing resolutely before Xianxia. As his words echoed, Elder Song of the Falling Water Gate joined him, glaring fiercely at the members of the demon sect. It is evident that you have come here seeking trouble. However, we of the Falling Water Gate will not allow ourselves to be bullied by outsiders. If you lack substantial evidence, it would be wise to leave now. Otherwise, we are unafraid to retaliate. Xianxia's expression darkened upon hearing this. Although the Falling Water Gate was merely a second-rate sect, the experts he had brought with him could indeed lead to a mutually destructive confrontation. After all, many of his sect's elite had been dispatched to establish a new shadow sect. Xianxia was taken aback by the audacity of a second-rate sect leader addressing him in such a manner. But he understood that escalating the conflict was not a prudent choice. An elder beside him recognized the precarious situation and leaned in to whisper, "Sect Master, I advise against provoking them today. Once we return and uncover the truth, they shall have nowhere to hide." Heeding the elder's counsel, Xianxia acquiesced and departed with his entourage. Chapter 19, United Against the Demon. Upon witnessing the retreat of the demon sect, Luo Shui quickly approached Lin Zan and inquired, "What transpired that day? Could it be that you summoned the heavenly thunder? Do you possess such extraordinary abilities?" "It is merely a technique, superficial in nature." Lin Zan replied dismissively, "I have no interest in your skills. The situation has become complicated. The demon sect will not let this go lightly. Once they recover, they will undoubtedly strike at Falling Water Gate. By then, it may be too late. Do you have any plans?" Luo Shui, valuing their master-student bond, directly asked Lin Zan. Given the nature of the demon sect, it was clear they would inevitably cause turmoil at Falling Water Gate. Following their usual tactics, they might have already infiltrated the sect. We must first investigate the individuals within our ranks. After all, only those present on that day witnessed the events. Thus, the investigation should be quite straightforward. But what does it matter? Even if they do not breach our ranks from within, with the strength of their sect, a mere second-rate sect like ours is hardly a challenge. "Do not be hasty, Sect Master. I have yet to finish," I continued. "Given the current situation of the demon sect, they will certainly not be content with merely occupying the divine heaven sect. Their ambition is to become the sole sect on the northwestern continent. The only viable course of action now is to ally with other sects to resist the demon sect." "Excellent. After hearing the strategy, Luo Shui was immensely pleased and declared, I appoint you as my envoy. The task of uniting with the other sects is entrusted to you. When the time comes, we can offer them more favorable terms. It is imperative that we unite them. Rest assured, Sect Master, I shall not fail in my mission. Upon hearing this, Luo Shui felt a wave of relief wash over him, secretly marveling at having stumbled upon such a treasure. Without further ado, Lin Zan set off with his spirit sword, their first destination being the Flowing Fire sect. 3 days later, what brings you two youngsters here? The sect master of Flowing Fire sect inquired with rising interest upon seeing their youthful faces. There is nothing of great consequence. We merely wish to discuss the potential alliance between our two sections. Ha ha ha. Luo Shui has truly aged. I did not expect he would send two little brats to negotiate such a significant matter. If he wishes to discuss it, he should come himself. You two may return and tell him to come in person. Upon hearing this, Lin Zan laughed openly. What are you laughing at, little one? Oh, it is nothing. I only find it amusing how others portray you, speaking of righteous spirit and lofty ideals, when in truth, you are merely a petty man concerned with his own vanity. At these words, a personal disciple of the Flowing Fire sect immediately brandished his whip towards Lin Zan. Yet, Lin Zan showed no intent to defend himself. Instead, his spirit sword swiftly seized the whip, and he unsheathed his dagger, swiftly severing it. He then thrust the blade against the throat of the assailant. Return spirit sword. Upon command, the sword obediently returned to Lin Zan's side. Let us depart. Since they are unwilling to unite, there is no need to cling stubbornly here. Wait, you two possess quite the spirit. Enlighten me on why you seek this alliance. The sect master of Flowing Fire, astonished by the unexpected strength displayed by the young man, was taken aback. We are not mere pawns to be moved at your whim. Lin Zan retorted as he strode towards the hall's exit, his spirit sword at the ready. Just as they were about to leave, the sect master called out, Speak of your conditions. I initially intended to demonstrate my authority, yet I find myself truly enlightened by your formidable prowess. We possess no conditions whatsoever. Upon uttering these words, Lin Zan promptly unmasked his intentions, turning to Lu Hua and stating, It is regrettable that when the Lu Hua sect faced a massacre by the demon sect, no one came to our aid. You are undoubtedly aware of the prior events concerning the Divine Heaven sect. Following its resurgence, the demon sect has set its sights on our 5 elemental sects. If we do not unite now, it will not be long before the demon sect reigns supreme, and at that juncture, we shall find ourselves utterly incapable of opposing them. One who gathers firewood for the community must not be allowed to perish amidst the tempest. I have acquiesced to your request, yet your actions today have left me rather displeased. Arrange for Luo Shui to personally come and offer me an apology. Luo promptly responded, Rest assured, our sect master has instructed us that we can agree to any terms you propose, and thus an apology should encounter no opposition from our sect master. Ha ha. Why does it seem to me that I am the one at a disadvantage here? Where do you intend to go next? Shall I arrange for someone to escort you? That will not be necessary, Sect Master Lu Hua. We merely hope you can dispatch more individuals to disseminate the news of our alliance. With your esteemed reputation, many will surely rally to our cause. With that, Lin Zan took his leave alongside Ling Jian. As they departed the Lu Hua sect, Lin Zan exhaled a sigh of relief and inquired of Ling Jian, Weren't you afraid when you acted just now? Lu Hua possesses a divine artifact. He could easily end your life if he wished. Why should I be afraid if you are not? Besides, if he truly intended to kill someone, it would undoubtedly be you, given your insolent remarks. To be candid, I suspected he might eliminate us both on the spot for what you said, but surprisingly, he showed us some respect. Ling Jian also breathed a sigh of relief before continuing. All right, enough of these playful banter. There are more sects awaiting our unification. With that, Lin Zan and Ling Jian set off towards the Thick Earth sect. Halt! Who goes there? As the duo traversed the forest, they suddenly heard faint rustling sounds behind them. Ling Jian unsheathed his sword, pointing it towards the source of the sound and demanding an explanation. Please do not slay me. I am merely a fellow cultivator, but I find myself bereft of sufficient provisions, and food is rather scarce during my training. I humbly seek some sustenance from you. The individual spoke with utmost humility. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Zan's spirits lifted. It was a sound he recognized all too well, one that had once irked him in his past life. Now, however, it brought him an inexplicable sense of comfort. Are you Li Shao, a member of the Thick Earth sect? We are on our way there and would appreciate your guidance. Lin Zan inquired directly. Chapter 20. Deceiving an Apprentice. You must be an exceptionally talented disciple. For the disciples of the Thick Earth sect have already replaced the use of weapons, leaving only the outer disciples still reliant on such implements. With an intimate understanding of Li Xiao from his past life, Lin Zan remarked. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao felt increasingly bewildered. The individual before him seemed to possess an uncanny knowledge of his character, while he himself felt like a fool, utterly unaware of the circumstances surrounding him. Very well. I shall not deceive you any longer. I am not a villain. Both of us hail from the Falling Water sect, and our sect leader has dispatched us to negotiate, Lin Zan said with a smile, addressing his chattering apprentice from his previous life. I had wondered who you might be. It makes sense now. It appears I have gained quite a reputation, for you even investigated me before arriving at my sect. Li Xiao responded without thinking. Both Ling Jian and Lin Zan could hardly contain their laughter upon hearing this, yet out of courtesy, they stifled their amusement and followed Li Xiao to the Thick Earth sect. You come from the Falling Water sect, correct? I am aware of your purpose without you needing to elaborate. It concerns an alliance, does it not? Thick Earth inquired, observing the two. In accordance with our sect leader's instructions, our mission is indeed to request an alliance with your esteemed sect. Lin Zan replied candidly. However, I am uncertain whether you are willing to proceed. Your words are quite amusing. Since you have come all this way, what reluctance could I possibly harbor? Had you not arrived, I might have already dispatched someone to the Falling Water sect. We are already aware of the Divine Heaven sect situation. If all goes as expected, the next target of the demon sect will not be the Falling Water sect, but rather us, as only our two sects' territories are connected to the demon sect. Thick Earth said with a resigned smile. From your words, esteemed sect leader, does this imply that our agreement is reached? I have one request. I wonder if I may speak freely? Lin Zan, taken aback by the smooth progress of their negotiations, spoke with ulterior motives. Feel free to voice your request. Whatever is within my power, I shall not withhold, for I too must bring something fresh to this alliance. Thick Earth replied confidently, gesturing grandly. There is nothing particularly extraordinary. Esteemed leader, I merely wish to take one person with me, the outer disciple named Li Xiao, who has accompanied us. As we are set to journey to the Fierce Gold sect, we are uncertain about the route, thus requiring a guide. Lin Zan deftly crafted an excuse. That is certainly not an issue. When the time comes, you may approach him, stating it is my command. However, should he choose to depart, if you require a true guide, I can provide you with several skilled individuals. I am aware of Li Xiao's potential. His talent is commendable, yet he is rather impetuous, and it would not bode well if he were to hinder your significant endeavors. This is certainly of no consequence. For such urgent matters, demand the presence of an efficient individual. Only then can we unite all potential allies swiftly. When we gather the forces of our 5 great elemental sects into a single fist, the demon sect shall find themselves powerless against us. Upon hearing this, Lin Zan expressed his indignation fervently. Very well, it is indeed impressive to witness such resolve. Since you say so, I have nothing further to add. Let us proceed. The two bid farewell to the Earth sect and made their way to the outer gate, where they found Li Xiao, who was still boasting about his prowess to his fellow disciples in the training grounds. Enough of your bluster. Come along with us without delay, Lin Zan said impatiently upon witnessing Li Xiao's audacious self-promotion. Yet, Li Xiao seemed oblivious to Lin Zan's words. Upon spotting the two, he pulled them into the midst of the crowd, exclaiming, "You see, I have not deceived you. These two esteemed envoys are indeed from the Falling Water sect. The moment they laid eyes on me, they recognized my strength. Do you not realize how formidable I truly am?" After making this proclamation, Li Xiao turned to Lin Zan and his companion, adding, "Am I not speaking the truth, esteemed sirs?" Lin Zan, unwilling to shatter Li Xiao's delusions, responded, "Indeed. He speaks correctly. Otherwise, your sect leader would not have dispatched him to assist us. Friendly Xiao, may I inquire if you have completed your affairs? If so, would you be so kind as to escort us to the Fire Gold sect?" Lin Zan humbly asked, showing great respect towards Li Xiao. Taken aback by the unexpected support from the two, Li Xiao felt compelled to respond without hesitation. "Esteemed envoys, you need not elevate me so. Since it is the sect leader's command, I shall fulfill it with utmost dedication. Please allow me a moment to prepare." With that, Li Xiao hurried back to his quarters, hastily packing a few items before emerging with his belongings. "Friend Li Xiao, carrying all these bags will hinder our progress. Accept this space pouch. It will facilitate our journey," Lin Zan graciously offered, presenting a pouch of immense worth to him. The moment Li Xiao received the pouch, he was momentarily stunned, aware of its value, which amounted to half a year's stipend for an outer sect disciple. After a brief pause, noticing Lin Zan's encouraging gesture, he feigned an air of profound wisdom, saying, "In that case, I would feel remiss not to accept it. Thank you, Taoist Lin." With that, Li Xiao placed all his belongings into the pouch. Thus, accompanied by Lin Zan, he departed from the Earth sect amid the discussions and envy of onlookers. As soon as the trio exited the site of the Earth sect, Li Xiao halted the two, addressing them. "Lin Daoyu, I sincerely thank you, yet I ponder the reason behind your actions, for I am merely an obscure individual, hardly deserving of such consideration from you. Nevertheless, I have brought you here from your sect leader, as it is only fitting to offer you some tangible benefits. Otherwise, how could you find it in your heart to follow us too in the future?" As he spoke, a conspiratorial smile graced Lin Zan's face. "What does this imply? Am I no longer a disciple of the Thick Earth sect? Why did you not mention this sooner? Had I known, I would have taken everything with me." Upon uttering these words, Li Xiao instantly felt regret, offering a wry smile to the two. He appeared to show no sorrow over losing his sect. "Hey, do you not feel any discomfort in being led away by us?" Chapter 21, Diplomacy and Deception. "I am but a mere outer disciple. What discomfort can I possibly feel?" Li Xiao replied, observing Ling Jian's disdainful expression. "Our fates are thus. Perhaps following you too will pave a smoother path for me in the future." "What kind of person are you?" Lin Zan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "Let me tell you, there is no need for such self-deprecation. From this moment forth, I shall take you as my disciple. One day you shall achieve what many can only dream of. Will you accept my tutelage?" Upon hearing these words, Li Xiao stood there, momentarily stunned, before finally responding, "Of course, I would be delighted. What is there to hesitate about? I am overjoyed." After this exchange of teachings, the three of them set forth towards the Li Jin sect. "Master of Li Jin, members of the Falling Water sect have actually arrived." In the Grand Hall, the emissary from the Demon sect addressed Li Jin with a smile. "It seems they can no longer contain themselves. However, I hope the Master of Li Jin understands with whom he stands. Rest assured, since they have arrived, it would be inconvenient for you to remain here. It will be best to take a break in the back, and once I have dealt with them, you may return." Li Jin replied respectfully, showing no semblance of a sect leader. "I believe that is unnecessary. We shall remain here. When the time comes, we can clarify our positions, thus allowing for more transparent communication." The emissary from the Demon sect showed no intention of granting Li Jin any leeway, persistently insisting, "If you insist on this course of action, it may prove difficult for me." Li Jin responded, feigning difficulty. "We are willing to offer an additional half of the benefits we previously provided to you, making it easier for the master to proceed, correct?" The emissary from the Demon sect proclaimed boldly. "Very well, summon the emissaries from the Falling Water sect." With these words, Li Jin's face brightened with joy, for this was the outcome he desired. "I wondered why it took so long to summon us. Little did I expect that the Demon sect's hounds would get ahead of us." Diplomacy and deception. You have played this game quite adeptly. Lin Zan stepped into the Grand Hall, observing the attire of the two representatives from the Demon sect, and with a tone of disdain, he remarked, "Say whatever you wish. In our eyes, you shall soon be mere corpses." The emissary from the Demon sect, displaying an air of indifference, chose not to engage in further argument with Lin Zan. "Since we have already settled the terms, Master of the Fierce Gold sect, kindly dismiss these three individuals," the Demon Lord's envoy stated with confidence. "Hold on. We have yet to discuss anything, so what is there to dismiss?" Lin Zan interjected, aware that once the Fierce Gold sect spoke, the matter would be concluded. "Enough. There is no need for this. I can now inform you that we have officially established an alliance with the Demon sect. Thus your endeavors are futile. Please take your leave." The Fierce Gold sect leader replied with an air of nonchalance. "Ha ha ha." Lin Zan laughed heartily upon hearing this. "I wonder what conditions the Demon sect offered that allowed one of the 5 elemental sects, the Fierce Gold sect, to ally with you so swiftly. 15 celestial-grade weapons. Can your Falling Water sect possibly match such a bounty?" The envoy from the Demon sect responded with pride. "Is it any wonder? It seems the Demon sect has indeed made a significant investment this time, though it is regrettable." Upon hearing this, the envoy and the leader of the Fierce Gold sect were promptly intercepted by several members of the Fierce Gold sect, who persuaded them to stay. This was precisely what Lin Zan had anticipated, and shortly thereafter, the three were summoned back into the Grand Hall. "Younger one, what do you mean by your earlier statement? Why do you assert that we will face annihilation shortly after receiving such gifts?" The leader of the fierce gold sect inquired, gazing intently into Lin Zon's eyes. This matter is likely clear to you as well, esteemed leader. I explained the reasoning for my arrival in the Grand Hall. They are engaging in distant alliances while launching attacks nearby. Why would they bestow such substantial gifts upon our falling water sect? Do you truly believe they seek a genuine alliance with you? They merely wish to divide the resources among the three sects with you and your fierce gold sect. How much do you think you will obtain from this alliance? Regardless of your strength, you cannot expect to gain more than they will. When they have regained their strength, your sect will be the next target. At that moment, you will lose not just allies, but your very sect. Lin Zon expressed with a sense of resignation. If I were truly that foolish, I would be unworthy of leading the sect. The fierce gold sect was established by my own efforts. Without some capability, how could I possibly occupy this position? I have not retained any of their gifts. To be honest, anyone presented with such enticing offerings would be tempted to lose their senses, and it is a stroke of fortune that you have come. The leader of the fierce gold sect proclaimed with newfound clarity. If the Lord of the Golden Flame is of this opinion, it could not be more splendid. I wonder if we might discuss the matters concerning the alliance of our five elements sect. Lin Zon exclaimed with great joy and excitement upon hearing this. There is not much left to discuss. I have already resolved to join the alliance. I have had dealings with that fellow, Luo Shui, and he seems to be a fair individual. However, I'm uncertain about his capabilities in command. The Lord of the Golden Flame spoke with an undercurrent of concern. Rest assured, once the alliance is established, it will not be a matter dictated by a single individual. Many issues will require thorough discussions. Therefore, the scenario you fear, where one person holds absolute power, will not come to pass. Lin Zon reassured him. In that case, I, representing the Golden Flame sect, consent to join your alliance. However, you three must exercise caution upon your departure. Given the nature of those from the demon sect, they are likely lying in wait nearby. The formation of the alliance is still pending, and many matters remain unresolved. Thus, I cannot venture out to assist you. The Lord of the Golden Flame stated calmly. You need not worry. If such minor obstacles could deter us, then we would not be worthy of discussing the alliance with you. Lin Zon understood that persuading the Lord of the Golden Flame to agree to the alliance was no small feat. Thus he resolved not to make any further demands once the alliance was formed. With that, the three departed from the Golden Flame sect, unaware that the members of the demon sect had long been waiting for them, pouncing upon the trio like ravenous predators. Overestimating themselves, Li Xiao. Today your master will impart the first lesson. Spirit sword, do not intervene. With that, Lin Zon unleashed a strike of thunderous might, instantly charred the members of the demon sect. Master, I do not possess the skills to execute such a splendid maneuver. Li Xiao gazed at the dazzling technique, his expression darkening, lamenting in a sorrowful tone. Indeed, it is just as well, for what I have taught you is not merely a technique, but rather the approach to dealing with one's enemies. One must not show mercy. With that, Lin Zon drew his treasured sword and lunged at a slightly stronger adversary who was still clinging to life, resulting in the demise of three from the demon sect. There are many matters to attend to on this journey. The Emerald Wood sect is not far from here. With that, the trio hastened towards the direction of the Emerald Wood sect. As night descended, Master, at our current pace, it will still take us 2 days to arrive. It might be wise for us to rest here tonight and resume our journey at dawn. Given that Li Xiao's strength is considerably inferior to that of Lin Zon and Spirit Sword, the relentless pace had begun to wear him down. Upon hearing this, Lin Zon reluctantly nodded in agreement. Very well, I will grant you this favor. Make haste to elevate your own strength, or you may become a burden to us both. And I wish to avoid that. With that, the three began to construct a makeshift shelter. As the three prepared, Lin Zon suddenly sensed something amiss in the surroundings, instantly heightening his vigilance. Ling Jian immediately became vigilant, scanning his surroundings. At that moment, Li Xiao remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger and curiously inquired, Master, what has happened to you two? No sooner had he spoken than a dart was shot from behind him. Lin Zon, quick-witted and swift, hurled his weapon to intercept the incoming poisoned arrow. Thunderous fury, he exclaimed, summoning a bolt of lightning that ignited the verdant trees around them. The flames compelled those lurking in the shadows, members of the demonic sect, to reveal themselves. What a narrow path for enemies. Prepare for battle, Lin Zon declared, drawing his sword as the other two also readied themselves for the confrontation. 3 little brats think they can challenge us? How amusing. You need not intervene today. Let me handle them, boasted one of the demonic disciples as he stepped forward. Lin Zan, taken aback, discerned that this individual possessed the formidable strength of the ninth stage of the nascent soul. Given that he had referred to the others as leaders, it was evident that their prowess surpassed even this level. Collectively, the dozen or so individuals before him could easily obliterate a small sect. Even a modest sect like Falling Water would be unable to withstand such a surprise attack from these foes. Alert! Host life is in jeopardy. Would you like to expend 1,000 Peach Blossom points to activate Berserk State? Yes. Without hesitation, Lin Zan recognized that, against such a formidable group, even his full out-of-body strength would be insufficient to escape. With two companions by his side, he had no choice but to unleash his entire might. In an instant, he felt a surge of power coursing through his body, his blood boiling as his strength escalated to near the ninth stage of out-of-body. The members of the demonic sect observed Lin Zan's transformation, and their leader smirked condescendingly, saying, "Interesting. 13th return. You are no match for them in one-on-one combat." Upon hearing this, the disciple who had intended to eliminate Lin Zan and his companions quickly retreated, recognizing the shift in Lin Zan's energy. Thunderous fury. Lin Zan understood the necessity of striking first. The vitality surging within him ignited his fighting spirit. With a single strike of thunderous fury, the descending lightning took on a pale yellow hue. The braggart who had claimed he would take on Lin Zan alone was rendered unconscious by the strike. Altogether, kill him. The demonic leader, sensing the acrid scent of charred flesh, erupted in fury, barking at his comrades. The other disciples, battered and enraged, charged at Lin Zan. "Boy, let me show you what I can do." The demonic leader unsheathed his sword and lunged at Lin Zan. Despite the disparity in their ranks, Lin Zan held his ground, matching the leader's attacks with skill and tenacity. However, the sheer number of adversaries posed a formidable challenge. As the two were subdued, all remaining individuals turned their attention to Lin Zan, launching a relentless assault. Minutes later, Lin Zan found himself overwhelmed, and the fury that had consumed him began to wane. As consciousness slipped away, he faintly perceived a group of young women joining the fray. "I know, it must be those nefarious members of the demon sect at work." The elders of the Emeraldwood sect commanded, "None of the demon sect disciples shall escape today. Eliminate them." Little did Lin Zan dream that the one to rescue him would be the leader of the Emeraldwood sect. The assassins, with their numerical advantage, sided with Lin Zan, and the leader, accompanied by the elders, swiftly concluded the battle, dismissing the demon sect disciples as inconsequential. The leader inquired, "There are still 3 individuals capable of breathing here. Judging by their attire, they appear to belong to the Waterfall sect and the Earthbound sect. What shall we do? Shall we take them back?" After the battle, an elder of the Emeraldwood sect asked, "Anyone opposing the demon sect, regardless of their affiliation, must be rescued. We shall bring all 3 back and ascertain the situation." The Emeraldwood leader declared, "Where am I?" Lin Zan awoke, unaware of how long he had been unconscious, as waves of pain surged through his head. After a while, he could not help but inquire. Upon hearing his words, a disciple of the Emeraldwood sect, who had been dozing by his side, stirred awake. At last, "You are awake." I summoned the leader. "Oh, by the way, you are in the Emeraldwood sect." Upon hearing this, Lin Zan was overjoyed, astonished to find himself at his destination upon awakening. Moments later, the disciple returned and addressed Lin Zan. "Are you feeling well? Our leader wishes to meet you. You must prepare yourself, and I will escort you." Lin Zan, feeling fine after stretching his limbs, nodded and made a quick arrangement before following the female disciple straight to the grand hall of the Emeraldwood sect's leader. "You are a disciple of the Waterfall sect?" "The Waterfall sect is quite distant from here. How did you find yourself besieged by the demon sect disciples?" "We were dispatched by our leader to unite the 5 elemental sections. The ambition of the demon sect is vast. They are not content merely to consume the divine heaven sect. One day, they will seek to engulf all 5 elemental sects. From your words, it seems you seek to ally with us. After all these years, I am thrilled to find someone willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Emeraldwood sect against those vile demon sect members." Lin Zan could scarcely believe his ears. He never anticipated the leader of the Emeraldwood sect would so readily agree to his proposal. Chapter 23, The Alliance Gathering. "Dear friend, you display a shocking lack of decorum. My master has already consented. Why do you remain so skeptical?" The voice was as melodious as a lark in the forest, and Lin Zan momentarily forgot to respond. "Disciple, do not be rude." The Emeraldwood leader turned to regard the petite, lively figure. Though it may seem like a reproach, It subtly reveals an affectionate sentiment. My dear friend, please do not take offense. This is my disciple, who has always been accustomed to indulgence and is unaware of proper etiquette. Ah! Upon hearing this, Linzon managed to regain his composure, offering an awkward smile in response. It is my own indecisiveness that has led to such a situation. Since you, esteemed Lord of the Tsuli sect, have already consented, I shall return to the Falling Waters sect to report back. Rest assured regarding the matter of the alliance among the 5 sects. With these words, Linzon departed from the Tsuli sect, accompanied by Ling Jian. Brother, after more than half a month, we have finally accomplished the task entrusted to us by the Lord of Falling Water. As the 3 of them left the Tsuli sect, Ling Jian spoke with a contented expression. Not so fast. We are still far from completing our mission. We have merely obtained their preliminary agreement. The subsequent discussions will require time. Do not appear so lackadaisical. Let us hasten back to report. As he spoke, Linzon led the 2 directly towards the Falling Water sect. 5 days later, at the Falling Water sect, at last, you have returned. I have truly waited long for this. Upon seeing Linzon, Luo Shui hurried forward, joyfully exclaiming, "Who is this?" Noticing the unfamiliar face of Li Xiao, Luo Shui could not help but inquire. "This is my newly acquired disciple. By extension, perhaps she could be considered your grand disciple." Linzon replied with a jest. "Enough of your jokes. You are no mere fish in the pond, and our master-disciple relationship is merely a guise." Linzon smiled faintly at this, for it was indeed the truth. The alliance of the 5 elemental sects is now an unstoppable force. It is time to deliberate on the specifics of this union. This matter cannot be delayed. I estimate that within half a month, the demonic sect will have nearly fully recovered. After all, in the battle against the divine heaven sect, they suffered almost no losses. They will undoubtedly be loath to see our 5 elemental sects united. They are likely preparing to disrupt our alliance. Noticing Luo Shui's silence, Linzon promptly shifted the topic. "Rest assured, I have made all the necessary preparations. What do you think of Linglong City?" Upon hearing this, Luo Shui's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he retrieved a map from his bosom. Linglong City? Observing the location Luo Shui indicated on the map, Linzon carefully examined it and suddenly erupted in excitement, striking the table. "Sect Master, this place is simply perfect. It is equidistant from all major sects, signifying that we do not seek dominance, but genuinely desire a fair alliance. Since you agree, I shall dispatch someone to extend invitations to the leaders of the other 5 sects for a joint discussion on the major undertaking against the demonic sect." Luo Shui, filled with a sense of determination, responded, "Before you embark on this endeavor, there is something I must advise you. Within the sect, there are many eyes and ears. Although we have conducted a cleansing, it is inevitable that there are unnoticed areas. Therefore, it is best that fewer individuals are aware of this matter. Moreover, those who are sent to deliver the message must be your trusted confidants. If we lack sufficient manpower, it is permissible for the esteemed elders to assist as well." The Falling Water sect is distinct from the Divine Heaven sect. The latter succumbed to decay over a decade, leading to the betrayal of those elders. However, the higher-ups of the Falling Water sect have yet to be seduced. This alliance is of utmost importance and must not be disrupted by traitors. Linzon declared resolutely. "Rest assured, if I were to overlook such a matter, then what have I been doing for the past half a month? Come forth. Deliver these letters to the other 4 major sects." Upon finishing his words, Falling Water took 4 envelopes from his close garments and handed them to the awaiting team. Observing Falling Water's fluid confidence, Linzon felt a sense of relief. "You 3 should take the time to rest. Tomorrow we shall prepare and set forth to the negotiation site." Falling Water continued to address Linzon and the others. "It appears that you have already contemplated everything. And perhaps I have worried too much. Very well. I shall definitely keep the appointment tomorrow morning." With that, Linzon departed with his companions. "Go on. Do not linger here. Take my disciple with you and teach him well. Given my current strength, my teachings would not be comprehensible to him. Your powers are more aligned, so I entrust him to your care for now." As Linzon approached the entrance of the cave, he noticed the 2 preparing to follow him inside and promptly sent them away. "Master Uncle, what does my master mean by this? Why does he want to teach me? Is that not redundant? Your master has gone to accompany your master's wife." Ling Jian rolled his eyes and replied irritably. A night passed without incident. After a night of dual cultivation, Linzon's charm value surged once more. As he emerged from the cave, holding the rosy-cheeked Zhu Xn1 Zhang's hand, he discovered that several others were already waiting outside. Look, look, or I shall gouge your eyes out, Lin Zhan exclaimed upon noticing Li Xiao's gaze fixated on him, promptly kicking him in the rear. It was only then that Li Xiao realized his indiscretion and quickly averted his gaze. Master, we are ready, let us depart. Lin Zhan inquired of Falling Water with a questioning expression. We three are fine, but I wonder if this young lad can endure. Falling Water said teasingly, intrigued. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan, who was usually shameless, felt his cheeks flush slightly. Meanwhile, Li Xiao and Ling Jian were laughing heartily beside them, tears streaming down their faces. Continue laughing, and we shall tear your mouths apart. After a bout of playful banter, the five embarked on their journey towards Linglong City. Demon Sect. My lord, our spies embedded in the Fierce Gold Sect have informed us that the sect master departed early this morning, heading straight for Linglong City. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Ba hastily instructed his subordinates to retrieve the map, and an epiphany struck him as he gazed upon the location of Linglong City. Assemble all the skilled practitioners from our sect, regardless of their current assignments, and direct them to Linglong City at once. The messenger, taken aback by Zhang Ba's fervor, stood frozen in astonishment. What are you still doing here? Do you wish for me to tear off your ears and whisper in them? Zhang Ba tunde, his patience wearing thin. The messenger, realizing the urgency, scrambled to execute Zhang Ba's orders. 5 days later, in Linglong City, no one could have anticipated that this inconspicuous little town would etch its name into history today. After a round of pleasantries among the sect leaders, they settled into their respective seats. Observing that no one was inclined to speak first, Luo Shui exchanged a glance with Lin Zhan, the architect of this meeting, who would undoubtedly play the role of mediator. Since the other leaders were reluctant to lose face, allow me to preside over this gathering, Lin Zhan declared, casting a glance at the silent leaders, his lips curling in resignation. In this assembly, each leader sought to overshadow the others. Lin Zhan's words signified his determination to stand firm. Clearly, Lin Zhan had no intention of yielding to the prominent sect leaders. He boldly continued, since none of you wish to speak, I shall present the proposal I prepared earlier. In this alliance, none of the 5 sect leaders shall assume a superior role. The standing of each sect is equal. Such a statement seemed effortless. Yet what if a decision needed to be made? The leader of the Li Jin sect, displeased, interjected with a challenging question. A fair inquiry. Lin Zhan appeared unfazed, responding, each sect shall designate a trusted representative, and in the event of a disagreement, they will convey their sect's opinions for discussion. This way, the leaders need not be present at all times, and our views can be unified. Naturally, disagreements may arise, in which case, the majority will prevail, for the interests of the majority must be satisfied to ensure the stability of the alliance. Lin Zhan laid out his meticulously crafted proposal in its entirety. The attendees nodded in agreement, signaling their tacit consent. With the approval of the leaders, there was little left to discuss. An alliance necessitated an official agreement. With that, Lin Zhan produced 5 prepared documents and placed them on the table. One by one, the sect leaders inscribed their respective symbols on the agreements, each taking a copy, thus formalizing the establishment of the alliance. With the proceedings concluded, Lin Zhan finally exhaled in relief. Just as he settled into his seat, a pitch-black dart suddenly shot through the window. Thunderbolt arrow. The demon sect. The master of the fierce golden sect, well-versed and knowledgeable, cried out upon witnessing the sword. Upon hearing his words, the other sect leaders swiftly fled the negotiation chamber with their disciples, and in an instant, the structure was reduced to mere rubble. You, Falling Water, I once believed you to be a person of integrity, yet you have lured the forces of the demon sect here. What are your true intentions? After catching his breath, the master of the fierce golden sect confronted Falling Water. How dare you tarnish our reputation without basis? Only a handful of us within the sect are privy to this information. It is impossible for it to have been leaked by us. Falling Water could no longer contain himself and retorted, enough of your prattle. We only came here after learning of your plans. Who else could it be but you? This is not the time for quarrels. The alliance has only just been formed. Do you wish to see a fracture? Lin Zhan observed the once mighty sect leaders now bickering like children and shouted in anger. Upon hearing this, the 2 sect leaders fell silent, though they turned their heads away in indignation. Regardless of whose fault it is that the information was leaked, we must first find a way to escape, Lin Zhan added after the chaos subsided. Meanwhile, The members of the demon sect, lurking in the shadows, seemed disinclined to take immediate action. An elder of the demon sect could not contain his excitement as he addressed Xianxia. Master, this is a fortuitous opportunity. If we eliminate all these sect leaders at once, the 5 major sects will be ours for the taking. Patience, Xianxia replied leisurely from his seated position. Let them exhaust themselves in their internal strife. When they are sufficiently weakened, we shall reap the benefits without effort. Unbeknownst to Xianxia, this alliance was no longer a loose coalition. Lin Zan had subtly become the adhesive binding the sects together. Lin Zan, what are your thoughts? We are now looking to you for guidance on how to escape, said Cui Mu, who had remained silent until now, approaching Lin Zan's side. Right now, we must seize the opportunity to flee before the demon sect surrounds us. We need to determine a direction and move swiftly, or we will be too late. With that, Lin Zan led the 5 sect leaders and other elders, stealthily gliding along the wall in search of an escape route. Within mere minutes, Lin Zan and his group reached the northern gate of Linglong City. Let us strike before they realize we have fled, Lin Zan commanded, and as they unleashed their powers, the members of the demon sect at the northern gate quickly sensed the disturbance. Just as they prepared to engage, they found themselves outnumbered and were forced to retreat while fighting. Meanwhile, Xianxia, still leisurely on the southern city wall, sensed the surge of battle energy and summoned the other elders of the demon sect to charge toward the northern gate. In the blink of an eye, the forces of the demon sect surrounded Lin Zan and his companions. It appears that our escape is no longer feasible. Let us take down as many as we can. As Lin Zan observed the number of adversaries across the water surge, it became evident that they outnumbered his side by a staggering margin of 2 to 1. Moreover, the strength of the magic sect's forces surpassed that of the alliance members by a considerable degree. This battle was undoubtedly destined for defeat. Do not lose heart, sect master, for I am here. With my presence, I can guarantee your safety, Lin Zan declared before addressing the system. What is the required amount of peach blossom luck to elevate my strength to the pinnacle of the harmonization stage? Ding. To reach the pinnacle of harmonization, the host requires 100,000 peach blossom points. 100,000. Lin Zan was taken aback by the figure, realizing he was still more than halfway short. Ding. To ascend to the first level of harmonization only requires 50,000 peach blossom points. 49,980. Just 20 more. Resolute. Lin Zan seized Zhu Xinwan's hand and pressed his lips against hers. Ding. Peach blossom points 10. Peach blossom points 10. Are you trying to be a charming rogue, even in mischief? The onlookers gaped in astonishment, while Xianxia, with a lascivious grin, remarked, alas, you can only be charming for a few fleeting seconds. Oh, is that so? Ding. The host's strength has reached the first level of harmonization. Duration, 30 minutes. In that moment, Lin Zan expended 50,000 peach blossom points, and his power surged instantaneously to the harmonization realm. The sight left the assembled crowd dumbfounded. This was an elevation of 2 major realms, an achievement unattainable even by deities, now unfolding before their eyes. Chapter 25, en indestructible alliance. However, it was merely the first level of harmonization. I will hold you here while my subordinates deal with these fools. You won't withstand the onslaught when they surround you. Though Xianxia was only at the peak of the separation stage, he harbored no fear of Lin Zan, as the circumstances of the battle appeared overwhelmingly in their favor. Is that so? Lin Zan retorted, bellowing with a voice like thunder. In an instant, a purplish-red lightning bolt descended from the heavens, striking each elder of the magic sect with pinpoint accuracy, leaving them charred and blackened. The lesser foes below the separation stage were immediately rendered unconscious by the strike, while the remaining elders, still in the separation stage, found themselves nearly incapacitated for battle. What now? Following this decisive move, Luo Shui and the other sect leaders exhaled deeply, realizing they had turned the tide of battle. They had not anticipated that someone who initially seemed so inconspicuous could so dramatically alter the course of the confrontation. The leader of the magic sect, witnessing this turn of events, gasped in disbelief, a scent of singed flesh assaulting his senses. Observing his own disheveled state and that of his subordinates, he made a swift decision to hurl a dart. At such close range, Lin Zan had no means to defend himself. The dart pierced his body and emerged from his back, slowly descending to the ground. Kill! Li Xiao gazed at his master, who lay grievously injured, and in an instant, a surge of blood rushed to his head. Grasping his weapon, he charged towards the fleeing members of the demon sect. Ling Jian intercepted him, urging saving lives is paramount. The other sect leaders, witnessing this scene, hesitated to pursue blindly, although their powers were at their peak. They stood little chance against the demon sect's master at the pinnacle of spirit division. Together, they carried Lin Zan into a dilapidated, abandoned house. "It's a poison dart," Chui Mu remarked, observing the green blood seeping from Lin's body, his brow furrowing. "That's obvious. The crucial matter is how to counteract this poison." At that moment, Li Zhao's sole focus remained on his master, disregarding hierarchy as he shouted, "What is wrong with you, master? Speak to me. Shut your mouth and get out. Don't cause any more chaos." Ling Jian retorted, frowning, and gave Li Xiao a kick, sending him outside. Once Li Xiao departed, Chui Mu's expression softened slightly. Yet upon examining Lin Zan's wounds, she shook her head in despair. "I have never encountered this poison. It appears unique to the demon sect. It seems that apart from him, no one knows how to resolve this." Among the 5 sect leaders, Chui Mu possessed the greatest expertise in poisons. Yet even he was at a loss for a solution, prompting the others to lower their heads in silence. "Could you please step outside for a moment?" Ji Xinwan implored, her heart aching as if pierced by a knife, yet she persevered to speak. Upon hearing her words, the other sect leaders recalled her connection to Lin Zan and silently exited the room. "Lin Zan, please don't scare me. You'll be all right, won't you?" As the room emptied, Ji Xinwan's tears could no longer be contained, cascading down her cheeks. "Beep, detecting the host is severely poisoned. Would you like to use 100 points of peach blossom luck to antidote?" At this moment, though Lin Zan had succumbed to unconsciousness, his consciousness lingered. Hearing the system's inquiry, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had just exhausted all his peach blossom luck to elevate his power to the fusion stage. Now, although the antidote required merely 100 points, he possessed none. "Can I defer the payment and settle it later?" Lin Zan inquired, unable to restrain himself. "Negative." The response left him feeling increasingly helpless, utterly unaware of how to proceed. A single tear from Ji Xinwan fell onto Lin Zan's face. Beep. Peach blossom luck 10. Suddenly, his peach blossom luck increased, leaving Lin Zan bewildered as he found his spirit departing his body. He discovered Ji Xinwan weeping fervently over him, her tears dripping onto his face. With each drop, his peach blossom luck surged by 10 points. Peach blossom luck 90. Peach blossom luck 100. Antidote activated. At this moment, the beautiful woman wept sorrowfully for herself. Lin Zan, not daring to waste a moment, felt the arrival of fortune as the peach blossoms reached 100, instantly purging the poison within him. "Sister, if you continue to cry, my heart may shatter." Lin Zan slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the lovely figure before him, speaking tenderly with concern. Upon hearing this voice, Zhu Xinwan believed she was imagining things. When she opened her eyes and saw Lin Zan truly looking at her tears flowed even more abundantly. "Sister, why do you weep? Am I not fine now? You frighten me to death." Zhu Xinwan replied through her sobs. All right, I assure you, I am truly unscathed," Lin Zan said, embracing the sorrowful maiden with affection. "Quickly wipe your tears, or else those outside will come in and laugh at you." With that, Lin Zan rose to open the door. Upon seeing Lin Zan appear as if nothing had happened, the onlookers were left astounded, their mouths agape. Li Xiao rushed over, inspecting Lin Zan's tattered clothing and the wounds that had, astonishingly, healed. "Master, I must ask, are you a deity descended from the heavens? Having endured such potent poison, you bear no ill effects." "Who am I? I am your master. If anything were to happen to me, your uncle would surely whisk you away from me, the genius." Upon hearing this, Lin Zan glanced at the spiritual sword, smiling as he said, "In my view, that bunch from the demon sect cannot return. Let us continue our meeting." Lin Zan calmly addressed the few sect leaders still in disbelief. "Are you truly unharmed? Do not frighten me." Luo Shui approached, looking intently at Lin Zan as she inquired, "What could possibly be wrong with me? I am as sturdy as iron. A mere poison dart cannot claim my life. One day, I shall deliver this very poison dart to the forehead of the demon sect's leader." Lin Zan remarked, picking up the poison dart from the ground and toying with it. "Let us not choose a location. We shall hold our meeting here." With that, Lin Zan beckoned everyone to enter. "You have all witnessed today's events. If it were not for an insider's betrayal, the demon sect could never have found us. I shall not name anyone, for I wish not to doubt my allies. Esteemed sect leaders, our future collaboration hinges on mutual trust. I believe in you, so I implore you to thoroughly investigate your sect members upon your return. There must be no more traitors from the demon sect, Following the recent battle, Lin Zhan's reputation had significantly risen, and the sect leaders before him were now eager to heed his words. Rest assured, I will investigate immediately, and should any traitors be discovered, I shall ensure they meet a fate most severe. The leader of the fierce gold sect tightened his fists, speaking with conviction. The other leaders echoed their resolve. After hearing their responses, Lin Zhan nodded in satisfaction, knowing that at this moment, the 5 elemental sects had truly formed an unbreakable alliance. Chapter 26. The Sect Competition. The Great Hall of the Demon Sect. How many have we lost this time? Xianxia, the lord of the demon sect, inquired, returning to his stronghold accompanied by his battered troops. My lord, we have suffered the loss of 13 elders at the peak of the out-of-body stage, and 1 elder in the early stages of spirit division. The remaining elders have also sustained injuries, to varying degrees, the Grand Elder replied, his heart heavy with sorrow. Bring me that messenger, and I shall have him torn to shreds. Xiangba's forehead throbbed with indignation, yet he found no one else to blame. After a moment's contemplation, the messenger became the scapegoat. My lord, this may not be prudent, the Grand Elder cautioned, his brow furrowed, but he was cut off by Xiangba. Do you not understand what I am saying, Grand Elder? Xiangba's eyes glinted with ferocity, causing the Grand Elder to feel a chill in his heart. He quickly responded, Understood, my lord. I shall issue orders as you command. How about we accuse him of delivering false messages? That is your responsibility, not mine. Zhangba Tito, adopting a lofty demeanor, as if to convey that the decision rested solely upon the Grand Elder. I understand, my lord. The Grand Elder replied, resigned, for he had dealt with such matters before. My lord, these are mere trifles, a temporary setback. The question is, what shall we do next? The Grand Elder continued. What else is there to do? We shall seek revenge. This time, I shall bring enough people to make them realize that our demon sect is not to be trifled with. How could a mere alliance contend with me? They are dreaming. At these words, Xiangba recalled the day's humiliations and slammed his hand upon the table, his voice rising in fury. Bring me a messenger. Go to the Shadow sect now and bring back all the elders surpassing the spirit division. The more he spoke, the more he felt the sting of humiliation, barking orders at his subordinates. Wait. You must hold back. The Grand Elder hastily intervened, addressing Xiangba. My lord, in my humble opinion, our sect has just endured a devastating defeat, and our morale is low. If we strike out now, we risk an even greater loss. Not retaliate. When shall I avenge today's grievances? Xiangba, feeling exceptionally vexed, lamented. Though Xiangba voiced his discontent, matters of the sect had always been handled by the Grand Elder, and he was compelled to suppress his inner turmoil for the time being. My lord, if you seek revenge, I have a strategy that may interest you. The Grand Elder spoke, his tone enigmatic. At such a critical juncture, are you still going to be cryptic? Xiangba retorted, furrowing his brow. Currently, the 5 Elements sect has just formed an alliance. Their foundation must be unstable. We can employ the same tactics that led to the downfall of the Waterfall sect. The Grand Elder, undeterred, continued. Grand Elder, I thought you had some grand scheme in mind. I had already considered this. Xiangba sighed in disappointment and remarked, Elder, our operation to eliminate them has already revealed our intelligence network. Surely they will investigate? You underestimate the greed inherent in human nature. Upon hearing this, the Elder's face, as parched as tree bark, displayed a rather unappealing smile. As long as we offer enough, nothing is insurmountable. What we give will eventually return to us. He continued, if one wishes to catch a wolf, one must be willing to part with their child. If you trust me, I shall personally handle this matter. The Elder spoke in rapid succession. Xiangba found some merit in his words, and with no other options available, he nodded in agreement, saying, Elder, how can I not trust you? Let be as you suggest. The Elder then added, your task is to stabilize the situation with the Shadow sect and expedite the withdrawal of our personnel. In Linglong City, Lin Zhan, after discussing the joint matters with several sect leaders, proposed, I have a suggestion that I am unsure whether to voice. Our lives were saved by you. Feel free to speak. Lu Hua replied respectfully. Master Lu Hua, your words are overly kind. I am but a junior. I must adhere to the rules. Lin Zhan humbly responded. I propose the establishment of a headquarters for a 5-element sect alliance here in Linglong City. In the future, should any significant matters arise, we shall convene here. No one opposed this suggestion, as the 5 leaders had grown to trust and respect Lin Zhan following their earlier battle. Rest assured, I, Lin Zhan, will personally fund the construction of all facilities here, ensuring that Linglong City becomes a fortress. Lin Zhan, astonished by the swift acceptance of his proposal, exuberantly declared his financial commitment. The attendees, unwilling to undermine Lin Zhan's enthusiasm, unanimously agreed. As days turned into weeks, Linglong's city gradually took shape. More and more smaller sects oppressed by the demon sect sent representatives, all seeking to join the alliance, and the resistance against the demon sect grew increasingly formidable. At the demon sect, Zhang Ba expressed his frustration. Elder, a fortnight has passed, and there has been no movement on your end. If this continues, the alliance will truly launch an assault on the demon sect. He felt a deep sense of helplessness as he observed the alliance's burgeoning strength. Rest assured, Sect Master, we are on the verge of a breakthrough. The entire fire sect has nearly been swayed to our side. The elder responded confidently. The most pressing concern now is to stall those individuals and prevent them from causing us trouble. After a moment of contemplation, the elder's eyes sparkled with a sudden realization. I've got it. The Grand Elder slapped his forehead, suddenly inspired with a brilliant idea. Master, do you recall the Grand Sect competition that once took place on our northwest continent? Indeed, but it has been over a decade since it was mentioned. Bringing it up now, I fear the allied sects will not take the bait, Zhang Ba replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation at the elder's antiquated thinking, astonished that he would resort to such an outdated competition. That is inconsequential. Our goal is simply to delay them. If we disseminate this news, even if they choose not to participate, it will still cost them several days. The Grand Elder continued to impart his thoughts to Zhang Ba. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest, as long as it buys us time. Zhang Ba nodded in agreement. Chapter 27. Organizing the team. In Linglong City. At the headquarters of the Five-Sect Alliance. Brother, their intentions are as clear as day. We cannot participate in this competition. Ling Jian exclaimed, incensed after reading the letter. Directed at Lin Zhan. Anyone could discern it as a trap. However, what could be done? If we abstain, they will undoubtedly exploit this situation for their own grandstanding. Lin Zhan immediately recognized the dilemma at hand. If we do not act, the smaller sects that have recently joined us will undoubtedly waver, leading to significant internal discord. With a resigned sigh, Lin Zhan continued, we must report this matter to the leaders of the other sects, clarifying the stakes involved. As for participation, we shall leave that to a vote. After a profound internal struggle, Lin Zhan instructed Ling Jian accordingly. At present, it appears we have no other recourse. 3 days later. From my perspective, we absolutely cannot partake in this competition. It is clearly a conspiracy. If we were to participate, we would be ensnared, and that would spell trouble. Indeed, we have already fallen victim to their ambush once. We cannot willingly walk into their trap. The leaders of the Liuhua sect and the Li Jin sect expressed their dissent. But what if they publicize this matter afterward? Would it not imply that our alliance fears them? Luo Shui interjected. Fear? A decisive blow will clarify our stance to the world. The Li Jin sect leader banged his fist on the table, asserting his point. And what are the smaller sects that have joined us? If they see us hesitant to confront this challenge, will they remain loyal to our cause? Chui Mu could not help but voice his concern. The alliance stands firm as long as our 5 major sects are united. I was never keen on allowing those smaller sects to join in the first place. The Liuhua sect leader replied, crossing his arms in a display of impatience. The strength of those individuals is rather feeble. Why should we allow them to share in the benefits? The Lord of the Fiery Gold sect continued the conversation initiated by Liuhua. Although their power is lacking, at least they do not stand against us. The Lord of the Thick Earth sect, who had remained silent until now, finally expressed his stance, speaking with an air of indifference. I share the same sentiment. This declaration immediately garnered Lin Zhan's agreement. In my view, even if we were to engage in battle, it would not be of great consequence, especially since the competition is set to take place at the venue of our alliance with the demon sect, rendering any trickery on their part futile. We shall all attend, accompanied by the most formidable fighters from each sect. Should they truly seek to provoke trouble, they must consider whether they possess the strength to do so. If they lay down a web of traps, then we shall simply fight to the bitter end. This time, I doubt they will dare to employ any underhanded tactics. As I am the captain of this competing team, Lin Zhan's words effectively dispelled the concerns of the Lords of Fiery Gold and Liuhua. Let us adhere to our established customs. We shall hold a vote. And if the majority agrees to participate in this competition, then we shall proceed. Lin Zhan observed the silence among the assembly and reluctantly entrusted this decision to the protocol he had initially set forth. To his surprise, every single sect leader chose to partake in the competition. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely believe you are correct. If it comes to it, we shall fight to the death, storming the demon sect and eliminating them all. The Lord of the Fiery Gold sect remarked with evident disdain. Upon hearing this, Lin Zan understood he was merely saving face. Very well, since the vote has passed unanimously, let us assemble a combat team. Ling Jian and Li Xiao shall accompany me for training. I wonder if the esteemed sect leaders would consider sending their core disciples to partake in this competition. Lin Zan earnestly inquired of the 4 sect leaders present. Upon hearing this, the leaders fell silent, for core disciples are the most treasured assets of their sections. No one wishes to relinquish their students for such a perilous contest. Esteemed leaders, since everyone is eager to participate in the competition, let us not be so reluctant. You have seen my disciple before. His strength still falls short compared to yours, and I am nurturing him as my successor. If anything were to go awry in this battle, it would pose significant trouble. Chui Mu, unable to conceal his hesitation, spoke candidly. I assure you, if this were not a battle I was confident we would win, I would never allow them to participate. I guarantee their safety beyond any doubt. Furthermore, the individuals safeguarding our team are the strongest elders among the sect leaders, ensuring their protection. Am I not capable of handling all the most arduous battles myself? Observing the reluctant expressions of the several sect leaders, Lin Zan could only continue to plead. Since you are unwilling, then I implore you to hand over my 2 core disciples who have fallen into the water. Luo Shui interjected, gritting his teeth. Luo Shui, do not feign ignorance here. Hasn't your Luo Shui sect already dispatched Lin Zan and Ling Jian? He cautioned against casually presenting 2 inner disciples as a ruse. If that is your assertion, you are mistaken. Not long ago, we reached an agreement. Those 2 are no longer considered disciples of the Luo Shui sect. Their current endeavors are to uphold the alliance within this Ling Long city. Cutting through the superfluous chatter, Lin Zan declared, I have set an example here. You cannot remain indifferent. Luo Shui gazed at the 4 sect leaders, posing a question. In that case, my Huda sect is also willing to send 2 core disciples to compete. However, you must ensure their safety. The leader of Hutu sect expressed his concerns. Under such generous conditions, if they were to sustain injuries, it would be a matter of their own capabilities. If you are reluctant to allow them to venture forth for training now, the day they inherit will be the day of our sect's downfall. Lin Zan remarked to the remaining 3 sect leaders. Upon hearing this, the 3 leaders fell silent. Indeed, every word Lin Zan spoke was accurate. Yet the prospect of parting with their disciples was a difficult pill to swallow. After a prolonged silence, the leader of Chui Mu sect finally spoke up. I agree to allow my core disciple to accompany you into this battle, but I can only spare one. Lin Zan nodded in acknowledgement and turned his gaze to the remaining 2 sect leaders. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they too had no choice but to acquiesce. Chapter 28. Special Training for the Talented. Esteemed sect leaders, the next phase involves my specialized training for them. During this training period, no one is permitted to intervene. As this is my own endeavor, rest assured, I guarantee that upon completion of this specialized training, you will receive a brand new core disciple. Their strength will undoubtedly surpass their previous capabilities, and their temperament will exceed yours. Lin Zan asserted with unwavering confidence. I have entrusted my disciples into your hands. How they proceed is beyond my concern. This is a journey they must undertake. You are correct. If they continue to develop under our protection and guidance, the day they inherit will mark the downfall of our sect. The leader of Chui Mu sect remarked with a wry smile. Very well. Please return to your sects and send all your core disciples to Ling Long City. 10 days later, at the training grounds in Ling Long City. What do you all resemble? With such strength, how dare you still call yourselves core disciples? Under the blazing sun, Lin Zan derided the complaining group before him. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting you wish to compete with us? These core disciples, once the pride of the heavens, found themselves reluctantly summoned to partake in a training session. Yet, bound by the decree of their sect leader, this pampered assembly had no choice but to comply. Very well, since you wish to compete, I shall illuminate the tragic folly of your arrogance. Upon hearing this, Lin Zan unleashed his prowess at the first level of transcendence. The disciples, witnessing this display of might, could not help but gape in astonishment. The strongest among them had barely just broken into the Yuaning stage. This individual before them had evidently surpassed them by a significant level, rendering them unable to contend with him in any duel, be it one-on-one or as a group. What say you? Do you dare fight? Lin Zan inquired, observing the fear etched in their eyes. At his words, the previously arrogant disciples averted their gazes, their once incessant chatter falling silent. You are not merely inept. You are a collection of stagnant souls, devoid of ambition. Will you not fight? Should your sect leader one day bestow upon you the mantle of leadership, what will you do when confronted by someone stronger? Will you simply relinquish your sect? I truly did not anticipate that they would send such individuals to join this competition. To me, you are nothing, barely rising above mere refuse. Lin Zan berated them with unbridled contempt. Under the relentless mental torment inflicted by Lin Zan, one disciple could no longer contain himself and lashed out with his whip. Lin Zan effortlessly seized the whip's end, and following its length, he spotted the young maiden he had encountered at the Chui Mu sect. You men, lacking the courage even a single woman possesses, and here she dares to strike. What do you fear? With that, Lin Zan exerted all his strength, yanking the whip backward, causing the core disciple from the Chui Mu sect to be flung away. Witnessing this spectacle, the remaining core disciples felt their blood boil, and one by one, they brandished their weapons and charged at Lin Zan. Yet, he harbored no intentions of mercy. In no time at all, he had them all sprawled upon the ground. Observing the moaning figures beneath him, Lin Zan chuckled and remarked, "Well done, at least you now possess the awareness to resist. With this mindset, I can take you to the competition, and you shall at least dare to strike. I find your progress commendable." As he surveyed the group of supposed geniuses, now writhing in pain and nursing their injuries, Lin Zan could not discern whether to mock or to admire them. Together now, let us vanquish him. At the behest of the maiden, the remaining core disciples, disregarding their own agony, lunged at Lin Zan like ravenous beasts. Observing their lack of coordination, Lin Zan felt a twinge of exasperation as he swiftly dispatched them to the ground once more. It seems your words hold little weight. You urge them to join forces. Yet they continue to approach one by one, as if they could ever hope to best me in a one-on-one confrontation. Even collectively, they might not stand a chance against me. In such circumstances, do they still entertain thoughts of contending with me? Spare me the facade of heroism and focus on refining your coordination. Lin Zan appeared resolute in his intent to show this group of prodigies just how inadequate they truly were. After an unknown duration of struggle, this assembly of geniuses finally succumbed, lying defeated on the ground. Lin Zan, stepping atop a core disciple of the Flame sect, addressed the others. How do you feel now? Still brimming with confidence? You still consider yourselves geniuses? With your current abilities, even my disciple could easily handle you. At least he understands the importance of showing no mercy to his adversaries. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao hastily took a couple of steps back, fearing that Lin Zan's excitement might lead him to engage in a brawl with this group. Fortunately, the situation he dreaded did not unfold. The core disciples lay on the ground like marionettes with severed strings, unwilling to rise again, for they recognized that the only outcome of standing was to fall once more. Brother, do you think it wise to demoralize them so? They are, after all, the pride of heaven. What if you crush them into the dust and their spirits are irrevocably broken, leaving them unable to rise for a lifetime? Ling Jian gazed at the pitiful group sprawled on the ground, his heart softening as he pleaded with Lin Zan. That is their own concern. If these wastrels do not rise now, they shall forever be deserving of remaining on their knees. Lin Zan replied without a hint of compassion, his words laced with disdain. As if spurred by some unseen force, the core disciples, supporting one another, managed to rise. They understood they might be struck down again, yet they resolutely stood their ground. Observing their unwavering determination, Lin Zan exhaled a sigh of relief and declared, "Today's training is concluded. You have performed adequately. Keep striving." Dismissed. With that, the core disciples collapsed once more to the ground, utterly crushed by the day's trials, which had obliterated their pitiable pride. A month later, Lin Zan addressed them. "The training directed at you has concluded. You have barely met my expectations. In 3 days, the competition will commence, so prepare yourselves." He surveyed the core disciples beneath the scorching sun, satisfaction evident in his voice. Chapter 29. The Divine Sect of Xianxia. 3 days later, in Fengyan City. Under the protection of a formidable entourage, Lin Zan and his companions arrived. Surveying the dilapidated arena, Lin Zan could not suppress a scoff as he remarked to Ling Jian. "It seems the members of the demon sect could not even be bothered to feign interest in us. They likely never anticipated our participation in this competition." Ling Jian nodded in agreement. Master, we have successfully secured our accommodation within the inn of Fengyun City. As the two conversed, Li Xiao approached them with a light jog, respectfully stating, "Very well. Have there been any developments from the demon sect?" Upon hearing this, Lin Zan inquired Li Xiao, "What news do you bring?" "I observe that their team has registered, with all members at the peak of the nascent soul stage." Li Xiao continued, noticing Lin Zan's silence. "Moreover, they have submitted a registration form for the Shadow Sect." At this revelation, both Lin Zan and Ling Jian were momentarily taken aback. Ling Jian clenched his fists, exclaiming fiercely, "Excellent! This time, I shall make those traitors aware of the consequences of their betrayal." Lin Zan hastily interjected, "There is no need for anger. The moment they surrendered, it signified their defeat." Moments later, a sense of unease washed over Lin Zan as he realized the implications of the Shadow Sect aligning with the Demon Sect, now participating separately. This indicated that the alliance among the 5 sects was likely in jeopardy. Indeed, just as Lin Zan contemplated visiting the registration desk, the master of the Falling Water sect returned, a dismal expression on his face. Upon seeing Lin Zan, he lamented, "We may have to disband our team. The registration desk has informed us that alliances do not constitute sects, and thus cannot compete together." Infuriated, Liev Jin brandished his warhammer, declaring, "I shall confront those scoundrels and compel them to allow our participation. Indeed, after all, we did not come here merely to compete. Our presence signifies our defiance. We might as well strike at the beasts of the demon sect." Liu Hua echoed, brandishing his weapon as he followed Liev Jin. "Masters, do not act impulsively." Lin Zan quickly intervened, observing the resolute demeanor of both leaders. "If you proceed now, you may fall into their trap. We remain unaware of the demon sect strategies. Recklessly revealing our strengths would put us at a disadvantage." Upon hearing this, the other 3 rational sect leaders also restrained the two. Following you is truly stifling." Liev Jin discarded his warhammer with a sigh. "Masters, it won't be long before you have your chance for vengeance, I assure you." Lin Zan, relieved, smiled and responded, "I shall handle this matter. You stay here and await my return." After calming everyone, Lin Zan, accompanied by Ling Jian and Li Xiao, made his way to the registration desk. "Master, that fellow is quite audacious. Look at how he treats the people of the demon sect as if they were his masters." Li Xiao remarked disdainfully, observing the sycophantic demeanor of the individual at the registration desk. "This is already evident. There is no need to further disgust ourselves. Wait here while I investigate the situation." With that, Lin Zan approached the elderly man directly. "Hey, old man, I wish to register," Lin Zan stated, devoid of any semblance of respect, gazing at the old man with contempt. "Wait, can't you see that I am busy?" the elder replied curtly. The old man clearly held Lin Zan in contempt and continued to flatter those from the demon sect. "What are you waiting for? To remain here as a dog?" Lin Zan, unfazed, made his disdain evident. As soon as these words escaped his lips, those from the minor sects who had also been dismissed laughed openly. The old man's face turned a deep shade of purple, clearly embarrassed. "You truly are a sight to behold. At your advanced age, your cultivation remains inadequate, yet your skills in sycophancy are impeccable," Lin Zan remarked, toying with the ring in his hand. "My friend, Elder Bai is our ally. We are negotiating with him, and your blatant insult is utterly unacceptable." As Elder Bai found himself in a precarious position, a disciple from the demon sect stepped forward, indignant. "Oh, so this old man is surnamed Bai. If you had mentioned it, I would have thought his name was Ha, as in sycophant." Lin Zan was indifferent to who spoke. His intention was to humiliate the old man. With that, the laughter from those minor sect members grew even more unabashed. Given the multitude of grievances against Elder Bai, the disciples of the demon sect dared not retort and withdrew with their group. "Elder Ha, your master has departed. Surely there is nothing left to discuss now." Lin Zan said this with a smile, but in the blink of an eye, he unleashed his first-level out-of-body strength and bellowed, "Still not handling my registration." This display of power left the disciples momentarily stunned, and Elder Bai gaped in astonishment, despite dedicating his life to cultivation. He had yet to reach the level Lin Zan had achieved in just over a decade. "I'll take care of it." Elder Bai, eager to rid himself of this pest, hastily replied, "The sect and the registering disciples are noted here. I will stamp it, and that shall conclude your registration." After the old man spoke, he handed over the registration form. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Zan inscribed the name of the sect as Xianxia's sect, ensuring all members of his group were listed. The old man accepted the form, barely glancing at it before stamping it, thus facilitating Lin Zhan's successful registration. He immediately departed with Ling Jian and Li Xiao. Brother, well done. You've truly intimidated that old man. But did you still register the sect as the alliance? Ling Jian, having observed the events unfold, couldn't he help but commend Lin Zhan as they left. Not at all. Lin Zhan replied nonchalantly. I registered as Xianxia sect. Upon hearing this, Ling Jian stood rooted in place, realizing that this was the first time since escaping Xianxia sect that he felt its existence was still intact. Stop dawdling. Focus on your training. If you fail to impress, I shall break your legs, understand? Observing Ling Jian's stupor, Lin Zhan playfully kicked him. The three returned to their gathering place. How'd it go? Noticing Lin Zhan's displeasure, Luo Shui inquired with a frown. I told you, it would have been better to teach that old fool a lesson. Then he would know his place. Before Lin Zhan could respond, Lai Jin immediately grumbled. It wasn't that severe. The registration was successful, but I made a slight alteration to the sect name. Lin Zhan spoke with a bitter expression. It's a trivial matter. The registration is complete. By the way, what is the name of your sect? Hearing this, Cui Mu let out a sigh of relief. A smile gracing his features as he replied, I registered under the name of the Divine Heaven sect. Lin Zhan, upon hearing this, did not conceal his own response. As these words were spoken, the various sect leaders displayed a hint of peculiar emotion in their gazes. It's understandable. After all, you emerged from there. It must be hard to let go. Ho Tu remarked, patting Lin Zhan on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, the other sect leaders expressed their sympathy, showing no signs of reproach. Chapter 30. Effortless Accomplishment. I, Lin Zhan, express my gratitude to all of you, he said, cupping his fists and bowing deeply. No need for thanks. Since the registration has been completed, let us return to the inn to rest. By the way, ensure that all the elders find a place to lie in wait. Our most lethal assets must not be displayed openly. Luo Shui remarked as he helped Lin Zhan to his feet. With that, the group made their way directly to the inn where they were staying. What did you say? This is rather amusing. Lin Zhan actually registered under the name of the Divine Heaven sect. Zhang Ba, seated in a dark wooden chair, toyed with the armrest. Sect Master, this is quite irregular. After all, the Divine Heaven sect is no more. Should I retrieve the registration form? Although the old man posed this question, he had no desire to see Lin Zhan again. No need for that. This makes it all the more interesting. If they wish to play, I shall indulge them fully. Zhang Ba mused, already envisioning the scenario where his core disciples would eliminate Lin Zhan on the competition stage. You may leave now. When you depart, summon Du Gu Jian and He Sei Yin to me. The old man, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, exited Zhang Ba's chamber and found the two disciples, respectfully inviting them into Zhang Ba's room. Sect Master. The two knelt upon entering, offering their respects. Rise, Zhang Ba commanded, his gaze filled with fervor. He Sei Yin, you are my disciple of the demon sect, and I have invested the most effort in you. Zhang Ba stated calmly. Thank you, Sect Master, for your cultivation. Zhang Ba nodded and turned to Du Gu Jian. You were originally a disciple of the Divine Heaven sect, but you chose to abandon the shadows and follow me. I have also expended considerable resources on you. Thank you, Sect Master. Du Gu Jian shall undoubtedly brave fire and water for you. Du Gu Jian proclaimed, cupping his fists. I have summoned you both today to assign you a task. Please, Sect Master, enlighten us. They replied in unison. Do not concern yourselves with the competition rules. Eliminate Lin Zhan. You two must work together to bring him down. Zhang Ba Institute. Rest assured, Sect Master, tomorrow at the competition, Lin Zhan shall meet his untimely end. Du Gu Jian declared, eager to demonstrate his loyalty. Zhang Ba nodded in satisfaction, allowing them to depart. The night passed without incident. Now, the competition rules are being announced. No harm to life is permitted, and the use of weapons of mass destruction is strictly prohibited. Participants must not exceed the age of 20. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan's countenance darkened, for his only skill was the thunderous might, which undeniably qualified as a weapon of mass destruction. This regulation felt akin to having his arms severed. Reluctantly, Lin Zhan approached the 5 sect leaders, saying, Esteemed leaders, I have an unreasonable request. I implore you to impart your sect's ultimate techniques to me. Donotiest. Such a frivolous request cannot be entertained. Before the competition, do you expect us to demonstrate our skills for you? Liu Hua remarked with keen interest. Leaders, that is not my intent. You are aware that the technique I employed that day is my sole martial skill. With the restrictions imposed by the competition rules, I am rendered virtually powerless. Lin Zan explained earnestly. Is that so? Are you serious? Liu He replied, somewhat skeptical. Do notiest. Even if I were to hand it over, you would not master it in such a short span of time. Li Jin added, exasperated. Rest assured, I need only to peruse the techniques once to fully grasp them. Lin Zan declared confidently, glancing at his ample peach blossom points. I truly do not believe this. Here, take it. I wish to see if you can indeed learn it. Li Jin exclaimed, producing his sect's ultimate technique, the indestructible Vajra body. The other sect leaders, witnessing this, likewise presented their own sacred texts. Lin Zan gazed at the well-worn techniques, a wave of elation washing over him. The indestructible Vajra body, the longevity formula, the oceanic dominance force, the fiery heart method, the earthly technique embodying the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, offering both offense and defense, harmonizing and counterbalancing each other. After perusing all 5 techniques, Lin Zan entered a meditative state. Ding! Indestructible Vajra body, consuming 10,000 peach blossom points, has been perfected. Ding! Longevity formula, consuming 10,000 peach blossom points, has been perfected. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zan had astonishingly mastered all 5 techniques to their fullest potential. Rising, he exhaled a breath of stale air and returned the sacred texts. Ding! Hidden mission completed. Acquired celestial level technique, the 5 elements formula. Ding! 5 elements formula perfected. Lin Zan, unable to contain his exhilaration, realized he had gained another celestial level technique, which had automatically reached a state of perfection. Is this truly the end? Luo Shui inquired, unable to restrain her curiosity, observing Lin Zan's animated demeanor. It is indeed, Lin Zan affirmed. The core spells of the 5 sects are truly formidable. This time, I shall undoubtedly triumph in the grand competition. Have you genuinely completed your training? Luo Shui still doubted, pressing on. Do notiest. An ordinary disciple requires at least 10 days to half a month to comprehend such techniques. Liu chimed in. I am not speaking of mere comprehension. I am referring to perfection. With that, Lin Zan demonstrated a move from the fiery heart method. The surrounding temperature suddenly surged, and within a 10-meter radius of Lin Zan, the disciples of the minor sect could hardly endure the sweltering heat, hastily retreating. What a prodigy! Lua could not help but exclaim after observing for a while. In the 3rd match, the Divine Sky sect faces the Phoenix Cry sect. It's our turn to take the stage. Upon finishing his statement, Lin Zan led his team onto the competition arena. The Phoenix Cry sect concedes, and the Divine Sky sect emerges victorious. Upon hearing this announcement as he stepped onto the arena, Lin Zan shrugged helplessly and departed with his team. What has happened to the Divine Sky sect? Wasn't it already annihilated by the Demon sect? How could it suddenly reappear? No one in the audience cared about the Phoenix Cry sect's concession. They were all engrossed in discussions about the unexpected emergence of the Divine Sky sect. At the Demon sect preparation area, one of them remarked, "Did you see that? The leader is Lin Zan. Eliminate him. As for the others, I will have someone hold them off." The lineup for this match was entirely orchestrated by the Demon sect, and Lin Zan's appearance was merely to establish a target for their assassins. This is utterly pointless. We are still not able to take action in the next round. Master, why do we even come here? Li Xiao asked Lin Zan with a bitter expression as he descended from the competition stage. Have faith. There will come a time for you to showcase your talents. These minor characters are not worth our efforts. Lin Zan responded with a smile. After several more tedious matches, Lin Zan's team still did not get their turn, and similarly, the teams opposing the Demon sect also forfeited. As evening approached, the announcer declared, next match, Divine Sky sect versus Demon sect. The crowd erupted in excitement. They had waited all day to witness the clash between these 2 formidable sects that had instilled fear in the hearts of others. Chapter 31, The Ultimate Battle. Lin Zan, today marks your demise. As soon as Lin Zan steadied himself, the Demon sect's Dugu Jian spoke ominously. Do you know him? Lin Zan inquired, glancing at Ling Jian. Of course, he is nothing but a blatant traitor. Don't pay him any mind. Ling Jian replied, his eyes ablaze with fury. Though he claimed indifference, he yearned to see Dugu Jian torn to shreds. No wonder he has such a dog-like appearance. He has truly become a lapdog of the Demon sect. Lin Zan retorted without mercy. I hope you can maintain such bravado later. Dugu Jian, unfazed by Lin Zan's ridicule, felt his own fighting spirit intensify. The match commenced. At the referee's command, both sides unleashed their formidable auras, and Lin Zan was momentarily astonished by the two leaders opposing him. They were merely a year or two older than him, yet they had achieved peak out-of-body combat prowess, far surpassing the pinnacle of the Yuaning stage. Such strength is rarely seen even among elders of ordinary sections. I will deal with those two. You handle the rest, and make sure to hold them off. Lin Zan understood that the brothers behind him could not possibly be a match for the two opponents at the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm. Thus, he had no choice but to assign them simpler tasks. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement, aware of their positions during battle and how to proceed. Dugu Jian, gazing at his opponent, had no intention of striking first. Unable to suppress his desire for combat, he unsheathed his sword and lunged at Lin Zan. Unyielding Vajra body. Lin Zan, wishing to gauge Dugu Jian's true prowess, opted for a technique that combined both offense and defense, momentarily enveloping himself in a golden sheen. Dugu Jian's initial strike failed to inflict any harm, and the outer layer of the Vajra shield remained unscathed. How have you attained such strength? I stand 9 ranks beneath you, yet you cannot harm me at all, Lin Zan exclaimed as he drew his own sword. Parrying Dugu Jian's 2 strikes, and noting that their potency had notably increased, the 4th strike even severed his weapon. In a flurry, Lin Zan cast aside the now broken sword, which was sent flying by Dugu Jian's 5th thrust. The 6th strike forcefully collided with Lin Zan's shield, shattering it into golden fragments. In a moment of panic, he retreated. He managed to evade the 7th strike, but the remaining 2 would have to be blocked with his own body. To his astonishment, the 8th strike did not come. I say, you are far too intent on specialization to unleash such overwhelming power at the onset. What will you do in the later stages of the battle? You are jeopardizing the sect leader's plans. Once this is over, await your fate. Lin Zan had yet to comprehend the situation when He Yin from the demon sect disdainfully remarked at Dugu Jian. However, Dugu Jian, having expended much of his spiritual energy, gasped heavily. Had you acted sooner, we would have triumphed already. Now you blame me? It is merely your own ineptitude. Watch me vanquish him with a single strike. He Yin, upon hearing this, gazed at Dugu Jian with contempt as he clasped his hands together, instantly donning armor akin to black rock. He Yin hurled a punch towards Lin Zan, who easily sidestepped the cumbersome attack and chuckled. With such speed, I bested opponents at the age of 3. To think you could hit me with this pace is sheer folly. Eternal life technique. In an instant, verdant vines erupted from beneath He Yin's feet, ensnaring him tightly. Lin Zan retrieved another sword from his spatial pouch and lunged at the black figure, only to be taken aback when the strike caused no damage whatsoever. Are you attempting to tickle me with that trinket? He Yin mocked, feeling a slight itch against his skin. As Lin Zan observed the ineffective strike, he promptly retreated. In the next instant, the black rock multiplied, and Xianxia felt the restraints on his body intensify. He charged towards Lin Zan once more. However, contrary to Lin Zan's expectations, the enlarged black rock did not slow down. Rather, it was swifter than before. Yet, this speed still resembled that of a snail to him, allowing him to evade it effortlessly. Dugu Jian hurried over to assist, knowing that failure to accomplish the sect master's task would result in their demise. Did you not just boast about handling him alone? If you can manage it solo, why should I intervene? Dugu Jian had regained a portion of his energy. Yet executing a move like the 9 swords of Dugu was utterly impossible at this moment. Watching the black rock hold Lin Zan at bay, Dugu Jian showed no intention of stepping in, instead observing their duel with keen interest. Meanwhile, Zhang Ba in the audience was infuriated upon witnessing this scene, his veins bulging. He had anticipated that 2 peak-level cultivators would dispatch Lin Zan with ease, yet their lack of cooperation had now led to significant complications. Lin Zan had scarcely exerted himself, leaving the black smoke utterly exhausted, and gradually, the rocky armor on his body began to shed. After a brief moment, Lin Zan discovered that the black rock had exposed a patch of skin. Seizing this opportunity, he lunged with his sword, unaware that this was a cunning ruse beneath the dark exterior. As he approached, the exposed skin instantaneously turned to rock. The black rock's hands firmly ensnared Lin Zan, rendering him immobile. Did you think you were so clever? A mere trick has ensnared you, the black rock exclaimed. Dugu Jian, such a splendid opportunity. Will you not slay him? Although the black rock had immobilized Lin Zan, it too had lost its means of attack and could only roar in frustration at Dugu Jian. Weren't you just proclaiming your intent to duel? Now, I prefer not to engage. Dugu Jian had no intention of intervening, reclining leisurely as the battle unfolded without affecting him. Fiery heart technique. Endless hellfire. As he spoke, Lin Zon's body became enveloped in searing flames, causing the outer layer of the Black Rock's armor to liquefy under the intense heat. The black droplets fell to the ground, piercing through the obsidian arena. "Let me grant you a swift end," Lin Zon bellowed, seizing the opportunity amidst their discord. 5 elements decision. All methods returned to one. In an instant, the rocky exterior of the Black Rock began to shed, revealing its dark skin, entirely exposed. Chapter 32. The Deceptive Victory. The spectators below, having endured in silence for a long while, erupted into waves of laughter. The Black Rock was humiliated before all, reduced to a pitiful state. Drawing upon the last vestiges of spiritual energy, it formed a semblance of the Black Rock armor and charged forward. This time, however, his target was not Lin Zon, but rather the aloof and unhelpful Du Gujian. "Have you lost your mind?" Du Gujian retorted innocently after narrowly evading the punch from Heisei Yin. "What are you pretending for? I will kill you." Heisei Yin had succumbed to madness, consumed by the desire to eliminate the one who sought to undermine him. Du Gujian swelled. Upon hearing this, Du Gujian had no choice but to unleash his ultimate technique to escape. With one strike, he shattered the rock armor. With a second, he pierced the skin, and with a third, he obliterated the Dantian. The esteemed genius of the demon sect found his cultivation utterly dismantled in just 3 blows. Aise Yan Oldinagoni. Gazing at his shattered Dantian and the dissipating spiritual energy, his eyes glazing over before he lost consciousness. Observing Ashui su Yan collapse, Du Gujian felt no trépidation. As if he had meticulously planned this outcome. "Now, it is a contest between you and me," he declared confidently, pointing his sword at Lin Zon. "Ha ha, take a look around you." Lin Zon responded with derision. At that moment, it became apparent that while Du Gujian was preoccupied with Heisei Yin, Lin Zon had swiftly dealt with the remaining members of the demon sect. As Du Gujian surveyed the scene, a chill ran through him. He had not exerted his full strength earlier, having aimed to frame Heisei Yin. Unexpectedly, he had ensnared himself in the process. In a one-on-one confrontation with Lin Zon, he was certain of his invincibility, but with the interference of others, he realized he had no means to retaliate. "Judge, I concede." After much deliberation, Du Gujian understood that to preserve himself, he must admit defeat, yet the words had not left his lips before a fist, as hard as steel, struck his chin. Lin Zon silenced him and beckoned the other disciples to surround him. A flurry of fists and feet left Du Gujian battered and bruised. In a moment of panic, he drew a dagger from his waist and aimed for Lin Zon's Dantian. The others tacitly pretended to be flung away in a dramatic display. Lin Zon slowly rose, feigning severe injury, and mockingly exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to have such spirit. You even attempted to detonate your Dantian to take us down with you. Judge, isn't this a violation?" The judge, feeling helpless, turned to Zhang Ba in the distant stands, his face flushed with frustration at the farce unfolding before him. Noticing the judge's gaze, Zhang Ba subtly gestured, and the judge, understanding the cue, announced the victory of the Divine Heaven sect. Lin Zon, accompanied by his companions, descended amidst laughter and banter, showing no sign of the feigned injuries from earlier. Yet, no one dared to speak, as any rational observer could discern that this was a match manipulated by the demon sect. "Well done, you sly fellow, managing to keep your actions so discreet. Had I not sensed Du Gujian's overflowing spiritual energy, I would never have realized you had already stabbed him," Lin Zon remarked with a smile as he left the arena, addressing Ling Jian. "Brother, it was indeed your clever disguise. Otherwise, I could not have executed it so seamlessly." Ling Jian smiled as he spoke, showing no signs of restraint. They aimed to provoke the demon sect, hoping to unveil its shamelessness to the world. At the viewing platform of the demon sect, Zhang Ba observed the unconscious Heisei Yin being carried away and the barely breathing Du Gujian. He drew his treasured sword and swiftly pierced Du Gujian's throat. After wiping the blood from his hands, Zhang Ba turned to the elder behind him and asked fiercely, "If you tell me you are still unprepared after all this time, I shall drive this sword into your throat as well." "Rest assured, sect master. We have already arranged matters with the Li Jin sect. Our action is set for tonight, and the elders will assist us." The elder, swallowing hard, replied nervously, "And our people, are they ready?" Zhang Ba inquired, his brows furrowed, his hawkish eyes filled with malice. In response to the sect master's query, "Everything is in readiness." The elder, cautious under Zhang Ba's piercing gaze, responded. Upon receiving this assurance, Zhang Ba clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Today, all of you shall perish. The flames of fury in his eyes seemed poised to erupt, targeting the 5-sect alliance celebrating at the platform. Lin Zan, feeling the intensity of that gaze, turned to Zhang Ba and disdainfully raised his middle finger, adopting a defiant stance that further enraged Zhang Ba. Lin Zan, refrain from provoking him. We must first vacate this perilous place. The demon sect will never swallow this insult, Luo Shui warned, observing Lin Zan's every move as he approached to whisper. Sect Master Luo Shui, I have already devised a plan. We shall depart under the cover of night. Luo Shui, initially eager to leave, recalled that their sect's territory lay merely a few kilometers ahead, alleviating his concerns. Very well, let be as you say. Sect Master Luo Shui, what do you fear? We are many. Do you think they would dare to trouble us? Lai Jin chimed in, his confidence unwavering. In light of our recent victory, even if he possesses the audacity, he would not dare to confront us. Lai Jin proclaimed boisterously. At this moment, even Lu Hua, who had always aligned with him, joined his side, signaling him discreetly. We have just examined Du Gujian's wounds. They were not caused by a self-detonation of his dantian. He bled out excessively and perished. Thus, the victory of the Divine Sky sect is deemed invalid. The disciples of the Divine Sky sect shall remain tonight for further investigation. Just as the other sect masters were preparing to intervene, the referee's voice resonated unexpectedly. At this pronouncement, a chorus of exclamations arose, with many lamenting the utter shamelessness of the demon sect. It appears the demon sect is truly desperate, daring to forcefully detain us. Li Xiao exclaimed, incensed by the referee's declaration. This is to be expected. When have you ever seen the demon sect uphold reason? Let us return to the inn, gather our things, and depart tonight. After speaking, Lin Zan led the group away from the competition venue amidst the discussions and sympathetic gazes of onlookers. Ensure that no one escapes. Zhang Ba commanded his subordinates from the magic sect's viewing platform. If they do, our plans will be expedited. After Lin Zan and his companions departed, he turned to the Grand Elder beside him. Rest assured, I have made the necessary arrangements. They shall not see the sun rise tomorrow. The Grand Elder glared viciously at Lin Zan's retreating figure. Something feels amiss, he murmured. Where's the Elder Council? Can we summon them back at once? Upon returning to the inn, Lin Zan was filled with unease. In desperation, he sought out Luo Shui. I'm signaling for the Elder Council to arrive swiftly. Tonight, we shall depart together. Even if the magic sect harbors ill intentions towards us, they cannot possibly be our rivals. Luo Shui responded promptly. Chapter 33. An Unexpected Betrayal. Esteemed sect leaders and elders, we have awaited your readiness for some time. If all are prepared, let us embark. As night fell, Lin Zan addressed the group. Leaving this place of turmoil will benefit us all. The others nodded in agreement and, under Lin Zan's guidance, quietly slipped out through the back door of the inn, unnoticed. The night sky was pitch black when a sharp sound of an arrow pierced the air. Lin Zan sensed impending danger and instantly unleashed his aura, while the other sect leaders simultaneously recognized the threat and released their own. However, moments later, it became apparent that the magic sect had no intention of launching an attack. Just as Lin Zan pondered the situation, he was startled by the sounds of a scuffle behind him. To his astonishment, he saw the elders of the Lijianzong fiercely attacking his side, as if they were entirely different individuals. The Lijianzong's techniques were traditionally balanced in both offense and defense. Yet in this sudden upheaval, they were evenly matched against the elders of the other four sects, even inflicting significant casualties upon them. Master, this is our prime opportunity. The elders of the Lijianzong cannot hold out much longer. We should descend now and annihilate them all. The Grand Elder exclaimed anxiously upon hearing the battle sounds from below. Since they are all destined to perish, let them expend their strength against one another. Zhang Ba, the magic sect, replied without hesitation. After a display of dazzling martial skills, the Dark Knight eventually fell silent. When the last elder of the Lijianzong fell, his eyes were filled with resentment. Lin Zan, witnessing the disheveled state of his own elders, confronted the Lijianzong's leader. What is the meaning of this? Did I not order you to investigate your own sect? How is it that your elders have turned traitor? Lin Zan's forehead throbbed with rage. At such a crucial moment, a fifth of his people had betrayed him. How could I possibly know what transpired? I have already scrutinized them thoroughly. How could I have foreseen that these elders would betray us? The master of the Lijianzong seethed with fury, unable to fathom such a dire situation. Do you hear that? The commotion below has escalated. and it won't be long before they resort to violence. Xianxia cackled madly upon hearing this. Enough with the bickering. Is it not absurd that you still wish to engage in infighting at a time like this? Hearing these words, Luo Shui recognized that a greater danger lurked nearby. Observing the frenzied crowd, his usually gentle demeanor gave way to irritation as he spoke vehemently. Upon hearing this, Lin Zan finally regained his senses and addressed the assembly. We shall not pursue this matter further for now. We must hasten our departure from this place. The forces of the demon sect are certainly lying in ambush nearby. As the clamor gradually subsided, Xianxia issued a command, illuminating the pitch-black night with a blaze of light, encircling Lin Zan and his companions. Today marks your demise. With a wave of his hand, the elders of the demon sect surged forward. The numbers were nearly equal, yet the overall prowess of Lin Zan's elders and master was significantly inferior. In an instant, a brutal battle erupted. Lin Zan's strength had dwindled, rendering him incapable of unleashing the combined power he had displayed previously. At that moment, Xianxia had no intention of engaging. He watched the desperate struggle before him with great interest, thumping his thigh and taunting Lin Zan. Are you daring to provoke me? Weren't you rather arrogant before? Lin Zan paid no heed to his taunts, fully aware that the priority was to facilitate the escape of as many as possible. After fending off an attack from one adversary, he approached the 5 masters and declared, I vowed to ensure the safety of your disciples, yet I never anticipated their treachery. I am willing to perish here alongside you, to create an opening for them. Lin Zan communicated telepathically with the 5 elders, seasoned by countless battles. The elders comprehended Lin Zan's intent and knew what must be done. Through exquisite coordination, the 6 of them swiftly forged a gap amidst the encirclement of the demon sect. Ling Jian, take all the core disciples and flee. The rest is entrusted to you. As he beheld the swiftly closing gap, Lin Zan shouted to Ling Jian. At that moment, Ling Jian sensed the gravity of the situation and dared not delay. Though reluctant to abandon Lin Zan, he understood that if they did not escape now, the hard-won opening would vanish in an instant. Thus, he seized several core disciples and propelled them through the gap. From a distance, Xianxia observed this scene and sprang into action, effortlessly dispatching the core disciples as if they were mere insects, waiting for them to rise again. Lin Zan realized that this course of action was untenable and thus made his escape through the narrowing exit, rushing toward Xianxia and, summoning all his strength, collided with him. At this moment, Xianxia was indulging in his amusement, utterly oblivious to the title looming behind him, which left him utterly bewildered. Run, survive! Lin Zan bellowed at the members of Ling Jian. Heeding his call, they hastily pulled along the obstinate core disciples towards the direction of the falling water sect, fervently aware that if they could traverse the 10-odd miles, safety awaited them. Xianxia, clutching his waist, gradually rose to his feet, observing the retreating figures of Ling Jian without a trace of regret. Turning to Lin Zan, he declared, their departure means little to me. After all, they are not my ultimate targets, nor can they stir any significant turmoil. Today, it suffices to eliminate you all. With that, Xianxia set aside his frivolity, unsheathed his sword, and lunged towards Lin Zan. Lin Zan understood that against the current Xianxia, he must exert all his strength. A moment's lapse could result in his demise at the hands of this man. 5 elements technique, fire element, 9 heavens flame. A dragon-shaped flame erupted from Lin Zan's chest, surging directly towards the advancing Xianxia. The arrogant Xianxia, dismissing the seemingly ostentatious technique as weak, brazenly prepared to absorb the attack with sheer physical strength. However, a second later, regret washed over him as the flame, almost sentient, clung to him, incessantly consuming his spiritual energy. As the inferno blazed fiercely, Xianxia found that extinguishing it drained half of his energy. It appears I underestimated you, he remarked, swallowing a spirit-replenishing pill to gradually restore his energy. 5 elements technique. Metal element, as solid as a fortress. Instantly, a nearly imperceptible golden membrane enveloped Lin Zan. Chapter 34, Crisis Moment. 5 elements technique, wood element, all things flourish. Upon uttering this incantation, robust vines, as thick as arms, sprouted beneath the feet of all the demonic sect members, ensnaring them tightly. Seizing this opportunity, several sect leaders struck down a few members of the demonic sect. Yet, these vines proved to be feeble, easily broken free from after a few moments. 5 elements technique. Earth element, stone shattering the heavens. In an instant, the ground beneath Jiang rose abruptly, thrusting him several meters into the air, whereupon the boulder exploded, sending the surrounding demonic sect members sprawling. Lin Zan had never employed these techniques before, thus he was unaware of their consequences, upon inadvertently injuring several elders. He became cautious about using the tumultuous waves again, uncertain of how many more might be harmed. Meanwhile, Xianxia the demonic sect found himself in disarray, forced to defend himself against the onslaught of techniques, leaving him no opportunity for retaliation. Fortunately, the previous explosion spared him, granting him a moment to catch his breath. In an instant, he charged to the forefront of the forest, intending to draw the dagger at his waist, only to be violently hurled away by the master of the Earth sect. "Hurry! Protect the disciples of our 5 sects." The master of the Earth nearly bellowed those words. After uttering this command, he engaged in combat with Xianxia, while Lin Zan seized the opportunity to flee. He realized that remaining there would only lead to his demise. Leaving now presented a glimmer of hope for survival. Xianxia, witnessing Lin Zan's escape, pursued him with reckless abandon, but was thwarted by 2 sect masters who obstructed his path. The other elders of the 5 sects were becoming increasingly fatigued in their resistance. After more than half an hour, the flames of battle subsided. In a fit of rage, Xianxia dispatched the last of the sect masters and turned to his subordinates, commanding, "No one rests here. We must capture that brat Lin Zan at all costs. If you fail to bring him back, do not return. Take your own lives as atonement." The elders of the demon sect trembled at his words. They had never witnessed Xianxia in such a state since joining the sect. With a sense of urgency, they dared not linger and hurried in the direction Lin Zan had escaped. While fleeing, Lin Zan deliberately chose a path divergent from that of Ling Jian and the others, hoping to alleviate some of the pursuit pressure on them. However, moments later, regret washed over him as he found himself atop a mountain peak, facing an endless abyss. As the elders of the demon sect drew nearer, Lin Zan steeled his resolve and leaped from the summit. "Master, uncle, we are leaving just like this. What about Master and the others?" After an indeterminate period of flight, Ling Jian finally ordered a halt. Ignoring his own fatigue, Li Shao approached Ling Jian, asking, "If you wish to save him, then go ahead. I shall not stop you." Ling Jian, panting heavily, replied, "You all remain here. I will rescue Master no matter what." Upon hearing this, Li Shao gritted his teeth and retraced his steps towards the direction he had come from. Ling Jian, observing this, intercepted him and struck him sharply across the face. "Are you intent on causing needless casualties? Their sacrifices were made for our survival. If you choose to return now and meet your end, can you truly justify their efforts in paving this path for us?" Li Shao sank to the ground, breathless, and retorted, "Are we just to let this go? Did my master die in vain? You speak nonsense." Ling Jian exclaimed, preparing to strike again, but this time, he was halted by Mu Linger, a core disciple of the Chui Mu sect. "Enough. He is merely acting out of concern." Li Shao, defeated, lay on the ground, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. The vendetta against the demon sect must be avenged. Ling Jian gritted his teeth and spoke fiercely, "You speak so lightly. But how do we retaliate? With our current strength? Returning now would be tantamount to courting death." Upon hearing this, Jin Yuan, a core disciple of the Li Jin sect, interjected, "Indeed, we cannot return now. You are right. Going back would be a futile endeavor." After listening to this, Xian Tu, a core disciple of the Buddhist sect, calmly added, "It cannot be done." With these words, Ling Jian nodded and addressed the talented individuals from the 5 elements sects before him. "Our alliance has not been dissolved. Each of you must return to your respective sects and muster all the available strength. We shall unite and gather at the Falling Waters sect 5 days hence." "What do you think you are? Do you expect us to follow your every command?" retorted Huoxing, a hot-tempered disciple of the Liuhua sect. "So what do you propose? Should we surrender our sects? Will your master save you only for you to return and sell out your sect?" After saying this, Ling Jian delivered a fierce kick to Huoxing's abdomen. "If you can defeat me, then perhaps you need not follow my demands. If you cannot, then silence is your only option. Upon your return, summon all the talents and remaining elders of your sect. This is our sole means of resisting the demon sect." Ling Jian continued, his voice tinged with a hint of desperation. Upon hearing this, the others ceased their objections. This was their only chance, their only choice. In the demon sect's grand hall, the sect leader declared, "The preparations are complete. Our forces will reach the Falling Water sect's borders within 3 days. We shall overtake them in a single day." The Grand Elder replied respectfully. I am indifferent to this matter. What of Linzon? I demand to see him alive or dead. 10 falling water sects do not pose as much of a threat. Xianxia, hearing this, crushed the obsidian cup in his hand, irritated by the triviality of Linzon's fate. Isn't Linzon supposed to be dead from his fall? Queried the Grand Elder, his brow furrowed in confusion. Must I repeat myself? I want to see him alive or dead, Xianxia said, his grip tightening around the Grand Elder's neck, his eyes filled with a savage fury. The Grand Elder felt his feet lift off the ground, Xianxia's iron grip nearly robbing him of breath. Rest assured, whether alive or dead, I will bring Linzon back to you. The Grand Elder gasped, and Xianxia finally released his hold, watching as the Grand Elder gasped for air on the ground. If you fail, your life is forfeit. The Grand Elder bowed deeply and exited the Grand Hall. Chapter 35, A Plea for Help. Master Uncle, the Demon Lord's army is already at the borders. What shall we do? I shall follow your orders, Li Xiao asked, gazing at the dense ranks of the Demon Sect army outside the Falling Water Sect. Now, apart from passive defense, we have no other options. Activate the protective formation of the Falling Water Sect. Ling Jian shook his head upon hearing this, turning to the current sect master, Shui Long. While it is indeed straightforward to initiate this protective formation, maintaining it necessitates a powerful individual to continuously supply spiritual energy. Shui Long, hearing this, could only manage a wry smile. What about the other sect members? It has been 3 days. They should have arrived by now. Upon hearing this, Ling Jian could not help but scratch his head, anxiously inquiring. It appears that they are rather unreliable. It was clear that when Mars departed, he had no intention of assisting us. Shui Long understood Ling Jian's implication that he hoped the other sects would send representatives to sustain the formation, but alas, such hope was nearly futile. Presently, there were no alternatives. Sending the strongest elder from our sect to maintain the formation could at least buy us a month. Shui Long gazed at Ling Jian with a bitter expression, attempting to offer some comfort. Tonight, I will quietly leave with Li Xiao to seek reinforcements from the other sects. I refuse to believe they would disregard our past camaraderie. Ling Jian clenched his teeth and replied, this plan is absolutely inadvisable. The forces of a demon sect have surrounded Falling Water Sect, making it exceedingly difficult for you to escape. Shui Long sighed helplessly at this. However, it seems they have no other recourse, and they must come, otherwise we will be picked off one by one. Ling Jian recognized the desperation of their situation, conceding. Master Uncle, let me clarify. It is not fear that grips me, but rather how we might escape. After the two departed, Li Xiao could not help but ask. To speak frankly, I currently have no idea how we will get out, but where there's a will, there's a way. We will find a way to take you out. Ling Jian's mind was a blank, utterly a loss. Master Uncle, there is something I must discuss with you. Observing Ling Jian's troubled expression, Li Xiao continued. We need not rush regarding tonight's events. The pressing matter is what to report to Master S' wife. After all, we have returned, yet my master remains unaccounted for, and she has inquired about him more than once. To this day, I have not dared approach his cave for fear of being caught. Ling Jian sighed bitterly in response. Do not worry about that. I will speak with senior sister Zhu Xinwan. By the way, how did you inform her? Ling Jian asked. I told her that master has returned, but he has been too occupied to come and see you. Li Xiao Brumli Raplia. Very well, I understand. Prepare the items we need for our departure tonight. We shall set off. Ling Jian gazed at the departing figure of Li Xiao, his expression filled with concern. Yet he resolutely made his way toward the cave of Zhu Xinwan. Is senior sister there? Ling Jian knocked on the door of the cave and inquired. The door slowly creaked open, revealing Zhu Xinwan, who emerged with traces of tears on her face. Is there news about Linzon? What has happened to him? Senior sister. You must have guessed it. He was surrounded by the forces of the demon sect while trying to protect us. As he spoke, Ling Jian's voice choked with emotion. I understand. You may leave now, Zhu Xinwan responded, and with a resounding bang, she shut the cave door, collapsing to the ground in heartfelt sobs. Senior sister, please do not despair. I believe that brother will emerge unscathed. After a few circles of anxious pacing at the door, Ling Jian sighed and departed, realizing that the cries within showed no sign of abating. As the night deepened, he turned to Shui Long with a look of earnest plea. We must take our leave. But before we do, I have a task to entrust to you. You two are working for the Falling Water Sect, so feel free to speak. I shall not hesitate to assist in any way I can, Shui Long replied, demonstrating his loyalty. Send 2 vigilant disciples to remain near Zhu Xinwan's cave, providing her with meals thrice daily. We cannot afford for anything to happen to her. I am confident that Lin Zan will return safely. However, should my senior sister encounter any misfortune before his return, I swear I will take your life. Ling Jian spoke with unyielding determination, disregarding Shui Long's esteemed position. Rest assured, if any harm befalls Zhu Xinwan, I will pay with my own life. Shui Long vowed earnestly, nodding at his promise. Ling Jian gathered his prepared belongings and stealthily accompanied Li Xiao to the rear mountain of falling water. Uncle Master, are we truly to depart from here? This precipice drops nearly 100 zhong. A fall would surely reduce one to a mere pulp. Li Xiao stammered, peering into the abyss with trepidation. Aside from here, we have no other means of escape. Today, I surveyed the surroundings, and this is the only location devoid of the demon sect forces. Thus, we must proceed from this very spot, Ling Jian stated, casting a glance at Li Xiao, who was visibly trembling. He chuckled, if you are afraid, I can go alone. After all, this path is not meant for ordinary folks. Take care of your master upon your return. Uncle Master, what are you saying? Li Xiao have never known fear. Despite his bravado, Li Xiao's legs continued to quiver. He clenched his fists and struck his knees twice, hoping to steady himself. Then, if you fear nothing, grasp this rope tightly. It is your lifeline. Should you loosen your grip, you will truly become a mere heap of flesh. Upon concluding his words, Ling Jian released the ropes, ensuring that one end was securely fastened before handing them to Li Xiao. After a brief moment, the second rope was also prepared. Ling Jian grasped the rope and began to descend slowly. Although Li Xiao felt trepidation, he was not one to lag behind and followed Ling Jian downwards. After half an hour, when Li Xiao once again set foot on solid ground, he looked at Ling Jian with a boastful tone and said, Master Uncle, how about that? I trust one did not disappoint you. This was a trivial matter for me. Enough with the chatter, Ling Jian replied. Though there are no forces from the demon sect station here, I suspect they must have sent a patrol to keep watch. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao promptly silenced himself. After the two had progressed for a while, they suddenly detected movement ahead and quickly concealed themselves in the nearest thicket. Brothers, what do you think the higher-ups are contemplating? They've been surrounding us for so long, without taking action. One disciple of the demon sect halted, and, facing the thicket where Ling Jian and Li Xiao were hiding, relieved himself while continuing, if it were up to me, if we were to strike, we could have taken down the waterfall sect in a day. Another disciple, upon hearing this, could not help but voice his complaints. Let me share a little insider information. It seems we want to be launching an attack for some time. The higher-ups appear to be searching for someone of significance. With these words, a well-informed disciple of the demon sect boasted, Oh please, what kind of person could possibly cause our vast sect to halt its operations? You're just blowing hot air. The man tightened his belt, disdain evident in his tone. You can choose to believe it or not. You know my connections. The boastful disciple retorted. All right, have you finished? Once you're done, let us make haste. What use is it for us brothers to be dispatched to this desolate place for patrol? As the two were on the verge of quarreling, another intervened, placing himself between them. Upon hearing this, the two ceased their bickering, and their small squad departed from the edge of the cliff. After the demon sect S team had walked for several minutes, Ling Jian gradually stood up, his eyes gleaming with unusual excitement. He smiled at Li Xiao and inquired, Young one, since I am your master uncle, may I test your wits? You need not ask, master uncle. I already comprehend the situation. The words of those few young men have conveyed everything to me. It appears that master is unharmed. At least he is still alive. Otherwise, he would not be pursued. Li Xiao responded with equal enthusiasm. Indeed, after such a lengthy period, we finally receive good news. Ling Jian nodded in satisfaction and continued speaking to Li Xiao. Do not linger here any longer. We must hasten, for we still need to seek reinforcements. The time your master has secured for us must not be squandered. Li Xiao nodded in agreement, following Ling Jian as they made their way swiftly toward the nearest Liu sect. In a quaint fishing village on the northwest continent, the enticing aroma of grilled fish wafted into Lin Zan's nostrils, stimulating his senses and rousing him from his stupor. Where am I? He pondered as he gradually sat up, observing the white bandages encasing his body, a throbbing headache accompanying his awakening. Ah, you have finally regained consciousness, exclaimed a fisherman's wife from within the modest wooden cabin, her voice brimming with joy. I never imagined that, after feeding you rice porridge for over 10 days, It would be the scent of grilled fish that would bring you back to us. A burly fisherman chuckled heartily in response. Lin Zan, feeling a blush of embarrassment, offered a shy smile. I am grateful for your care during this time. Might you enlighten me as to where I find myself? He inquired earnestly. This is the Northwest Sea. You do not appear to be from a fishing family. From whence do you hail? The fisherman replied. When we rescued you, you lay upon the shore, battered and broken. My brother thought you would not survive, but I sensed your breath and urged him to carry you back. The fisherman's wife reproached her brother gently. Indeed, I was rather hasty, the fisherman admitted, scratching his head sheepishly. Little fish, what are you waiting for? Bring him the grilled fish that is ready. Let him eat. Please no, Lin Zan interjected, waving his hand. I have already troubled you enough. If you continue to care for me, it would weigh heavily on my conscience. Do you know the location of the Falling Water Gate? That is where I have come from. Brother, do not jest with me. The Falling Water Gate is nearly 1,000 miles away. How could you have possibly come from there? The fisherman replied with a rural accent, bewildered. I fell from a cliff and may have landed in a river, subsequently being swept into the sea. Where you rescued me, Lin Zan explained. I cannot linger. I must return. Can you simply point me in the right direction? As he attempted to rise, the pain coursing through his body compelled him to recline once more upon the rudimentary wooden bed. Enough. You must not overexert yourself. You do not know how many bones you may have broken. The fisherman's wife admonished, helping Lin Zan lie back down. Indeed, take the time to heal before you depart. I have no shortage of food to spare. The fisherman concurred, his voice full of understanding. Lin Zan could only nod in response, for in his current state, even stepping outside was a daunting challenge, let alone seeking vengeance. After several exchanges, he learned that the man was named Hai Lang and the woman was called Hai Hua. Both were ordinary folk without any cultivation, making their living through fishing. 3 days later, Hai Lang exclaimed, Lin Zan, your physical condition is quite remarkable. In just 3 days, you can walk on your own. As he spoke, Hai Hua rushed into the room, her face etched with worry. Brother, trouble has come again. Those ruffians have returned. Stay here for a moment. I will handle this, Hai Lang declared, fury coursing through him as he grabbed a nearby harpoon and stormed out. A sense of foreboding gripped Lin Zan as he observed the siblings, prompting him to follow closely behind. Upon arrival, they were confronted by disciples of the demonic sect. Hey, are you going to pay up or not? One of the disciples sneered at the humble fisherman. Didn't I tell you last time? You have a month to gather 300 gold coins. The elder of the fishing village stepped forward, a pained expression on his face. We are but simple fishermen. Even together we cannot muster 300 gold coins. That's no concern of mine, the disciple retorted coldly. Since you lack the funds, we shall take what we want. With a wave of his hand, his fellow disciples began to plunder the homes of the villagers. Seeing this unfold, Hai Lang's anger surged, and he brandished his harpoon, ready to charge. However, Lin Zan grasped his wrist firmly. They possess cultivation. You're no match for them. Allow me to handle this. Chapter 37. The cowardly spark. Hai Lang looked at Lin Zan, resolute in his advance. Brother Lin Zan, you are simply no match for them. Rest assured, there is no need for confrontation. I am fully aware of my current condition, Lin Zan replied, shaking off Hai Lang's grip and striding toward the demonic disciple. Brother, why must we resort to violence? Is it not just 300 gold coins? I shall provide, Lin Zan proclaimed with a smile directed at the disciple. Spare me your jest. Just look at your pitiful state. Can you truly afford it? The disciple scoffed. Can I not? Allow me to demonstrate, Lin Zan retorted, retrieving a pouch from his storage bag. Esteemed brothers, within this pouch lie 500 gold coins. The excess is for you all to enjoy a drink. With that, Lin Zan cheerfully placed the pouch into the hands of the demonic disciple, continuing with a flattering tone, I kindly ask that you spare these villagers from further hardship. Well, look who knows their place. Brothers, stand down. Today it is on me that we feast. The disciple of the demon sect glanced at the gold coins within his pouch and promptly commanded his fellow disciples, who were wreaking havoc, to cease their actions and depart with him. Before leaving, he did not forget to address Lin Zan, saying, You are a sensible lad. Let us speak plainly. At this time next month, you shall deliver 500 gold coins again. With that, the disciple, grinning, clutched the heavy pouch of coins and led his companions away. Lin Zan, what are you doing? By giving in to them this time, they will undoubtedly become even more aggressive next. Hai Yang, witnessing Lin Zan dismiss the demon sect disciples, approached angrily to inquire. Of course, I'm aware of that, but Lin Zan began to respond when the elderly man, who had been knocked over, was helped up and approached him. Hai Yang, what are you saying? How can you speak like that to our benefactor? Upon hearing this, Haiyang crossed his arms, indignant and exhaling heavily. My benefactor, this lad lacks understanding. Do not hold it against him. We owe you greatly for this. Lin Zan, upon hearing this, waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of little consequence, and continued, Village chief, you are well-traveled. Do you know the origins of those people? Did you see their garments? They belong to the demon sect. The elder sighed in resignation and replied, These ruffians arrived here a few years ago and have since ravaged the surrounding fishing villages. Countless villages have been devastated by them. My benefactor, you can only intervene for a time. It would be wise for you to leave soon, for we too shall have to depart this place before long. The village chief pondered for a moment before finally speaking through gritted teeth. Rest assured, I will handle this matter, Lin Zan declared resolutely. Village chief, there is something else I must share with you. Please, my benefactor, go on. The village chief responded with utmost respect. If you all treat those ruffians like Haiyang does, you will surely be unable to withstand their bullying, Lin Zan stated firmly as he looked at the village chief. My benefactor, we have no choice. After all, we are old, weak, ill, and disabled. They see us as easy prey. The village chief replied helplessly. Do not worry. I assure you, should they return, I shall ensure they do not leave. With that, Lin Zan returned to his modest wooden abode, lay on his bed, and began to slowly mend the injuries within his body. Outside the gates of the Liuhui sect, we are from the Falling Water sect. Let us in at once. Ling Jian shouted towards the tightly shut gates. Our sect master has decreed that no outsider shall be permitted entry, regardless of your origin. Please take your leave, replied the guard stationed atop the city wall. Do you truly believe that these city walls can impede me? Ling Jian declared fiercely. If you open the gates now, it will be an invitation for me to enter. Should I breach them, I shall show no mercy. Ling Jian, perhaps it would be best to reconsider. One of his companions replied, Our sect is struggling for survival. Who has the capacity to defend the Waterfall sect? No sooner had Ling Jian finished speaking than the sound of sparks crackled from atop the walls. What do you intend to do? As the leader of a sect, do you truly believe that the flames of war will not reach this place? Ling Jian, incensed by the remark, swiftly scaled the walls. These walls cannot even withstand me. Do you think they can hold back the elders of the demon sect? Ling Jian's gaze bore down on Huoxing. You have witnessed their deeds at the Divine Heaven sect. If you do not unite with us, your demise is certain. Do you believe the demon sect's leader will allow you, as sect leader, to hinder his quest for dominion over the northwest continent? With that, Ling Jian seized Huoxing by the collar, demanding an answer. Although the elders atop the walls had been promoted by Huoxing, none dared to intervene, for their strongest member was merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Yet, Ling Jian had already attained the out-of-body stage. If you refuse to accompany me back to the Waterfall sect, I shall end your life right now, Ling Jian threatened. Disregarding any semblance of restraint, is it that you lot are willing to languish in this place, having received a modicum of favor? This momentary indulgence has made you so complacent that you disregard your very existence. Am I correct? Ling Jian surveyed the group of idle individuals surrounding him. I shall not elaborate further. Choose between fleeing or facing death. He fixed his gaze on the crowd, his countenance devoid of empathy as he addressed Huoxing. To flee. I desire to live. Huoxing, feeling the murderous intent radiating from Ling Jian, was stirred with excitement. He had no doubt that Ling Jian would eliminate him the moment he uttered the word no. Then bring everyone from your sect along with you. Ling Jian continued. Uncle Master, I fear that might be ill-advised should so many of them venture forth. We risk exposure to ambush. Li Xiao whispered urgently in Ling Jian's ear. I am not foolish. Traveling to the Waterfall sect now would be a trap. We must circumvent this pitfall and take the initiative. With the demon sect deploying such a multitude, their stronghold must be vulnerable. Our current objective should be to strike at their lair, Ling Jian proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Have you lost your mind, Uncle Master? Our numbers are far too meager to contend with those adversaries. Li Xiao exclaimed in disbelief, astonished by the audacity of the plan. Chapter 38. Rescuing Zhao by Encircling Wei. We are not genuinely intending to assault their primary base. Ling Jian, upon hearing Li Xiao's nonsensical remarks, retorted with irritation. Our objective is to penetrate their stronghold and make our presence known. He patiently reiterated his point to Li Xiao. Stop dawdling here. There are 3 other sects to consider. And with the strength of the Falling Water sect, we can barely last a month. We must eliminate those demons within this time frame. With that, Ling Jian led Li Xiao towards the other sections. Fortunately, the dealings with the other sects went smoothly. 3 days later, Ling Jian, accompanied by a team of several dozen, ventured deep into the territory of the demonic sect. Master Uncle, where do we go next? Li Xiao inquired with a mischievous grin, spotting the distant demon pill city. What do you think? Once we enter the city, we shall find a place to settle down. Tonight, I will discuss our subsequent actions with you all, Ling Jian declared, leading the group into the city where they secured lodgings at an inn. I just conducted a reconnaissance, aside from the ordinary guards. There are approximately a dozen disciples of the demonic sect. Their strength remains uncertain, but in a border city of the demonic sect, they likely won't be too formidable. Ling Jian continued, tonight, we will strike them. Remember, not a single one must survive, lest they uncover our true capabilities. After all members had gathered, Ling Jian hastily laid out his strategy. Do any of you have questions? What if that bunch is stronger than us? In that case, we might not even save our own skins. Firestar interjected, clearly reluctant to partake in the knight's endeavors. There are only about a dozen of them who could be considered our rivals, while we have several dozen on our side. Can we not prevail? Ling Jian frowned at Firestar's words, but recognizing his need for strength, he replied, if you do not wish to participate, then leave. I truly do not understand how the Flowing Fire sect could produce a coward like you. Li Xiao could not help but chime in with a scathing remark. I am willing to join tonight's operation, but I must lead the 10 or so from the Flowing Fire sect myself. Firestar pondered for a moment before stating, let me be frank, I do not trust you. He surveyed the group and added, last time, we were told it was a foolproof plan, yet we lost even our sect master. This time, we will act independently. Very well, you 4 sects shall separate, with each sect responsible for a section of the city wall. Li Xiao and I will assist you at the right moment. Ling Jian contemplated for a moment before concluding, if there are no further objections, this shall be our course of action. Tonight, I will rouse you for our mission. Bear with it and rest here for a while. As night fell, Ling Jian remarked, earlier today, I conducted another reconnaissance. The disciples on the various city walls possess roughly equal strength, so none of us will be at a disadvantage. He surveyed the group once more. Pursue your respective goals. If ambush is an option, seize it and eliminate that group. We shall rendezvous outside the city. Upon hearing this, the new sect leaders from various factions conferred briefly and determined their targets for assault. Master, what should we do? We cannot simply remain here. After observing the departure of the sect leaders, Li Xiao inquired. Our task is to stealthily attack the forces of the demon sect stationed here. With that, Ling Jian led Li Xiao down the street, cautiously making their way to the demon sect's branch in the city. In the cover of darkness, those who strike from the shadows always hold the advantage. The two swiftly dispatched the disciples of the demon sect and exited the city. Moments later, the other sects completed their respective missions and gathered at the predetermined meeting point. Is everyone accounted for? Ling Jian asked upon seeing the returning disciples. Our sect leader did not escape. An elder from the fire sect exclaimed anxiously, what are you doing? That is your sect leader. How could you leave him behind? Upon hearing this, Ling Jian furiously pointed at the elder's nose and reprimanded him. After a brief moment, gasping for breath, Ling Jian declared, wait here. If I do not return before dawn, you must leave. With that, disregarding the crowd's objections, Ling Jian set off alone towards Demon Pill City. Boss, kill that guy. He has slain many of our comrades. At that moment, 3 disciples of the demon sect had encircled Huaxing. Wouldn't killing him be too lenient? Upon hearing this, the leading disciple of the demon sect thrust his sword into Huaxing's arm, blood gushing forth as he withdrew the blade. Sword spirit slash. Just as the 3 reveled in their torment, Ling Jian suddenly emerged from behind them, swiftly dispatching the trio within mere moments. Observing the wounds on Huaxing, Ling Jian retrieved some healing ointment from his pouch and applied it. Do not speak. Conserve your vital energy. With that, he hoisted Huaxing and returned to the meeting point. Quickly, carry your sect leader and retreat. Flee into the deep mountains and await the opportune moment. With that, Ling Jian led everyone into the forest. Demon sect. What did you say? Over 20 disciples from Demon Pill City were quietly slain last night. Upon receiving this news, Zhang Ba felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, and he could not help but envision Lin Zan's figure. Issue an immediate order. Let all troops stationed at the Waterfall sect launch an assault on the Waterfall sect. It must be captured within 3 days. Waterfall sect. Sect leader, it's bad news. Those beasts from the demon sect are attacking. At that moment, Shui Long was analyzing how long their formation could hold when a disciple hurriedly rushed in with the news. Hold firm. We must withstand at all costs. With that, Shui Long dashed toward the battlefield. Relieved to see the sect's formation intact, he sighed in relief. Do not forget the teachings I imparted a few days ago. Utilize this formation to counterattack them. As these words were spoken, the disciples harnessed the energy of the Grand Array, successfully repelling the formidable advance of the demonic forces. Excellent. Our reinforcements shall arrive forthwith. At present, they are no match for us. When our allies arrive, they will stand no chance against us. The disciples of the Falling Water sect, initially disheartened, were taken aback by how effortlessly the onslaught from the demon sect was thwarted. Upon hearing the encouraging words from their leader, their spirits soared, and they fixed their gaze on the enemy, scrutinizing their every move. However, at that moment, Shui Long was not as optimistic. To be fair, he had no knowledge of when Ling Jian would return or how many allies would accompany him. Chapter 39. The Demise of the Demon Sect. Within a forest in the Demon Sect's territory. Master, we have been here for 5 days. When will there be any movement? Li Xiao inquired, his face etched with despair. Sure. As soon as Li Xiao's words fell, Ling Jian swiftly silenced him with a gesture. Observing this, the others immediately crouched down. Just as they were trying to comprehend the situation, several horse-drawn carts slowly passed by. Ling Jian quickly discerned that the cart drivers were disciples of the demon sect, and, upon observing their direction, realized that the Falling Water sect had commenced battle. If all goes as anticipated, these carts are laden with supplies. We shall follow them closely and ambush them when they rest. After the convoy had moved further away, Ling Jian remarked, Master, there are so many of them. If we engage, it may not be wise. Li Xiao Pundaratalot. Just moments ago, you were lamenting your boredom. Now that action is at hand, you hesitate? Ling Jian chuckled in response. What is there to fear? Their garments are all those of the outer disciples of the demon sect. Eliminating them is no challenge for us. Firestar chimed in, having followed Ling Jian's lead since being rescued. Firestar is correct. We need not engage them directly. We can simply set their supplies ablaze. Ling Jian suggested. Of course, if they are not stronger than us, we shall surely engage. Prepare yourselves. Let us follow the tracks of these carts and strike under the cover of night. With that, he led his companions in pursuit. As night deepened, within the demon sect's encampment, Brother, have you heard? The battle at Falling Water sect is fierce. One outer disciple remarked to another. What is there to fear? We are merely delivering supplies. With our capabilities, do they truly expect us to fight? Replied the leader of the demon sect disciples. All right, everyone rest. We have to continue our journey at dawn. With that, he dismissed the others to rest. Master, it appears they're all asleep now. Let us stealthily approach their tents and take them out. Li Xiao observed the sparse presence of mere guards and proposed a daring plan. Indeed, Ling Jian responded, turning to the other leaders. We shall infiltrate their tents and eliminate them while you ignite a fire outside, ensuring that none of their vehicles escape unscathed. Rest assured, brother, setting fires is my forte. Our sect will handle it with finesse. Huixing eagerly volunteered. Once the group reached a consensus, Ling Jian led Li Xiao and several sect masters stealthily into the camp of the demonic sect's disciples. The two drew their daggers, and within mere minutes, the unsuspecting individuals, still lost in slumber, had breathed their last. After completing their grim task, the duo exited the tent, and Ling Jian signaled to Huixing from a distance, indicating that all was in order. In the next moment, flames erupted skyward. The combustible provisions and supplies aboard the carts ignited instantaneously, transforming the convoy into ruins before the ordinary drivers could comprehend the calamity unfolding before them. In the grand hall of the demonic sect, Zhang Ba's frustration boiled over as he scrutinized the frontline reports. It has been a month. Did you not claim we would secure victory within a day? He bellowed, seizing the elder's collar and brandishing a dagger threateningly at his throat. Master, I cannot fathom the cause. The formation of the Falling Water sect is far too formidable, and our assaults have been thwarted. Furthermore, our disciples and soldiers lack sufficient provisions, resulting in dwindling morale, the elder stammered. Before he could finish, Zhang Ba erupted in anger. I did not summon you to lament. I demand to know what we should do. Explain why our supplies are insufficient, why. At that moment, Zhang Ba's fury eclipsed his reason. Master, it's because a formidable force has infiltrated our territory, relentlessly attacking our supply caravans, while our capable warriors remain engaged on the front lines. Silence. Zhang Ba intervened vehemently. Order everyone to retreat and recuperate. You shall take your own life as penance." His words dripped with malice and resolve. Upon hearing this, the elder hastily fell to his knees, his forehead striking the ground as he pleaded, "Master, you cannot do this. I have devoted my entire life to the sect. Thus, this shall be your reward. Had I executed the deed myself, your fate would be far worse. I require an excuse. After such a monumental failure, the disciples must not harbor resentment toward me," Xianxia retorted, his expression shifting to one of cold calculation. "Rest assured, I shall ensure a grand burial for you, providing you with a dignified end. Your son shall be elevated to the position of outer sect master, a fitting tribute to your lifetime of service." Faced with this inevitable demise, the elder could only bow thrice in submission before retreating to his chamber, where he took his cherished dagger, thus embracing his fate. "Bring forth the elder's son, Lilong," Xianxia commanded, raising his voice toward the door as the elder departed. "I have matters to discuss with him." The man hurried in, listened to the command, and then swiftly departed. A few minutes later, the imposing figure of the nearly 2-meter-tall Lilong entered, resembling a small mountain, his deep voice akin to that of a mighty bull. Xianxia observed him, approached with a smile, and patted his robust arm, saying, "Indeed, you are quite sturdy, and your strength is commendable. You have reached the threshold of your abilities, far surpassing my unambitious son." Lilong, having learned the art of flattery from his father, felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, yet he maintained a humble demeanor, replying, "You flatter me too much, master. How could I possibly compare to the young master? He is a true dragon among men." Xianxia, even more pleased, said, "You possess a way with words. I have a task for you. Should you succeed, you will be the youngest outer elder." Lilong was bewildered by such unexpected fortune, unaware that it was his father's life exchanged for this opportunity. "Master, please enlighten me. I shall fulfill this task without fail. Recently, the demon sect has been troubled. Our supplies en route to the falling water sect have been consistently raided. Select a few capable individuals to resolve this issue for me," Xianxia explained calmly. "Rest assured, this matter is but a trifle for me. I shall avenge your grievances," Lilong asserted, thumping his muscular chest before departing the grand hall. "What a cunning scheme, eliminating my father and now aiming to rid himself of me. This will ensure no future troubles." Upon Lilong's exit, the guards at the door couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Suddenly, a bloody dagger plunged into one guard's throat, his terrified eyes widening as they met the gaze of its owner. Xianxia slowly withdrew his dagger, wiping the blood from its blade, and coldly remarked, "Alas, you have overheard what you should not have." Chapter 40. Return to the battlefield. In the Northwest Continent, Northwest Sea, after a month of recovery, Linzon finally restored his strength to its peak. However, his concerns were not about his cultivation, but rather the paltry amount of peach blossom value remaining in his system. Ding! Remaining peach blossom value, 30. Gazing at this meager figure, Linzon felt a pang of bitterness. Yet within this fishing village, there was not a soul of his age, let alone someone who would harbor affection for him. Just as Linzon pondered, Haihua entered the room and, noticing his furrowed brow, inquired, "Brother Linzon, what troubles you? Why the long face?" Linzon snapped back to reality upon hearing her words. "It's nothing. Merely that I've been out for so long, and I wonder when I shall return." He fabricated an excuse. "How long have I been here?" 1 month and 2 days. Haihua pomtili zipli. "Is your injury healed? Stay a bit longer. While we may not be wealthy, we have no shortage of food and drink," Haihua said cautiously. "If only I could live here forever." Linzon gazed at Haihua's delicate face, lost in reverie. Ding! Obtained Haihua's affection, peach blossom value, 1,000. Upon hearing this, Linzon's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that this young girl had developed feelings for him, realizing she was the sister of his savior. He shook his head to maintain his composure and replied nonchalantly, "I must eventually leave this place. After all, it is not my home." Upon hearing this, Haihua visibly sank into despondency. Observing her demeanor, Linzon felt compelled to respond with a smile. "Having been here for so long, I haven't had the chance to assist you. Now that I have nearly recovered, let me help you catch some fish." Linzon, fishing is no easy task. Your body was gravely injured before. In my opinion, it would be best for you to rest, Hai Lang interjected as he entered the room, looking at Linzon with a hearty demeanor. "Don't worry, although we are quite poor, having one more person or one less does not significantly affect our meals. The simplicity of the brother and sister was strikingly similar. Ha ha! Have I not been idle for far too long? I'm truly feeling much better, Lin Zan replied, rising to stretch his limbs with a cheerful expression. Besides, there's nothing pressing at the moment. Why not let me accompany you to fish? If we catch enough, we can enjoy a feast together. Upon hearing this, Hai Lang nodded eagerly. In that case, I shall not decline. I am curious to see what skilled individuals like you are truly like. Lin Zan nodded in agreement and followed Hai Lang to a shallow bay. This is where our villagers usually fish. After catching the fish, we carry them back to the village. We are reluctant to leave this place because this bay is teeming with fish that are never fully caught. Who would want to depart from such a bountiful location? Hai Lang reminisced, sighing at the thought of events that transpired a month ago. Rest assured, I will take care of this matter for you. That fellow should arrive tomorrow. And this time, I will ensure they pay the price. With that, Lin Zan drew his sword and sliced through the water, causing a sudden surge of waves. Hai Lang, witnessing this spectacle, gaped in astonishment. He had not expected such a simple motion to create such a commotion. Moments later, his mouth widened further, and his eyes bulged in disbelief, for he observed a multitude of fish floating in the bay, all unconscious but very much alive. How about that? Not too shabby, right? Lin Song grinned a tai long. Goodness, our entire village could not catch this many fish in a week. The waves, in astonishment, exclaimed and, having uttered those words, led the villagers, nets in hand, to the shallow bay, bringing all the fish back to the village. The simple villagers, upon seeing such an abundant catch, could hardly conceal their joy. Just as everyone was preparing to deal with the sea fish, a harsh voice pierced the air. It seems your harvest is quite impressive. In that case, you should be ready with my payment, right? Lin Zan furrowed his brow at this remark, recognizing that the disciples of the demon sect had arrived once more. Before the village chief could step forward to negotiate, he advanced and spoke. Ah, my brothers. It has been a while. Huh? You're still here. Are you truly intending to settle down? One of the demon sect disciples, surprised to see Lin Zan again, inquired, knowing he was not from the village. These villagers saved my life. How could I bear to leave them? Lin Zan replied with a smile, approaching the disciple and draping an arm over his shoulder. Enough of this camaraderie. Have you prepared the money? The disciple, noticing Lin Zan's insincere demeanor, shrugged off his arm. I recall our last conversation involved 800 gold coins, correct? Hurry up and pay. There are many matters at the sect, and I do not wish to linger here. Come now, surely there is time for a drink. I have some fine wine, Lin Zan retorted, producing 2 hefty bags from his pocket. Esteemed sirs, within these bags are 1,000 gold coins. Why not linger in this fishing village a while longer and enjoy a meal before departing? Hey, Waves, hasten to prepare a room for me and these 2 gentlemen. The demon sect disciple, though still wary, glanced at the 2 bags of gold in his hands and conceded. Very well, this time, for the sake of the gold, I'll allow you 1 drink. But you better not pull any tricks. If you do, the villagers will suffer. Lin Zan, immediately adopting a respectful demeanor, replied, Why would a mere commoner like me dare to play tricks on esteemed gentlemen? The disciple, satisfied with this response, followed Lin Zan into a dilapidated wooden shack. I must say, what a shabby place you've prepared, the disciple remarked, frowning as he entered. They do not wish to soil their dwelling. After luring the 2 inside, Lin Zan transformed, unleashing the power of his first-tier strength, pointing his sword at them, and demanded, Where is the nearest stronghold of the demon sect? This question sent both demon sect disciples into a panic, rendering them utterly terrified. Ding. Mission triggered. Return to the battlefield. Reward, 50,000 peach blossom points. The system's voice echoed immediately upon the utterance of those words. Chapter 41. The Venomous Beauty of the Northwest City. Upon hearing the task, Lin Zan's eyes widened in astonishment. With the acquisition of these 50,000 peach blossom points, he believed that even in the presence of Zhang Ba, he would not be at a disadvantage. However, the ambiguity of the task left him perplexed about how to proceed. Have you not heard my words? Where is the nearest stronghold of the demon sect? Lin Zan glared at the 2 trembling disciples, his tone menacing. If we divulge this information, will you spare our lives? One of the disciples quavered in response. If you refuse to speak, I shall end your lives this very moment. Lin Zan retorted, brandishing his dagger, wiping away the dark crimson blood from their last encounter, his voice chilling. I will tell you, the disciple, sensing the imminent threat of the dagger piercing his throat, hastened to comply. The nearest stronghold of the demon sect is merely 10 miles from our encampment. and there are 4 disciples within. Take me there now. Can you do that? Lin Zan sheathed his dagger, but maintained a fierce demeanor. If you do not mind, we shall lead you. The other disciple seized the opportunity to offer. Empty your storage bags of all valuables. Lin Zan commanded, his satisfaction evident. Although the 2 were puzzled, they dared not question further and promptly retrieved all their valuables, which included the gold coins Lin Zan had previously given them. You 2 step forward. After collecting the items, Lin Zan led the 2 out of the dilapidated wooden hut where all the villagers had gathered, clearly drawn by the commotion inside. Fellow villagers, these 2 scoundrels have caused you immense trouble, and I have dealt with them appropriately. This is their compensation for the losses you have endured. With that, Lin Zan handed the valuables to the elder village chief. Chief, if I may be blunt, it is no longer safe for you to remain here. Lead the villagers away. This wealth is sufficient for you to live comfortably for 100 years. He continued, producing a manual for cultivation. Let the young ones learn from this. After placing the foundational cultivation method into the elders' hands, he urged, find a place far from the demon's sect, live well, and devote yourselves to your studies. Benefactor, you have done so much for us. How can we accept your money? The village chief looked at the wealth in his hands and immediately declined. Chief, listen closely. This money is for the entire village. Consider it relocation expenses. Lin Zan interjected before the chief could refuse, then turned to Hai Lang and Hai Hua, saying, the chief considers me a benefactor, but in my eyes, you 2 are my true benefactors. Without you, I might not have survived. Upon this farewell, it remains uncertain when we shall meet again. Allow me to present you with a gift. Having spoken, Lin Zan placed a dagger adorned with 7-star gems into Hai Lang's hands, stating, this is my personal dagger, never before used. Keep it for your protection in the future. Upon hearing this, Hai Lang furrowed his brow and inquired earnestly, Brother Lin Zan, there is one thing I do not comprehend. Why must you depart after having triumphed over us? Because this place will inevitably be claimed, and the fish in the fishing bay have already been eradicated by me. There is no longer any purpose for you to remain. Lin Zan candidly revealed the truth of the matter. I did not intend for this to happen. However, after my departure, you will undoubtedly face retaliation, and I wish to prevent such occurrences. From the very day you 2 rescued me, I have been a harbinger of misfortune for you. Brother Lin, do not speak in such a manner. Were it not for you, we would have surely succumbed to these villains sooner or later. Hai Hu In does it? Her brow furrowed and face etched with concern. Hai Lang, reflecting on her words, nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, my sister is quite right. Had it not been for you, I would truly be reluctant to leave this place. I understand now, Brother Lin Zan. Until we meet again, Lin Zan nodded, binding the 2 disciples of the demon sect and proceeding towards their designated stronghold. The place you seek lies just ahead. One of the demon sect disciples pointed towards a structure, addressing Lin Zan. Will you not release us? I swear I shall not return to inform anyone. The other disciple pleaded cautiously. Considering your assistance, I shall grant you a swift end. Lin Zan paused deliberately, observing the flicker of hope in the disciple's eyes before continuing. Allow me to offer you a merciful release. The moment the words left his lips, the glimmer of hope morphed into despair. And before they could utter a plea for mercy, a sharp pain pierced their throats. Blood surged forth, and they perished. Lin Zan regarded their lifeless forms with indifference, gripping his bloodied sword as he strode directly into the heart of the demon sect stronghold. Where did you come from? Do you even know where this is? Leave, or I shall slay you. One of the gluttonous demon sect disciples snarled upon spotting the intruder. You all seem to be enjoying your meal. I have come to enhance your feast, Lin Zan declared, and with that, he charged forward. The disciples scarcely had time to react before they met their demise. Ding! Mission completed. Return to the battlefield. Peach Blossom points 50,000. Sign in. Ding! Sign in completed. Peach Blossom points 100. Ding! Host is signed in for 30 consecutive days. Reward task. The Femme Fatale in the Northwest City. Task triggered. Tease the Femme Fatale. Task reward. Peach Blossom points 5,000. Ding! Notification. The task has failed, and the Peach Blossom points will be reset to 0. Upon hearing this, Lin Zan's expression darkened instantly. This was not a reward task. It was clearly a ticking time bomb. If he did not take the initiative to complete this matter, the 50,000 Peach Blossom points he had just acquired would vanish. Realizing this, Lin Zan understood he must urgently fulfill this task. Looking toward the demon sect's stronghold, he could faintly see a large city several kilometers ahead. Unfamiliar with the area, He had no idea where Northwest City was located. Observing the lifeless bodies of the demon sect disciples strewn about, he regretted not having inquired about their whereabouts while they were still alive. With no other choice, Lin Zan decided to head toward the town, hoping to encounter someone who could guide him to Northwest City. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the foot of the city. Chapter 42. The Persevering Beauty. Upon reaching the city, Lin Zan realized he no longer needed to ask, for he saw the 3 gilded characters on the city wall, Northwest City. Knowing he had no time to spare, he entered the city and found tavern, summoning a waiter to order food and drink. I have heard there is a beauty in this city. Upon hearing this, the boy's expression changed abruptly, and he stammered, "Sir, if you inquire about anything else, I will tell you immediately. But if it's about this, I fear I cannot say." Lin Zan, placing a bag of gold coins in the boy's hand, assured him, "Rest assured, I am not here to cause trouble. This is merely a task assigned to me. It does not involve you." The waiter, seeing the coins, gritted his teeth and whispered, "If you trust me, after your meal, go to the back door, and I will speak with you then." Lin Zan, not wishing to say much more, nodded in agreement. After a meal that vanished as swiftly as a whirlwind, Lin Zan patted his belly and made his way to the back of the tavern. Moments later, the waiter appeared, glancing around furtively. "Sir, it's not that I wouldn't tell you earlier. It's just that this matter is truly a taboo in our city. Enough. I do not need your explanations. Just tell me where she is." Lin Zan interjected, waving his hand at the boy, who seemed about to say more. "I urgently need to know all the information you possess. Share everything you know, and the bag of gold is yours. Then I'll be straightforward. The woman you seek is undoubtedly the phantom of Northwest City. It is said she is extraordinarily enchanting, yet every man who has encountered her has met a grim fate. Their deaths were horrific, and the perpetrator is all too evident. It is rumored she possesses a formidable background." The waiter cautiously glanced around. "Rest assured, there is no one nearby. I have already scouted the area." Noticing the boy seemed to have more to say, Lin Zan encouraged him. "You mentioned her background is deep. Does it relate to the demon sect? Is she connected to their members?" Lin Zan observed that the waiter was reluctant to elaborate further, so he took the initiative to inquire. "Rest assured, esteemed guest, that woman is in no way associated with the demon sect. When the members of the demon sect were stationed here, she sent someone in the dead of night to eliminate them all, for reasons unknown. She seems to harbor a profound enmity towards the demon sect." Lin Zan's question prompted the waiter to open up. The formidable background of the demon sect did not dare to provoke her, and thus they had to establish their stronghold several kilometers outside the city. Moreover, those disciples of the demon sect have yet to set foot inside the city. Their supplies appear to be sourced from the surrounding villages. The waiter seemed to possess an abundance of knowledge, articulating the situation with clarity. "Here, take these dozen gold coins as a reward for your insights. I may seek your counsel again in the future. Farewell." After taking a couple of steps out, Lin Zan suddenly recalled something and turned back to the waiter. "If you dare to divulge what I have inquired today, your life will be forfeit. Do you understand? Fear not, esteemed guest. I am notoriously tight-lipped. Unless my life is at stake, I would never betray you." Lin Zan, hearing this, could not help but smile wryly and shake his head, realizing that this was the waiter's limit. When faced with life and death, he would still betray himself. However, Lin Zan had no alternative at the moment. Following the direction indicated by the waiter, he made his way to the abode of the venomous woman. Upon arrival, he found himself captivated by the architecture. It hardly resembled a dwelling befitting a beauty. The dilapidated appearance seemed more akin to a place for vagrants. Nevertheless, remembering his mission, Lin Zan decided to investigate further. As he climbed over the courtyard wall, he knew he had come to the right place. The interior decor rivaled that of the esteemed Chui Mu sect, adorned not only with rare blossoms, but also with priceless medicinal herbs. Stealthily, Lin Zan crept along the narrow path until he reached the door and managed to create a small opening in the window to peer inside. What he beheld nearly caused his nose to bleed, an expanse of flawless, fair skin that tempted him to burst through the door. Ding! The task of spying on the venomous beauty has been completed. Peach blossom value, 1,000. Although Lin Zan heard the notification of task completion, he had no intention of departing, for the scene before him was a rarity. Moments later, the woman suddenly turned and looked directly at Lin Zan. Instinctively, he crouched down as a dagger was hurled toward the spot where he had just stood. The dagger soared through the air, shattering the window in an instant, prompting Lin Zan to quietly leap back over the courtyard wall. "You think you can escape?" The enchantress, now clad in her garments, glared at Lin Zan's retreating figure. her anger igniting as she gave chase. Lin Zan sensed the murderous gaze behind him, prompting his steps to quicken. However, as he observed the narrowing distance between himself and his pursuer, he realized that escape was utterly impossible at this moment. Thus, he halted and declared, "Miss Phantom, you have misunderstood. I truly did not intend any offense. It was the higher-ups who sent me. As for witnessing your birth, that is not my fault." Upon hearing this, the Phantom immediately ceased her advance, intrigued by Lin Zan's mention of the higher-ups. "Very well, then. Enlighten me as to who dispatched you." Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Lin Zan expended 30,000 peach blossom points to elevate his strength to the 3rd level of the out-of-body stage, and then he began to flee once more. The figure behind him, exasperated, cursed, and drew her sword to pursue him again. Their speed soon reached a precarious equilibrium, but Lin Zan, relying on his enduring stamina, gradually distanced himself from the Phantom. As night fell, Lin Zan finally found himself unable to run any longer and collapsed behind a large tree, panting heavily, convinced that his pursuer would not catch up to him again, though he privately lamented the challenging task assigned to him by the system. He also acknowledged that he had indeed feasted his eyes on an extraordinary sight. Time slipped away, and before long, Lin Zan succumbed to a deep slumber. At last, "I have tracked you down. Prepare to meet your end." Yet, while Lin Zan slept soundly, the woman did not relent in her pursuit. She eventually discovered him beneath a great tree and lunged at him with her sword. "Come on, sister, is this really necessary?" It was merely a glance. It won't cost you a piece of flesh. In a moment of desperation, Lin Zan sensed the impending danger, rolled aside, and narrowly avoided the thrust, muttering his grievances. Chapter 43, Convergence Ahead. "You devil, I shall slay you." Hearing Lin Zan's taunts, the venomous beauty unsheathed a dagger from her waist and hurled it toward him. Lin Zan dodged to the side, and the dagger embedded itself into the tree behind him. What incredible force! Beads of sweat began to form on Lin Zan's brow. He had not anticipated the woman's terrifying strength. What is the maximum level my peach blossom points can elevate me to? Out-of-body 5th stage. Upon receiving the system's response, Lin Zan disregarded all else and ascended to the out-of-body 5th stage. Now, his speed was sufficient to outpace the Phantom, although guilt held him back from striking first. Observing her relentless determination, Lin Zan fled towards the direction of the waterfall sect. However, after a day of relentless pursuit, the woman found her energy depleted, unable to continue chasing Lin Zan. Once he escaped the forest, he instinctively approached the city ahead, now bathed in the light of dawn, longing for respite. Yet, upon reaching the outskirts of the city, he was struck dumb. He had arrived at one of the largest cities under the dominion of the demon sect, Demon Heaven City. Although Lin Zan wished to avoid this place, his weary body simply would not allow him to do so. With no alternative, he disguised himself and stealthily entered the city, finding a modest inn where he promptly succumbed to sleep. When he awoke, night had already fallen. Stretching his fatigued limbs, he circulated his spiritual energy through his body, feeling quite satisfied with his current cultivation level. It was then that he recalled he was still within the city of the demon sect. However, now fully alert, he found himself unafraid of the threats posed by the demon sect, and thus quietly slipped out of the inn. In the Demon Heaven City, at the Lord's residence, the city lord reprimanded the several guards before him. "Keep your wits about you. The demon sect has just suffered a significant defeat. Anything could happen. My lord, we are far removed from the Emperor's reach here. Let us simply deliver what is required and leave the rest to them," one of the leaders retorted nonchalantly. "I expect you to follow my orders without complaint. Be cautious, or I shall have you dismissed." The city lord's brow furrowed as he regarded the disrespectful figure before him. "Let me remind you, the borders are not stable either. The demon sect stronghold in the northwest city has been eradicated. There's no need for alarm. I suspect it was that woman who caused the trouble," the leader replied dismissively. "Incidents in the northwest city are commonplace. We can always send a few disciples to handle it," he continued, seemingly unconcerned about how they had offended that woman. Without a doubt, the person referred to by the demon sect disciples was the enchanting shadow. However, it was said that she possessed remarkable beauty. Upon my return to the sect, I shall capture her and bring her back for the amusement of my brethren. Enough. Look at your disgraceful demeanor. Were it not for the higher-ups assigning you this task, I would have expelled you long ago," the city lord exclaimed impatiently. "Very well, my lord. I am merely here to have some fun. I shall return before long, and perhaps I could even secure a position as an outer door elder." The leader shrugged off the admonition. when I attain the rank of Outer Door Elder. I shall not forget any of you." The city lord sighed helplessly and dismissed them, fully aware that the man's power stemmed from Xianxia, who had sent him here to enhance his own standing. At this moment, Lin Zhan had overheard their entire conversation. Gleaning that the demon sect had seemingly suffered a significant blow, most likely inflicted by its own members. He marveled at how quickly news of his emergence at the border had reached them, impressed by the efficiency of the demon sect. As the night deepened, even the guards stationed at the city lord's residence began to doze off. Lin Zhan stealthily approached and dealt with the two guards before entering the lord's mansion. Upon witnessing the multitude of houses, he found himself perplexed, uncertain which one belonged to the lord. Just as Lin was grappling with this dilemma, the lord unexpectedly emerged from one of the buildings. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed to be addressing a personal need. Lin quietly followed him, positioning himself behind the lord, with a dagger pressed against his throat, whispering, "Make no sound, or I shall end your life." Had it not been for the lord's recent relief, he likely would have soiled his trousers in fright. "Brother, we harbor no grievances from the past nor present. What is your intent?" the lord inquired, attempting to regain his composure amidst the tension. "Nothing of consequence, merely a few questions that require your honest answers. A single misstep, and your life is forfeit," Lin Zhan replied, feigning the demeanor of a villain, tightening his grip on the dagger pressed against the lord's throat. "Very well, I advise you to lower the dagger. It would be unfortunate for an accidental injury to occur. Ask what you wish to know, and I shall answer. Let us refrain from digressions. I shall pose a question, and you will respond in kind." Lin, aware of the lord's ulterior motives, pressed the dagger even closer. "Please be cautious. I will divulge everything. Do not be so anxious." The lord felt the blade pierce his skin, prompting him to relent. "What significant events have transpired recently within the demon sect? Have they suffered any substantial losses?" Pleased with this shift in tone, Lin Zhan responded, "I had anticipated a more profound inquiry. Is it truly necessary to resort to such measures for common knowledge?" Relieved, the lord exhaled deeply. The demon sect amassed an army and launched a substantial offensive against the water sect, only to return in utter defeat. A formidable force has emerged within the confines of the demon sect, wreaking havoc and instilling fear in the disciples, who now dare not venture outside, remaining confined within the sect. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan envisioned the figure of the spirit sword, the thought deepening as he smiled inwardly and queried, "Where did the last incident occur? Answer this, and I shall take my leave." The lord, relieved, responded eagerly, "In the enchanted city. I possess a map." He carefully retrieved the map from his bosom and tossed it onto the ground. Anticipating the lord's intentions, Lin Zhan thrust the dagger deeper into his throat and picked up the map, stating, "I never mentioned departing without taking further actions." Chapter 44, A Fortuitous Encounter. After tidying the scene, Lin Zhan set forth towards the enchanted city, navigating through the forest that bordered its outskirts. "Boss, we have been out for quite some time now, and it seems everything is calm at the waterfall gate. Shouldn't we return?" At this moment, the Lingjian team was taking a respite in the enchanted forest, and Jin Yuan, after much contemplation, finally voiced his thoughts. Lingjian glanced at Jin Yuan, whose face was marred with stubble and whose eyes bore the weight of exhaustion, and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is time for us to head back. Let us ambush 3 more times before we depart. I truly cannot bear to wait any longer. We have just engaged in a fierce battle. The people from the demon sect wouldn't dare show themselves now." Jin Yuan, sensing that Lingjian was reluctant to return, could not help but complain. "Rest assured, I have calculated it. It won't be long before a new batch of demon sect disciples arrives." Lingjian tried to console Jin Yuan, who continued to grumble. "Enough with that, boss. Are you perhaps a worm in their bellies? How do you know when they will arrive?" Upon hearing this, Jin Yuan grew increasingly agitated. Despite his fatigue, he shouted, "Trust me, I am not deceiving you. The disciples who attacked the waterfall sect were summoned from various places, and they will surely return soon. When they do, they will be at their most exhausted. We shall seize that opportunity to defeat them. I promise you, once we accomplish this task, we will leave, all right?" Seeing Jin Yuan's weary visage, Lingjian reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well, but there can be no turning back. Once we vanquish those rascals, we will leave immediately." Jin Yuan, fearing that Lingjian might change his mind at any moment, promptly replied, "All right, I understand that you all have your reasons. After all, you're the leaders of your respective sects, and pulling you away is indeed a tall order. I assure you, once we complete this task, you may all depart." Lingjian turned to the others, addressing them earnestly. Master Uncle, does this mean we are not leaving? I have a strong feeling that I am destined to meet Master. Li Xiao, upon hearing this, grasped Ling Jian's intent and approached him, whispering, "To be honest, I feel the same way. Regardless of the circumstances, I must bring Lin Zan back. It is essential for providing an explanation to Sister Zhu." Ling Jian, surveying the surroundings, quietly replied, "Everyone, let us take a moment to rest here. I will accompany Li Xiao to scout ahead. Perhaps tonight you will be able to depart." With that, Ling Jian and Li Xiao left the camp. "Master Uncle, I will be candid with you. I have no desire to leave at all." After departing the camp, Li Xiao felt liberated and began to vent to Ling Jian. "After all, I find this life quite enjoyable. We can slay demon sect disciples daily. Isn't this a win-win situation for us? I truly do not understand those fellows. Each person has their own perspective. They're the sect leaders, and they must consider the well-being of their sect." Ling Jian replied, "You, on the other hand, enjoy your freedom, and thus do not concern yourself with these matters." Ling Jian responded with irritation to the words spoken. Indeed, he did not wish for those individuals to depart, but circumstances left him with no alternative, as he had no justification to keep them bound to him. Li Xiao, initially inclined to argue, was abruptly silenced by Ling Jian's command. "There's movement ahead. Keep your voice down." Li Xiao, accustomed to such sudden attacks, lay still on the ground. Sure enough, moments later, a torch-bearing procession approached. With keen eyes, Li Xiao recognized them as members of the demon sect, yet they bore a markedly defeated demeanor. Their heads hung low. "Master, your foresight is remarkable. I never imagined we would encounter this group. They must have returned from the Watergate. Look at their state. They have surely suffered a defeat." Li Xiao crawled closer to Ling Jian, whispering excitedly, "Less chatter. We must swiftly return and report." Ling Jian instructed, leading Li Xiao back to their camp. "Hurry and gather your belongings. Those remnants of the defeated army will arrive shortly. We shall catch them off guard and then return home." Upon hearing this, excitement filled the eyes of the group, each member retrieving their weapons in preparation to confront the disciples of the demon sect. Half an hour passed. "Something's amiss, Master. Even at their slowest pace, they should have arrived by now. Why is there still no sign of them?" Li Xiao, feeling the unease after lying in wait for so long, approached Ling Jian to express his concerns. "I too sense something is amiss. You all remain here. I will investigate what has transpired up ahead," Ling Jian declared, rising first and heading toward the direction of the defeated demon sect disciples. Upon arrival, he was astounded by the scene before him. All the disciples lay lifeless. Just as Ling Jian prepared to return with the news, Li Xiao, worried for him, caught up and gazed at the multitude of corpses. "Impressive, Master. You managed to slay them all single-handedly. How have I never witnessed such prowess before?" Unable to contain his delight at the sight of the charred bodies, Li Xiao exclaimed, "This was not my doing." Ling Jian replied anxiously, "Surely not, Master. In the territory of the demon sect, who else would dare act against them? It couldn't possibly be my master, could it?" Hearing this, a spark of realization flashed in Li Xiao's mind, and he blurted, "Could it be our esteemed ally?" Ling Jian shared this doubt, asking aloud, "May I inquire who performed such a noble deed? If you trust us, we invite you to reveal yourself." Gathering his courage, Ling Jian called out to the surrounding shadows. Every movement of the two had been meticulously observed by Lin Zan, who lay concealed nearby. As Ling Jian posed his question, Lin Zan emerged, his face veiled. "Who do you two think you are to demand an audience with me, so casually?" Lin Zan deliberately spoke in a coarse voice, intending to prevent the two from recognizing him. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao was instantly enraged and stepped forward, glaring fiercely as he exclaimed, "You have stolen what was rightfully ours, and yet you dare speak so boldly. Do you believe we would hesitate to eliminate you?" As Li Xiao finished his words, Ling Jian, standing nearby with a smirk, remarked, "You'd best not involve me in your affairs. If you choose to confront him, do so on your own. I am no match for him, and frankly, I doubt you are either." Taken aback by this statement, Li Xiao could not help but inquire of Ling Jian, "Why have you sold me out? Are you still my master uncle?" Chapter 45. A reunion of brothers, the ambush on the Shadow Sect. "Even if I were your blood uncle, I would still be no match for him," Ling Jian responded, laughing so hard that tears nearly streamed down his face as he clutched his abdomen. Lin Zan chimed in, "Do not tease him any further." Upon hearing this, Lin Zan removed his mask and smiled, asking, "What? Do you still wish to kill me?" Li Xiao was momentarily stunned, unable to believe Lin Zan had truly appeared before him. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Master, I I can't be mistaken. It really is you. Do you want me to demonstrate a few moves for you? Lin Zan, in response, playfully kicked Li Xiao's rear and said, no need for that. I've grasped your capabilities from that kick. Li Xiao chuckled while covering his backside. All right, I've heard all about your exploits. Now, let me see what sort of team can compel the demon sect to retreat. Upon hearing this, Ling Jian led Lin Zan into the camp, enthusiastically shouting to the gathered individuals, look who I've brought. This announcement immediately captured the attention of those lying in ambush, and they turned their gazes towards the trio. When they realized Lin Zan was alive, their mouths fell open in astonishment. Muling Heir's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and a deep, poignant emotion stirred within her heart. We all thought you had perished, she said, unable to restrain herself from stepping forward with concern. How could that be? I am blessed with great fortune. Lin Zan, oblivious to the deeper meaning of Muling Heir's words, laughed heartily. Are you all planning to ambush that team? There is no need now. I have already dealt with them. Ling Jian, observing the people he had rescued standing before him, felt a surge of satisfaction and asked, what are your plans next? My dear brother, since you have inquired, I shall not conceal the truth from you. We originally intended to complete this task and depart. Ling Jian pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, why? Are we not well situated here? Why the sudden desire to leave? Lin Zan questioned, evidently perplexed by the current situation. The brothers have changed significantly from their former selves. They are now leaders of sect, and if they do not return, chaos will ensue within the sect. Upon hearing this, Ling Jian ceased to be reticent and spoke calmly. I see. Then it is indeed imperative for you to return. What astonished Ling Jian was Lin Zan's apparent eagerness for these individuals to depart, as he exhibited no intention of keeping them around. Please do not misunderstand. I do not wish to hasten your departure. However, Ling Jian is correct. You must prioritize the affairs of the sect. After all, you are no longer the same as before. You are now leaders of sect and cannot afford to be so indiscreet in your comings and goings. Here is a map of the territory of the demon sect that I have obtained. Take this with you for a safer journey, Lin Zan proclaimed, bowing respectfully to the assembly. You claim you are not urging us to leave, yet you are unwilling to spare us even a moment's conversation? Mu Lingya, observing Lin Zan's demeanor, could not help but scold him internally, calling him a foolish pig, and remarked bitterly, ahem, that was not my intention. To be frank, my upcoming endeavors are fraught with peril. Should anything happen to you while accompanying me, I would be unable to account to the esteemed leaders above. Moreover, you are now leaders of sect, so you must act swiftly and return. Upon hearing this, Lin Zan could only shake his head and smile bitterly. You're utterly foolish. We shall disregard you and take our leave. Mu Ling'er, feeling embarrassed by her own words, offered a command, and the other sect leaders immediately discerned the underlying meaning. Promptly following her departure, after they had left, Li Xiao spoke up softly. Master, did you not notice that the leader of the Emerald Wood sect has some affection for you? Upon hearing this, Ling Jian nodded, clearly realizing that Lin Zan had been oblivious to the sentiments of others. Do not jest with me. My heart belongs solely to Wan'er, Lin Zan retorted, giving Li Xiao a playful kick. Master, even a blind man could see that. I am not joking, Li Xiao said innocently while rubbing his backside. Enough chatter. We must focus on our mission. I have obtained a strategic map of the demon sect, and this time we must turn their world upside down, Lin Zan declared, producing another map from his cloak and pointing to a specific location. Our next target is here. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing this, the two became serious, and Li Xiao, with a resolute expression, stated, Master, I shall follow your lead. Wherever you direct me against the demon sect, I shall go. Ling Jian, without uttering a word, merely gazed at the point Lin Zan had indicated. Brother, this location might be somewhat precarious, Lin Zan acknowledged, nodding thoughtfully as he inquired further. If there is anything amiss, please do not hesitate to express it. 3 individuals are certainly better than 1, and without your input, I would remain oblivious to my errors. My dear brother, it appears to me that this location is perilously close to the stronghold of the demon sect. If we were to proceed stealthily, it might be manageable. But should anything go awry, the demon sect's reinforcements would swiftly arrive. Ling Jian, having heard this, did not withhold his thoughts and replied calmly, indeed, that is the case. However, I am confident in my ability to eliminate them all, and I seek to achieve an unexpected outcome. After all, with the proximity to the demon sect's headquarters, they are unlikely to anticipate our assault here. Thus, this becomes our secret weapon. Their defenses are surely not overly vigilant. allowing us to take them down with ease. If that is your perspective, I believe this location may be even more advantageous, responded another. It is situated further from the demon's sect, and the strength of that group is not as formidable. After we seize this place, it will surely alert them. But we can make a smooth escape. Upon hearing this, Ling Jian recognized another point on the map and shared his insight. Lin Zan, having listened intently, gazed in the designated direction, contemplating for a moment before applauding in approval. Indeed, it appears that finding you was a wise choice. Let us settle on this place. We shall proceed today, scout the area upon arrival, and act under the cover of night. With the plan established, the trio set forth toward their destination, the Shadow Sect. Master, Uncle, so this is the location you have settled upon. Is this not your former sect? Will you not feel any peculiar sentiment in taking action here? What peculiar sentiment could there be? My purpose here is to eradicate these traitors, Ling Jian declared with fierce determination. Enough of this idle chatter. Remain here as I conduct a reconnaissance. After such a lengthy interval, there must have been some changes within. With that, Lin Zan stealthily entered, disguising himself as a disciple of the Shadow Sect. Once prepared, he strode confidently, observing the familiar yet strange surroundings, his heart heavy with nostalgia. After over half an hour, he had gleaned most of the crucial information and thus prepared to retrace his steps. However, as he passed a dilapidated building, he heard a heart-wrenching cry from within. Curiosity piqued, he peered through the window, and the sight rendered him speechless. To his shock, the one in distress was none other than his junior sister, Xianxia. Without a moment's hesitation, he kicked the door open, glaring menacingly at the two Shadow Sect disciples who wore sinister smiles. What is the matter, brother? Do you wish to join the fun? One of the disciples leered, mistaking Lin Zan's urgent entrance for a shared interest. Clearly, they did not recognize him. Yet, Xianxia immediately identified Lin Zan. Indeed, I have come merely for amusement, yet it is in your company that I seek to play. With those words, Lin Zan swiftly dispatched the two depraved individuals, liberating his junior sister from the torture device. Are you unharmed? He inquired. Upon seeing Lin Zan, tears streamed down the young girl's cheeks. In such a moment, Lin Zan found himself at a loss for words, embracing her in hopes of providing a modicum of solace. After a brief interval, the young girl, seemingly spurred by some unseen impetus, abruptly sat up and, with a swift motion, drew Lin Zan's dagger from his waist and slashed her throat. By the time Lin Zan processed the situation, the dagger was already embedded in her trachea. System, please save her, he implored. Ding. Detection. Junior sister, Xianxia, has lost the will to live. Rescue is impossible. Overwhelmed by despair, tears began to cascade from Lin Zan's eyes. Moments later, seeing that they were alone, he cradled his junior sister's lifeless body and exited the chamber, stepping beyond the confines of the Shadow Sect to seek out Ling Jian and his companion. Listen well, you two. If anyone dares to show weakness tonight, I shall kill you upon our return. With that declaration, Lin Zan focused intently on digging a grave for his junior sister. The two, comprehending the gravity of the situation, ceased their chatter and began to assist him. As midnight approached, just as Lin Zan and his companions were preparing for their next move, a dagger, glinting coldly from afar, hurtled towards him. Recognizing the familiar blade, Lin Zan discerned who approached. As the lithe figure drew near, he unsheathed his sword and pointed it at her, declaring, "If you intend to kill me, wait until I have concluded today's affairs. Should you dare to thwart my plans, I will end you." Unbeknownst to her of Lin Zan's harrowing experiences, the shadowy figure retorted with fury, "You lecherous scoundrel. Even on the brink of death, you dare to speak so boldly. Hlapava to die." With that, she charged at Lin Zan. In response, he delivered a powerful kick that sent her reeling, grasping her throat as he asserted, "Were I to wish you dead, you would not draw breath. Regardless of your background, I reiterate, should you disrupt my plans today, you shall meet your demise." Having uttered those words, he released the shadowy figure and, accompanied by Ling Jian, made his way toward the Shadow Sect. "Master, who is she? She is so beautiful," Li Xiao inquired, utterly oblivious to Lin Zan's current state of mind. At her words, Lin Zan shot her a glare imbued with murderous intent, causing Li Xiao to promptly fall silent. "Brother, that individual is following us. Shall we intervene?" As they approached the periphery of the Shadow Sect, Ling Jian noticed the shadowy figure lingering at a distance. Lin Zan, hearing this, replied, "You two wait here. I shall send her away." With determination, he strode toward the figure, growling, What do you truly desire? Do you wish for me to end your life? I merely wish to ascertain what could possibly capture your attention so fervently. Could it be that you intend to pilfer some treasures from the Shadow Sect? Enough of this idle chatter. Once I emerge, you may act as you please, but for now, cease to disturb me. With that, Lin Zan turned away and stealthily led the two companions into the Shadow Sect. After dispatching the guards, Lin Zan guided them towards the barracks concealed within the shadows, fully aware that all the outer disciples had been gathered there at present. Upon entering, they were to eliminate every last one, regardless of whether they were familiar with these individuals or not. They all must perish. Lin Zan commanded Ling Jian and Li Xiao with resolute clarity. Rest assured, brother, even if I know them, they are now traitors to the sect, and I shall show them no mercy. Tonight, our purpose is to eliminate them. Ling Jian vowed earnestly upon hearing this. With that, the trio advanced into the barracks, brandishing daggers and swiftly dispatching nearly 100 outer disciples within. The remaining group was dispersed, and within the hour, they would eliminate as many as possible. After an hour, we shall reconvene here. The two nodded in agreement and parted ways. Who goes there? After an indeterminate period, a sudden shout broke the silence of the dark night. I am here to kill you, Li Xiao declared, hurling his sword, which struck true at the man's brow, instantly extinguishing his life. He dashed out of the cave and reached the designated meeting place, shouting, "Master, uncle, flee at once." Upon hearing this, the two hastened to Li Xiao's side, casting reproachful glances in his direction, and promptly took off in the previously determined escape route. What have you done? Such a trivial matter. And you managed to create such chaos. Ling Jian could hardly contain his irritation, chastising him from behind. Enough. This time, we have avenged our junior sister. But mark my words, I shall return here one day and eradicate everyone in this place, Lin Zan declared, drawing forth his dagger to etch a message upon the outer wall shrouded in shadows. Murderer, Lin Zan. So, your name is Lin Zan. You entered with the intent to kill. How amusing that you orchestrate such a grand affair for the act of murder. Although Mei Ying's words dripped with sarcasm, the earlier tension had dissipated, replaced by a hint of admiration for Lin Zan and his companions. I have completed my task. Do as you will, Lin Zan replied, resting in place. I have changed my mind. I no longer wish to kill you, for it seems you are the adversary of the demon sect. Upon hearing this, Mei Ying approached without pretense, her fingers grazing Lin Zan's cheek. Since you have seen my form, you must take responsibility. You know well what is to be done, and I trust you shall find pleasure in it. Forgive my candor. My previous actions were born out of sheer necessity, and I harbor no desire to entangle myself with you further. I am now departing from this place. At this moment, Lin Zan had no intention of engaging further with this woman, for he was acutely aware that roses bear thorns. After uttering these words, he gestured to Ling Jian and Li Xiao, preparing to lead them away. Well, master, it hasn't been long, and yet you have already deceived another potential teacher. Li Xiao teased with a smile, finding amusement in their dull journey. If you continue spouting such nonsense, I shall rend your tongue, Lin Zan retorted, rolling his eyes at the jest. Master, I assure you, this is no mere folly. Look at that woman trailing behind us. Are we to bring her back to the waterfall sect? Li Xiao pointed to the alluring figure that still lingered in the distance, a hint of mischief in his tone. Master, that is simply out of the question. If you truly bring that individual back, I fear my teacher will break your legs. Lin Zan felt a chill creep down his spine at these words, and reluctantly, he approached the enchanting figure, his companions chuckling behind him. I have granted you the opportunity to execute me. Now, I offer you another chance. Should you wish to kill me, do so. Otherwise, cease your pursuit. In this moment, Lin Zan found himself at a loss for words, acutely aware that the situation stemmed from his own actions, making it difficult for him to speak too harshly. What nonsense is this? My legs are my own. I shall go where I please, and it is of no concern to you, the enchanting figure said, wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes glinting with seduction. Pray, do not jest, for I shall not permit you to follow me, Lin Zan declared, stepping back to stand beside Ling Jian and Li Xiao. You two must return and inform Sister Zhu that I am unharmed. I will devise a means to rid myself of this individual and return to you. Master, you must be vigilant. Do not let her ensnare you, for I would find it difficult to explain to the teacher upon our return, Li Xiao exclaimed before seizing Ling Jian and darting away. Upon hearing this, Lin Zan silently cursed but recognized he had no alternative. His immediate concern was to shed the burden following him. Since you harbor a grudge against the demon sect, I shall take you to confront them, but thereafter, you must cease your pursuit of me. Is that acceptable? Lin Zan, desperate to rid himself of this encumbrance, inquired. Accompanying you to confront them is acceptable, but whether I remain by your side thereafter is a matter I shall decide. The enchanting figure did not disguise her intentions, gazing at Lin Zan with mischief in her eyes. Dear brother, deep down, you do not wish for me to leave, do you? Your body betrays your true feelings. If you have any demands, I might consider them. After all, a man of your caliber deserves to be savored. With that, she approached Lin Zan, her delicate fingers tracing circles on his chest. Upon hearing these words, Lin Zan's face flushed with embarrassment. After all, it is exceedingly difficult for any man to maintain composure in the presence of such a woman. This physiological response was beyond his control. Enough of this nonsense. I will first take you to confront those fellows from the demon sect, and after that, I shall ensure not to accompany you any further. With that, Lin Zan strode resolutely toward the heart of the demon sect without looking back, while the enchanting figure followed him, undeterred. Are you not afraid? The place we are heading to is far more perilous than those wretched locales in the shadows. We are venturing into the very lair of the demon sect. Lin Zan glanced back at the woman who was indeed following him and inquired. You, a mere child, are unafraid, so why should I be? She replied nonchalantly. Moreover, should I fall into their clutches, there will be those to rescue me. But you, on the other hand, may face a gruesome fate. Her words struck Lin Zan with considerable dismay, for it was evident that the forces backing her were beyond his capability to contend with. At least, not with his current means. As Lin Zan stood rooted in place, the enchanting figure approached him from behind, wrapping her arms around his waist, whispering softly, Brother, if you are frightened, perhaps I should consider taking you with me? Her voice dripped with seduction. Lin Zan immediately shrugged her off, apprehensive that he might succumb to her beguiling tactics. From this moment forth, we must maintain a distance of 1 meter. Should you refuse, I could easily leave you behind with my speed. The enchanting figure nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I can always devour you. I am never in haste. You claimed we were heading to the demon sect stronghold. Why then do you hesitate? Lin Zan insisted, steeling himself. Fear? Nonsense. I have never been afraid. She retorted defiantly. If you are truly unafraid, why do you linger here? Let's proceed. With that, she stepped forward, striding confidently toward the demon sect's stronghold. In the demon sect's great hall, Xianxia was taken aback by the news. What did you say? The shadow sect has been ambushed? He was incredulous, unable to fathom that what he believed could be resolved by dispatching an elite team had become so troublesome. Were the casualties? He glared at the trembling messenger below, slamming his hand on the table in a fit of rage. How many have fallen? Reporting to the sect master. Over 100 outer disciples and a dozen inner disciples perished, yet none of the core disciples were harmed. The kneeling man stammered in reply. To have lost so many in a single night, and to have one stronghold breached. I dare say you are unfit to be the sect master, Xianxia declared, drawing his dagger and, in a swift motion, hurled it at the man before he could even comprehend his fate, pinning him firmly against the stone pillar of the great hall. If the leader were to eliminate him now, we would have no better candidate to assume the position in the shadows, would we? Observing Xianxia's ruthless demeanor, the newly appointed strategist cautiously stepped forward and remarked, Are you implying that you wish to take the position? Xianxia furrowed his brow in response to the strategist's words. You misunderstand, my lord. That is not my intention. It is imperative that we clarify who is responsible for this matter. The strategist hurriedly responded, fearful that a single misstep could cost him his life. Chapter 48, A Perilous Task. I ask you, are you foolish? Did not the previous individual make it abundantly clear who committed this act? The perpetrator is Lin Zan. How much clearer must it be for you to comprehend? At this moment, Xianxia was both amused and exasperated by the strategist's panicked outburst, tightening his grip around the man's neck. I have no intentions of killing you just yet. I wish to keep you close to devise a plan, not to question my decisions. Do you understand? After uttering these words, Xianxia released him, his eyes brimming with mockery as he regarded the comical strategist. Do you comprehend now? The strategist exhaled a sigh of relief, stammering, I apologize for my earlier rudeness, my lord. I have a proposal. Upon saying this, the strategist cautiously glanced at Xianxia, fearful that any movement might provoke a fatal response. That is more like it. Speak. Since they have dared to disturb our affiliated sect, it is evident they will not relent. From my perspective, The identity of the individual in the shadows is inconsequential. What matters is that our demonic sect enhances its defensive capabilities. The strategist, being no ordinary person, had been chosen by Xianxia for a reason. And he articulated his thoughts clearly. Oh, what do you mean by that? They would not attack the same location twice in quick succession, knowing that we would bolster our defenses. Thus, we must anticipate their next target. The strategist explained calmly, clearly possessing insight beyond the ordinary. So, in your opinion, what action should we take next? Xianxia, intrigued, clapped his hands in approval and continued to inquire. We must augment our ranks within the demonic sect. Though all must remain concealed, the disciples guarding the sect should be replaced with the elderly, infirm, or those lacking acumen. This way, they will feel emboldened during reconnaissance, and their vigilance at night will wane. We shall seize this opportunity to ensnare them all. The strategist laid out his plan with confidence, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Xianxia. Indeed, it seems I was right not to eliminate you, young man. Let's proceed as you suggest. But know this, should you make any blunders, it will cost you your life. Xianxia said with an air of indifference. Rest assured, my lord, I have long devised a plan for this matter, and I assure you it will be executed within half a day. The strategist, upon hearing these words, did not hesitate, for he too had cultivated a favorable strategy in his mind. By the way, why has that rascal, Lai Long, been silent of late? I entrusted him with the pursuit of the external team, yet there has been no progress to date. Just as Xianxia was about to let the strategist depart, he called out to him, inquiring, My lord, without a capable aid, he is unlikely to uncover the whereabouts of those rogues. The strategist responded with a hint of arrogance. Though his words referred to Lai Long, they were clearly a veiled compliment to himself. Very well, I comprehend your meaning. Find a way to contact him and summon him back. Upon hearing this, Xianxia grasped the underlying implication of the strategist's words. Yet at that moment, he had no intention of rewarding him. He merely issued instructions. As the night deepened, at the periphery of the demonic sect. What brings you here, lad? Are you afraid once more? Observing Lin Zan lagging behind, reluctant to advance, Meng approached him and wrapped her arms around his neck, her breath brushing against his face, laden with mockery. Ding! Entering a dangerous zone. Please refrain from self-destructive behavior. At this moment, Lin Zan did not wish to enter, but with each step forward, the warning became increasingly pronounced. This dissuaded him from making any further movements, fearful that the alert would disrupt his combat state during a confrontation. You are right. I am indeed afraid. What of it? At that moment, Lin Zan had to concede, as his current strength would render a stealthy assault on the demonic sect's stronghold a genuine act of self-destruction, as the system had indicated. Ha! I was hoping to toy with you a bit longer. It seems you are not as foolish as I thought. To Lin Zan's surprise, Meng laughed heartily. Ding! Meng's favorability level, 10. Romantic fortune, 100. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Zan felt even more perplexed, questioning within himself. What is this favorability level? Why had I never encountered it before? As the system remained silent, Lin Zan had no choice but to abandon his inquiries and looked up at Meng, only to discover a progress bar hovering above her head. 01. A mere 10 points of favorability amounted to only 01. To reach the maximum level would require a staggering 1,000 points. Lin Zan mentally calculated, shivering at the thought. What are you staring at? Do you find your elder sister beautiful now? Clearly uncomfortable under Lin Zan's unabashed gaze, Meng stepped forward, somewhat awkwardly stating. Lin Zan, realizing his lapse in composure, sheepishly scratched his head and replied, Very well, I certainly wouldn't dare venture into the headquarters of the demonic sect. However, I am free to traverse the surrounding major cities. Lin Zan sensed the palpable awkwardness in the air and swiftly redirected the conversation, stating, Ding, quest acquired. Raise Phantom's favorability to the maximum level. Quest reward, secret. As soon as Lin Zan uttered these words, the system's quest caused him to involuntarily splutter. What are you doing talking and splattering saliva? Phantom remarked with exasperation. If you weren't so far away, I fear your spittle would have landed on my face. At this moment, Lin Zan, visibly unperturbed, retorted with a hint of irritation. Is there something wrong with your body? What's the matter with you? Are you some sort of problem child? Phantom inquired, her discomfort evident. Of course not, sister. How about I take you for a delightful tour of Demon City and we eliminate those ruffians inside? At this point, Lin Zan had donned a facade of ingratiation towards the beauty before him. The sudden shift in his demeanor sent a chill down Phantom's spine, prompting her to softly question, "Are you really hiding some sort of issue? Why has your attitude changed regarding this matter?" "Sister Phantom, how could I possibly have a problem? If you're ready, shall we head to Demon City?" Lin Zan implored. "All right then." Clearly, Phantom remained oblivious to the underlying tension, allowing Lin Zan to lead her by the nose. Acquiescing to his request. Chapter 49. The 7 Sin Tokens. At the entrance of Demon City, Lin Zan respectfully inquired, "Sister Phantom, would you prefer I take them on alone? Or shall we vanquish them together? You think you can handle them all by yourself?" What an exaggeration. Phantom seemed to relish the moment, her every movement exuding an enchanting allure that captivated Lin Zan. "I wager that within half an hour, I can eliminate every last disciple of the demon sect." "Very well. What shall we wager?" Phantom, intrigued by his bold claim, lifted Lin Zan's chin as she asked. "Let us keep it simple. Given your beauty, I wager a kiss from you." Lin Zan, driven by his quest, stated calmly. "Why the sudden change in your demeanor? Weren't you just shy a moment ago?" Phantom responded, caught off guard. "Forget about that. Are we wagering or not?" Lin Zan seized her hand, a playful intention surfacing. "What do I have to fear? Let us wager." Phantom declared confidently, "The Lord of Demon City is a divine sense realm cultivator. You are no match for him." Yet Lin Zan appeared unfazed by the Lord's strength. With an agile leap, he entered Demon City, swiftly dispatching several guards and commencing his slaughter atop their walls. The outskirts of Demon City. Why has the Sovereign suddenly summoned us back? At that moment, a member of the dragon hunting team in haste towards the demon sect could not help but ask, "What else could it be? We have achieved nothing during our prolonged absence. We are merely wasting time outside. It would be more beneficial to return to the sect and engage in meaningful endeavors." Ling Long, feeling vexed for being toyed with, believed that with his power, dealing with that small team would be effortless. Yet, he could not trace their whereabouts or movements. The entire group had been led astray by the previous encounters with the Spirit Sword team. As the two conversed, chaos erupted atop the walls of Demon City. The fierce dragon, upon witnessing this, exclaimed with excitement, "You did not show yourself when I sought you out, yet here you are before me. Men, scour the area. I will confront that fellow." In a moment, the dragon hunter leaped onto the city wall, spotting Lin Zan. "Boy, do not bully those people. Your true opponent is me." With that, the dragon hunter brandished his steel blade and charged ahead. Lin Zan had no intention of battling this slightly stronger adversary and continued to slaughter the disciples of the demon sect. With the advantage of speed, the fierce dragon posed no threat to him. "You want to catch me? Train for several decades more before you try." Lin Zan paused momentarily, glancing back at the panting fierce dragon, and nonchalantly raised his middle finger. As he spoke, he toppled 2 disciples of the demon sect, commencing a deadly dance upon the city wall. "Where's the Lord of Demon City?" At that moment, the fierce dragon was seething with rage, veins bulging. His words seemed to have an effect, as shortly after, the city lord arrived on the battlefield. Upon seeing the dragon hunter clad in the attire of a core disciple of the demon sect, he approached with utmost respect. "I was unaware of the sudden arrival of a core disciple. Please forgive my inadequate welcome. Enough with the grandiloquent nonsense. Hurry and capture that fellow." At this juncture, Lin Zan felt a chill run down his spine. Given his current strength, he could contend with 1, but facing 2 was an impossibility. Realizing it was unwise to linger, he leapt from the city wall and darted toward the direction of a shadow. Upon arriving, despair washed over him as he discovered the shadow bound by 2 disciples of the demon sect, their words dripping with insult. "D." Lin Zan swung his long sword, swiftly severing the heads of the 2 assailants and cutting the bindings that restrained the shadow. Just then, the dragon hunter arrived at the scene. "Boy, it seems you have lost." The shadow, unperturbed, lightly nudged Lin Zan and whispered, "Sister, there is a time and place for flirting. Don't you see the situation we're in?" Faced with the pressure from the adversaries, Lin Zan could not help but shout at the shadow. "Why the urgency? If those fellows dare to lay a finger on me, I shall ensure their sect's annihilation." With that, I produced a token from my bag and addressed the 2 before me. "Do you know who I am? Now be gone." The 7th sect token. Upon witnessing the token, both the dragon hunter and the city lord exclaimed in unison, "My apologies, miss, but we must capture this individual at all costs." The dragon hunter, upon seeing the token, stepped forward earnestly. "I warned you, should you attempt to apprehend us, I will obliterate your sect. My words hold weight." Upon hearing this, Mei shed her usual enchanting demeanor, transforming into a valiant warrior on the battlefield, regarding the 2 before her with utter disdain. Leave at once. Observing their indifference, Mei Ying shouted. The two exchanged glances, each perceiving resignation in the other's eyes, and with a silent agreement, they nodded and departed. What do you think? Your strength pales in comparison to the authority of this token. After the two had retreated, Mei Ying nonchalantly stowed her token away and resumed her beguiling demeanor. Addressing Lin Zan, "May I see your token?" Lin Zan was well aware of its power. This token was one of only 10 in existence, forged by the mightiest sects across the 7 continents, with the former divine heaven sect being one among them. That would not do. What if you slipped away? Though Mei Ying feigned reluctance, she eagerly retrieved her token and, after a moment of teasing, remarked, "However, if you give me a kiss, dear sister, I might consider allowing you a glimpse of this token." Lin Zan hesitated, gritted his teeth, and leaned in to kiss Mei Ying on the forehead. She was taken aback, momentarily stunned. "Well, you said you would honor your word. May I now see it?" Lin Zan exhaled deeply, inquiring. At that moment, for reasons unknown, Mei Ying found herself compelled to relinquish the token into Lin Zan's hand. As he took the token, he traced the image of the blue falcon, its eyes adorned with a golden gem, symbolizing the divine heaven sect. "Who are you truly? Tell me your identity." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Zan returned the token to Mei Ying, pressing for answers. Chapter 50. The token that shook the demon sect. "Is this how you inquire about my affairs?" Mei Ying, taken aback by Lin Zan's sudden change in tone, frowned, her voice tinged with barely concealed ire. "I apologize, but unless you disclose the origin of this token, I cannot accompany you." Lin Zan's expression remained unwavering as he challenged her directly. "With my strength, it would be effortless to either evade or eliminate you. Consider your position." Although Lin Zan spoke with bravado, a sense of uncertainty lingered in his heart. After all, the enchanting beauty before him was a mystery, with the only thing he could ascertain being her exquisite figure. Conversely, he felt as though he had been stripped bare, devoid of any semblance of privacy. "You are truly a stubborn mule. I shall not keep it from you any longer. This token belongs to my father." Upon hearing this, Mei Ying smirked in resignation. Perhaps it was due to Lin Zan's earlier assistance that she found herself strangely reliant on him. "Could you clarify who your father is?" Lin Zan's inquiry was devoid of any gratitude as he pressed for details. "Are you conducting a household investigation? What does it matter who my father is to you?" Mei Ying furrowed her brow at his words, uncertain of what Lin Zan truly sought to know. "Feel free to ask everything you wish to know," she added, voicing her displeasure. "I merely wish to understand your background. After all, you surely do not belong to the Xianxia sect. You are not from this continent." Lin Zan expressed candidly, "I have no connections with people from other continents and wish to avoid courting disaster." Reassured by his honesty, Lin Zan continued, "You need not worry. I harbor no intentions of harming you. If I had, you would not be standing here now." Upon hearing this, Mei Ying let out a sigh of relief and resumed her conversation with Lin Zan. "As for my gentlemanly secrets, I cannot divulge them to you, for you do not trust me, and I have not been afforded even a modicum of trust in return." In this regard, they were equally matched, and she urged him not to adopt a condescending demeanor. At that moment, Mei Ying's usual allure faded, yet her conversational grace remained captivating. Lin Zan, pondering her words, was uncertain whether he understood the reasoning or was merely entranced by the charm she exuded. "Very well, what do you intend to do next?" "I must return. I have no time to linger," he replied candidly. "Ah, you wish to hasten my departure, do you? Let me be clear. I will not leave until I am certain of your intentions." Mei Ying, reverting to her beguiling demeanor, approached him, intertwining her arm with his. "Little one, would you truly abandon your sister to such perilous circumstances? I trust you. A person of your integrity would never act so cruelly." Lin Zan, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, retorted with a cold laugh, "Do you not possess the token? With it, you could traverse this continent with ease. Even those in the fusion stage would defer to you." After uttering these words, he rose to return to the water's edge, but after taking just a few steps, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! If the host insists on leaving, the fate of romantic encounters shall be nullified." These words caused him to halt in his tracks, the foot he had raised slowly retreating to the ground as he glanced back at the enchanting figure behind him. "I have changed my mind. If you wish to accompany me, then so be it." Ding! Intimacy level 10, romance value 100. Lin Zan, upon hearing this declaration, could scarcely believe his ears, even questioning whether the individual behind him possessed some peculiar inclinations. Yet, at that moment, he was oblivious to Lin Zan's clandestine calculations. merely finding this individual excessively endearing, as they frequently overturned their own decisions. In truth, even if you do not take me along, I can still find you. I know where the waterfall sect is located. The enchanting figure, noticing Lin Zan's apparent disregard for his intentions, stepped forward, entwining her arm with his and smiling brightly. However, Lin Zan seemed unappreciative of this gesture, shaking off her arm and asserting, I am merely taking you back out of concern that you might fall prey to those ignorant of the token's significance in the wild. Our relationship does not warrant such familiarity. Henceforth, let us refrain from any physical contact. The enchanting figure, unfazed by his words, circled in front of Lin Zan and lifted his chin with a smile, saying, Little one, I understand your sentiments. Are you not merely afraid of losing control? With that, she ceased further contact and positioned herself ahead of Lin Zan. What a mischievous spirit! Lin Zan silently mused, trailing after her. In the Demon Sect Grand Hall. Ha! Hunter Dragon, you finally returned. I knew you hadn't caused any trouble. I bear you no ill will, for those fellows are far too cunning. At this moment Zhang Ba, troubled by the absence of someone to assume the role of the shadowy sect leader, felt a surge of relief upon the return of the Hunter Dragon. However, upon noticing the Lord of Demon City beside him, his brow furrowed momentarily before the trained instincts of a leader kicked in, prompting him to inquire further. What a double blessing today. How is it that you returned with the Lord of Demon City? Observing the peculiar expressions of the two, Zhang Ba could not help but press on. What has transpired? Have you two not a word to share? Upon hearing this, Hunter Dragon approached Zhang Ba and whispered, Sect leader, it is dire news. The 7 sect tokens have resurfaced. At this revelation, Zhang Ba's pupils involuntarily narrowed. He understood the implications of this token, especially given that he had recently eradicated one of these sects, the Divine Heaven sect. To him, the emergence of this token seemed a direct affront, as it was inconceivable for a solitary sect to contend with the formidable might of the 6 powerful sections. Do not rush. Elucidate the situation for me, Zhang Ba urged after a moment, taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart before addressing Hunter Dragon. Lai Long listened to the brief recounting of last night's events, and when he realized the connection between the owner of the token and Lin Zan, he was instantly taken aback. How could this be? How could they have arrived so swiftly? Zhang Ba murmured in disbelief. Master, they might not necessarily be coming for us. You're talking nonsense. It's glaringly obvious they are targeting us. Zhang Ba retorted, exasperated, and kicked Lai Long lightly. Forget everything else for now. Summon all external members of the demon sect, whether for reconnaissance or assault, to return at once. Zhang Ba commanded angrily to the two. Lai Long, I am assigning you a new task. Go to the Shadow Sect as its leader and ensure that the people there do not encounter any further troubles. After all, they are from the Divine Heaven sect. You must keep them in check, and if they commit any misdeeds, punish them severely. They must understand that after we occupy the Divine Heaven sect, we have not oppressed or brainwashed them in any way. At that moment, Zhang Ba was in a state of frantic desperation. The emergence of the 7 sect tokens had left him feeling as if he had died once. Master, forgive my candor, but things are still unclear, and there is no need for such drastic measures. The strategist, observing Zhang Ba's demeanor, felt compelled to interject. Do not speak foolishly. You have no idea what this token signifies. Zhang Ba exclaimed, gripping the strategist by the collar. Do you perhaps have a better solution? Master, in my view, sending young Master Lai Long to the Shadow Sect is entirely unnecessary. Should anything unforeseen occur, it could implicate him. We only need to recall the external members of the Demon Sect. The strategist, suspended in mid-air, spoke cautiously. Master, the strategist is correct. If we create a commotion, they may suspect that we have ulterior motives. Lai Long also urged earnestly. Zhang Ba looked at the two and slowly released the strategist. You both leave me now. I need to consider this matter carefully. The three exchanged glances and, in mutual understanding, departed. At the waterfall sect, Lin Zan gazed upon the land before him, still bearing the scars of the fierce battles between the two sections. The entire outer wall of the waterfall sect had become exceedingly weathered from the relentless fighting. Is this what you call the waterfall sect? It certainly appears quite dilapidated, Mei Ying remarked disdainfully, observing the desolate scene. If you do not wish to enter, you may certainly turn back. I have no objections to what you said earlier, but this is my sect, so if you find it displeasing, you may leave. Mei Ying teased, noticing the look of resentment on Lin Zan's face. I have endured places 1,000 times worse than this. Do not underestimate me. Lin Zan remained silent, resolutely walking into the sect. Lin Zan has returned. Unbeknownst to the origin of the utterance, moments later, the attention of the entire sect converged upon them. The tales of Lin Zan had long since circulated among the disciples of the sect. Who would have imagined that you, my dear fellow, would find such popularity here? As Mei Ying observed the gazes directed her way, an inexplicable sense of pride welled within her, as if this was a reflection of her own worth. Enough of such idle chatter. I must soon meet my woman, and I advise you not to meddle. Lin Zan, unyielding in his demeanor, stepped forward to confront Mei Ying. What concern is it of yours if I go to see my woman? Do you truly believe she would harbor jealousy towards me? If that were the case, it would imply you have feelings for my sister. Upon hearing this, Mei Ying retorted playfully. Think as you wish, however. If you do not want me to summon someone to bind you, it would be prudent for you to comply with my wishes. Lin Zan, steadfast, remained unmoved, indicating that this was his boundary. These matters are not for you to dictate. It depends on my mood. If I feel inclined, perhaps I might consider your request. Strangely, Mei Ying felt a desire to tease the young man before her and spoke with a mischievous tone. Lin Zan remained resolute, for he was acutely aware of what truly mattered. Yet, the disciples in the water gazed at Mei Ying, captivated by her enchanting demeanor, with some lost in admiration, even allowing drool to escape their lips, oblivious to their state. Have you witnessed the allure of my sister? Even if that fellow is not jealous, what can I do? Mei Ying clearly reveled in the attention of those around her, and in the presence of such admirers, she became even bolder. With a few casual gestures, several onlookers found themselves blushing profusely. Lin Zan, however, paid no heed to Mei Ying and made his way directly to Xianxia's cave dwelling. Sister, I have returned. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Zan pushed the door open, casting a warning glance at Mei Ying before closing the door behind him. Upon entering, he found Xianxia, who appeared noticeably more gaunt. Is this truly you? Xianxia, upon seeing Lin Zan, could hardly believe her eyes, trembling as she rose to her feet, caressing his face in disbelief. Lin Zan, witnessing his beloved's frail form, felt a surge of anger rise within him, and he shouted towards the outside. Ling Jian, come in here at once. No sooner had he spoken than Ling Jian timidly entered, inquiring, What is the matter, brother? Are you truly unaware? How have you cared for her? Lin Zan, saying this, prepared to unleash his fury. I am fine. It is only that I could not bear to be without you. Losing all appetite and desire for tea or food, do not blame them. At that moment, Xianxia, lacking the strength to prevent Lin Zan, whispered softly in his ear, Brother, I truly cannot be held responsible. Despite my pleas, the sister would not believe me. Upon hearing these words, Ling Jian immediately sought to justify himself. All right, you may leave for now. By the way, please find a suitable place for Mei Ying to stay and ensure he is well settled. Lin Zan nodded in acquiescence, for he knew that this predicament stemmed from his own actions. Had he returned sooner, Xianxia would not have endured such suffering. Sister, you have truly suffered during this time, he exclaimed. What are you standing there for? Hurry and fetch some food. He kicked Li Xiao, who stood nearby, with a complex expression. Big brother, wait for me. I shall retrieve it right away. But what about that lady outside? Li Xiao could not suppress his tongue and replied mischievously. Enough of your nonsense. What lady? She's merely a friend I brought back. Treat her well. If you provoke her, it is not my concern if she decides to eliminate you. Lin Zan frowned at this remark, turning to the visibly displeased Xianxia, and spoke sternly. Understood, big brother. Rest assured, I am well aware of his strength. I would never dare to provoke him. Li Xiao, upon hearing this, pouted, clearly realizing his prank had failed, resulting instead in a few more kicks. Chapter 52, Alliance. Lin Zan observed Xianxia, who appeared disinterested in her meal, and recognized the turmoil within her heart. He softly suggested, Sister, how about I take you to meet my friend? Upon hearing this, Xianxia lifted her head, her eyes inexplicably filled with a sense of grievance. My heart holds space only for you. I cannot accommodate anyone else. Lin Zan understood her feelings and gently kissed her lips, his words imbued with deep affection. I know a man of your caliber must attract many admirers. Yet you must hold me in your heart. Xianxia paused, caressing Lin Zan's cheek as she replied, One air, my heart belongs solely to you. I swear it. Aware that Xianxia's emotional turmoil remained unresolved, Lin Zan took her hand and departed the cave, heading directly to the place where Mei Ying resided. Have you arranged for him to stay here? Lin Zan inquired of Ling Jian upon arrival. Yes, big brother. Is there something amiss? If you prefer, I can relocate him. Ling Jian, sensing Lin Zhan's suppressed anger, spoke cautiously. The earlier matter was my fault. Please do not distance us with such an attitude. Lin Zhan reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, acknowledging that his previous actions have been somewhat excessive. It is of no consequence, after all. It is my responsibility to care for my sister in her current state. However, do you think it wise to bring her along? Might it not be inappropriate? Ling Jian whispered conspiratorially in Lin Zhan's ear. Big brother, no matter how eager you are, we cannot allow them to meet so soon. If a conflict arises, I lack the strength to intervene. Is there something wrong with you? I have no connection with him at all. At this moment, Lin Zhan truly felt like a mute eating bitter gall. He had no words to express his frustration. No matter how he tried to defend himself, Ling Jian believed there was an inexplicable connection between him and a mysterious figure. Resigned, Lin Zhan chose not to argue further and took Zhu Xinhuan's hand, stepping into the enigmatic figure's room. Hey, are you peeping Tom? As soon as Lin Zhan entered, he was struck by a flying blanket, and the mysterious figure teasingly remarked. Hearing these words, Lin Zhan froze instantly, turning to Zhu Xinhuan and exclaiming, "This is truly a misunderstanding. Let me explain. All right, I believe you." Zhu Xinhuan remained unfazed, for in her heart, Lin Zhan was certainly not that kind of person. At that moment, the mysterious figure noticed others in the room besides Lin Zhan and slowly approached. With a playful smirk directed at Lin Zhan, the figure addressed Zhu Xinhuan. "I've heard Brother Lin Zhan speak of you. I never expected to meet such a beautiful lady today." Lin Zhan was taken aback by this remark. He had anticipated a confrontation, but was surprised by how effortlessly the tension dissipated. Moments later, the mysterious figure and Zhu Xinhuan appeared to be as friendly as sisters, leaving Lin Zhan feeling like an outsider. "What are you still doing in my room? Go on. Do you think it's appropriate for you to linger here?" The mysterious figure said with a laugh, observing Lin Zhan's awkward posture as he sat in silence. With a hint of understanding, Lin Zhan exited the room. At the doorway, Ling Jian and Li Xiao were quietly eavesdropping. When Lin Zhan emerged, Li Xiao, with admiration in his eyes, remarked, "Well done, master. I never imagined your charm could bring two rivals together like this. Teach me this technique someday." Lin Zhan, upon hearing this, promptly kicked Li Xiao, saying, "If you keep talking like that, be careful I don't ruin you for life." Li Xiao felt a chill at his waist and retreated, muttering, "Master, I was wrong. I can't afford to lose that." Meanwhile, Ling Jian, having overheard their exchange, laughed until tears streamed down his face and said, "Brother, let's set aside this topic for now. I have something more important to discuss with you. Let's go talk to Shui Long." Nodding in agreement, Lin Zhan followed Ling Jian to the main hall of the Falling Water sect. "Master, you have finally returned safely," Shui Long exclaimed, stepping forward to pat Lin Zhan's shoulder with utmost respect. "Please, please, don't call me master. I can't bear such a title," Lin Zhan responded, waving his hand dismissively. "What is there to be modest about? If it weren't for you, the Falling Water sect would have likely perished long ago. Moreover, you have taught me so much. I'm delighted to have you as my disciple." Upon hearing this, Shui Long respectfully replied, "Enough of this idle chatter. What matters have you summoned me for?" Lin Zhan, unsure of how to proceed, deftly shifted the conversation. "I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. The demon sect has recalled all its dispatched personnel." Shui Long instantly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "I suspect they are concocting a new scheme, yet the specifics elude me. I fear that when we least expect it, they may strike us with a devastating blow, one we cannot withstand." Lin Zhan pondered for a moment, struggling to comprehend the demon sect's motives. "Regardless, let us prepare ourselves. Even if they return, we shall not be at their mercy." At this, Ling Jian interjected, "However, with our current strength, we are ill-equipped to endure a second assault from the demon sect." Understanding Ling Jian's implication, Shui Long, concerned for the safety of their sect, lamented, "I shall endeavor to uncover the reasons behind their actions, but for now, our urgent priority must be to unite the 5 elemental sects." Lin Zhan acknowledged the gravity of the situation, suggesting, "Master, if I may speak candidly, I have contemplated this matter, yet the other 4 sects seem unresponsive. Aside from the Greenwood sect, the remaining 3 appear disinterested in alliance." Shui Long displayed visible fatigue. He had dispatched many envoys to negotiate unity, yet none had succeeded. This remained a vexing dilemma, yet it was understandable given that they were amid a transition in leadership, preoccupied with internal affairs. After a moment of reflection, Lin Zhan reassured, "Rest assured, I shall personally visit their sect in a few days to advocate for our alliance." Chapter 53. Internal Strife Within the Flowing Fire Sect. I am grateful for your efforts. Shui Long felt a surge of excitement, but restrained his emotions due to his position as sect leader, replying with utmost respect, "Do not be too hasty in your gratitude. Success is not guaranteed. They are currently engrossed in their own matters and may not be inclined to consider a partnership." Lin Zan waved his hand dismissively, "Master. I have faith that if you take the initiative, it will naturally come to fruition. This is a trivial matter for you." Shui Long responded with admiration. "Time is of the essence. I shall depart tomorrow morning. The situation with the demon sect is ever-changing, and who knows what unforeseen actions they may take next. Task: reunite the 5 elemental sects." As Lin Zangin concluded his words, the system's task notification chimed in, catching him by surprise with the immense rewards that his brief utterance would bring. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the task's benefits and merely shrugged at Ling Jian, saying, "Hurry up and prepare. Tomorrow morning, take Li Xiao and accompany me." Lu Huazong has already been back from Mars for quite some time. It is impossible that there has been no movement. Upon hearing this, Ling Jian nodded and departed. In the Lu Huazong, several elders exchanged glances. "Are you implying that you wish to usurp power?" Mars inquired, noticing the displeasure etched on their faces. "The sect leader is not as you perceive. We merely believe you are too young to occupy this position." The surviving elders, relying on their seniority, retorted condescendingly. "Indeed, a mere child cannot possibly manage the sect effectively. It will be better for us to take the reins for the time being." Another elder chimed in, dripping with sarcasm. "This behavior from the elders is unjust. The sect has already established a covenant, and I am the rightful heir," Mars asserted, understanding he could not afford to confront them openly, yet he restrained his anger. "Yes, I did mention that we have no intentions regarding the sect leader's position. We merely wish to assist you in managing it for a while." One elder, Huiyang, boldly declared, "That will not be necessary. I believe my current capabilities are sufficient to govern the entire sect, and the scenarios you envision will not occur. As long as you refrain from interference, I shall manage the sect effectively." Mars insisted, recognizing that he must remain resolute in this matter, for any sign of weakness could sever his ties to the sect. "This matter concludes here. Should you dare to raise it again, do not blame me for being unaccommodating." Mars understood the necessity of demonstrating his authority at the appropriate moment. Otherwise, he risked being subjugated and bullied. "If you do not wish to comply with my leadership, you may leave at any time," Mars stated, fixing his gaze on each individual, his eyes betraying a palpable intent. As he displayed this fierce demeanor, Huiyang interrupted before any elder could respond. "Sect leader, we understand, and we believe you will govern the sect well." After uttering this, he led the elders out of the main hall. "Huiyang, you proposed this idea. Why do you hesitate now at a critical moment?" One elder, previously interrupted, queried with annoyance. "This matter requires careful deliberation. We cannot rush, especially since that young fellow still holds some renown. Therefore, our immediate task is to diminish his prestige. At that time, his reputation within the sect would plummet, and naturally, we could seize that position." When Huiyang uttered these words, his gaze was fixed intently on the sect, revealing a fervent desire for the position of the sect master, but more so, a murderous intent towards Huoxing. At present, the demon sect has curtailed its strategic expansion, which means they cannot stir up any trouble. Hearing this, another elder could not help but respond with a sense of resignation, since they cannot cause any trouble. "Cannot we proactively create some for them? Must I be asked about such trivial matters?" Upon hearing this, Huiyang inwardly lamented the folly of the individuals before him. Yet he was compelled to ally with these fools. After inciting some chaos within the sect, you need not concern yourselves with the aftermath. Remember, the most crucial point is to avoid revealing any clues, otherwise I cannot assist you in covering up. Rest assured, senior brother, I will handle this. Creating trouble is my specialty. Upon hearing this, the interrupted elder excitedly addressed Huiyang. "It cannot be left to just you. I need all of you to be aware of the trouble. At that time, I will naturally pin the blame on Huoxing. That young lad thinks he can compete with us old foxes. He is far too naive. Today, let him witness our prowess." Huiyang's tone brimmed with greed, as if he could devour Huoxing in the next moment. "By the way, this matter cannot be delayed. You shall act tonight." Huoxing instructed the group. "Isn't it a bit hasty to act tonight, brother? We have yet to devise a plan. In times of necessity, sacrifices must be made. Killing a few disciples of the sect is not excessive. The sect will bear the responsibility for their deaths." As these words left his lips, The faces of the other elders displayed fear, for while they all harbored greed, they were unwilling to kill their own disciples. I understand your indecision, but this is for your future. Do not blame me for not warning you. If you do not act tonight, opportunities will dwindle. Huiyang observed their vacillation and silently reminded them. Upon hearing this, several elders nodded in agreement for their own interests, yet a few remained hesitant. Huiyang took note of their names in his heart, preparing for swift action after stabilizing the situation. As night fell, the pitch-black sky concealed any trace of moonlight. In such a desolate hour, even the patrolling disciples exhibited signs of fatigue, completely oblivious to the impending danger that was stealthily approaching them. Is it permissible for us to do this? After all, they are our own sect's disciples. Elder Lu cautiously inquired. Enough with the pleasantries. We have come this far. What is there that we cannot do? As soon as the words were uttered, the loyal disciple of Huiyang, the second elder, immediately questioned. Since Huiyang has ascended to the position of sect master, our sect will undoubtedly be governed far better than it is now. And you will also reap considerable benefits from it. Very well, if that is your assertion, let us proceed with it. Upon hearing this, the ancient sixth elder gritted his teeth and approached the days guard, effortlessly snapping his neck. After several elders similarly dispatched a dozen individuals, they returned to their abodes to rest. The following morning, Firestar arrived at Fire Yang's residence and confronted him. Did you not claim you could manage the sect appropriately? How could such a significant incident transpire last night? At that moment, Firestar, sporting dark circles under his eyes, quietly remarked, What transpired? I was engrossed in reviewing matters within the sect late into the night. If there is something, simply state it. Such a grave situation has arisen within the sect, and you act as if nothing has happened. How are you fit to be the sect master? In my opinion, you should step down. Upon hearing this, Fire Yang remained undeterred and reiterated, What have I said that warrants such an outburst? Why the hesitation? Speak plainly. Firestar frowned at this, evidently irked by the lack of rest the previous night. Let me inform you, and let us see if you can still harbor such anger. This morning, the patrolling members discovered that over a dozen disciples of the sect have perished. Judging by the cause of their deaths, it is likely the work of those from the demon sect. The root of this tragedy lies in your failure to manage the disciples properly. You should indeed resign. Fire Yang declared sternly. You speak without sense. How could you know of this incident before the fourth watch of the night? In the past, you never rose before noon. Firestar retorted, unfazed by the tone, instead adopting a bemused expression as he inquired of Fire Yang. I cannot fathom that you would betray your own disciples merely to secure the position of sect master. It seems this old fool must be dealt with. Someone kill him. Firestar shouted towards the screen behind him. However, moments later, a look of confusion crossed his face as he realized that no one responded to his command. Very well. From my perspective, you should cease this futile endeavor. If you were capable of summoning anyone, I would have no need to cast blame upon you. Fire Yang observed Firestar's bewildered expression and could not help but chuckle softly, saying with an air of indifference, Accept your fate, young man. I am the rightful sect master, and now, there is no support for you, save for those ignorant disciples. Certainly, such a situation shall not endure for long. For the events of today are sufficient to erode their trust in you. Fire Yang coldly addressed Firestar, devoid of any sentiment. In light of past kindness, should you choose to depart voluntarily now, perhaps I shall refrain from holding you accountable. However, should you linger, I shall see to it that you are judged within the sect. Do not cling to your delusions. Leave at once. Otherwise, I shall compel your exit. Observing Firestar's reluctance to budge, Fire Yang approached him, gripping his neck with a steely resolve. Yet, Firestar, a victim of coercion, exhibited no signs of submission. At the moment he was cast aside, a throng of onlookers swiftly surrounded him. Initially, he presumed these individuals came to his aid, but to his astonishment, the elders hoisted him up and made their way toward the sect's exit. After they unceremoniously dropped him to the ground, the second elder spoke, Accept your fate, young man. This is the consequence you rightly deserve, for you are not the person who commands the people's expectations. With that, the second elder departed with the remaining elders. At noon, Elder brother, we are nearing the flowing fire sect. At last, we can rest our weary feet. Ling Jian exclaimed as he leapt alongside Lin Zan into Lu Ha. At this moment, Li Xiao was utterly exhausted, lacking the breath to respond. When the time comes, you two may rest. I shall engage them regarding this matter. I called you both merely for companionship along this tedious journey. Lin Zan observed the duo's matching exhaustion with an air of resignation. Though not entirely in line with his previous words, it felt somewhat accurate. Master, I believe you should consider our limitations. You are well aware of our abilities. How can we possibly keep pace with your speed? Upon hearing this, Li Xiao exhaled deeply and replied intermittently, Enough, I am well aware of your stamina. I am merely endeavoring to train you. Lin Zan, unsure of how to respond to their plight, offered an awkward smile as he attempted to explain. Is that not Firestar? Ling Jian inquired. What is he doing at the sect's entrance? Shouldn't he be at work? Just as Ling Jian was about to say more, Li Xiao, with keen eyes, spotted Firestar outside the flowing fire sect and exclaimed with excitement, It appears we have arrived. You two shall rest inside shortly. I will discuss the particulars with him. With these words, Lin Zan led the pair to Firestar, whose expression was one of bitter dismay, prompting Ling Jian to question. Why the long face? I have come seeking you. Hurry and take me inside, for I wish to discuss matters of collaboration. If I could enter, why be lingering here in the first place? They have cast me out. Upon hearing these words, Mars wore an expression of grievance, utterly devoid of any signs of being poisoned. It was evident that he failed to comprehend why, despite his utmost efforts for the sect, he found himself in such dire straits. Lin Zan, clearly taken aback by the unfolding events, turned to Mars and inquired, What exactly transpired? Please elaborate. Mars promptly recounted the recent incidents to Lin Zan in a succinct manner. However, rather than expressing sympathy, Lin Zan erupted into hearty laughter. I truly did not foresee that you could not even safeguard your own sect. Do you recall how I instructed you? One must show no mercy to one's enemies. Now that you have shown leniency, they have turned ruthless against you. At these words, Mars' countenance faltered, a flicker of indignation crossing his features as he lamented. What am I to do? After all, they have already tarnished my reputation. Upon my return, I shall possess no standing, and no one will heed my words. Chapter 55, Liberation of the Liuhua Sect, Alliance Established. How will you know unless you try? Come, follow me inside. With that, Lin Zan gestured for Ling Jian and Li Xiao to approach him. Moments later, he struck the door of the Liuhua sect with a firm knock. Hey, I say, what is the meaning of this? How dare you keep the doors barred while your sect leader stands outside? Do you not understand the gravity of such disrespect? Lin Zan bellowed at the individuals atop the wall. The sect leader has issued an order. The demon sect has launched a surprise attack, and all outsiders are forbidden from entering the Liuhua sect. The disciples stationed on the wall were initially from the Huiyang sect, and the moment Mars was expelled from the sect, they tacitly acknowledged Huiyang as the new leader. Courtesy before conflict, I have extended my civility. Since you choose to reject my goodwill, do not blame me for what follows. With that declaration, he forcefully kicked open the sturdy door and, accompanied by the three others, strode into the Liuhua sect. The disciples of the Liuhua sect were well aware of Lin Zan's prowess and had no intention of provoking him. Thus, the group made their way directly toward the main hall. Who might this be? Ah, it is the envoy from the Falling Water sect. My apologies for the rudeness of those who opened the door. Please do not take offense. However, I must assert that bringing back this traitor is an error on your part. This is an internal matter of our Liuhua sect, and I hope Brother Lin Zan will allow us to resolve it ourselves. This is not merely your internal affair. It pertains to the alliance of the 5 elemental sects. I am affording you a chance to vacate this place alive. Lin Zan responded without a hint of deference, employing a tone of both threat and command directed at Huiyang. If you insist on treating this as your internal affair, then the fault lies with you. Do not blame me for the consequences. Huiyang retorted, gesturing behind him. This time, there was no comical scenario akin to Mars's earlier predicament. His gesture summoned a throng of elders from the Liuhua sect. I have granted you an opportunity, and now you shall face your demise. The elders selected thereafter were evidently unworthy of Lin Zan's attention. His focus remained solely on Huiyang. Among these individuals, the only one capable of barely contending with Lin Zan is that fellow, Huiyang. Ling Jian and Li Xiao, you two shall refrain from intervening. Huaxing, heed my words. If you cannot withstand their onslaught before I resolve this deception, then your position as sect leader is rendered meaningless. Upon hearing this, Huaxing nodded resolutely, understanding that he could not afford to show mercy to these traitors, for they were no longer members of the Liuhua sect, but outright rebels. After giving Lin Zan a determined glance, Huaxing launched his attack against Elder Song. At this moment, Lin Zan remained unperturbed. He was confident that dispatching Huiyang would be a trivial matter, easily accomplished within 10 strikes. However, that would be far too lenient a test for Huoxing. What he needed was a leader who could genuinely contribute to the five-element sect alliance. Yet, unable to restrain himself in the heat of battle, Huoyang lunged at Huoxing. Witnessing this, Linzan swiftly appeared before him, grasping his throat and declaring, "You may smile all you wish, but if you dare to engage, your only opponent is me. Should you interfere in their affairs, I shall slay you." At this moment, Linzan's presence instilled a profound terror in Huoyang. No matter the method, it was utterly impossible for him to bridge such a formidable chasm. "Let us negotiate a condition, shall we? Upon my ascension to sect leader, I shall ensure that the rights of the sect far surpass anything this wretch could offer. Moreover, treasures will frequently grace our sect, all of which I shall bestow upon you." Huoyang pondered for a moment, realizing he had no other recourse, and lamentably pleaded for mercy. Utterly ridiculous. Perish. Linzan had expected Huoyang to possess some measure of fortitude, yet he was taken aback by how swiftly he capitulated. Such an opponent had never piqued his interest. Drawing his sword, he swiftly severed Huoyang's head from his shoulders. A pitiful waste. One who dares to usurp the throne. How laughable. Linzan had initially believed that this ephemeral strike would be easily evaded, but to his astonishment, Huoyang failed to comprehend the trajectory of his own assault and fell in an instant. The other elders, witnessing their leader's downfall, ceased their efforts, understanding that to continue would lead them to a fate akin to that of Huoyang. However, Huoxing seemed unsatisfied, eager to press the attack. Ling Jian and Li Xiao promptly intervened. "If they truly repent, then let them remain, should you slay them. You will not even ascend to the ranks of the secondary sects." Observing Huoxing's impetuous demeanor, Linzan calmly addressed him, "Brother, they sought to take my life not long ago. If we spare them now, what is to prevent them from attempting such treachery again in the future?" Upon hearing this, Huoxing clenched his teeth, glaring fiercely as he inquired, "I have elucidated the stakes clearly. I do not wish to repeat myself. If you can soothe their concerns, they will surely follow you earnestly. I shall refrain from further discourse on this matter. Reflect upon it at your leisure. My purpose in seeking you today is of utmost importance. The alliance among the 5 major sects must be prioritized." Linzan observed the pensive expression on Huoxing's face and, with a smile, remarked, "You understand that I wish for you to comprehend this at the right moment. Please, expedite the tidying of this place and discuss the matter of the sect alliance." Covering his mouth and nose in response to the disarray, Linzan reiterated his request. Huoxing, recognizing the seriousness of the situation, promptly instructed his subordinates to clean the grand hall and resolutely stated, "Brother, I grasp your intention. We cannot solely rely on threats. We must balance benevolence with authority, ensuring they do not feel alienated." Looking into Linzan's eyes, Huoxing spoke earnestly. "This is but a fragment of the larger picture. However, my current concern is not this matter. How many times must I repeat myself?" Linzan felt some merit in Huoxing's words. Yet his urgency to solidify the alliance compelled him to restate his point. "Rest assured, brother, we must join this alliance. Facing the formidable demon sect, it is inconceivable for our Lu Hua sect to hope for survival without it. Had prior events not delayed us, I would have already forged the alliance with the Waterfall sect." Huoxing affirmed with conviction, "You understand the gravity of this situation. That is what I needed to hear. I shall not linger here any longer. I will take these 2 and depart." Upon hearing this, Linzan signaled to Ling Jian and the others to prepare for their leave from Lu Hua sect. Chapter 56. The Peculiar Cry. "Brother, our Lu Hua sect nearly faced annihilation during this tribulation. Could you remain and assist me with management for a while?" Huoxing inquired anxiously, his head bowed. "I have aided you once. What about the future?" Linzan replied firmly, declining the request. "But brother," Huoxing attempted to argue, but Linzan swiftly interrupted. "This is your own affair. Only you can resolve it." Huoxing nodded reluctantly, aware that Linzan had already done more than enough for him, and to insist further would be unreasonable. With that, Linzan departed Lu Hua sect alongside Ling Jian, heading directly towards Li Jin sect. A day later, "Master, we are still 2 days' journey from Li Jin sect. Let us set camp here for the night." As dusk approached, Li Xiao felt a growing sense of unease and addressed Linzan. "What troubles you? I notice something amiss. Speak candidly." Elena Zan, sensing Li Xiao's supla shift, approached with concern. "Master, ordinarily, the forest would be alive with various beasts at this time." Li Xiao tentatively voiced his apprehension. The forest now exudes an eerie stillness. Yet we must establish our camp here, so we may confront any potential dangers in advance. Are you foolish? It is precisely because of the peculiarities here that we ought to depart at once. Hearing this, Ling Jian kicked Li Zhao's backside and declared, enough. I sense something amiss as well. Let us heed Li Zhao's words and set up camp here. Lin Zan found merit in Li Zhao's reasoning. And after a moment of contemplation, he spoke up. You two stay here to make camp. I shall scout the surroundings. Should any peril arise, I will create a commotion and return immediately. With that, Lin Zan ventured deeper into the forest without waiting for their agreement. Barely having taken a few steps, a roar resonated through the valley. Fearing for the safety of his companions, Lin Zan hurried back to the camp, where he found both of them looking bewildered. Did you hear that sound? He inquired. They nodded in response. Brother, you are well-traveled. Do you know what creature produced that noise? Ling Jian asked, gripping his 3-foot-long sword and scanning the vicinity. I am uncertain, but the fact that it drove away all the beasts in this forest suggests it is no ordinary creature. Lin Zan replied, forcing himself to remain composed, though every nerve in his body was taut with tension. Let's not dwell on what it might be. We should stoke the fire, making it as large as possible. He continued, Master, one tea that alert that creature to our presence? What if it has followed us here? That would be troublesome. Xianxia interjecta. Most creatures in this forest fear the light of fire. If we keep it burning brightly, they may not dare approach. Lin Zan explained to Li Xiao. However, this reasoning served more as a self-soothing mantra, for the flames would merely illuminate their surroundings. As for the strange entities lurking within the woods, it was doubtful that mere fire would deter them. After a short while, the flames roared to life, and the three sat beside the fire, feeling a slight warmth. You two should retreat to the tent for rest. Tonight, I shall keep watch outside. You have both exerted yourselves and need to recover your strength, Lin Zan advised, noticing the worry etched on their faces. Master, I find it difficult to sleep. Perhaps I should keep you company? Li Xiao suggested, his trepidation preventing him from returning to the tent alone. Enough of that. With me watching over you, what is there to fear? Lin Zan remarked, pretending to be annoyed as he discerned Li Xiao's inner thoughts. Reluctantly, Li Xiao returned to the tent, tossing and turning in restlessness. The campfire indeed provided warmth, and leaning against it, Lin Zan gradually succumbed to drowsiness. At that moment, a resounding roar echoed through the valley once more, invigorating Lin Zan, while the duo of Ling Jian emerged from their tent. What is wrong, big brother? Could it be that fellow has arrived? Ling Jian inquired, his face etched with terror as he glanced at Lin Zan. It hasn't come, but this is utterly frightening. What on earth could it be? Lin Zan replied, a shiver coursing through him, for such a cry could only belong to a colossal creature. Forget it. You two stay here. I shall venture outside to investigate. Ignoring the need to soothe them, Lin Zan grasped his 3-foot sword and cautiously began his search around the perimeter. Moments later, the roar reverberated again. Lin Zan dashed towards the source of the sound, and upon arrival, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. To his astonishment, the source of the sound was not a mighty beast, but rather a small creature, no larger than his palm, with a mouth resembling a trumpet. You little rascal, you've truly put us through a night of torment, Lin Zan exclaimed, capturing the instigator and returning to his camp. The little creature, seemingly unafraid of Lin Zan, calmly rested in his hand. You slept quite soundly, while we barely caught a wink. Lin Zan chuckled inwardly as he regarded the creature. All right, you two. Make sure to rest well. I've discovered the source of that noise. It's this little fellow. He placed the creature next to the campfire and continued. Let us take it with us. I suspect that the lack of other animals in this forest for so long is due to this one scaring them off. We should remove it to prevent further havoc in this area. Lin Zan smiled at the weary duo, who finally breathed a sigh of relief and retreated into their tent for rest. The following morning, Lin Zan gazed fondly at the little creature in his hand and said to his companions, now that it is a member of our team, why not give it a name? Are you serious, master? You really intend to keep it? After the trouble it caused us last night, it should be our meal. Li Xiao lamented, clutching his empty stomach. If you dare harm it, I shall kick you, Lin Zan stated with utmost seriousness, as if truly prepared to deliver that blow. Master, it was merely joking. Now that it poses no danger, having it with us might aid our passage through the forest. Li Xiao retreated a couple of steps, shaking his head in response. Chapter 57. The Mammoth Leader. Have you two rested enough? Lin Zan asked, pondering the validity of his inquiry. After a moment of thought, he continued, given our limited travel today, How could we possibly have not rested adequately? Upon hearing these words, Ling Jian replied to himself, very well. With his cries echoing through the forest of this valley, there shall be no danger. Lin Zan nodded in agreement, scooping up the little creature and heading straight towards the direction of the Lijin sect. Unbeknownst to them, peril was silently approaching. In the distant woods, a colossal black creature moved swiftly, seemingly in a frantic search for something. As the trio walked for a while, the little creature in Lin Zan's arms suddenly let out a loud cry. The three of them instinctively clasped their ears, for the sound was powerful enough to deafen an ordinary person. Brother, I think we should set this little fellow down. If we carry him like this, we may truly lose our hearing. Ling Jian exclaimed loudly once the creature ceased its cries. What did you say? Lin Zan dug at his ears, clearly unable to comprehend Ling Jian's words. After what felt like an eternity, the three regained their normal state, and Ling Jian reiterated, I can't shake the feeling that this little one harbors a secret, which is why I insisted on bringing him. After all, his diminutive size is unlikely to scare off so many beasts. Lin Zan, upon hearing Ling Jian's words, calmly responded, clearly reluctant to part with the little creature. Brother, the crux of the matter is, if we take him along, we must implement some protective measures. Otherwise, should he cry out at any moment, it could delay us significantly. Ling Jian, upon hearing this, lamented with a frown. Ding! Abnormal beast fluctuations detected. Please exercise caution. Lin Zan, heeding the system's warning, immediately alerted Ling Jian and the others. You too, be wary. There are strange entities around us. No sooner had he spoken, a massive shadow loomed before the trio, causing them to stare wide-eyed at the creature. Dragon-headed mammoth. Ling Jian, evidently familiar with this beast, bellowed at the two. Brother, with the combined strength of the three of us, we stand no chance against it. I have heard tales of this creature. Ling Jian continued. This beast existed thousands of years ago, when the elders and the sect leader of the Xianxia sect banded together to hunt it down. And only the sect leader returned alive. Silence. Seeing Ling Jian's incessant chatter, Lin Zan immediately gestured for elevation as he scrutinized the mammoth's every movement. After a moment, he discerned that the creature did not seem inclined to harm them, merely circling anxiously as if searching for something. Just as Lin Zan was pondering, the little creature in his arms suddenly poked its head out and, upon seeing the dragon-headed mammoth, joyfully let out a call. This time, the sound was not as deafening as before, clearly intended to summon the mammoth. The ignorant humans dare to imprison my companion. Perish. In an instant, Lin Zhan's fury ignited as he beheld the small creature cradled in his arms, his strength surging to the pinnacle of unison. Just as the three were momentarily taken aback, an unexpected surge of energy erupted from the creature, propelling both Ling Jian and Li Xiao through the air. They had barely comprehended the chaos before succumbing to unconsciousness. Witnessing this scene, Lin Zhan drew the dagger from his waist, pointing it at the creature in his embrace, and declared, We harbor no ill intentions. I merely found this little one endearing and took him. I was unaware that he belonged to you, understanding that this beast, having lived for millennia, possessed a level of sentience. Lin Zhan continued earnestly, I know you can comprehend my words. I shall not harm him if you release the three of us. He spoke sincerely to the mammoth before him. How can I trust you? That creature just mentioned that your tribe's chieftain hunted my father thousands of years ago. It was merely a misunderstanding, a tale from ages past that bears no relevance to us. To us, it is but a legend. You must believe me. I would never deceive you. Lin Zhan's gaze remained steadfast and sincere as he addressed the dragon-headed mammoth. If you insist on harming us, I will take the life of this little one before you can strike, leading us both to ruin, a scenario you surely do not wish to witness. Lin Zhan continued his earnest threats, unwavering in his stance. I demand that you restore my two friends. Upon uttering these words, Lin Zhan retrieved 2 pills from his system and administered them to Ling Jian and Li Xiao while still holding the dagger to the small mammoth. Moments later, the two regained their senses and positioned themselves protectively before Lin Zhan, urging, Brother, hurry, we shall cover your retreat. Make haste, you two. I shall escape, Lin Zhan retorted, giving Li Xiao a swift kick. Why are you still lingering? Go to the Lijin sect and wait for me there. I shall surely arrive in 2 days. Seeing their hesitation, he bellowed, Now go. The two exchanged glances before racing toward the Lijin sect. I assure you, I will never harm him. I genuinely wish to avoid a situation of mutual destruction. If I can leave safely, I promise to return him, Lin Zhan declared to the small creature in his arms, now lowering the dagger to gain the trust of the dragon-headed mammoth. Gradually, he set the little mammoth down and dashed toward the forest, intent on catching up with Ling Jian and Li Xiao. As fate would have it, the colossal mammoth, using its trunk, seized the young mammoth and hurled it onto its back, then galloped furiously in the direction from which Lin Zhan had departed, driven by an urgent need for Lin Zhan's essence to nurture its offspring. Moments later, Lin Zhan found himself once again pursued by the mammoth, which swiftly ensnared him with its trunk, exerting such overwhelming pressure that it felt as though his very bones were being crushed. In desperation, Lin Zhan brandished his dagger, attempting to pierce the mammoth's formidable hide, only to discover that its tough skin was impervious to his efforts. "You scoundrel! You promised to spare me," he shouted, struggling frantically against his captor. "We bear no enmity towards one another, yet you have taken my child. This grievance must be avenged." The mammoth, seemingly prescient of the unfolding events, replied with an unsettling calmness. Chapter 58. The Tension Mounts. Upon hearing these words, Lin Zhan realized that he had been the intended target all along. This was merely their method of hunting. In his current predicament, ensnared and helpless, he knew he had to rely on his own wits to extricate himself from this dire situation. His mind raced, formulating a plan. After a fleeting moment of inspiration, he addressed the mammoth. "Do you wish to avenge your father's death? As I understand it, your father succumbed to illness shortly after that fateful battle. Who was the architect of his demise? Surely you know the answer." Upon hearing this, the mammoth gradually ceased its relentless charge, lowering Lin Zhan to the ground. "Can you bring that individual to me? Why should I trust you? There is not a single hostage here. With your character, how could you even consider trusting me?" Lin Zhan retorted, a note of derision in his voice. "Had I been untrustworthy, that little one would have long since become a victim beneath my enemy's blades. I am compelled to act as I do, and I believe there exists a profound connection between that child and myself." He continued, "If you place your faith in me, I can return the leader from a millennium past, enabling you to exact your revenge. Do not deceive me. Such a thing is impossible. He may have perished long ago. As far as I know, the human lifespan is limited to a mere 1,000 years. The mammoth, upon hearing this, regarded Lin Zhan with increasing disdain, stamping its front legs in dissatisfaction. That was simply an ordinary being. Those like the leader, who have transcended to immortality, can easily live for 10,000 years. Given what you say, how could I possibly stand against him? You intend to trick me." The mammoth expressed no respect for Lin Zhan, instead stomping its legs down upon him. Just as Lin Zhan believed his life was about to end, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from within him. This radiant light shielded him from the mammoth's crushing paws, swiftly eroding its front legs until only bare bones remained. However, the mammoth seemed utterly oblivious to their perceptions, continuing its slow descent until half of its body was reduced to mere bone. In an instant, the massive black figure crashed heavily to the ground. The small mammoth on its back also tumbled to the earth, rolling over twice. Lin Zhan was completely at a loss as to what had transpired. The mammoth's body now consisted solely of bones, yet a faint breath emanated from its nostrils, reassuring Lin Zhan of its continued existence. The mammoth's gaze turned towards Lin, filled with terror, which soon transformed into an expression of pleading. Subsequently, its eyes shifted to the small mammoth, blissfully unaware and lost in its own play. Upon witnessing this look, Lin Zhan understood immediately, letting out a helpless sigh. "I did not intend for this to happen. I truly had no idea what was going on. Rest assured, I will take good care of that little one." As Lin Zhan uttered these words, the mammoth seemed to fulfill some long-held wish, and in an instant, it ceased to breathe. Beep. The host has activated the protective golden light. Remaining uses, too. When Lin Zhan lifted the small mammoth, he realized that the system had saved him this time. Glancing at the half-buried skeletal remains beside him, Lin Zhan shook his head in resignation and made his way toward the fierce gold sect. 2 days later, Lin Zhan arrived at the gates of the sect, calling out, "Is anyone there? I come from the Falling Water sect. Go back. Our sect leader does not wish to see you." Came the curt reply from a disciple perched atop the city wall, their tone laced with disdain. "If you won't let me in, you must at least allow my 2 friends to come out. They should have arrived here a few hours ago." Lin Zhan countered, sensing something amiss. No. If you know what's good for you, leave this place at once. Otherwise, do not blame us for our swords." The disciple on the wall retorted, evidently unwilling to show Lin Zhan any courtesy. "Tell me, where are my 2 friends?" Lin Zhan demanded, understanding that something was seriously wrong. In a flash, he leapt onto the wall, pressing his dagger against the disciple's throat. If you do not speak, I assure you, I will eliminate you before your companions arrive. I am Lin Zan. You must have heard of me and know that I possess the strength to follow through. His gaze was piercing, and the disciple was immediately struck mute by fear. If you do not speak soon, I will indeed plunge this dagger into you. With that, Lin Zan pressed the blade forward, breaking the skin of the disciple's neck. Please spare me. I truly do not know who has returned. Had I known earlier, I certainly would not have barred your entrance. Enough of your excuses. Where are my two friends? They should have arrived here early this morning. If you are sensible, you should hurry and take me to see him. Once I have met with both of them, I shall refrain from causing any further disturbances here. Lin Zan understood that the most pressing matter at this moment was to locate Ling Jian and Li Xiao, ensuring their safety. Upon hearing this, the disciple immediately retreated, while those around him, eager for action, addressed Lin Zan. I will tell you the way. Will you release me then? Enough of your prattle. Take me with you, Lin Zan declared, brandishing a dagger at his throat. If you know what is good for you, keep your distance. If you dare approach even a step closer, his life will be forfeit. The others, upon hearing this, dared not make a move and retreated in haste. Lin Zan, observing their compliance, nodded in satisfaction and addressed the man he had bound. What are you still waiting for? Hurry and lead me there, unless you wish to meet your end. His tone was laden with authority, dismissing the man as if he were utterly inconsequential, as though he might slay him at any moment. Brother Lin Zan, I shall take you there, but please do not act rashly. Blades are unforgiving and harm should be avoided. The man, upon hearing this, was consumed by fear, genuinely believing that Lin Zan would mercilessly plunge the dagger into his neck. Guided by the disciple, Lin Zan arrived at the location where Ling Jian and Li Xiao were imprisoned, only to find them bound and being mistreated by two disciples. Enraged, Lin Zan unsheathed his sword and swiftly dealt with the two assailants. Where is your sect leader, Jin Yuan? Bring him to me. No one responded. Instead, they all glared at the three of them with malevolence. Did this indicate they were preparing to strike? Lin Zan had initially resolved to refrain from lethal force against the members of the Li Jin sect, but upon witnessing the grievous wounds upon Ling Jian and Li Xiao, he transformed. The fire in his gaze seemed capable of consuming those before him. Chapter 59, Awaken, Jin Yuan. Lin Zan, my friend, take it slow. These fellows are simply ignorant. A voice laced with a hint of amusement floated from a distance. Moments later, an elder clad in purple appeared amidst the conflict. Who are you? Where is Jin Yuan? Lin Zan, wary of the unfamiliar elder's insincere smile, inquired. I am Jin Shi, the leader of the Li Jin sect. You all should withdraw. Jin Shi commanded those behind him. You are the sect leader? Then where is Jin Yuan? Lin Zan felt an ominous premonition rise within him at this revelation, prompting him to demand answers once more. You mean that little fellow? To be frank, he has been expelled from the sect for committing a grave offense. Jin Shi replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Oh, may I inquire what crime he has committed? No sooner had Lin Zan spoken than an unremarkable figure emerged from behind the crowd, tearing off his mask to snarl. Jin Yuan. Jin Shi was taken aback to see the individual he had presumed long deceased, now standing before him, alive and well. How can you still be alive? He stammered in disbelief. I live to avenge my fallen brother by killing you, Jin Yuan declared as he approached Lin Zan's side. What is happening? Lin Zan inquired, noting Jin Yuan's disheveled appearance. Someone surround them, Lin Zan commanded, his words barely escaping his lips when Jin Shi shouted at the disciples who had yet to depart. Since you have not perished, I shall simply ensure you die once more. Listen closely, among the three of you, if one is slain, the outer sect elder shall be appointed. Whoever kills Jin Yuan shall become the inner sect elder. Upon hearing this, a crimson glint ignited in the eyes of the crowd, as if they were ready to devour Lin Zan and his companions at any moment. If you wish to kill me, you must possess the capability to do so. Lin Zan, though initially unclear about the situation, surmised Jin Yuan's intentions. As the conversation unfolded, Lin Zan drew his long sword and made a sweeping motion across the ground, instantly creating a chasm a meter deep that separated his group from Jin Shi's followers. Listen well, if you choose to abandon darkness for light, I assure you there will be no repercussions. But if you remain obstinate, consider whether you truly have the strength for this. Fear began to rise in the eyes of the onlookers, for they understood that a single strike from Lin Zan would spell their doom. Think carefully. I am a man of my word. Do you desire to live, or chase after illusory wealth. With a smile, Lin Zan casually flicked his sword, the metallic sound resonating like a harbinger of fate. I quit. At these words, some immediately discarded their swords, eager to escape this realm of turmoil. I will kill you, Xianxia shouted, charging forth with his blade. The clash of metal echoed as Lin Zan effortlessly parried the attack. Those who leave now, I will ensure your safety. His proclamation prompted many to abandon their weapons and flee in haste. Huh. After decades of cultivation, you've merely reached the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage. How dare you covet the position of sect master? With the crowd dispersed, Lin Zan pointed his sword mockingly at the bewildered Xianxia. Brother, this matter concerns only the two of us. I wish to resolve it myself. Jin Yuan interjected, blocking Lin Zan's path with determination. If I lose this time, I shall not be worthy of the title of sect master of the Li Jin sect. Seeing Jin Yuan's resolve, Lin Zan sheathed his sword and replied, I will not intervene. Be cautious. Jin Yuan nodded resolutely and took up his sword once more. I am at the 8th level of the out-of-body stage. This is no unfair advantage. Should you kill me, the Li Jin sect will be yours, and I shall harbor no regrets. Xianxia, visibly anxious, asked, what if they trouble me? In the realm of victors and vanquished, I remain indifferent. Lin Zan understood that only by leaving Jin Yuan with no avenue of retreat could he unleash his utmost potential. Thus, he spoke with an air of calmness. Words alone hold no weight. Xianxia, upon hearing this, pressed further, threatening, if you utter another word, you shall forfeit your life. Before Xianxia could finish his sentence, Lin Zan directed the tip of his sword towards his heart, resolutely declaring, I shall strike. Xianxia, upon hearing this, instantly softened his tone. In the fleeting moments, a series of metallic clangs resonated as the two engaged in a fierce standoff. The 5 elements decision. The golden decision, as steadfast as a fortress. With a thunderous roar, Jin Yuan suddenly donned a striking metallic armor. You have indeed deciphered it. Xianxia, gazing at the armored Jin Yuan, instantly foresaw his own fate, resignedly closing his eyes. Enough of your prattle. Prepare to meet your end. As he spoke, Jin Yuan charged forward. In the next instant, Xianxia hurled a black projectile. Though Jin Yuan perceived it, he found himself without refuge in midair. In that critical moment, a flash of cold light surged forth, striking the black projectile and pinning it to a tree. Moment laté, a deafening explosion érupted, shattering the towering ancient tree. A fair duel, and yet you resort to such treachery? Lin Zan regarded Xianxia with a cold sneer. Kill him. Jin Yuan comprehended the command, pressing the sword's edge against Xianxia's throat. As the blade penetrated, Xianxia accepted his fate, his life extinguishing in mere breaths. Witnessing the blood gushing forth, Jin Yuan let out a mournful howl. Jin-san, I have avenged you. Do you see this? With that, he knelt, overcome with grief. Stand up. The disciples of the fierce golden sect do not require a weeping leader, Lin Zan remarked, delivering a kick to Jin Yuan. With the support of Ling Jian and Li Xiao, Jin Yuan rose, though still sobbing uncontrollably. You too, assist him in finding a place to rest. Lin Zan, observing the scene, refrained from further comment, reluctantly instructing Ling Jian and the others. As night fell, Jin Yuan, with swollen eyes, addressed Lin Zan and the others, Master. I apologize for the events of the day, and thank you for your help. There is no need for gratitude. Li Xiao began to speak, but was silenced by Lin Zan. We shall depart. Upon hearing this, not only did Jin Yuan's eyes widen in shock, but so did Ling Jian and the others. Master, what do you mean by this? Jin Yuan cautiously inquired. Do not call me master. I have no such timid disciple. Lin Zan replied without mercy. What are you two still doing here? Hurry and leave. With that, Lin Zan feigned departure without looking back. Jin Yuan blocked Lin Zan's path, and with a thud, knelt before him, declaring, Master, I shall never be weak again. This was the affirmation Lin Zan sought, and he helped Jin Yuan to his feet, stating, That is sufficient. Find them a place to rest. I have matters to discuss with you. Lin Zan continued, Chapter 60, Jealously Xiao. After dismissing Ling Jian and the others, Lin Zan invited Jin Yuan to sit and remarked, Your defensive technique, solid as gold, has yet to reach even the minor accomplishment stage. At best, it can be deemed fundamental. Jin Yuan had initially believed that Lin Zan had summoned him to discuss matters regarding the alliance. Yet he was taken aback by the unexpected critique. The statement left Jin Yuan momentarily speechless. You must not always pursue an aggressive state. This technique, known as solid as gold, requires you to harness its unique characteristics. The techniques crafted by Li Jin are not merely whimsical names. Master this defense to its utmost before seeking offense. This is the paramount principle. After this lengthy discourse, Jin Yuan nodded, albeit with a semblance of confusion. Master, this concept is rather profound for me. Weren't we supposed to discuss the alliance? He queried. Enough with the frivolities. Did you comprehend what I just conveyed? Lin Zan inquired, furrowing his brow. To be honest, Master, I truly do not grasp it fully. Jin Yuan admitted. Well, at least you're honest. Tonight, I shall teach you how to proceed. Lin Zan responded with a smile. This is something my master previously imparted to me, and with my current prowess, I have only managed to reach this level of understanding, yet it is sufficient for you. Watch closely. With that, Lin Zan executed his technique, solid as gold, and in an instant, a thin, ethereal membrane enveloped him, reminiscent of tranquility. Jin Yuan, witnessing this, found his vision blurred. He had only seen his master achieve this state on a few rare occasions. Is my master withholding secrets from me? Jin Yuan thought, a tinge of envy creeping into his words. Impossible. He is not that kind of person, and I am not jesting with you. Tonight, I will share all my insights. After a night's training, Lin Zan remarked, Indeed, your progress is commendable. You have achieved the minor accomplishment stage in just one night. This is quite an achievement for you. If you continue practicing according to my guidance, you will grow even stronger. Lin Zan gazed at Jin Yuan, who willingly referred to him as Master, feeling a swell of pride within. Master, I never anticipated my advancement would occur so swiftly. It seems that Master Li Jin truly imparted his ultimate techniques to you. Jin Yuan scratched his head in response. If you utter such disparaging remarks about our esteemed founder again, I shall not hesitate to discipline you. Lin Zan retorted, his displeasure evident. I have taught you what is necessary. The rest is for you to comprehend gradually. Now, let's address more pressing matters. Will the five-element sect alliance include the Li Jin sect? Master, if the Li Jin sect does not participate, can it still be considered an alliance of the five-element sects? Jin Yuan replied with a smile. In light of this, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Summon Ling Jian and Li Xiao. We are about to depart. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Jian and the others entered, observing Lin Zan, who had not slept throughout the night. Li Xiao could not help but inquire, Master, what did you discuss last night to warrant such an extensive conversation? Hurry and gather your belongings. We are setting off. Lin Zan, having retained a yellow slip of paper, chose not to respond and instructed the two to prepare for their journey. Master, just as the trio was about to leave the Li Jin sect, Jin Yuan shyly called out to Lin Zan. What is it? You cannot possibly wish for me to remain and assist you. Lin Zan questioned with a hint of dissatisfaction, observing the hesitant demeanor of his parents. Master, that is hardly the case. I merely wish to express my gratitude. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuan immediately waved his hand in dismissal. There is no need for such formalities between us. We are leaving. Lin Zan smiled lightly and departed with the two from Jin Yuan's sect. Master, what sort of enchantment have you cast upon that lad? How is it that he holds you in such high esteem after just one night? Li Xiao perceptively noted Jin Yuan's fervent gaze and could not help but ask once they had exited Jin Yuan's sect. Last night, I enlightened him on the proper usage of the imperturbable fortress. Lin Zan replied without reservation, maintaining his composure. Master, this seems rather biased. After following you for so long, you have imparted so little knowledge to me. In fact, it appears you have taught me next to nothing. Li Xiao's tone turned sour upon realizing this. When the time comes for you to learn, I shall call upon you. Do not inquire before then. Lin Zan continued. Am I not allowing your Shu to instruct you in some fundamental techniques? Has he failed to fulfill his role? At this moment, Lin Zan casually cast a glance at Ling Jian. How could that be? I have diligently followed your instructions. Ling Jian retorted, his eyes widening in surprise. If he has been taught, then why does he still ask me? While this question seemed directed at Ling Jian, it was in truth meant for Li Xiao. Master, I harbor no ulterior motives. I simply believe you ought to be the one to teach me. As you are my master, Li Xiao promptly defended himself. The knowledge I have shared with you is currently beyond your grasp. You cannot comprehend it, Lin Zan replied, and in that moment, he understood the implication behind Li Xiao's words. Master, how can you assert that I would not understand when you have yet to teach me? Li Xiao interjecta, crossing his arms defiantly, clearly agitated. I find the imperturbable fortress of the Legion sect to be quite impressive. That is someone else's technique. I cannot impart it to you. Last night, I merely assisted Jin Yuan in grasping this skill, which he rightfully deserves as a member of the Legion sect. Moreover, he has the potential to become an excellent sect leader. Had I not placed my trust in him, I would not have entrusted him with such knowledge. Lin Zan sensed that Li Xiao was somewhat dissatisfied and offered consolation. Since you are so insistent, allow me to teach you a technique. Once you have mastered it, come find me. With that said, Lin drew a long sword and swung it toward the nearby tree. Master, are you looking down on me? Such a thing can be learned with ease. Li Xiao retorted, pursing his lips. If you truly believe you can master it, then go ahead and take a look. Lin gestured towards the sword embedded in the tree. Li Xiao approached, and in an instant, his eyes widened in disbelief as he realized the scene had struck above the size of a fingernail. How about that? This technique should keep you occupied for a while, Lin Zan remarked with a smile as Li Xiao returned, looking somewhat disheartened. Master, what I wish to learn is not this. I yearn for true techniques, the kind that can vanquish foes without a trace. Li Xiao sighed in exasperation. Once you have grasped these fundamentals, I will naturally teach you. Lin Zan replied calmly. If you cannot even master this, then you need not follow me any longer. I shall set a deadline. Within a month, if you have not reached my level, you may leave at your own discretion. Upon hearing this, Ling Jian could not help but tug at Lin Zan's sleeve, saying, Brother, surely you jest. Such techniques are beyond my grasp in just a month. Only someone as extraordinary as you could achieve that. He is my personally chosen disciple. There can be no mistake, Lin Zan declared, though his words were directed at Li Xiao despite his gaze on Ling Jian. With resolve, Li Xiao nodded firmly, drawing the sword from the tree and presenting it to Lin Zan. Master, rest assured, 10 days will suffice. Pleased with this response, Lin Zan nodded approvingly and led the two towards their next destination, the Ho-Tu sect. In light of previous lessons, Lin Zan refrained from entering the sect, instead standing outside and calling, Where is sect leader Xiantu? Moments later, to Lin Zan's surprise, Xiantu indeed emerged to greet him, a broad smile on his face, which prompted a wave of skepticism in Lin Zan's heart. Noticing Lin Zan's doubtful gaze, Xiantu chuckled, Please do not take offense. It was due to some unforeseen circumstances that we at the Ho-Tu sect could not respond to your alliance's requests. I am aware of your purpose for this visit, and I have prepared this fish for you. If there is no further significance to this meeting, then let us proceed. With that, Xiantu produced a pre-prepared contract. Alahite, Xiantu. I did not expect you to even suggest we enter for a chat. Brother, what are you saying? I could never be that kind of person. Xuanta gestured invitingly, leading the three to the Xuanta sect. What a desolate sight. Lin, gazing upon the wreckage, could not help but inquire of Xuantu, elder brother. Did I not just mention the entire sect? Indeed, there have been some unforeseen events. Upon hearing this, Xuanta scratched his head in resignation, explaining, A few scheming rogues conspired to usurp my position as sect leader, but I quelled their ambitions. They are now imprisoned, yet the ruins have yet to be restored. It seems that among the 5 great elements, there are indeed those who aspire to rise. I wonder if the spirits of the previous sect leaders feel disheartened. Ling Jian, reflecting on these words, silently pondered the fate of his own master, Shuntian, in the heavenly realm, his gaze drifting into contemplation. Master Uncle, our mentors have departed. Let's follow them. Upon hearing this, Ling Jian finally snapped back to reality, swiftly joining Li Xiao and the others. A night passed without incident. I advise you on one matter. At times, one must be resolute in decisive action. Lin Zhan regarded the earnest Xuantu, contemplating for a long while before finally deciding to share this counsel. Thank you, elder brother, for your guidance. However, I am well aware of the situation, Xuanta replied, bowing 3 times. Lin Zhan nodded in acknowledgement, leading the two away. Master, what did you mean by that earlier remark? Li Xiao inquired shortly after they left the earthen gate. If Xuanta does not take ruthless measures against those treasonous elders, he will inevitably suffer for his indecision. Lin Zhan stated calmly, revealing no intention to conceal his thoughts. Elder brother, I believe this matter deserves careful consideration. After all, no one can easily turn against their own elders. Li Xiao hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Nonsense. Those who jeopardize the sect's safety deserve their fate. Ling Jian, having mentally replayed the scene of the elder's treachery, felt a surge of hatred and could not help but curse vehemently. This is no longer our concern. Let's proceed, Lin Zhan declared, leading the two directly towards the Chui Mu sect. In the grand hall of Chui Mu sect, upon encountering Mu Linger once more, Lin Zhan felt a surge of admiration for her. After all, it is no small feat for someone once oblivious to human emotions to evolve into such a dignified sect leader. What brings the envoy from the Luo Shui sect here? Mu Ling'er inquired, observing the three. What else could it be? Naturally, we seek your alliance. Li Xiao replied playfully, unable to resist teasing Mu Ling'er, who now sat in her position of authority. Silence. Lin Zhan shot a glare at Li Xiao, interrupting. If you three have come for this matter, then be gone. My Chui Mu sect shall not enter into any alliance. To Lin Zhan's astonishment, Mu Ling'er unexpectedly declined his request at that moment. Can you provide a reason? After enduring such a fierce battle, our Chui Mu sect has suffered heavy losses and is no longer inclined to engage in external conflicts. Mu Ling'er calmly stated without further argument. But what if the outside world comes seeking you? Would you willingly sit idly by and await your demise? Lin Zhan retorted, his face a mask of indignation. Regrettably, you brought this sentiment with you, and now our MO sect has been reduced to this state because of your words. By unanimous decision of the Elder Council, we shall not join the alliance. Mu Ling'er coldly replied. Pardon the intrusion. Lin Zhan, with a bitter smile, departed the Chui Mu sect with the two companions. Brother, what do you think is going on with that girl? We treated her quite well before, yet upon her return, she is transformed so drastically. Li Xiao could no longer contain his confusion and questioned Lin Zhan as they exited the gates of the Chui Mu sect. Are you suggesting that something is amiss? Before Lin Zhan could respond, Ling Jian interjected. Indeed, Master Uncle, do you not sense it? This Mu Ling'er is not acting like herself. It seems as though she is being manipulated by another. Li Xiao exclaimed. Certainly, brother, there is something suspicious afoot. In my opinion, we should return once more. Ling Jian suggested to Lin Zhan. What shall we say upon our return? They have already expelled us. Lin Zhan replied with a wry smile. We will tell her that this visit is not on behalf of the Luo Shui sect, but merely to see her. Li Xiao exclaimed. We seek merely a reason to see her again. Whether it is reasonable or not is not for us to contemplate. Ling Jian nodded in agreement. Then it is settled. We shall return, Lin Zhan declared, leading the two back to the Chui Mu sect. We share no bonds of friendship. My allowing you entry was solely to clarify this matter. You may leave now. Do not be so hasty in sending us away. Surely we can indulge in some reminiscing. Lin Zhan, steeling himself, replied shamelessly. After all, we were comrades in arms. Those are matters of the past. There is nothing more to discuss. Mu Ling'er responded. Her demeanor as cold as ice as she regarded the trio. Quickly, escort them out and ensure they do not return. She commanded her two beautiful yet frosty female disciples. Hey, do not be so quick. Lin Zhan attempted to say more, but was swiftly ushered away by the female disciples. Outside the Mu Ling sect master. What on earth is going on with Mu Ling? Such a connection, and yet she has cast us out. Li Xiao, filled with dissatisfaction, brushed off the dust from his clothes and declared, Do not slander our master. Should you dare to utter another insolent remark, I shall take your life. This statement, rather fortuitously, was overheard by a departing female disciple who, in an instant, widened her eyes in fury and coldly replied, Enough, elder sister, do not stoop to their level. For our master has his own burdens to bear. Another female disciple could not help but sigh, adding, Ling'er, there is no need to speak kindly of them. Let us depart. Upon hearing this, the irate disciple grasped Ling'er's hand, intent on leaving. Hold on, Lin Zhan interjected, immediately halting the two with an unmistakable air of authority. What is it? Looking for a fight? The furious female disciple responded, rolling up her sleeves and, in a manner reminiscent of a man, retorted, You may attempt that. Having been provoked by this individual multiple times, Lin Zhan, still retaining a flicker of temper, replied bluntly, My restraint is merely for Mu Ling'er's sake. Do not blame me if I unleash my wrath upon you for your incessant provocations. Very well. Let me see what you are capable of. The female disciple, unaware of Lin Zhan's reputation, regarded his youthful, almost naive visage and taunted him once more. Elder sister, let it go. We will only stir up trouble if we return late. Ling'er, observing the tense situation, gently shook the irate disciple's arm and whispered, Pay no heed. I shall make this fellow aware of his own limitations. The irate female disciple drew her long sword, declaring, You shall face me with one hand. Lin Zhan, adopting a dismissive demeanor, concealed his left hand behind him, wielding his sword with nonchalance as he replied, Underestimating me will only lead to regret. The irate female disciple lunged forward, her sword aimed at Lin Zhan's heart. Lin Zhan, perceiving the somewhat clumsy attack, effortlessly deflected her sword, the force causing it to slip from her grip, spinning through the air before embedding itself into the ground. Have you grasped my capabilities now? Pathetic. Lin Zhan offered no mercy, mercilessly mocking her. Are you truly so inept? Or is this the lesson imparted by Mu Linger? He pointed his sword at the irate female disciple's throat and declared, "Let me show you what true skill is. 5 elements technique, wood element, the essence of all growth." As he recited the incantation, countless shoots sprang forth from the fertile ground, and within a breath, they burgeoned into vines as thick as arms, ensnaring both of Mu Linger's female disciples. There is a reason for your attention. Observing the astonishment shift to envy in the eyes of the 2 disciples, Lin Zhan tempered his tone. Although bound, the 2 female disciples appeared to have momentarily forgotten their predicament, standing in a daze. "Hey, I'm speaking to you. Are you not listening?" Noticing their blank expressions, Lin Zhan furrowed his brow and said, "If you respond to me, I shall impart this knowledge unto you." Upon hearing these words, the 2 individuals instantly perked up. The irritable female disciple seemingly forgot her earlier declaration to teach Lin Zhan a lesson and spoke in a tone of admiration. "You ask, and I shall divulge everything I know, but you must not go back on your word. I, Lin Zhan, have never been one to break my promises." Lin Zhan responded with unwavering assurance. "Now, I implore you to reveal what transpired within the Zulin sect. Why has Mu Linger transformed into her current state?" Lin Zhan wasted no time, articulating the questions that had long plagued his mind. At this, the 2 female disciples hesitated momentarily, but after a brief pause, Linger gritted her teeth and implored, "Can you save our sect master?" "Linger, do not." The irritable female disciple immediately interjected. "Sister, do you not see that they have come to assist us?" Before she could finish, Linger retorted with dissatisfaction, "He possesses the ultimate techniques of our Mu Ling sect. He must be here to rescue us." Linger reiterated her conviction, though it remained uncertain whether her words were directed at herself or the other female disciple. However, the other disciple appeared poised to speak once more, only to be interrupted by Linger. "Sister, do not trust the words of the elders. They merely seek to control us. Have you not noticed that you are not the same as before?" "Control? Not the same? What do you mean?" Lin Zhan, sensing he had stumbled upon crucial information, pressed for clarity. "Since the passing of the former sect master, the elders have compelled us to consume a brown pill, claiming it enhances our strength. Yet, after only 1 dose, I felt despondent and have not dared to take it again. Gradually, many disciples have changed, becoming unlike their former selves. Initially, I attributed it to the upheaval within the sect, but I increasingly suspect that this pill is the source of our plight." Linge articulated her suspicions to Lin Sen. "Do you still possess this pill?" Lin Zhan inquired after a moment of contemplation. "Indeed, I have not yet disposed of today's supply. It remains within my mustard seed pouch." Linger, still restrained by vines, struggled momentarily. Observing this, Lin Zhan waved his hand, causing the vines binding her to retreat into the earth. "Show me." Lin Zhan approached her eagerly. Upon hearing his request, Linger promptly retrieved a black pill from her mustard seed pouch and placed it into Lin Zhan's hand. This substance is also addictive. Lin Zhan examined it closely, finding himself at a loss, when suddenly the previously silent, irritable female disciple spoke up. "Oh, what do you mean? Enlighten us." Lin Zhan, sensing he had uncovered significant information, asked with excitement. "In the past, I would consume 1 pill daily, specifically during my nightly cultivation sessions. Now, whenever the pills are distributed, I find myself impatient to consume them." The irritable female disciple's eyes glimmered with a longing for the pill in Lin Zhan's grasp as she swallowed hard. "Addictive? Controlling the mind. It has dawned on me." Suddenly inspired, Ling Jian exclaimed excitedly, startling Lin Zhan, who was deep in thought, prompting him to turn and inquire. Chapter 63. The Taming Pill, Journey to the Medicine Valley. "You nearly frightened me. Do you know what this is?" "Speak quickly," Ling Jian recounted. "I once encountered an ancient text that mentioned a pill capable of controlling a person's mind, compelling them to act unconsciously according to the commands of the one who administered it." Ling Jian, upon hearing this, refrained from further chatter, reflecting as he spoke. The text also indicated that this substance is addictive. If the administrator refrains from issuing commands, the person under its influence may exhibit violent behavior. Enlightened by this revelation, the group realized that all the coincidences aligned perfectly. Is there an antidote for this? Lin Zan understood the urgency of neutralizing the poison of the pill, for without it, all would be in vain. Let me think, Ling Jian pondered for a moment, but ultimately conceded, brother, it's not that I wish to withhold information, but I have truly forgotten. Qing Linggrass. Just when hope seemed to wane, Ling Er suddenly recalled something, exclaiming with excitement. I know, it's the taming pill. Only a pill made from Qing Linggrass can serve as the antidote. Ling Er, do you know where we can find a Qing Linggrass? Lin Zan eagerly shook her shoulder, his anticipation palpable. It's not difficult. While it's rare to find in the outside world, in my hometown, the Medicine Valley, it grows abundantly. Ling Er stepped back, taking a moment to steady her dizzy head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I got a bit too carried away. Lin Zan, observing her state, felt a pang of shyness, but moments later he spoke with a pleading tone. Could you lead us to the Medicine Valley? Of course. But we have been away for so long that the elders in our sect will surely grow suspicious if we. Ling Er murmured, trailing off. Slapping his chest, Lin Zan reassured her, do not worry. By the time we return, those elders will have perished, so there is nothing to fear. Very well. But my sister does not have this pill, and I fear she may not last until we reach the Medicine Valley. Ling Er looked anxiously at the agitated senior sister nearby. I can hold on. It's merely a 3-day journey, and I too wish to return. The irate female disciple's gaze grew vacant at this remark, clearly on the verge of collapse. Ling Er, how did you manage these pills before? Do you know where you might still find them? Lin Zan, observing her condition, made a significant decision. It's impossible to find them now. I disposed of them in the river at the foot of the mountain during my daily training. I have no idea where they might have drifted. Ling Er's tone bore a weight of guilt as she spoke. This is not your fault. Lin Zan, seeing the female disciple nearing unconsciousness, placed the last of the pills into her mouth. Moments later, as she began to regain her strength, he inquired, do you know where these pills are hidden? I could procure some. Lin Zan expressed his decision, prompting immediate dissent from Ling Jian and Li Xiao. Brother, is it really necessary to take such risks for a single disciple? Indeed, master. Li Xiao concurred from the side. If you too continue to speak like this, do not blame me for disowning you. Lin Zan retorted, his eyes ablaze with fury. The two had never witnessed such wrath from him, and promptly fell silent. What are you two dawdling for? Speak. Do you know where it's hidden? Lin Zan, still simmering with anger, addressed Ling Er and the others with impatience. What they say is right. There is no need for such extremes on my account. Upon uttering these words, the previously irate disciple transformed, bitterness etched on her face. You cannot afford to waste time here. Thousands of disciples will suffer from the effects of this elixir. The agitated female disciple exclaimed, as if a weight had been lifted. Right now, I only need you to tell me where it is. Lin Zan urged Ling Er. If you wish to see your sister survive, you must divulge the location. Humans are inherently self-interested. Although Ling Er grappled with inner conflict, her compassion for her sister's plight compelled her to reveal the stash of elixirs to Lin Zan. Wait, I will ensure you return home safe and sound. Without allowing the three to intervene, Lin Zan dashed toward the storage room of the Zhuidong sect. Ding! Forward to Tingar 100, Peach Blossom look at 1000. Lin Zan paid little heed to this, knowing the threshold for favorability was 10,000, thus dismissing any notion that the irate female disciple might develop feelings for him. However, moments later, he was taken aback, for he clearly saw that Ting Er's favorability cap was merely 100. Viewing the potential for dual cultivation, Lin Zan shivered involuntarily, shaking off the intrusive thoughts as he followed Ling Er's directions straight to the storage room. The storage room, as the name implies, is where elixirs are kept, a common feature among sections. Yet, upon arrival, Lin Zan was astounded by the sheer size of the building. No wonder that Zhuidong sect was revered as the foremost sect of the 5 elements. This storage room was several times larger than that of the Xintian sect. Lin Zan inwardly marveled and, after incapacitating the guard, stealthily slipped inside. Gazing at the dazzling array of elixirs, Lin Zan swallowed hard, hastily packing them all into his mustard seed bag before quietly exiting the Zhuidong sect. Upon returning to the 3 who were anxiously awaiting him, Lin Zan grinned and announced, all set. This is enough to last a lifetime. He then placed the trove of tamed elixirs onto the ground, forming a small mound nearly half a meter high. Brother Lin, this is the daily supply for an entire sect. How did you manage to acquire all of this? Ling Er exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the elixirs. It's a habit. I can't resist when I see something valuable. Lin Zan responded bashfully, scratching his head. But really, this isn't anything extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Linger could not help but express her disdain and aversion. However, after a moment's reflection, she appeared to have an epiphany and exclaimed, Brother Linzan, you cannot be suggesting. If you have guessed it, and it ends up in my possession, then it rightfully belongs to me. Linzan, unabashed, retorted it's getting late. We still have 3 days' journey to Yaogu. Let's be off. With that, he unceremoniously led the trio towards the direction of the valley. Master, there is something I wish to inquire. As they progressed, Li Xiao approached Linzan and spoke in a hushed tone. Speak freely. There are no outsiders here, Linzan replied, furrowing his brow as he regarded Li Xiao. Master, I am concerned about what might happen if the elders of the Chui Mu sect discover that you have taken these items. Even if we resolve our issues with those fellows upon our return, we will still need to ally with the Chui Mu sect. What if? Do not fret. What is in my possession is mine, and your worries are unfounded. Remember the teachings I imparted to you, and do not forget your promise. Linzan interrupted Li Xiao with a wave of his hand, speaking boldly. Master, I have already mastered it. Chapter 64. The Jealous Medicinal Spirit. Upon hearing Li Xiao's nonchalant tone, Linzan looked at him in disbelief. You have mastered it in 3 days? That cannot be right. It took me merely a few minutes. Li Xiao's face darkened at this remark, and he bitterly replied, Master, are you praising me or scolding me? Of course I am praising you. Are you not aware of your own comprehension? Linzan urged with an air of impatience. Quickly, demonstrate your skills for me. The other 3 companions eagerly anticipated the performance, clearly intrigued to witness the dazzling technique that had earned Linzan's commendation. Watch closely, Master, Li Xiao declared, drawing his long sword. With a swift motion, he hurled it, embedding the sword into a tree trunk, and crossed his arms with a sense of pride. What do you think, Master? Before Linzan could respond, Tinger scoffed. What a joke. You truly believe it required 3 days to learn this? What kind of peculiar individuals are you? Linzan said nothing in reply, but took her hand and led her to the tree trunk. Look for yourself. As Tinger beheld the insect impaled on the tree, she swallowed hard and remarked, This cannot be mere coincidence. Linzan, with a mysterious smile, turned to Li Xiao and said, Very good. Just a bit more force would suffice. But there is no rush. We can practice gradually. I shall teach you another technique in a couple of days. His voice brimmed with pride, as if to declare, Behold, this is the disciple I have trained. After exchanging compliments, they resumed their journey towards Yaogu. Ding. Quest. Find the Qingling herb. Quest reward. Alchemy system. As they neared Yaogu, Linzan suddenly heard the system's voice echoing in his mind. The alchemy system. Linzan gasped in astonishment, his excitement palpable. Brother, what delightful news is this? Why are you so elated? Evidently, Lin Zan's sudden transformation left the trio quite astonished. Ling Jian, gazing at the bewildered Lin Zan, could not help but inquire, What are we waiting for? Let's proceed. Lin Zan addressed the 4 with enthusiasm. This declaration momentarily bewildered them. Yet, considering the proximity of the medicinal valley, they all hastened their pace. As they approached the valley, a clear, cold voice resonated. Who approaches the valley? What business brings you here? Lin Zan looked up to see a handsome young man, leading a group, eyeing them warily. Brother Yao Ling, it's me, Ling Er. Before Lin Zan could articulate his thoughts, Ling Er joyously called out to the man atop the mountain. Ah, so it is you, Ling Er. Come closer to the valley. I shall seek you out shortly. Upon hearing her voice, Yao Ling's demeanor transformed, brimming with excitement. As they spoke, a lengthy rope ladder gradually descended from a massive wooden crate before them. Big brother Lin Zan, come inside. Ling Er adeptly stepped into the crate, beckoning Lin Zan with a wave. The trio followed suit, and Lin Zan, puzzled, questioned, Why go through such trouble? Entering this valley is not arduous. How could not be? Before Ling Er could respond, the carefree Ting Er interjected, Our ancestors established a barrier within this medicinal valley. Any unfamiliar individuals attempting to enter without permission perish beneath this protective veil. You could be considered the sole outsiders to have ventured into this valley. Tinga spooky candidly. Sister, this is not a secret of the sect, and should not be divulged. Before Ling Er could interject, Ting Er had already revealed the valley's secrets to Lin Zan and his companions. It is of no consequence. Lin Zan and his friends are not outsiders. After speaking, Ting Er stepped forward with genuine concern and linked her arm with Lin Zan's. Lin Zan discreetly extricated his arm, but before he could speak, Ting Er interrupted him. If you do not wish to, then so be it. Who cares? With that, She turned her head away, falling silent. Just as Lin Zan intended to defend himself, the ladder reached its zenith, and Ting Er, in a huff, descended, leaving Lin Zan in an awkward predicament. Big brother Lin Zan. My sister has become this way due to the taming pill. She was once a graceful beauty. Ling Er seemed to perceive something, casting a furtive glance at her sister and whispering to Lin Zan. Hey, where are your thoughts wandering? Lin Zan, observing the seemingly demure yet mischievous girl before him, spoke with a hint of bitterness. Big brother, we all see it. Tell us, how is it that you possess such charm? Ling Jian remarked softly from the side. Indeed, master, if only you could impart this skill to me as well. Li Xiao chimed in, wearing a look of intrigue. Away with you. Let's focus on the task at hand. Listening to this, Lin Zan found himself at a loss for words, opting instead to wave his hand dismissively and escape the situation. No sooner had he spoken than the medicine spirit approached the group, calling back Ting Er from a distance and addressing her sisters. Is there an external mission from the Chui Mu sect? Why have you two returned so suddenly? Upon hearing this, Linger wasted no time and recounted the events concerning the Chui Mu sect, embellishing the tale with vivid descriptions of the malevolence of the sect's elders and the exceptional qualities of Lin Zan. If it were me, I could do just as well. The medicine spirit, upon hearing this, clearly harbored a hint of hostility towards Lin Zan and replied with a touch of sarcasm. Lin Zan understood the sentiment and refrained from arguing, instead responding sincerely. What Brother Medicine Spirit says is indeed true. But our immediate priority is to locate the Qingling grass and concoct the medicinal pill to resolve this matter. What's the rush? Is alchemy a task that can be completed in a day? The medicine spirit retorted impatiently, dismissing Lin Zan's goodwill. Brother Lin Zan, don't mind him. I'll take you to find it. Linger interjected, pouting slightly, clearly displeased with the medicine spirit's attitude. Tinger cast a disdainful glance before turning away, her eyes filled with contempt. This is the Qingling grass. Let us gather as much as we can. Upon reaching the depths of the medicine valley, Linger casually glanced around before identifying the Qingling grass. After showcasing it to Lin Zan and the others, they busied themselves with the task at hand. Fortunately, there was an ample supply of herbs, and after a quarter of an hour, they had collected enough. Ding! Task completed. Alchemy system unlocked. Ding! System task. Refine the Qingling pill. Reward. 5,000 peach blossom points. Lin Zan felt a surge of joy at the reward, never having anticipated that creating a mere pill would grant him 5,000 points. Yet moments later, his smile faded as he opened the alchemy system only to find it shrouded in darkness, allowing for the refinement of only a single type of blood vitality pill suitable for ordinary individuals. Adjacent to the alchemy system, a proficiency meter appeared, and Lin Zan soon discovered that crafting the Qingling pill required a daunting 100 proficiency points. Left with no other choice, he gritted his teeth and asked Linger, is there an alchemy room in the Medicine Valley? There is. But tell me, Brother Lin Zan, do you know how to refine pills? Linger asked, her face brimming with envy. Chapter 65. 1 furnace, 10 pills. I find myself in a position where I have no alternative. Lin Zan replied with a wry smile, secretly lamenting, is there a pill furnace? At that moment, Lin Zan was fervently eager to produce the Qingling pill, urgently inquiring of Ling. In my Medicine Valley, how could there be no pill furnace? I'll take you to the alchemy room right away. Linger responded, her spirit as buoyant as a lark, leading Lin Zan and the others to the alchemy chamber. Let me show you inside. The Qingling pill is of the yellow rank. This furnace will suffice. Linger pointed to a large black pill furnace nearby. As Lin Zan was about to sit cross-legged, a mocking voice rang out. Isn't this Lin Zan? I never expected someone so young to venture into the alchemy chamber. I doubt you can concoct anything of merit. Lin Zan remained silent, recognizing that they were in the Medicine Valley, a domain of the medicinal spirits. However, Ting Er, standing nearby, was displeased and pouted, saying, if you are here to scoff, then you might as well leave. Am I wrong in what I say? If you don't believe me, just watch him attempt to refine. The medicinal spirit retorted, crossing his arms with a look of amusement. Big brother Lin Zan, don't mind him. Just focus on your alchemical work and don't let him distract you. Linga en Kuhaget, her eyes sparkling with support. Yet, this only made Lin Zan feel awkward, as he knew he had much to learn. Nevertheless, upon seeing the expectant gazes of everyone except the medicinal spirit, Lin Zan steeled himself and produced the clear spirit grass. 5 elements decision, fire decision, 9 heavens flame. As he spoke, an orange-red flame flickered into existence in his hand. Upon witnessing this flame, the medicinal spirit's eyes glimmered with a hint of greedy envy. Although Lin Zan had never practiced alchemy, he had observed it before. He controlled the flame with his right hand, gradually heating the clear spirit grass. Moments later, a drop of pale blue essence began to seep from the grass, and as it fell, the clear spirit grass turned to ash. Lin Zan deftly caught the precious drop in a white jade vial, sealing the opening to prevent the medicinal power from dissipating. He exhaled deeply, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow as he prepared for the next step. With your method, I fear that by the time you finish, everyone in the Emerald Wood sect will be dead. Just as Lin Zan infused the flame into the alchemical furnace, the medicinal spirit's irksome voice echoed again, dripping with sarcasm and disdain. Bang! Distracted, Lin Zan's focus wavered, causing a disturbance in the flame, which resulted in an explosion of the furnace. Ding! The Qingling pill refinement failed. Proficiency level 10. Lin Zan turned to glare at the medicinal spirit, his eyes seeming to blaze with fury. What's wrong? Do you dare to contest me? Let me show you what a true alchemist can do. The medicinal spirit, reveling in Lin Zan's anger, smugly settled beside the furnace and skillfully retrieved the clear spirit grass. Within a mere breath, the essence was extracted, and the medicinal spirit expertly dripped it into a porcelain vial, casting a haughty glance at Lin Zan before continuing the refinement process. Ding! Alchemy proficiency level 10. Ding! Alchemy proficiency level 10. Lin Zan was momentarily taken aback by the incessant notifications, but soon grasped that observing others refine could indeed enhance his own proficiency. A quarter of an hour later, the flames in the furnace extinguished. Although exhausted, the medicinal spirit mustered his strength to present 3 pills from this batch. See? This is what true alchemy looks like. Hearing this, the sisters, Linger, appeared displeased, and just as they were about to speak, Lin Zan coldly interjected, "Trash. What do you bring this worthless refuse before me for?" His tone offered no concession to the alchemist, as his recent observations had honed his alchemical skills to perfection, allowing him to craft the Qingling pill. "What did you say? My creation is trash?" The alchemist, enraged by Lin Zan's words, sprang to his feet, only to find Lin Zan swiftly in front of him, grasping his neck. "The only reason I refrained from striking was out of respect for the sisters. Your repeated provocations leave me no choice." As he spoke, the pressure in his grip intensified. Real bravado is not about fighting. Let us compete in alchemy. The alchemist, astonished that this youth, seemingly not yet 20, possessed such formidable prowess, softened his tone. Just as the sisters were about to diffuse the tension, a gentle voice interjected. "What my disciple says is indeed correct. If you are dissatisfied, let us settle this through alchemy rather than violence." As the words settled, an elderly man clad in a green robe entered with a benevolent demeanor. "Humph, such feigned compassion. He was the one who initiated the confrontation. Yet I am now in the wrong?" Lin Zan, undeterred by the sisters' subtle gestures, retorted defiantly. "This matter arose from alchemical rivalry. If you are unsatisfied, let us compete. Should my disciple lose, I will personally administer discipline, and there will be no need for your interference." The elderly man, evidently taken aback by Lin Zan's rebuttal, responded with displeasure. "Very well, let us compete, but no one is permitted to disturb me during the process." Upon hearing this, Lin Zan released his grip, glancing at the alchemist, who was now coughing due to lack of breath. "That is only natural. I accept your terms." The elder, confident in his disciple, readily agreed. "Uncle Yaohan, this is my friend. Please do not make things difficult for him." Tinger, having witnessed Lin Zan's skills, understood he could not prevail against the alchemist, approached the elder with a mix of charm and earnestness. "Wan, fret not. I shall not impose upon him. However, every young person must face challenges. One cannot rely solely on their prowess to feel invincible." Lin Zan recognized that this remark was directed at him. He merely smiled faintly, choosing not to take offense, knowing the elder would soon embarrass himself. In a matter of moments, Lin Zan extracted the essence of the Qingling grass, deftly igniting the alchemical furnace with his 9 heavens fire. After 10 breaths, the flames within the furnace extinguished abruptly. Ding! Refinement successful. Proficiency level 10. Ding! Crafted Qingling pill. Task complete. Fortune increased by 50/100. "Master, look! This guy merely bluffs. Last time he blew up the furnace, and now he has extinguished the fire." "Who told you the fire was extinguished?" Lin Zan disdainfully opened the damn furnace, and in an instant, the enchanting aroma of the elixir filled the entire room, captivating even the countless alchemical spirits who had long been accustomed to concocting potions. 1 furnace, 10 elixirs, with Li Zhao's startled exclamation. The crowd regained their composure amidst the alluring scent. Uncle Yaoan, a furnace of 10 elixirs, truly a prodigious talent. Tingad exclamé excitedly, as though the elixirs were of his own making. Yaoan, come and assess the quality of my elixirs. Lin Zan addressed the alchemical spirit without a hint of reverence. Chapter 66. You teach me alchemy. At that moment, the Yaoan disregarded the trivialities of decorum, drawn closer as if he had discovered a treasure, meticulously observing the elixirs. Moments later, with a greedy demeanor, he brought the elixir to his nose, inhaling deeply and revealing an expression of pure delight. Hey, Yaoan, will you ever be finished? Lin Zan, unable to contain himself at the alchemical spirit's unrestrained behavior, interjected, What rank are my elixirs? The Qingling Dan is originally a yellow-grade elixir, but I believe the batch you have refined can reach the profound grade. The Yaohan was known for his rigorous assessments in the realm of elixirs, and his words inadvertently conveyed admiration for Lin Zan. My young brother, I was mistaken earlier. I failed to see clearly. Please forgive me. After saying this, the Yaohan unexpectedly knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in a gesture of deep respect. The onlookers were utterly astonished by the alchemical spirits kneeling, their mouths agape in disbelief. What is the meaning of this? Lin Zan, witnessing the elder's sudden humility after previously defending his pride, felt reluctant to press further. He assisted the Yaohan to his feet, saying, Let us consider this matter settled. Settled? How can it be? The Yaohan immediately shifted his tone, addressing Yaoling. You shall kneel before this elixir for 3 days. Should you leave even once, an additional 3 days shall be added. The Yaohan had cherished this apprentice dearly, yet now, due to Lin Zan, he commanded that the apprentice kneel before an elixir for 3 days, a condition Yaoling could not accept. But master, silence. A loss is a loss. If you do not acknowledge your defeat, you shall never emerge victorious. The Yaohan admonished fiercely without a hint of mercy. Lin Zan, my friend, might I invite you to my back hall for a discussion? The Yaohan, observing Yaoling dutifully kneeling, shifted his demeanor toward Lin Zan. I'm afraid I cannot at this moment. I need to refine a sufficient quantity of Qingling Dan. Lin Zan promptly waved his hand in refusal. That is quite simple. I will mobilize all the alchemical disciples from Yaogu. Anyone capable of refining Qingling Dan will be brought here, and within half a day, your elixirs shall be complete. Hearing such a sincere and enticing offer, Lin Zan nodded in agreement. Please, go find a place to wait with Linger. I will return shortly. Lin Zan instructed Ling Jian and the others before following Yao Han into the back hall. Please have a seat. Yao Han hurriedly stepped forward, pulling out a chair and gesturing with utmost respect. What do you mean by this? Lin Zan was taken aback by Yao Han's actions and cautiously inquired. I have no ulterior motive. I merely wish to ask if you could teach me how to concoct the perfect Qingling pill. Yao Han, disregarding his pride, boldly stated. Oh well. Lin Zan immediately displayed a troubled expression, scratching his head in uncertainty. I won't impose on you. Just observe me as I refine the pill, and if there is anything amiss, feel free to point it out. Yao Han implored, his gaze filled with earnestness. But I'm not sure if I'll be able to notice anything, Lin Zan admitted shyly. No worries, just watch. If you see anything wrong, interrupt me on the spot. Yao Han reiterated with sincerity. All right, but if I can't discern anything, please don't hold it against me. Lin Zan, unable to refuse the earnest old man, consented. Good, Yao Han exclaimed, promptly retrieving a Dan furnace from his mustard seed bag and placing it on the ground with a thud. What a magnificent furnace! Lin Zan marveled at the purple-red furnace, genuinely impressed. If you can help me produce the perfect pill, I will gift it to you. Yao Han eagerly offered. Perhaps not. A gentleman does not take what others cherish. Lin Zan, feeling bashful, scratched his head again. Elder Yao Han, we should not delay any further. Let's begin. Upon hearing this, Yao Han seated himself cross-legged with reverence, seemingly engaged in a fervent prayer. Lin Zan, initially bewildered by the gesture, was about to inquire when he witnessed Yao Han in action. With a swift motion, the Qingling grass turned to ashes within seconds, and pure medicinal liquid dripped precisely into a white porcelain bottle. Yao Han's hands moved in a graceful dance, and within moments, the furnace extinguished, yielding an impressive 10 pills. I achieved this yield years ago, yet I remain uncertain how to enhance their quality. Yao Hun lamented, holding the pills he had crafted. Lin Zan, my friend, did you discern any insight from that? Yet at that moment, Lin Zan stood frozen, for in those fleeting minutes, his proficiency in pill refining had surged by 1,000-fold. I did not notice anything. After a brief pause, Lin Zan stammered. Could you perhaps slow down and try again? I will do my utmost. Lin Zan, now filled with newfound confidence, realized that he could now refine most Earth-tier pills. Hearing this, Yao Hun sighed ruefully. Am I perhaps pursuing perfection too obsessively? At times, I question my own tenacity. Elder Yao Hun, if you trust me, I will attempt it once more. I am certain I can discern the truth. Lin Zan declared resolutely once again. Very well, I shall proceed with greater caution. Upon hearing this, Yao Hun retrieved a sprig of Qingling grass and repeated the previous actions, filling the air with the familiar fragrance of elixirs. As another batch of 10 pills was produced, is this acceptable? At that moment, despite having lost some faith, Yao Hun inquired anxiously. I understand now, truly, Lin Zan added, fearing that Yao Hun might doubt him. The heat, the flames, the spark of hope seemed to ignite in Yao Hun's eyes as Lin Zan spoke, and the features of his aged face momentarily reflected youthfulness. Lin Zan, my friend, could you elaborate further? It pertains to the flames. Lin Zan responded, revealing his Jiotian flames, deftly manipulating their intensity. Your flame's temperature is insufficient. It has not reached the threshold required for refining the Qingling pill. Observe-mine. With that, Lin Zan skillfully adjusted the flames to an exquisite temperature. It must be precisely at this level. Only under such fiery intensity can the last traces of impurities be entirely eradicated. There is no alternative. As Yao Hun listened to Lin Zan's lengthy exposition, confusion deepened within him, not from a lack of comprehension, but rather because Lin Zan's assertions seemed to defy logic. Lin Zan, do not jest with me. If the flames are identical, how can one produce a pill? As he uttered these words, a bitter expression crossed his face. Xianxia su autres tinga is fiction. The flames for pill creation must change instantaneously. As Lin Zan spoke, the flames in his hand suddenly transformed, flaring up before extinguishing in an instant. Just like this, Elder Yao Hun, give it a try. Hesitant, yet intrigued, Yao Hun conducted another experiment in his alchemical furnace, this time taking longer and successfully elevating Lin Zan's alchemical proficiency to the remarkable threshold of 3,000. Bang! With the sound of the furnace opening, a rich aroma of elixirs wafted out, filling the entire room. I have succeeded, as Yao Hun inhaled the fragrant scent of the pills. His hands trembled uncontrollably. If all goes according to plan, it should indeed be so. Lin Zan replied with a smile. This is for you. Just as Lin Zan began to express further praises, Yao Hun presented the alchemical furnace, stating, I promised you this. I have cherished it for nearly a century, and now it belongs to someone who truly needs it. Elder Yao Hun, if you insist on this, then I must remind you that a gentleman does not covet what others hold dear. Lin Zan replied, waving his hand and stepping back. Thus, I cannot accept this. Please take it. It will serve you better than it would serve me. Without further ado, Yao Hun placed the furnace before Lin Zan. This furnace is capable of refining earth, mysterious and yellow tear pills, and I estimate it will suffice for your needs for at least a century. Yao Hun continued with enthusiasm. Indeed, the name of this alchemical furnace is Blazing Heat. It is not only capable of refining elixirs, but can also be wielded as a weapon. The spirit of the medicine continued. However, this is merely what my master conveyed to me. I have never employed it for offensive purposes. As for how to use it, you must discover that through your own exploration. This item is far too precious. I truly cannot accept it. Enough. Take it. The spirit of the medicine, upon hearing this, lifted the furnace and hurled it towards Lin Zan. He had no choice but to catch it and stow it away in his spatial pouch. Who would have thought? After an entire afternoon, the items you sought must be ready for collection. You may take them, the spirit remarked, glancing at the sky with a hint of nostalgia. I must come again. I will require your guidance once more. The spirit, embodying the essence of a diligent student, earnestly expressed. Please no, such praise truly overwhelms me. However, I must take my leave. Lin Zan, feeling out of place in this environment, hastily exited the rear hall. As he stepped outside, all the Qingling Dan were completed, awaiting Lin Zan's collection. Brother, everything is ready. Let us return. We still need to rescue someone from the Chui Mu sect. Ling Jian called out to Lin Zan as he emerged. Very well, let us depart. By the way, Has Ting Er consumed her Qingling Dan? Lin Zan suddenly recalled the one who had unknowingly captured his affections and inquired, "Who knew you were so concerned about me?" A gentle voice, soft enough to melt one's resolve, emerged from behind Lin Zan as Ting Er wrapped her arms around his waist. "Stop. Men and women should keep their distance." Lin Zan awkwardly pried her hands away, speaking with embarrassment. "And what of it? You saved my life, which makes me yours." Ting Er replied unabashedly. The others, overhearing, cast amused glances their way, stifling laughter as they exchanged knowing looks. "Enough, enough. No need for this frivolity. Let's gather our belongings and depart." Lin Zan, noticing the attention, waved his hand dismissively, collected the Qingling Dan, and turned his gaze toward Ting Er, only to be taken aback a moment later. "Who are you? Where is Ting Er?" Ting Er, upon hearing this, blushed and meekly responded, "Am I not right here before you? Cease this jest. This transformation is rather astonishing." Lin Zan gazed at the graceful figure before him, feeling an unexpected flutter in his heart. After a moment, he shook off the thought and declared, "Let us leave." With that, he led the group directly toward the Chui sect. Along the way, Ting Er clung to Lin Zan's arm several times, and although he shrugged her off each time, her persistence left him with little recourse. "I shall follow you closely," Ting Er whispered in Lin Zan's ear. Her words caused Lin Zan's cheeks to flush crimson, and after a brief pause, he could no longer contain himself. "I have someone I care for, and we are together. If we continue like this, it will lead to misunderstandings. I do not mind, as long as I can be by your side day and night. I am willing to toil like a beast." Upon hearing this, Ting Er seemed to misunderstand Lin Zan's intentions entirely and bashfully replied, "That is not what I meant." Lin Zan had more to say, but his words were silenced by Ting Er's lips, a wave of suffocating sensation coursing through his body. "I have said, I am willing to toil like a beast." With these words, Lin Zan found himself at a loss for further expression and fell silent. 3 days later, brother, I sense something amiss with the Chui sect. There are usually no guards here. Why are so many people surrounding the perimeter today? Ling Jian inquired, glancing at Lin Zan, who appeared troubled. "I have noticed it too, but upon reflection, it is only natural. After all, I have stolen an entire room of elixirs. Even a fool would know something is amiss." After Lin Zan spoke, he took out the elixirs from his bag and addressed the crowd. "You all remain here. Ling Jian and I will take these pills. The impending battle is unsuitable for your involvement. I will go with you. It is too dangerous." Ting Er said, "Oh fool," revealing her concern. "It is more dangerous for you to accompany me. If we go together, nothing will happen," Lin Zan replied, handing a portion of the elixirs to Ling Jian. The two then made their way towards the Chui sect. "Disciples, heed my command. Rush forth and eliminate those two." The Grand Elder of the Chui sect, with a sinister expression, directed the multitude of puppets before him. The disciples, like hungry tigers, charged at Lin Zan, appearing to have lost their own consciousness, solely acting upon the Grand Elder's orders. "Do not let them ensnare you. One fed means one less." While speaking, Lin Zan targeted the weak right flank of the disciples, seizing one and forcing a Qingling Dan into her mouth. In a matter of minutes, Lin Zan had attended to a dozen disciples. Just as he was selecting his next target, he looked up to find Ling Jian surrounded. Lin Zan sighed inwardly, leaping into the encirclement, scooping up the injured Ling Jian and hurling him away recklessly. With a powerful roar, the one who was besieged became Lin Zan. Though Lin Zan possessed formidable strength, he was ultimately outnumbered and gradually encircled by the female disciples, countless sword energies piercing towards him. Lin Zan shouted, "As solid as a fortress." Instantly, a golden shield enveloped him. Though it was but a drop in the bucket, it still managed to deflect some of the assaults. Chapter 68, A Moment of Indulgence. Facing the relentless onslaught, Lin Zan's stamina began to wane, and he felt as though he might faint at any moment. "I will slay you all." Just before Lin Zan succumbed to unconsciousness, Ting Er broke free from her captors and rushed forward, unleashing a devastating sword energy that sent limbs flying in all directions. The fury of the disciples was suddenly captivated by Ting Er, and they surged towards him like mindless automatons. "Ding! Warning! Ting Er is in danger. Immediate rescue required." Upon hearing this alert, Lin Zan focused his mind, activating Berserk State. Ding! Berserk State activated. Peach Blossom value 100. In an instant, Lin Zan's physique swelled to twice its size, standing among the disciples of the Chui sect like a colossus. With a single sweep of his hand, he toppled several disciples and hoisted the unconscious Ting Er onto his shoulder. He kicked aside a few more disciples and swiftly made his way to the side of the elder of the Chui Mu sect, lifting him as if he were a mere chick. "Stop them!" Lin Zan bellowed at the elder. The elder, having never witnessed such terrifying martial prowess, was rendered speechless in fear. "I shall repeat myself. Stop them." With that, Lin Zan sent several advancing disciples flying and tightened his grip on the elder's hand, increasing his strength further. "Stop!" The elder, struggling to breathe, managed to utter weakly. The disciples, as if they had received a divine decree, halted their assault. Observing this scene, Lin Zan exhaled deeply and addressed the crowd in the distance. "Feed them the Qing Ling Dan." Quickly, the members of the Ling sword group, not daring to hesitate, began to feed the Qing Ling Dan into the mouths of the disciples, one by one. Lin Zan, seeing this, threw the remaining Qing Ling Dan onto the ground. A quarter of an hour later, the disciples gradually regained their clarity, gazing at the chaos they had wrought, and each cast a gaze of hatred towards the elder. "Kill him!" A voice from the crowd rang out, igniting a fervor among the masses, each one clamoring to see the elder meet a gruesome end. "Silence! Whoever speaks shall meet their demise." Lin Zan, upon hearing this, unleashed a wave of sword energy that struck a massive stone in the distance, cleaving it in two. The onlookers gasped in awe, silenced by the display of power. "Take her to rest and follow me." At this moment, Lin Zan resembled a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell, his voice devoid of any emotion. After dispatching the elder with a single stroke, Lin Zan led the remaining outer disciples directly into the Chui Mu sect. "Subdue them, give them this," Lin Zan declared, tossing out the Qing Ling Dan, then charging towards the elder standing behind the group of disciples. "Stop him!" The elder, alarmed by Lin Zan's imposing figure advancing towards him, exclaimed in a panic. "Halt!" In an instant, several inner disciples rushed to block Lin Zan's path. "You seek your own demise. Do not blame me." Lin Zan had initially intended to spare the lives of the Chui Mu sect disciples, but Tinger's recent injury made him realize that he could no longer afford to show mercy. 5 elements decision, fire decision, 9 heavens flame. Lin Zan let out a furious roar, his hands spewing forth violet flames that surged like a dragon of fire toward the inner disciples before him. Those disciples, adept in wood-based techniques, found themselves subjected to a massacre as the flames clung to their forms. Still wishing to escape? Meet your demise. As Lin Zan engaged with the disciples, an elder fled 100 meters away. With a sardonic remark, Lin Zan hurled a dagger from his waist, embedding it in the elder's back. Upon catching up, he administered a recovery pill, rendering the elder unconscious, and stowed him away in his storage ring. As dusk descended, after countless battles and the slaying of numerous talented disciples, Lin Zan finally managed to rescue most of the members of the Emeraldwood sect. "Master, we have scoured the entire sect, yet we cannot find the sect leader, Mu Linger." Li Xiao panted, rushing to Lin Zan, breathless. "I understand. Gather everyone here." Lin Zan replied, his expression devoid of emotion, yet a subtle ache stirred within his heart. "Brother, something terrible has happened. It's about Ting." Upon hearing this, Lin Zan immediately rose and dashed to Linger's room, witnessing her in a frail state. Tears streamed down his cheeks. "In the next life, let us be together forever. I must return to the Medicine Valley." It seemed that Ting clung to her last breath just to see Lin Zan. As her words faded, her delicate hand slipped from his grasp. Beep. "Partner, Ting has passed away." The system's notification whisked away Tinger's final vestige of life. "Master." Half an hour later, Li Xiao, observing Lin Zan's silence, felt a chill in his heart. Under the gaze of the crowd, he whispered, "Gather your belongings and assemble all Emeraldwood sect disciples in the square. I will join you shortly." Lin Zan surveyed the crowd, his eyes devoid of light, speaking in a calm yet sorrowful tone. Upon hearing this, the disciples exchanged glances, nodded, and departed the room, leaving Lin Zan alone amidst the echoes of his grief. Time slipped away, and eventually, Lin Zan rose, composed himself, and stepped outside, where the disciples of the Emeraldwood sect awaited in the square. Ascending the platform, he retrieved the elders he had captured from his mustard seed pouch, noting that one had already succumbed to asphyxiation. Ignoring the deceased elder, Lin Zan bound the remaining, barely conscious elders to wooden stakes, administering each a hefty dose of pain-enhancing pills. "They are now yours. How you choose to handle them is up to you." The disciples surged forward, and Lin Zan had no doubt they would be consumed alive. Descending from the platform, he turned to Ling Jian and the others, his expression blank. "Follow me. We are to search for Mu Linger." Brother, is this truly appropriate? Ling Jian observed Lin Zan's lifeless demeanor and cautiously inquired, just this once. Do not concern yourself with me. Lin Zan was aware that her actions were more brutal than those of the demonic sect, yet at this moment, she yearned to unleash the tempest within her heart without restraint. Ling Jian wished to speak further, but was interrupted by Li Xiao, who whispered urgently in his ear. Master Uncle, just this once refrain from speaking. Resigned, Ling Jian nodded in tacit agreement to the course of action. Xianxia, you are the one who interacts most frequently with Mu Ling Er. Do you know her current whereabouts? Lin Zan called upon Ling Er, who appeared equally distressed, and gently inquired. I know place, follow me. Ling Er replied, wiping the tears from her eyes. She nodded and led Lin Zan and the others towards the grand hall of the Emeraldwood sect. Chapter 69, The Witch's Goo Technique. Beneath this throne lies a secret passage that leads directly to the mountain's summit. Aside from this, I am unaware of any other hidden locations. Ling Er pushed aside the throne, revealing a dark and foreboding tunnel. Brother, this seems rather suspicious. There is no reason to flee to the mountaintop. Ling Jian expressed his unease. Master, I too feel something amiss. It is as if we're being deliberately led into a trap. Li Xiao echoed his concerns. Xianxia, do you know of any other places where one might hide? Lin Zan inquired. No, this is the only place I know of. Ling Er replied, after a moment of contemplation, her resolve firm. This mountain is vast. Even if the four of us searched for a year, we might not uncover their hiding place. It is entirely plausible that the sect master Mu Ling Er has been coerced here. Lin Zan stated with determination. Very well, let's investigate. Trusting her instincts, Lin Zan entered the tunnel, and after traversing for half an hour in darkness, they finally glimpsed the remnants of twilight. The exit is just ahead, Lin Zan encouraged her companions. Without pausing to admire the view, she rushed out of the tunnel, greeted by the evening glow atop the mountain. With little time to savor the beauty, Lin Zan began her search, hoping to uncover any traces in the fading light. Fortune favored the diligent, and she indeed discovered a trail that seemed to have been dragged along the ground. Brother Lin Zan, this must be it. This location is rarely visited, and even if it were, those powerful enough would not leave such traces, she declared, her confidence soaring as she followed the trail toward the summit. With the last vestiges of twilight illuminating her path, Lin Zan spotted two figures at the mountain's peak and charged forward with fervor. Suddenly, a glint of cold steel flashed by, and Lin Zan instinctively dodged, the dagger narrowly grazing her cheek. Lin Zan gently caressed his face, where a faint trace of blood seeped through. Go and kill him. After that, I shall take you to meet your master. Though the voice was gentle, the words were laced with malice. Is it true? Will you truly allow me to see my master? In response, Mu Ling Er's murky eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. Of course it is true. Why would I deceive you? Slay him, and I shall ensure you meet your master. The tone seemed to seize Mu Ling Er's spirit, and in an instant, she exuded an aura of lethal intent, her powers surging to the initial stage of the separation of spirit. Ha ha, what if you catch up? I am eager to see your next move. The elder sneered as he observed Mu Ling steadily advancing towards Lin Zan, his voice taking on an androgynous quality. Mu Ling, it is I. Do you not recognize me? As Lin Zan beheld the murderous intent in Mu Ling Er's approach, a chill crept into his heart. Brother, be cautious. She is no longer the Mu Ling you once knew. Ling Jian, fearing Lin Zan might lose his composure, hastily warned him. However, the warning seemed to bear no weight. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Zan resolutely advanced towards Mu Ling Do you truly not recognize me? Have you forgotten our battles fought side by side? Before he could finish, a long sword pierced deeply into Lin Zan's shoulder. I shall see my master now. Witnessing Lin Zan effortlessly wounded by her, Mu Ling numbly repeated her words. Lin Zan understood that he must feed the Qing Ling Dan to Mu Ling at all costs. Thus, steeling himself, he took 2 steps forward. This time, the long sword punctured through the skin of his back, a chilling light cutting through his clothing under the moonlight, stark and desolate. Enduring the excruciating pain, Lin Zan grasped Mu Ling Er's mouth, forcing the Qing Ling Dan inside. As the medicinal effects surged, Mu Ling Er's murky gaze began to regain clarity, and her hollow pupils started to shine with light. Lin Zan. Upon seeing Lin Zan's wound and the long sword in her hand, Mu Ling gasped, releasing her grip. I am fine, do not worry. Lin Zan reassured her with a pained smile, sweat glistening on his face as he pulled the sword from his shoulder. Awaken, my little bug. Just as Lin Zan thought he could finally breathe easy, the old woman muttered those words. Instantly, Mu Ling reverted to her puppet form, picking up the long sword from the ground and lunging towards Lin Zan once more. He stepped back to evade the strike, crimson blood gushing from the wound on his shoulder. Master! Li Xiao cried out in alarm at the sight, rushing forward without a second thought. Do not go. In a battle of the separation of spirit, your presence will only bring chaos. At this moment, though Ling Jian was equally anxious, he recognized that they could not act recklessly. Lin Zan retrieved a substantial handful of pills from his mustard seed pouch and swallowed them whole. Miraculously, his wounds appeared to be nourished, healing at an astonishingly visible rate. Lin Zan was oblivious to the nature of the elixirs he had just consumed, feeling waves of heat surging within him, his strength instantaneously escalating to the initial stage of spirit manifestation. At that moment, he seemed to lose all rationality and charge towards Mu Linger before him. Under the moonlit night, the resonant clinks of metal echoed, infusing the desolate darkness with a hint of vitality. 5-element technique, water element, raging tides. Lin Zan retreated a couple of steps and bellowed. Instantly, torrents of water cascaded down from the heavens, surging towards Mu Linger like a deluge. 5-element technique would element. All things flourish. Mu Linger, witnessing this, let out a tremendous roar, and to everyone's astonishment, towering trees sprouted upon the barren mountaintop. The water crashed against the trees, seemingly on the verge of breaking them. Yet upon closer inspection, the deluge not only failed to harm the colossal trees, but rather accelerated their growth. 5-element technique. Fire element. Flames of the 9 heavens. Lin Zan clasped his hands together, and in an instant, a roar reminiscent of a true dragon erupted, as a fire dragon surged towards the ever-growing giant trees. In a blink, the trees were charred, their leaves withering, and moments later, they were reduced to mere charcoal. 5-element technique. Earth element. Shattering rocks. Upon uttering the incantation, the mountains seemed to come alive, and from beneath Lin Zan's feet, a massive stone emerged, propelling him upwards. And then it erupted, obliterating the fragile trees with scattered grains of sand. Lin Zan roared, lunging towards the breathless Mu Linger. As he approached, he leapt into the air, targeting the cunning elder lurking behind her. With a swift thrust, his sword pierced the elder's throat and was withdrawn instantly, blood gushing forth from the wound. The woman, even in death, could not comprehend how Lin Zan had reached her side, her eyes wide open, staring at him with disbelief. Once the elder fell, Mu Linger seemed to lose her vigor, collapsing to her knees, her gaze vacant. Chapter 70. Insect Valley Kuka. After casting a glance back, Lin Zan too fell to the ground, utterly drained. 3 days later, Mu Linger. Lin Zan suddenly awoke, haunted by a nightmare in which he had fatally stabbed her. Li Xiao, observing Lin Zan awaken, sprang to his feet in excitement, assisting him to sit upright. Master, do not be alarmed. All is well. Hearing these words, Lin Zan finally calmed down. As he surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings, he could not help but inquire, where is this place? This is the Emerald Wood sect. Li Xiao Prumli responda. Where is Mu Linger? Lin Zan recalled the nightmare he had endured and asked, a sense of dread creeping in. Master, upon hearing this, Li Xiao hesitated, and Lin Zan, sensing his inner turmoil, urged, speak freely. Since the conclusion of your battle with him, after you eliminated that old fellow, he has transformed into a mere wooden figure, sitting idly all day. Where is he now? Lin Zan, upon hearing this, did not linger in unnecessary pleasantries and promptly inquired. Master, in my humble opinion, you should focus on restoring your health first. Visiting him now would serve no purpose. Do not burden me with such trivialities. Where is he? Lin Zan, irritated by this insipid concern, pressed urgently. Master, please remain calm. I shall take you there immediately. You have just recovered and cannot afford to be agitated. With those words, Li Xiao supported Lin Zan towards the resting place of Mu Linger. Master, she is right inside. Lin Zan, upon hearing this, pushed the door open and discovered Linger within. What on earth is happening? Do any of you possess knowledge of this? You have finally awakened. Upon seeing Lin Zan arrive, Linger breathed a sigh of relief, as it signified that they now had a pillar of strength. If I am not mistaken, this should be a form of sorcery from the Insect Valley. I never anticipated that the elder would be associated with them. Linger expressed her indignation upon hearing this. Spare me the irrelevant chatter. Do you know how to dispel this curse? Lin Zan inquired, furrowing his brow. I do. But we must go to the Insect Valley to lift the curse afflicting him. Xianxia promptly responded. Where's the Insect Valley? Lin Zan asked without hesitation. Not far from here, right beside the Medicine Valley. Perhaps Uncle Yaohan and his associates could be persuaded to assist us. I understand. You all remain here and help the Tsulong sect regain its vitality while I go alone. Ignoring his own injuries, Lin Zan gathered some essential items and set forth towards the Medicine Valley. 2 days later, I have long anticipated your arrival. Has the situation with the Tsulong sect been resolved? Upon receiving news of Lin Zan's arrival, Yaohan personally came out to greet him and, after leading him into the Medicine Valley, remarked, I have come to seek your assistance regarding this matter. Do you know anyone from the Insect Valley? Lin Zan, foregoing further pleasantries, stated his purpose. I do know them, though they are rather difficult to deal with. What do you need from them? Yaohan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The current leader of the Tsulong sect has been afflicted by a curse cast by the Insect Valley. I must enlist their help to save him. This may prove challenging. Upon hearing this, Yaohan immediately displayed a troubled expression. A challenge implies it can be accomplished. I am determined to see this through. So simply take me there, and I shall handle the rest. Rest assured, since you have come to me. How could I possibly refuse to assist you? Yaohan said, patting Lin Zan on the shoulder. Upon entering the Insect Valley, I will engage in negotiations with them. You must remain silent. You cannot utter a word. Do you understand? Lin Zan nodded in compliance and followed Yaohan into the Insect Valley. A day later, as Lin Zan stepped into the valley, he was immediately afflicted by its oppressive humidity, feeling as if he could scarcely breathe. I recognized the discomfort of this place. However, above all, refrain from speaking. Observing Lin Zan's distress, Yaohan reiterated his warning. Lin Zan nodded in understanding and continued to follow Yaohan. Time passed, and eventually, the two arrived at a peculiar palace. Kuka, my old friend, it has been far too long. Yaohan approached with feigned cordiality, yet he remained ever vigilant, aware that the lord of this city might strike unexpectedly. What brings you here this time, my old friend? The leader of the Insect Valley inquired amiably. Stepping forward to embrace Yaohan, Lin Zan observed the mask worn by the man, which appeared to be some sort of totem, though he comprehended little of its significance. Of course, I have brought you something of value, or else you would hardly find me worthy of your attention, Yaohan replied, producing a pure spirit pill from his mustard seed bag. This is essential for individuals like you who constantly engage with toxins. Kuka gazed at the pill, sensing the energy it contained. I knew you would not neglect me, old friend. He secured the pill at his waist, then shifted his tone to a cold, steely demeanor. Now speak. What is it you desire? Since you have been so forthright, I shall not beat around the bush. Upon hearing this, Yaohan proceeded to articulate his intentions. Where is that woman now? Kuka's expression shifted to one of urgency and anger. Where is that woman? Are you referring to the old sorceress who cast the curse? She is dead, slain by my hand. Lin Zan interjected, speaking without restraint. What? You killed her? Yaohan felt a chill run through him at this revelation, while Kuka expressed his astonishment. Indeed, that old wretch met her end by my doing. Is there an issue with that? Lin Zan replied nonchalantly. How could you have possibly killed her? Utterly ludicrous. Kuka clearly found it hard to believe that his lifelong adversary had perished at Lin Zan's hands. I cannot speak to her strength in your eyes, but to me, she was nothing more than refuse. Had it not been for her sorcery, I would not have come to seek you. Ha ha ha. Do you not fear that I might take your life for such insolence? Kuka loanhit heortili. But his demeanor soon darkened as he fixed a piercing gaze on Lin Zan. If you wish to kill me, you would have done so long ago. Rather than waiting until now, I have eliminated your nemesis. Now, I kindly request your assistance. It should be entirely reasonable. Lin Zan, undeterred by the oppressive aura surrounding him, stood proudly amidst this perilous assembly. Lin Zan, cease your insolence. Yaohan admonished, a note of anxiety lacing his voice. Chapter 71. Lin Zan is ensnared by poison. I merely speak the truth. Lin Zan replied nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back. Indeed, you make a valid point, my old friend. This lad is far more sincere than you. Kuka exclaimed, clapping his hands and dismissing the encroaching disciples of the Insect Valley. Then I shall assist you. Simply have the poisoned individual consume this concoction. With that, Kuka casually tossed a silk pouch. We are even now. Should you return, do not expect an easy exit. His words clearly signified a desire to expel Lin Zan. In response, Lin Zan merely chuckled and departed the Insect Valley, accompanied by Yaohan. You possess quite the audacity. Yao Hun remarked, his legs trembling uncontrollably as they exited the valley. What is there to fear? We emerged unscathed, did we not? Lin Zan teased, amused by Yao Hun's comical demeanor. Truly, a young calf knows no fear of tigers. You have yet to witness his ferocity. Yao Hun trembled as he spoke. I once encountered someone who escaped from the insect valley, his eyes infested with writhing black insects. Upon hearing this, Lin Zan felt a chill run down his spine. Curiosity piqued. What became of that individual? He perished. By the last time I saw him, he had been reduced to a pile of bones. Yao Hun recounted, a shiver of dread evident in his voice. Fortunately, the old fellow was in a good mood. Otherwise, you and I would have met a similar fate. Ultimately, we have faced no real danger. Have we? Lin Zan chuckled awkwardly, though unease gnawed at his heart. In the insect valley, Kuka muttered, that fellow is a splendid vessel. You simply let him go? A gaunt, desiccated man approached Kuka, his raspy voice seemingly laden with unspoken words. Fear not. He shall not escape. My insects will thrive. Kuka replied, stroking the now empty medicine jar in his hand. This individual will one day become a puppet of our clan. It is better to wait until he grows stronger. Greed gleamed in Kuka's eyes as he spoke. In the medicine valley, Lin Zan declared, there is no time to waste. I must return to the Chui Mu sect. Bidding farewell to Yao Hun, he set forth on his journey back. Ding. Task. Eliminate the poison. Reward. 5,000 peach blossom points. On his way, Lin Zan was taken aback by the system's notification, puzzled as to why the task was only now being issued when he had already embarked. After pondering for a moment, he could not discern the reason and decided to disregard it, focusing instead on reaching the Chui Mu sect. 2 days later, where is Mu Linger? Lin Zhan returned to the Emeraldwood sect with great enthusiasm, seeking out Li Xiao and excitedly exclaiming, Master, it's right where it used to be. Allow me to take you there. Seeing Lin Zhan's jubilant demeanor, Li Xiao sensed that the matter had been successfully resolved, and he led Lin Zhan to the place where Mu Ling was being cared for. Big brother Lin, I can hardly believe you truly brought her back. Ling exclaimed, her heart swelling with emotion as she gazed at Lin Zhan. Give her this medicine. She should be fine in a little while. Lin Zhan handed the potion to Ling and declared, I'm feeling a bit fatigued. I shall rest for a while. Call me when she regains her strength. Without further ado, he retreated to a resting chamber, lying down, blissfully unaware that danger was silently encroaching upon him. Master, be a good girl and take this medicine. It will help you recover. Ling comforted Mu Ling who lay on the bed with vacant eyes, as she gently administered the concoction. Just as the final spoonful was being fed to Mu Ling, a horrific scream erupted, startling Lin Zhan and the others into the room. Big brother Lin, what is happening? Ling cried out in terror, witnessing Mu Ling convulsing on the bed, spewing forth a dark, viscous liquid. As Lin Zhan was about to respond, Mu Ling unexpectedly expelled several small, worm-like creatures, each no larger than a pinky finger. Lin Zhan rushed forward, swiftly collecting the writhing insects and casting them to the ground, where they squirmed momentarily before dissolving into a puddle of foul liquid. It seems she will be all right, Lin Zhan said, observing the renewed spark of life in Mu Ling's eyes, letting out a sigh of relief. I will take a moment to rest. These past few days have been exceedingly exhausting. With that, he departed once more to his quarters. Ling Jian, though somewhat perplexed, remained silent, contemplating the extraordinary nature of Lin Zhan, who indeed was quite remarkable. Once Lin Zhan had left, Li Xiao leaned in and whispered to Ling Jian, Uncle Master, do you not find something peculiar about Master? He has never expressed fatigue before. Why does he seem so listless today? Ling Jian's eyes widened in surprise as he replied, you notice too? I think you might be right. Perhaps he truly is worn out. After all, there's been an overwhelming amount of recent events. The following morning, Li Xiao knocked on Lin Zhan's door, calling, Master, it's time to wake and have something to eat. You have slept for a whole day and night. Upon entering, Li Xiao was immediately struck by a musty odor. Wrinkling his nose in distaste, Lin Zhan seemed oblivious, snoring thunderously. It was not until Li Xiao shook him awake that Lin Zhan drowsily propped himself up. What is it? He inquired, gazing wearily at Li Xiao. Master, are you unwell? Why do you still appear so fatigued? Li Xiao asked, having detected the weariness in Lin Zhan's voice, his concern growing. Perhaps it is merely exhaustion. Previously, I consumed numerous elixirs of uncertain efficacy, unaware of the myriad side effects they might harbor. Lin Zhan sighed ruefully upon hearing this. Master, you have remained in this room all day. Why not venture outside for a stroll? Li Xiao suggested. placing aside the meal in his hands. Despite his fatigue, Lin Zan found it difficult to resist Li Xiao's enthusiasm and followed him out of the room. The moment the first rays of sunlight touched Lin Zan's skin, an intense burning sensation coursed through him. The pain compelled him to retreat to the shade, and even the sight of the sunlight felt unbearably scorching. "Master, what is the matter?" Seeing Lin Zan retreat, Li Xiao approached him with concern. Upon uttering these words, Li Xiao instinctively stepped back in alarm, exclaiming, "Master, there are insects in your eyes." Lin Zan, startled by this revelation, rubbed his eyes, immediately sensing the wriggling of the creatures on his hands. Fear surged within him, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably as he recalled the words of the medicinal spirit from that day, filling him with dread. "Master, I shall fetch Uncle Master." Observing Lin Zan's distress, Li Xiao comforted him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder before hastening to find Ling Jian. After explaining Lin Zan's predicament during their journey, the two arrived before him. "Brother, what has transpired?" Ling Jian inquired, equally perplexed and anxious. "I'm not entirely certain, but it is likely the work of those from the Insect Valley. It is my own fault for not heeding Elder Yaohuan's warnings." Lin Zan replied with a bitter smile. Chapter 72. One must always repay debts. "Master, wait here. I will confront them and compel them to remove the insect from your body." Upon hearing this, Li Xiao unsheathed his sword and dashed towards the direction of the Insect Valley. Seeing Li Xiao's determination, Lin Zan, undeterred by the searing sun, grasped his arm firmly, saying, "If you wish for me to perish here, then by all means proceed. Those individuals are certainly not as accommodating as you imagine. Otherwise, I would not have found myself in this predicament." "Master, what shall we do then? Shall we simply allow them to bully us?" Li Xiao exclaimed in frustration, striking his thigh in self-reproach. "Everyone, take heart. I possess great fortune and resilience. I shall be fine." Lin Zan reassured them calmly, though he himself was at a loss for solutions at that moment. "Please leave for now. I require a tranquil space to contemplate. Do not act rashly. When I devise a plan, I will summon you." After hearing this, Ling Jian nodded, leading the others out of the room. "System, can the poison from the Insect Valley be resolved?" "Beep. Yes, it can be resolved by expending 3,000 peach blossom luck, which will eliminate all negative states from the body." Upon hearing this, Lin Zan was filled with elation and, without hesitation, expended the 3,000 peach blossom luck. "Beep. Task completed. Reward, 5,000 peach blossom luck." Listening to the system's prompt, Lin Zan was filled with elation, realizing he had profited 2,000 in total. Feeling the fatigue dissipate from his body, he stepped outside, observing the worried expressions on the faces around him, and declared, "I am perfectly fine. Enough of the fuss. My brothers, this is not the time for frivolity. We must devise a plan, for we are prepared to brave any peril." Upon hearing this, Ling Jian furrowed his brow, sensing that Lin Zan might be attempting to conceal the truth of his situation. "I swear, I am truly well. Look, I'm standing under the sun, am I not?" Lin Zan proclaimed, stepping into the sunlight, which warmed his skin and made him feel utterly untroubled. Witnessing this scene, Li Xiao was the first to respond. Approaching Lin Zan and examining his complexion, "Master, you are genuinely all right. This is astonishing. How did this happen?" Li Xiao exclaimed, excitement and astonishment shining in his eyes. "That is of no concern to you. I possess the means to manage such matters. However, I assure you, I will not let the rogues from Insect Valley escape unscathed." Lin Zan replied ambiguously, eager to conceal the secret of his system. "Indeed, Master. Once we conclude our alliance's affairs, we shall march upon Insect Valley and eliminate those scoundrels." Li Xiao declared with clenched fists, fury evident in his voice. "This matter requires careful deliberation. They are not to be trifled with, yet I cannot swallow this indignity. One day, I shall see them utterly destroyed." After uttering these words, Lin Zan turned to Ling Jian, calmly inquiring, "Where is Mu Ling'er at present?" "Brother," he has just replied, "he is likely occupied with the affairs of the sect. After all, the Tsuelong sect has endured much and requires his attention." "Very well. Do not concern yourselves further. I shall seek her out," Lin Zan responded, nodding before making his way toward the grand hall of the Tsuelong sect. Approaching Mu Ling'er, who was furrowing her brow over her tasks at the table, Lin Zan greeted her with a cheerful demeanor. "Sect Master, please let me know if there is anything I can assist you with." Upon seeing Lin Zan, Mu Ling'er's eyes widened in fury as she shot back. "You arrived just in time. I was about to look for you. Where have all the elixirs from the Dan Pavilion gone? Did you take them?" Mu Ling asked, her tone sharp and unforgiving. How could one call it theft? It was taken for strategic purposes. Lin Zan chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Do not be so petty. After all, I do not assist others without compensation. My ability to recover from this ordeal owes a great deal to my own efforts. Enough of your empty chatter. Return what you have taken at once. She insisted vehemently. Upon hearing these words, Mu Ling coldly remarked, this is a strategic resource stored by my sect. Decades of effort. And you intend to take it away. She emphasized the word take, seemingly mocking him. Do not be so angry. I certainly wouldn't engage in such thankless tasks. This must be considered my reward. Lin Zan replied, indirectly asserting his claim to what he believed was due to him. Very well, you may take 1/10 of the contents. The remainder must be returned, or forget about the alliance. Mu Ling stated, her teeth clenched as she articulated her final bottom line. Isn't that rather stingy? Only 1/10? Lin Zan retorted, sitting back and adopting a defiant demeanor. You can either take it all and collaborate with the demon sect, or leave 1/10 and we establish the alliance. Choose one. Do not negotiate further. At this moment, Mu Ling truly resembled the leader of the Chui Mu sect, having begun to consider the interests of her sect. Wait, I was merely jesting. Rest assured, I shall return those items. They are inconsequential to me. Lin Zan, realizing Mu Ling was serious, softened his tone. Consider yourself fortunate. Now what are you waiting for? Return everything you should not possess. Mu Ling stated without lifting her head, as if she had anticipated this outcome. Hold on. I did not come to discuss this matter. We should talk about the alliance now. Shouldn't we? Lin Zan boldly approached, pressing Mu Ling's hand away from the task at hand. It would be best if you completed your responsibilities. The alliance will be simple, but if I do not see the elixirs in the hidden elixir chamber, then all your grandiose words will be meaningless. Mu Ling, without a hint of hesitation, brushed aside Lin Zan's hand and continued, fine. I agree. I will return them. With a resigned sigh, Lin Zan understood he had no choice but to head to the elixir chamber, returning all the elixirs he had previously taken. I have returned the items. Can we discuss matters now? Lin Zan returned with a grim expression, looking at Mu Ling. On the table lies a contract I prepared earlier. If you find no issues with it, the alliance shall be established. Mu Ling remained unfazed, pointing to a contract before her with indifference. Lin Zan sighed in frustration and began to review the contract. Chapter 73, The Massacre at Insect Valley. What is the meaning of this? This alliance was meant to be equitable. Why must you claim half of the spoils? Lin Zan's displeasure surfaced upon reading the terms of the contract, and he asked vehemently, which of the 5 great elemental sects still possesses the integrity we do? Mu Ling raised her head, regarding Lin Zan with a smile. Without further ado, can any of the 4 sects produce a formidable expert at the spirit division level? Lin Zan was momentarily rendered speechless upon hearing this. Our Chui Mu sect possesses deep-rooted heritage. Had it not been for my master's unwavering resolve to contend against the demon sect, we would not have shared these benefits with you. Mu Ling coldly asserted. The conditions are laid bare before us. If you disagree, then depart. Infuriated by these words, Lin Zan tore the contract in half and stormed out of the grand hall of the Chui Mu sect. Let us go. Lin Zan found Ling Jian, and they exchanged glances before he tersely added, Master, what is wrong? Li Xiao, witnessing Lin Zan's demeanor, couldn't he help but voice her confusion. Eldest brother, didn't you go to negotiate the alliance? Why are you so furious? Enough nonsense. If I tell you to follow me, then follow. Lin Zan shot a fierce glare at the two before leading them away from the Chui Mu sect. Eldest brother, it's inconvenient to talk inside. Can we speak now? After they had walked a considerable distance, Ling Jian, observing Lin Zan's silence, finally spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Zan exhaled deeply and recounted the earlier events to them. Master, has that fellow's conscience been fed to a dog? Everything we've done over these days has been for the alliance. Why is he so oblivious to reason? There's no need to say much, since he doesn't wish to ally with me. There's no reason for us to remain with them. Lin Zan retorted angrily, disregarding everything as he continued to lead the two away. Eldest brother, this is unacceptable. I cannot endure this insult. I must return and inquire about the reason. Ling Jian, unwilling to leave, implored Lin Zan. What more is there to inquire? They have made their position abundantly clear. There's no need to return and humiliate ourselves. Lin Zan replied, unable to restrain himself. Ever since I saved that fellow, he has changed completely. Without further ado, he commanded, follow me to the Insect Valley. After pondering for a moment, he continued, Master, I'm not afraid, but isn't it a bit perilous for the three of us? Hearing this, Li Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. He had witnessed those insects and wished to avoid being overtaken by them. If I did not possess absolute confidence, I would not risk your safety, Lin Zan stated calmly, allowing the two to feel reassured as they followed him directly to the Insect Valley. In the Insect Valley, damn it, my Goo King. Kuka sensed the severed connection with the insect nurtured within Lin Zan. A chilling dread surged within him, causing his hands to tremble. Tribe leader, what shall we do? Upon hearing Kuka's words, a gaunt elder approached and inquired. My Goo King is dead. The elder gasped in shock. He understood the Goo King's formidable power and recognized its immense value. Gather the people of Insect Valley. We must find that scoundrel Lin Zan and eliminate him. Kuka spoke to the frail old man. No need to search. I am here. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Zan appeared before them, brandishing a bloodied battle knife. A murderous grin gracing his face. You need not gather your forces. While you two were conversing, I have already slain all your disciples. Furious, Kuka's hair stood on end, consumed by a desire to devour Lin Zan alive. 5 elements technique, fire technique, 9 heavens flame. As Lin Zan observed Kuka charging at him, he unleashed a 9 heavens flame toward him, the fire voraciously engulfing Kuka, draining every ounce of his spiritual energy. The denizens of Insect Valley rely on curses to kill. Their combat prowess is nearly non-existent, possessing only a facade of cultivation without any martial skills to speak of. With such a level of ability, you dare to kill me. Lin Zan, seeing the old man attempting to flee, brandished his battle knife and before him severed his legs, laughing as he spoke. We bear no grudge against each other. I have merely helped you eliminate your enemies, and for that, killing you is no offense. With that, under the old man's horrified gaze, Lin Zan swiftly brought his blade down, severing his head. This act sent a chill through Lin Zan, for he discovered that not a single drop of blood flowed from the old man's body. Instead, a 1-meter-long curse worm crawled out. 5 elements technique, fire technique. 9 heavens flame. Startled by the sight of the worm, Lin Zan retreated 2 steps and shouted, unleashing flames that incinerated the creature in an instant. I expected it to be formidable, yet it was nothing of the sort. As the worm perished, Kuka too exhausted the last remnants of his spiritual energy, gradually transforming into ashes in the lingering warmth of the flames. Brother, why do I feel as though your strength has advanced once more? We hardly engaged in battle this time, Ling Jian remarked, gazing at the fearsome Lin Zan. For me, this is but a trivial matter. It is time we return to meet an old friend. Lin Zan, upon hearing this, boasted and led the two towards the Medicine Valley. You have returned. What predicament have you encountered this time? Yao Hun greeted Lin Zan with a playful smile. Nothing much, merely helped resolve an old friend's issue. Lin Zan wiped the blood from his battle knife. What did you say? You didn't really kill that fellow, did you? Yao Hun exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he inquired. Rest assured, at this very moment, he is thoroughly dead. Lin Zan replied with a grin. I must say, it is rather surprising. They did assist you at some point. How could you return and slay him? Could it be that there was something amiss with the medicine he provided you? After pondering for a moment, Yao Hun felt that something was amiss, so he straightforwardly inquired. While he had no qualms regarding the medicine he provided us, the fact that he had placed a curse upon me was indeed his wrongdoing. I nearly perished at his hands. Lin Zan, after hearing this, nonchalantly responded, this is impossible. He has never had any contact with you. How could he possibly curse you? Upon hearing this, Yao Hun was engulfed in confusion and could not help but ask for clarification. I am not certain about that, but it must have been his doing. I have never been one to indiscriminately harm the innocent. Lin Zan, unfazed by the exchange, proceeded to recount all that he had recently learned. Chapter 74, The Signing of the Covenant, the Division of the Spirit Realm. Now I understand. No wonder you have offended Kuka, yet he has spared you. It seems he had already found a use for you. Yao Hun finally grasped the reason behind Kuka's strange behavior during their last visit to the Insect Valley. What are your plans moving forward? Observing Lin Zan's troubled demeanor, Yao Hun sensed that he harbored unspoken concerns, prompting him to inquire further. Old man, I shall speak candidly. Lin Zan seized this opportunity and recounted the events that transpired at the Chui Mu sect without omitting a single detail. I comprehend your intent now. No wonder you resolved this significant predicament for me. It was to persuade me to engage with Mu Ling Er. To be frank, that is indeed the case. Lin Zan admitted openly. I am eager to assist you. Yet I advise you not to rush. Yaohan, smiling, responded calmly. What do you mean by that? Lin Zan, evidently perplexed, expressed a hint of dissatisfaction. If you were the leader of the Chui Mu sect, and such a momentous event occurred, would you not need to adopt a more assertive stance? Otherwise, how could a delicate woman like Mu Ling'er command respect? Seeing Lin Zan's disgruntled expression, Yaohan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and elucidated. If you trust me, return once more. Considering their current circumstances, your negotiations will proceed much more smoothly. Observing Lin Zan's demeanor, he continued. Moments later, Lin Zan slapped his forehead in realization, exclaiming, Old man, I understand your meaning now. Let us be on our way. With that, he turned towards Ling Jian and the others, feeling enlightened. The trio hastily made their way back towards the Chui Mu sect. Master, must we truly proceed in this manner? What if they humiliate us once more? Li Xiao questioned as the outline of the Chui Mu sect came into view. Then we shall go once again. This alliance must be forged, come what may, Lin Zan asserted resolutely. Inside the grand hall of the Chui Mu sect. Why have you returned? Mu Ling'er questioned, her tone dripping with disdain. Yet inwardly, she sighed in relief. It is, of course, regarding the matter of the alliance. Lin Zan replied respectfully. Upon hearing these words, Mu Ling'er finally lifted her head and spoke. Please take a seat. Now we can have a proper discussion. Lin Zan nodded in agreement and settled down, casting a glance at the Ling Jian behind him, prompting the two to dismiss their companions. Now it is just the two of us. Let's speak frankly. Very well, let us speak candidly then. The previous agreements were merely for the sake of appearances. Mu Ling'er, upon hearing this, no longer held back and expressed her innermost thoughts. Only in this manner can I secure my position as the sect leader. For a significant part of the current state of the sect is attributable to my actions. I must acquire sufficient benefits to remain stable in this role. This is a course of action I am compelled to take, and I hope you can understand. However, rest assured, this is merely a matter of paperwork. The spoils will be divided equally between us. Well then, your words bring me comfort. I have prepared a contract for this very purpose. If you find no issues with it, let us both sign it, and this shall serve as the standard. Lin Zan, having spoken, produced the contract he had ready and placed it before Mu Ling'er. Without a hint of hesitation, she pressed her crimson handprint onto the document. Task completed. The 5 sects have reunited. Task reward. The technique Thunderous might elevated to perfection. Cultivation level upgraded to the Spirit Division stage. As Mu Ling'er raised her hand, she sensed Lin Zan's transformation and, astonished, inquired, You haven't just broken through, have you? That's nothing. I'm merely advanced to the Spirit Division realm. Lin Zan replied, feigning modesty. You are simply extraordinary. Mu Ling'er exclaimed, unable to fathom how one could instantaneously ascend 2 minor stages. Now that the alliance treaty has been established, I shall notify you and send personnel to Linglong City. With that, Lin Zan departed the Grand Hall, discovering Ling Jian and Li Xiao anxiously awaiting outside. What brings you here? Hurry and gather your belongings to return to the Falling Water sect. Observing Lin Zan's demeanor, Ling Jian cautiously asked, Brother, what happened? Did the negotiations not go well? Not to worry. If they are unwilling to cooperate with us, then we shall not pursue it. Come now. What sort of talk is that? With my involvement, success is but a matter of course. Lin Dan interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Ling Jian. What are you still doing here? Pack your things. The two exchanged glances, understanding each other's sentiments, and nodded before hastily gathering their belongings. 2 days later. Master, we are approaching the Ho-Tu sect. I have not returned here in quite some time. May I go back to take a look? Li Xiao gazed at the gradually familiar scene around him, and a wave of melancholy rose within his heart. He couldn't help but ask, Did we not just come here for negotiations last time? Was that visit not sufficient for you? Lin Zan, hearing this, chuckled teasingly, Master. Our previous visit was strictly for business. I assuredly could not allow my thoughts to wander elsewhere. I merely wished to return and take a look since we happened to pass by. Embarrassed, Li Xiao scratched his head and replied, If that's the case, then do go back for a visit. We shall take our leave first, and you must return to the Falling Water sect within 3 days. Upon hearing this, Lin Zan earnestly reminded Li Xiao, Brother, I tell you it's quite all right. What harm could there be in him returning to his original sect? It is merely a trifling matter, nothing to fret over. There is no danger. Realizing his own excessiveness, Lin Zan nodded unwittingly and departed with his spirit sword. At the thick earth sect, Li Xiao was immediately surrounded by his former friends upon returning to his original cave dwelling, each pointing and excitedly exclaiming, "Look at you, Li Xiao. It's only been a few days, and you seem to be thriving. Life outside must be quite pleasant." "Indeed, I'm doing well. My current master is incredibly powerful. To be honest, I have learned quite a bit under his tutelage." As soon as this was said, someone in the crowd began to stir things up. "Now that the esteemed figure has returned, why not show us a trick or two? Let us witness how outsiders engage in battle." At this, the crowd erupted with enthusiasm, clamoring for Li Xiao to demonstrate his skills. "Originally, I had no intention of showing off, but if you all wish to see, then I shall oblige." Unable to resist their fervent entreaties, Li Xiao unsheathed his long sword and flicked it toward a distant tree, where it embedded itself effortlessly. How was that? Not too shabby, right? The onlookers, however, stared in bewilderment, their mouths agape, as they seemed to find this feat rather commonplace. "What are you all staring at?" Li Xiao, surprisingly, received no words of praise and opened his eyes wide in confusion. "Is this all you've learned? I could do that too." With that, one individual brandished his own sword, which also lodged itself in the large tree. This prompted a wave of derisive laughter from the crowd. Hearing this, Li Xiao turned to the man who had just thrown his sword and remarked, "If you believe this is nothing special, why not pull out your sword and compare our results?" Upon hearing this, the man approached the tree and, upon inspecting Li Xiao's sword, discovered a minuscule bug firmly impaled upon it, prompting him to gasp in astonishment. "How did you accomplish this?" As the crowd gazed upon his astonished visage, they could not help but gather around him, casting admiring glances after a brief moment of reverence. "Well, I have returned to retrieve my belongings. My previous possessions should be inside, correct?" Li Xiao, evidently pleased with the effect of his words, reclaimed his cherished sword and, after sheathing it with a smile, continued, "Rest assured, once you departed, no one has entered your cave, and all of your belongings remain untouched within." Upon hearing this, an individual stepped forward, either a devoted companion or a respectful admirer, and replied, "That is splendid to hear. I shall not linger here any longer. I am quite occupied with official duties. Having retrieved my items, I must take my leave." With that declaration, Li Xiao entered his cave, and as he beheld the familiar arrangement of his past, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Just months prior, he had been merely an outer disciple, brimming with bravado, yet lacking any tangible skill. Now, he stood as the sole apprentice personally chosen by Lin Zan. After a fleeting moment, he cast aside such reflections and began rummaging through his previously abandoned belongings. Time slipped away as he searched, but at long last, Li Xiao unearthed the object of his desire, a stunning azure gem. Carefully wrapping the gem, he placed it within his spatial pouch and exited the cave, departing the sect under the envious gazes of onlookers. In the forest bear tribe, an elder adorned with a bearskin had addressed a group of robust warriors before him. "The deep blue gem has resurfaced. We must retrieve it." Following his directive, the warriors were urged to seek out the gem and return with it. With that, the elder handed the staff to the valiant man. Onward! With a resounding command from Brother Xiongmu, the warriors set forth from the tribe in a grand procession. "Brother Xiongmu, what purpose do these blue gems serve? Why does the chieftain incessantly speak of them?" queried one of the warriors. "How should I know? Do not question matters that do not concern you," Xiongmu retorted, one hand clutching the chieftain's staff while the other wielded a weathered battle knife. A day later, Li Xiao was hastily making his way towards the falling water sect, the leaves of the trees rustling in response to his swift passage. "Halt!" A sudden shout rang out, causing Li Xiao to almost stumble as he came to an abrupt stop, barely avoiding collision with the individual before him. "You seek death." Li Xiao glowered at the man. "Hand over your belongings," commanded Xiongmu, eyeing the gleaming staff and blocking Li Xiao's path without hesitation. I wondered who it was. A band of robbers, it seems. "I shall teach you a proper lesson." Li Xiao discerned that these men possessed no cultivation, and with a casual motion, he picked up a wooden stick and hurled it at the nearest assailant. The man, lacking any martial prowess and relying solely on brute strength, absorbed the impact yet appeared unfazed, seizing Li Xiao's hand in response. "Hand over the gem you possess, or face death." Upon hearing these words, Li Xiao's complexion turned ashen, for he was acutely aware that the matter of the gem was something no outsider could possibly know. "Who are you to be aware of this?" Li Xiao's demeanor shifted to one of caution as he shook off the man's grip, drawing his sword and directing it at them with an air of defiance. "We are merely the guardians of this arena. Do not make things difficult for us, or we shall be compelled to take action." The burly man, Xiongmu, raised his own battle blade, planting his staff firmly into the earth beside him. If it is to be so, then a contest it shall be. With those words, Li Xiao lunged towards the robust man, believing his strike to be unerring. To his astonishment, the man's weapon struck with such swiftness that it sent Li Xiao's sword flying. And in the blink of an eye, Li Xiao found the cold steel of a blade against his throat. I assure you, we bear no ill intent. Simply relinquish the gem, and we shall allow you to depart unscathed. This time, Xiongmu's seriousness was palpable. It seemed that should Li Xiao refuse, he would indeed resort to lethal measures. Then kill me if you must. Li Xiao understood the gem's significance all too well. It was the last memento from his mother. Were it not for this precious stone, he would not have ventured away from his master to join the Hotu sect. What should we do, brother? Perhaps we should take him back. The rugged denizens of the mountains had long lived in isolation, and the notion of murder was utterly foreign to them. Upon hearing this, Xiongmu sighed in resignation, rendering Li Xiao unconscious and hoisting him away toward their tribal home. At the Luo Shui sect, brother, the 3-day deadline has arrived. That fellow Li Xiao should have returned by now. As dusk settled, Ling Jian felt an unexpected chill, prompting him to approach Lin Zan. At this hour, he should have been back. What if something has happened to him? Lin Zan had not initially given it much thought, but Ling Jian's expression stirred an ominous premonition within him. His instincts had never failed him, and a sense of dread enveloped him. Follow me. The two exchanged resolute glances. Li Xiao nodded, drawing his sword and swiftly heading towards the Hotu sect. A day later, having traveled through the night, the pair arrived at the grand hall of the Hotu sect, seeking out Xian Tuesday. Where have you hidden my disciple? Speak. Xian Tu, confronted by their fierce demeanor, was taken aback. What do you mean, your disciple? Is it Li Xiao? Clearly, Xian Tu was utterly unaware of the situation, prompting him to inquire further. Is it not obvious? He is my only disciple, Lin Zan exclaimed, gripping Xian Tu's throat with intensity as he demanded answers. What do you mean by that? I have no knowledge of this. Has he returned? After hearing this, Xuantu was even more perplexed and inquired, Elder brother, please wait a moment. Perhaps he truly knows nothing about this matter. Ling Jian, noticing Lin Zan on the verge of losing control, quickly intervened and cautiously remarked, how could that be? An outsider entering the Hotu sect would surely be aware. Lin Zan, undeterred by this statement, grew angrier at Ling Jian, exclaiming, I genuinely do not know. My dreams have been filled with too many occurrences lately, leaving me no time to attend to these matters. Could you grant me a moment to investigate? Upon hearing this, Xuantu, with a sense of resignation, asked, Is that so? Realizing he had indeed overreacted, Lin Zan released his grip and carefully said, I was too hasty earlier. Please assist me in investigating this matter swiftly. He has been unreachable for several days. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xuana led the two of them directly to the place where Li Xiao had previously resided. May I inquire if any of you have seen Li Xiao return? Xuanto asked the surrounding disciples who had gathered. One disciple responded. In answer to the sect leader's question, Li Xiao did return some time ago, but it seems he was here to retrieve something. After acquiring it, he departed. Lin Zan, upon hearing this, approached the disciple excitedly and asked, Do you know what it was that he took? The disciple hesitated, saying, How could I possibly know? After all, that is a matter of personal privacy. If I were to pry into it, would that not be rather inappropriate? Clearly uncomfortable with Lin Zan's demeanor, the disciple took a couple of steps back, nervously continuing. Who among you is usually close with Li Xiao? Step forward. Upon hearing this, Xuantu addressed the present disciples and then entered Li Xiao's cave dwelling. After a brief moment, several disciples cautiously entered the cave, their heads bowed in trepidation. Do any of you know if Li Xiao possesses anything of significance? Xuana asked before Lin Zan could speak. One disciple, nervously stepping forward, replied, We have not heard of anything in particular, but he once mentioned having a remarkable stone. As for the specifics, I cannot say. Lin Zan moved closer to him, speaking in a gentle tone. There is no need for haste or fear. Please think carefully. Do you know where this item might be? The disciple, with a pained expression, replied, Please do not put me in a difficult position. That fellow is extremely meticulous about his belongings. Even the arrangement must be precise. We would not dare to touch his things. Very well, I understand your position. You may all leave now, Xuana said. The disciples nodded in agreement, casting a glance at the sect leader before departing. To be candid, I truly do not know where that young man has gone, so I am unable to assist further. Observing Lin Zan's furrowed brow, Xiantu also wore a troubled expression and remarked, It's nothing. This matter does not concern you. I should have never let him go in the first place. Lin Zan, upon hearing these words, let out a resigned sigh. After a moment's contemplation, he seemed to recall something and, with excitement, slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Xiantu, may I inquire if you are aware of any tribes surrounding the Thick Earth sect? There are a few tribes, but I have had little interaction with them. I merely know of their existence. Could be they have taken Li Xiao. Xiantu responded with a hint of skepticism. Without a doubt, it must be them. Do you know of a tribe called the Bear Clan? Take me to them. Lin Zan thought of Li Xiao's background from his previous life, and his heart raced with certainty as he eagerly questioned Xiantu's day. I genuinely do not know, but among the disciples, there must be someone who does. I will find a disciple who can guide you. Xiantu promptly agreed. Indeed, after a brief interval, Xiantu returned with a moderately skilled inner sect disciple. This fellow has encountered members of the Bear Clan during his travels. Let him lead you. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Lin Zan embraced Xiantu and said, I truly appreciate your help. I was rather anxious earlier. Please do not take it to heart. With that, Lin Zan took hold of the inner sect disciple and departed from the Thick Earth sect, leaving Xiantu still in a daze, wiping the remnants of Lin Zan's gratitude from his face. Half an hour later, the inner sect disciple knelt on one knee, clasping his fists respectfully, and stated, If you continue along this path, you will reach the Bear Clan's territory. However, they are fiercely territorial, so I shall not accompany you further. Please be cautious. Thank you. Do take care on your way back. Lin Zan nodded, watching the inner sect disciple leave before making his way towards the Bear Clan. Brother, did you not hear what that fellow just said? It would be wise for us to remain vigilant. Ling Jian observed Lin Zan's nonchalant demeanor and unsheathed his sword, offering it to Lin Zan. Rest assured, I am confident that Li Xiao is not only unharmed, but is likely reveling in his role as the overlord. Lin Zan replied, leisurely strolling forward with his hands behind his back, eventually arriving at the Bear Clan's domain. This is our territory. Outsiders are not welcome. Please leave. Moments latte. 3 individuals emerged from the underbrush, the leader being Xiongmu, the one who had captured Li Xiao. Please, do not misunderstand. We are here to find someone. A few days ago, my friend was taken by you, and we have come to retrieve him. Upon hearing this, Xiongmu felt a chill run down his spine, uncertain of the true identity of the individual before him, who seemed to possess intimate knowledge of their affairs. Apologies, but I failed to comprehend the meaning of your words. Therefore, I kindly request that you both take your leave. After pondering for a moment, the stag resolved to dismiss these 2 individuals, and with a cold demeanor, he uttered, Do not feign madness before me. You are well aware of the matter concerning the deep blue gem, are you not? Upon observing the individual before him, Lin Zan discerned the secrets he harbored and decided to reveal his own trump card, stating, Do not pretend to be oblivious, if you were truly unaware. Why would you be in such a state of disarray? Seemingly having made a decision regarding the dazed figure before him, Lin Zan grinned and continued, You too. Come with me, but do not act recklessly. Otherwise, the archers nearby will promptly eliminate you. With that, he gestured towards several concealed spots around them, prompting Lin Zan to chuckle upon seeing their hastily discarded weapons. Chapter 77, A Lesson in Thunderous Might. Bearwood, observing Lin Zan's imposing demeanor, fell silent as he led him into the tribe. Hey, I've entered with you. Where's my friend? Lin Zan inquired disdainfully, noticing the other party's lack of intent to move. I mentioned waiting here. He will arrive shortly. Bearwood, finally provoked, retorted fiercely. No sooner had he spoken than Li Xiao emerged, bounding into view. Upon noticing the grim expressions of Lin Zan and his companion, he immediately lowered his head and cautiously approached them. Master, I have no idea how this happened. I was captured by these people, Li Xiao said, coming to stand beside Lin Zan, speaking with utmost caution. Upon my arrival, they initially intended to kill me, but for some inexplicable reason, they wished to nominate me as their chief. Noticing Lin Zan's silence, Li Xiao continued with his head bowed. This is only fitting, for your mother bequeathed to you a deep blue stone, which serves as proof of the chief of this tribe. Lin Zan explained calmly upon hearing this. Master, how do you know I possess this stone? Can your little secrets evade my perception? Lin Zan replied, opting for an enigmatic explanation rather than revealing his past memories. Have you come to a decision? Will you accompany us, or remain here as chief? Lin Zan inquired further, showing no regard for the sentiments of the Bear tribe members. Master, I certainly wish to accompany you, Li Xiao exclaimed without a moment's hesitation. Very well, this journey shall not be in vain. Gather your belongings, and we shall depart, Lin Zan stated, standing unfazed utterly dismissive of the tribe's inhabitants. Chief, they intend to leave. Bearwood, unable to contain his growing fury at Lin Zon's every action, addressed the elder chief. The chosen one, destined for greatness, murmured the elder chief, pondering the significance of those words. Upon hearing this, Xiongmu realized the words were directed at Lin Zon, and a wave of dissatisfaction washed over him. Today, I shall make you, the chosen one, experience some hardship. With that, he drew his worn battle knife and charged at Lin Zon. Observing this fellow's antics, Lin Zon found it quite amusing. He effortlessly stepped back and, with a swift kick, sent Xiongmu tumbling to the ground. Even if I am not the chosen one, with such reckless attacks, I could easily evade you. If your only weapon is blind rage, you might as well perish. Xiongmu, still seething, intended to confront Lin Zon again, but was promptly halted by the old chieftain. This path will bring you misfortune. Angered, Xiongmu turned his head away in silence. Moments later, Li Xiao finished packing his belongings, tightly clutching the deep blue gemstone, and approached Lin Zon. Master, let us depart. Lin Zon had always been skeptical of supernatural beliefs, yet skepticism did not equate to disrespect. He respectfully bowed thrice before the old chieftain and then left the Bear tribe settlement. Once they had departed, Li Xiao finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Master, you cannot imagine how terrifying those individuals were. Noticing Lin Zon's gloomy demeanor, Li Xiao attempted to lighten the mood. They possess no cultivation, yet they try to haul me away as if I were a mere chick. Enough of that. Return with me. Lin Zon replied, devoid of emotion. At his words, Li Xiao instantly fell silent, understanding that Lin Zon was genuinely angered this time. 2 days later, follow me. Upon returning to the Falling Water sect, Lin Zon dismissed Ling Jian and addressed Li Xiao. Without further ado, he headed straight for the back mountain of the sect. Master, what are we doing here? Li Xiao asked, an uneasy chill creeping over him as he gazed at the sheer cliff before them. You are my disciple. I cannot allow you to be captured by others again. From this moment on, I shall teach you the techniques. Lin Zon replied with an unfeeling tone. These words ignited a spark in Li Xiao's eyes, for he knew Lin Zon was sincerely willing to impart genuine skills this time. However, gazing at the towering cliff, Li Xiao felt a wave of dread and cautiously inquired, Master, could we perhaps learn elsewhere? If something were to happen here, it would be catastrophic. Hearing this, Lin Zon turned to him, his piercing gaze fixed on Li Xiao as he coldly responded, If any place would suffice for learning, I would have taught you outside. With your current abilities, only atop this mountain can we summon the heavenly thunder. Although Lin Zon's words were harsh, Li Xiao was nearly drooling in astonishment, eagerly asking for more. Master, are you truly imparting your ultimate knowledge to me? Are you not afraid that by teaching your disciple, you will starve yourself? If you genuinely possess such skills, I would be overjoyed. Lin Zon, upon hearing this, could no longer maintain his tense expression and revealed a faint smile as he spoke. Take this book and study it diligently. By the time you reach the mountain's peak, every single character within must be etched in your memory. After saying this, Lin Zon retrieved a tome titled Thunder's Might from his bosom and tossed it into Li Xiao's hands. This casual gesture made Li Xiao treasure the book as if it were a precious gem, and he reverently wiped his hands before beginning to read. An hour later, How is it? Have you committed the contents to memory? The two stood atop the mountain, surrounded only by mist and clouds, gazing up at a cerulean sky. Master, I can recite everything within this book, but the concepts are too profound for me to grasp. Hearing this, Li Xiao, disheartened and unable to appreciate the surrounding beauty, addressed Lin Zon with a frown. If you could comprehend it, I wouldn't need to ascend. Lin Zon, enraptured by the ethereal scenery, spoke with abandon. Observe me as I demonstrate it only once. Time passed without notice as Lin Zon sat cross-legged upon the peak. With each breath, the azure sky became obscured by dark clouds. Thunder's might. After an unknown period of anticipation, Lin Zon suddenly shouted, and in an instant, a myriad of lightnings struck the mountaintop. Aside from the area where Li Xiao and Lin Zon stood, the surroundings were utterly ravaged by the tempest. Do you understand now? Lin Zon slowly rose, observing Li Xiao as stunned expression, and inquired, Master, this is exceedingly challenging for me. I am but a mere mortal, incomparable to a being of your caliber. Li Xiao lamented, his face drawn in despair. Though the spectacle left him awestruck, he had learned nothing. Chapter 78. One wave subsides. Another rises. Do not engage in idle chatter with me. Refer to the martial arts manual and combine it with what I just demonstrated to slowly grasp its meaning. Lin Zon remarked, his brow furrowing. I shall descend now. If you fail to discern the essence, you may never return." With that, Lin Zan strode down the mountain without further ado, leaving Li Xiao alone atop the peak, his countenance clouded with worry. "Brother, what transpired just now?" The spirit sword, sensing the tumult, awakened and began searching for Lin Zan within the sect. Lin Zan, witnessing the chaos within the sect, realized the magnitude of the disturbance caused by his earlier display, and with an embarrassed scratch of his head, replied, "It's nothing. I merely attempted to teach that fellow Li Xiao a little something, but I didn't expect to alarm all of you." Lin Zan said awkwardly, "You nearly frightened me to death. I thought something had gone awry within the sect. If that is the case, then all is well. But I have a feeling that Water Dragon may come looking for you." Upon hearing these words, Ling Jian let out a sigh of relief, reassured that no danger lurked nearby, and promptly returned to his chamber to indulge in a deep slumber. Lin Zan observed this without uttering a word, as he made his way to the grand hall of the Falling Water sect. "At last, you have arrived." Shui Long had evidently been waiting anxiously for some time. As Lin Zan entered, he stepped forward with urgency, saying, "What transpired earlier was unintentional. I merely intended to teach Li Xiao a lesson." Noting Shui Long's look of trepidation, Lin Zan offered a sheepish explanation. "That is not what I was referring to. I meant the matter concerning the demon sect." Upon hearing this, Shui Long's anxiety intensified. It appears they have regained their strength and are currently amassing a formidable army heading towards our Falling Water sect. I wonder what the fuss was about. Let them come. I shall slay them as they arrive." Lin Zan replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, with my presence here, even the boldest among them would think twice before seeking trouble. Nevertheless, we are ultimately outnumbered. Your strength is no match for their army of thousands." Shui Long voiced his concerns candidly. "Why do you sound so unlike the members of Falling Water? Speak plainly." Lin Zan finally grasped Shui Long's intent. "Fear not. I have already arranged for the alliance of the 5 major sects. Their arrival is indeed timely. This time, let them come and never return. I have dispatched disciples to relay this news to the other sects, but their arrival will take some time." Shui Long nodded, acknowledging the situation with a hint of resignation. "Do not worry. Before they arrive, I shall create some disturbances to delay them as much as possible." Lin Zan understood Shui Long's true intentions and readily agreed. "That is indeed the best course of action," Shui Long exclaimed, finally receiving the answer he sought, and excitedly thumped his thigh. "I will select a dozen or so formidable disciples from our sect to accompany you in causing them trouble. Wait. If you bring them along, I will be burdened with a host of encumbrances." Lin Zan immediately rejected the idea. It was not that he looked down upon those disciples, but such a brutal conflict was one they could not engage in directly. Upon hearing this, Shui Long's expression turned awkward. "That is not my intention. Just ensure they do not come." Lin Zan, seeing his discomfort, offered words of comfort. "After all, they're the finest talent in our sect. The loss of even one would grieve us both." "Very well, but you cannot venture alone. Should any danger arise, you would have no one to rely on." Shui Long, unable to say more, expressed his concerns. "Rest assured, I have it all under control. I will bring Ling Jian and Meiying along." Lin Zan listened, his heart already formulating a comprehensive plan addressing the Water Dragon. If all goes as expected, they would be merely 5 days' journey from the Falling Water sect. There was no time to waste. He wondered if they would be willing to set off at this moment. The Water Dragon, observing Lin Zan, who had just returned without rest, spoke shyly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This matter certainly could not be delayed. Lin Zan, upon hearing this, did not hesitate and, leaving the grand hall of the Falling Water sect, sought out Ling Jian. "Do not sleep any longer. We have tasks to attend to." Ling Jian, groggy, rose and inquired of Lin Zan, "What is it, brother?" "The minions of the demon sect have come seeking trouble again, and we shall give them a resounding counterattack." Lin Zan revealed the situation without reservation. "Is it really necessary, brother? We have only just returned, and that Water Dragon fellow is truly relentless, still toiling away on us." Ling Jian felt an overwhelming sense of vexation, for the high-intensity journey over the past few days had rendered him utterly exhausted. "There is no help for it," Lin Zan replied, a sheepish smile escaping his lips as he realized he still resided within the Falling Water sect and thus felt compelled to acquiesce to the situation. Upon hearing this, Lin Jian refrained from further protest and, after gathering his belongings, followed Lin Zan out of the cave. "Brother, what about Li Xiao? Why have I not seen him today?" "You haven't left him on the mountain, have you?" "Indeed, I asked him to learn before descending." Lin Zan answered calmly without evasion. Really, brother? It feels more secure with all three of us. Two might lead to some complications. Ling Jian clearly preferred the presence of Li Xiao as a source of amusement during their journey, prompting him to subtly remind Lin Zan. Rest assured, we will bring another companion this time. Lin Zan replied without elaboration, leading Ling Jian to the entrance of Mei Ying's cave. Are you serious, brother? Taking that fellow along may invite untold troubles. Ling Jian shuddered at the thought of Mei Ying's previous antics and her unpredictable demeanor. What are you thinking? We are going into battle. Having Mei Ying with us is preferable to taking someone less capable, as her strength rivals that of initial stage spirit disciples. Lin Zan playfully kicked Ling Jian's rear as he laughed. No sooner had he spoken than Mei Ying emerged, surprised to see the two before her. What did you two return? She stepped forward, lifting Lin Zan's chin, her enchanting eyes sparkling as they locked onto his. Ahem! Ling Jian coughed twice at the scene, prompting Lin Zan to gently remove Mei Ying's hand. Do you not feel somewhat stifled within this sect? Perfect timing, as we are about to venture out. Would you care to join us? Lin Zan asked, suppressing the flames of desire within himself as he regarded Mei Ying. Chapter 79. A single person shatters the offensive. Naturally, I shall go, though I wonder if you, my little companion, dare to take me along. Upon hearing this, Mei Ying wrapped her arms around Lin Zan's neck, casting him a flirtatious gaze. We must be mindful of our conduct within the sect. Lin Zan deftly evaded Mei Ying's embrace once more, positioning himself behind Ling Jian. Bring along your 7 sect token. It may very well save our lives in a moment of peril. I initially thought you sought me out intentionally, but it appears you are merely after my token. Upon hearing this, Mei Ying playfully reproached him. If you are unwilling to join, then we are equally matched in this venture. Yet Lin Zan seemed resolute in not needing Mei Ying's company, retorting, Do not be so hasty, dear sister. I have nearly grown feathers in this sect. If I do not venture out soon, I shall surely suffocate. Hearing this, Mei Ying began to gather her belongings, adorning herself before following the two as they departed from the Falling Water sect. We are bound for battle. Why do you bother to present yourself so beautifully? Ling Jian remarked, furrowing his brow at Mei Ying's appearance. It is not for your sake that I dress thus. Does it concern you? Mei Ying replied, returning to Lin Zan's side, linking her arm with his, embodying a delicate and dependent demeanor. Lin Zan shrugged in response, reluctantly trailing behind the two. You are insufferable. Do you not see that we are engaged in serious matters? Ling Jian retorted, catching up to Mei Ying with a hint of vengeance. Release me. Lin Zan, finally exasperated, addressed Mei Ying. We are here on serious business. If you continue this frivolity, you shall return. Just as Mei Ying was about to protest, Lin Zan suddenly pinned her to the ground. She barely comprehended the situation before noticing Lin Zan's gesture for silence, prompting her to look in the direction he indicated. An imposing throng of the demon sect stretched endlessly before them. It seems this time, those fellows from a demon sect are truly serious. Lin Zan thought to himself as he observed the formidable assembly. After what felt like an eternity, the procession finally passed the trio. Are you two out of your minds? We are 3 against tens of thousands. This is sheer folly. Mei Ying exclaimed in terror at Lin Zan and Ling Jian. Simply follow my instructions, and I will ensure your safe return. Lin Zan replied calmly to Mei Ying. He sensed her fear, but understood that succumbing to trepidation in the face of such a force would lead to inevitable failure. Consider your decision carefully. You can still withdraw. With your speed, you could return to Falling Water sect before they arrive. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Zan spoke earnestly to Mei Ying. Nonsense. You two are unafraid. So why should I be? Mei Ying declared confidently, exuding an air of determination. Very well, since you have relinquished your final opportunity. Let us unite and act as one from this moment forth. Upon hearing this, Lin Zan stealthily led the two companions towards the rear of the demonic sect's ranks. As dusk fell, the trio caught up with the demonic sect's entourage, who had begun to kindle a fire and prepare their meal. Brother, what shall we do next? Wait. Lin Zan, seemingly reluctant to expend excessive energy, reclined on the ground and spoke with a calm demeanor. Now is precisely the moment when their guard is down. A proactive strike would surely yield great success. The spirited Ling Jian responded, his fervor ignited by the prospect of battle. Why the haste? Would it not be far more advantageous to strike when they are at rest? Though they may be lax now, they still outnumber us significantly. Should we charge in now? It would be tantamount to seeking our own demise. Lin Zan replied, his eyes remaining fixed, his tone unperturbed. 2 hours later, in the pitch blackness of the night, the moon's radiance was obscured by clouds, seemingly facilitating Lin Zan's maneuvers. The guards within the demonic sect's ranks, unaware of any impending assault on their vast army, had succumbed to drowsiness, huddled together in slumber. Prepare yourselves, it is time to act. Lin Zan observed the two, who were now fully focused, and calmly stated, "First, we must eliminate the guards. I will take care of this small squad. Once completed, we will retreat immediately." After issuing these instructions, Lin Zan stealthily approached the guards, swiftly dispatching them with his dagger. He beckoned to the shadows of the forest behind him, and both Mei Ying and Ling Jian emerged quietly, selecting a tent that caught their fancy to commence their assault. Half an hour later, the three regrouped, their bodies stained with the blood of their adversaries. Lin Zan regarded Mei Ying with an expression of admiration. "I must admit, I had underestimated you. You have slain more than the two of us combined. Why should we show mercy to these beasts of the demonic sect?" Mei Ying's eyes ignited with a flicker of rage, as if a deeply buried pain had been stirred within him, his voice turning cold. As the clouds parted, the pure white moonlight illuminated his face, casting him in the likeness of a valiant goddess of war. "Brother, what shall our next course of action be?" Ling Jian inquired, having cleansed himself of the bloodstains. "You two should withdraw first. Head towards the demonic sect's territory. I shall remain here to create further disturbances before making my exit," Lin Zan declared, his heart ignited with a new plan, a broad smile gracing his lips as he spoke to his companions. "Do not jest, brother. Can you manage alone?" In a surprising show of unity, both Mei Ying and Ling Jian expressed their disapproval of Lin Zan's intention to stay behind. "I too oppose this. It is far too perilous for you to remain. Rest assured, I am swifter than either of you and shall undoubtedly escape." Lin Zan spoke with an air of ease, clearly having executed this impeccable plan in his mind. Ultimately, the duo of the spirit sword could not withstand Lin Zan's will and retreated in the direction he indicated. Half an hour later, realizing that they had ventured far, Lin Zan shouted towards the heavens. With a resounding crash, thunder descended instantly, striking the tents within the valley. Flames erupted in an instant, claiming the lives of some who had not even awakened from their slumber. Those who did awaken were in utter disarray, frantically scrambling towards the mountain summit. Yet the flames seemed to outpace them, gradually inflicting injuries upon another segment of the group. Standing at a distance, Lin Zan observed the scene with exhilaration, foreseeing the possibility of shattering the formidable offensive of the demon sect. 5 elements technique, water formula, raging waves. From atop the mountain, Lin Zan recited the incantation once more, and in an instant, torrents of water cascaded from the sky, dousing the flames while sweeping away those disciples of the demon sect who had not managed to escape. Chapter 80, Recruitment of the Demon Sect. Lin Zan reveled in the sight of the once mighty disciples of the demon sect reduced to such a state, laughing heartily. 3 days later, in the grand hall of the demon sect. "What did you say?" Zhang Ba trembled, unable to contain his shaking hands upon hearing the strategist's report. The strategist, in turn, averted his gaze, hesitant to utter a word. "What about the commander? Is that fellow Lilong unharmed?" Observing the strategist's demeanor, Zhang Ba resigned himself to pressing further. "General Lilong is safe. He has led several hundred disciples back." Upon hearing this, the strategist's mind sparked with a cunning plan, deliberately emphasizing the escape. "Escape? Have him come to see me." Zhang Ba, evidently ensnared in the strategist's scheme, seethed with fury as he issued his commands. According to the sect leader, General Lilong seems to have sustained injuries. While passing through the demon sect, he assigned someone to report the losses and has taken the remaining disciples back to the shadow sect. The strategist, relishing the unfolding drama, added embellishments. "Such audacity! Bring him back to me." Zhang Ba, for reasons unbeknownst to him, believed the strategist's words wholeheartedly, shattering the nearby obsidian table as he clenched his teeth to command. "Master, forgive my inadequacy. After all, General Yelong's strength is formidable, and perhaps only you can bring him back from the demon sect." The strategist, seemingly unsatisfied, approached Zhang Ba, whispering conspiratorially, "Unthinkable. I should never have dispatched him to the shadow sect. Now, the situation has truly spiraled out of control, harboring a tiger." Zhang Ba, inflamed with rage, rose to continue his tirade. "Send out orders to gather the elders of the demon sect. I refuse to believe we cannot deal with a single Lilong today." With that declaration, Zhang Ba seized his steed-slaying blade, leading the elders of the demon sect towards the shadow sect. in a certain area deep within the demon sect. Brother, your strength last night was truly formidable. However, why should we not muster our strength and resolve them all at once? Ling Jian recalled the two dazzling martial techniques from beneath the mountain peak last night, gazing at the wailing disciples of the demon sect, his blood surging with fervor. My two strikes were immensely powerful, dispatching most of the ordinary disciples. Those who survived, we cannot possibly defeat. Lin Zan, upon hearing this, responded with an air of indifference. Brother, since we have broken the siege of the Falling Water sect, why not return? What purpose do we serve within the confines of the demon sect? Ling Jian pondered this, and, after a moment, inquired. Of course, to annihilate the demon sect. Only then can the northwestern continent experience eternal peace. Lin Zan's eyes did not waver, as though he were merely stating an established fact. Beside them, Maying could not help but step forward and touch Lin Zan's forehead in confusion. This isn't right. You're not feverish, yet you appear unwell. With a snap, Lin Zan brushed aside Maying's hand, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. Yet he earnestly explained, what I say is absolutely true at my current level. If I catch Zhang Ba off guard, victory in battle is assuredly mine. Brother, that brings forth the question, how can we find that fellow when he is alone? Ling Jian could not help but pout, for he had never seen anyone accompany Zhang Ba. I refuse to believe he attends to all his affairs with an entourage. Lin Zan, hearing this, was filled with disdain for Ling Jian's skepticism and unwavering confidence in his own success. Brother, I believe this is an unrealistic fantasy. After all, to approach him, we must first infiltrate the demon sect, which is impossible for us. Ling Jian observed Lin Zan's obstinate fixation and could not help but smile wryly as he tried to counsel him. Rest assured, I have my methods. Upon finishing, Lin Zan looked at the two, and they were astonished to find that his face seemed to have transformed entirely. What do you think? Can you tell the difference? Lin Zan, seeing their expressions, felt a surge of confidence and mischievously asked, Brother, how did you do that? I want one too. After recovering from his astonishment at Lin Zan's remarkably handsome visage, Ling Jian contemplated getting one for himself as well. If this were so easily attainable for both of you, would I need to devise such a plan for half a day? Lin Zan, not wishing to linger, laid out his entire plan. No way, brother. It wouldn't be appropriate for the two of us to remain in the Devil City. Upon hearing Lin Zan's task, Ling Jian cast a glance at Mei Ying and resolutely declared, Brother, why don't I escort her back first? It would be inconvenient for the two of us to act. Do you think I want to follow you? Mei Ying scoffed, stepping close to Lin Zan and affectionately linking her arm through his. I possess the art of disguise. Infiltrating the demon sect poses no challenge for me. Lin Zan's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, in matters of assassination, an extra person only increases the odds of success. As Lin Zan gazed at Lin Zhan's astonished face, the illusionary shadow, under the scrutiny of many eyes, removed a layer of her visage, instantly transforming her countenance into one of exquisite charm. Lin Zan observed this enchanting figure, now bearing an innocuous face, and felt a wave of concern wash over him. What are you doing? You never asked. I find his face quite appealing, so I've kept it on. Had you not inquired, I would not have removed it. The illusionary shadow regarded them with a seemingly innocent expression, as if she bore no fault. Regardless, you Haven Tea brought us harm thus far, so you might as well accompany me. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Zan addressed the illusionary shadow. Let's first find a place to stay in Devil City and devise a plan to infiltrate the demon sect. With their mission set, Lin Zan led the two towards the grandest city of the demon sect, Devil City. Despite its ominous name, the city's prosperity was evident, with groups of disciples from the demon sect seen traversing the streets. We shall stay here tonight, and tomorrow we will find a suitable scapegoat to blend in, Lin Zan declared as they entered the largest inn in Devil City, the Ghost Domain. Innkeeper, 3 rooms, please. Lin Zan called out to the proprietor with practiced ease upon entering. My apologies, esteemed guest, but we are fully booked. All rooms were reserved early. The innkeeper's assistant approached with a jovial demeanor, his face glowing with enthusiasm. Why is that? Your establishment seems rather empty. How could all the rooms be reserved so early? Lin Zan inquired, furrowing his brow in suspicion. Ah, esteemed guest, you must be from another continent. It seems you have arrived at an inopportune time. The demon sect is currently holding a grand recruitment ceremony, and all eligible youths from the demon realm must participate. The assistant glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before speaking in hushed tones. Chapter 81. Infiltrating the demon sect. Lin Zan couldn't help but chuckle. Innkeeper, why are you being so secretive? No one will harm you for speaking the truth. Upon hearing this, the assistant's face drained of color, and he urgently pulled Lin Zan into a storage room. You truly startled me just now. Speaking too much could be fatal. The assistant nervously wiped the sweat from his brow, his heartbeat echoing in the quiet storeroom. There's no one here. Feel free to speak, Lin Zan said, producing a pouch of gold coins and placing it in the assistant's hand. The assistant, perceptive to the gesture, weighed the pouch in his hands with delight, ready to divulge all without reservation. My dear guest, you are perhaps unaware that the demon sect has coerced that group into participating, allegedly due to the recent demise of a significant number of their disciples. Furthermore, it is said that those deceased disciples received not a single coin in compensation. One can only ponder who would willingly join such a sect that possesses neither authority nor influence. Lin Zan, listening intently, appeared contemplative, his eyes darting with mischief as he inquired. If I interpret your words correctly, those who had reserved accommodations in advance must be individuals of considerable power. Yes? The innkeeper, grasping the implication, revealed a knowing expression. My esteemed guest, it seems you are already aware, so I shan't divulge further details about our patrons. Lin Zan nodded with a smile and departed the storeroom with the innkeeper. Surely, we must have at least one room for the three of us. The innkeeper, recalling Lin Zan's previous generosity, feigned reluctance upon hearing this request. Alas, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but this last available room comes at a premium. Lin Zan tossed a pouch of coins onto the counter nonchalantly. Go and secure the room. Very well. One room it is. The innkeeper called up to the upper floor before respectfully leading the three to their quarters. You may leave for now, should anything arise. I will summon you. Lin Zan, observing the innkeeper's greedy demeanor, furrowed his brow and dismissed him. The innkeeper had initially hoped to extract further benefits from Lin Zan, but upon witnessing his serious expression, he felt disinclined to linger. Brother, what were you discussing with that fellow? Why did he appear so avaricious? Ling Jian, surveying the area after the innkeeper's departure and ensuring they were alone, inquired. I spent a bit of coin to acquire some valuable information, Lin Zan replied succinctly, recounting the innkeeper's words verbatim. Brother, does this imply that I may accompany you? Ling Jian nearly burst with excitement, gesticulating animatedly. That is not feasible. Xianxia from the demon sect knows you. Remain here in Devil City and await our return once our business is concluded, Lin Zan resolutely rejected. Very well, brother. Ling Jian sighed in resignation, contemplating the solitude that awaited him in the coming days, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Rest assured, it won't be long. Once we eliminate that Xianxia, we shall escape and return together. Lin Zan, noticing Ling Jian's bittersweet expression, offered a comforting pat on his shoulder. 3 days later, Lin Zan advised, after we depart from here, do not linger. This will mitigate the risks of exposure. He donned a new guise with the enchanting shadow and headed directly to the location for selecting disciples. Upon arrival, Lin Zan surveyed the criteria set forth by the demon sect, a smirk of derision crossing his lips. Are the individuals from this demonic sect truly all deranged? 20 participants embroiled in chaos, with only one emerging as the victor. How laughable. Perhaps they're so desperate for members that they resort to such absurd methods. After the enchanting figure altered her visage, even her voice transformed, resonating like a lark amidst the mountains, captivating the attention of the onlookers and competitors alike. Lin Zan, observing the avaricious and lecherous gazes directed at her, felt a deep sense of distress and positioned himself protectively before her. Could you not adopt a more ordinary appearance? He whispered, disconcerted by the brazen stare surrounding them. This is not my fault. I've always been irresistibly alluring. But what troubles you? She replied, leaning against his back, her lips brushing against his ear, her voice enchanting and ethereal, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Enough of this frivolity. This is hardly the time for jest. After a few moments, Lin Zan, struggling against his own tumultuous feelings, extricated himself from her embrace. Very well, I shall not tease you further, she conceded, releasing her hold and, brandishing her exquisite sword, declared, if you possess the courage, join me on the stage. Remaining here is meaningless. With that, she leapt onto the platform without hesitation. Lin Zan, witnessing the spectacle, could not help but slap his thigh in exasperation. He had intended to enter the demonic sect discreetly. Yet now he found himself compelled to ascend the stage as well. It was evident that every contender was drawn to the unparalleled beauty of the enchanting figure. Should he refrain from participating, he might invite unforeseen peril. 20 matches concluded. We require one final participant, declared an outer disciple of the demonic sect as everyone took their positions. Lin Zan approached the enchanting figure, saying, "You certainly know how to create a commotion. Please, try not to exert your full strength. We must play the part of the underdog. My dear, I fear that even if you wish to hold back, the opportunity may not present itself," she retorted, her gaze fixed on the entrance of the stage, where a man with a fierce countenance stood, his strength astonishingly at the first stage of the spirit separation realm. "No need for further participants. Allow me to enjoy myself today." The speaker was none other than the young master of the demonic sect, Xianxia. "Brother, is this truly appropriate?" questioned a disciple beside the stage, who was merely a sycophant to Zhang, attempting to caution him against violating the sect's rules. "What could be inappropriate when the future of this sect belongs to me?" Zhang Tianxing's words seemed deliberately intended for the ears of the assembled crowd, causing several disciples to waver in their resolve. However, as the sect's grand selection was no trivial matter, they found themselves poised to retreat at a moment's notice, caught between indecision. "Today, I shall have my fun with him." Lin Zan fixed his gaze upon the man, his eyes ablaze with determination, his fighting spirit ignited. He understood that Zhang Tianxiang was merely nominally at the spirit separation realm. In reality, his strength barely reached the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage. The competition begins. Under the pressure exerted by Zhang Tianxiang, the referee, a disciple of the demon sect, had no choice but to declare, "Ladies and gentlemen, I harbor no desire to be your adversary. Each one of you, I implore you to depart now, and I shall refrain from taking action." At the moment the announcement was made, Zhang Tianxiang cast a sly glance towards Ming and, with a casual demeanor, engaged in idle conversation with the others present.